July 18, Topanga. Dear Mr. Cockburn, Brutus Hamilton was the track coach at the University of California in 1946 when I was an undergraduate and a close friend of his daughter, Jean. Brutus had a reputation for impeccable integrity and was not a man given to jest or offhand remarks. It is inconceivable to me that Brutus could ever have made an untrue statement or taken license in stretching a fact. This is what Brutus Hamilton told me then. He had recently been in the British Isles and had talked with the head of his family, the Duke of Hamilton. The Duke told Brutus that he was both perplexed and amused by Rudolf Hess's uninvited wartime visit to his estates near the border in Scotland. The reason why the Duke was graced by this visit was obvious to him. He had met Hess officially in his capacity as chairman of the British delegation at the Olympic Games in Berlin in 1936. The Duke was not even home at the time Hess dropped in on him. He was a group captain in the RAF and told Brutus he was in an underground control room in Whitehall. He further remarked that he had absolutely no political power, and said laughingly that if he had talked with Mr. Churchill about pulling out of the war, he probably would have been certified to Colney Hatch. The Duke was amused that the Deputy Führer would take an official perfunctory meeting as a pretext to discussing state matters of a probably reasonable nature with him. He was perplexed to think that the second political leader of Germany could be so badly misinformed and deluded about the British political system as to think that a duke merely by his social status could order or advise the prime minister in and out of wars. It was not only Hess. There was an opinion floating about that Hess appropriated the aircraft with Hitler's either tacit or expressed connivance. Sincerely yours, George R.L. Green. Castellamare, California. 1991, Massacre of the Pomos 219. July 25, Topanga. Dear Mr. Cockburn, please, receiving a letter from this part of the country may not necessarily imply a KKK assault upon an unchristian heathen. My wife and I have been readers for years, possibly the only ones in the upstate, but who cares as long as we know you're out there, somewhere, hearing the different drummer. Once we lived in NC, Lakeport on Clear Lake. To be precise, where my dear wife of 37 years, a nurse, helped deliver more Indian babies than white ones, but we still lost. In those days the Lakeport right-wing postmaster hated my immigrant guts because besides the Pinko school principal I was the only other subversive in town who subscribed to the Guardian, which, during the hateful days of Vietnam, was enough to get my European balls exorcised. Yahweh, what glorious days! After I became assistant director of OEO for Lake and Mendocino counties, I became good friends with the father of one of the Indian babies my wife helped deliver, Ed Simon, a Porno Indian. This letter concerns the white annihilation of the Porno tribe. 2 Irish prospectors discovered quicksilver on Mount Canocti, Indian holy mountain of Clear Lake. They forced the Indian males at gunpoint to labor 16 hours a day in the mines and the stuff was picked up by mule trains from below. While the Indians sweated in the mines, one of the whites watched them with his rifle while the other, on a regular basis, went to the village to rape the wives and girls. One day, the Pomos called it quits and cut Finley and Kelsey in tiny little meat ribbons. Today their graves are located on a road intersection outside the town of Kelseyville. When the news of the white demise reached the SF military authorities, the U.S. Army entered the fray. An iron ship was dismantled in San Francisco and hauled in parts by mule train into Lake County by either Hopland Grade or St. Helena Pass, and reassembled on Clear Lake, because the Indians, who had noticed the scouts sent prior to the campaign, had established sanctuary for themselves on an island in the lake. American soldiers assaulted the island and killed everything on it except the few who managed to hide in tall reeds. Today, a boulder with a brass plaque recalls Bloody Island. The iron boat was left to rust in the water and eventually sank to the bottom. I believe Lakeport Library has much detailed data relating to the murderous incident. I know Ed Simon does, but he doesn't talk a lot. Best wishes, best luck, and many thanks. Robert Stein. Inman, SC. 220 The Golden Age is in us. July 27 Topanga. I asked 3 Southern California women about their notions of the typical Southern California man. They drew a portrait of a fellow with a great body, 23. Different types of sneaker, a hi-fi system unworkable without an advanced degree in electronic engineering from Cal Tech. Enough toys to fill all portions of his garage not already occupied by the Porsche 912 or Targa, and an unquenchable appetite for talking about real estate. I asked them who they went out with and it emerged that there was Jamie, the sensitive Chicano teaching in Cal Arts and Jet who divided his time between construction work, hiking in the Sierra, and political work in the Salvadoran community. Denise, a peppy young thing doing post-grad studies in tropical ecosystems at UCLA, told me she was going out with a surfer, and at last I thought I was going to hear tell of the sun-baked zombie of legend. But Cal turned out to be a sensitive fellow deeply involved in environmental activism, both idealistic and self-interested, since no surfer wants to swim around in sewage. Cal had a friend who had just been attacked by a shark, and his reaction from his hospital bed to the reporters clustering round had been to denounce anti-shark hysteria as foolish and immoral. "Hey man," he said, nursing his wounds, "it was me who was in the shark's space, not the other way around." July 30 Ardmore. One of the big broadcasting successes this summer in Europe has been Radio Finland's weekend newscast in Latin on shortwave radio. I picked it up at 11,750 kHz and understood about a quarter of it as the phrases hurried by, Germany limitum inter ipsos. Poloni autumn. Se ira minoritatis Germa. Norum in Polonia habitantium, nationibus potentissimis, nuclearibus. The Slovenes themselves have made haste, amid celebrations of newfound nationhood, to declare an amnesty for collaborators with the Axis powers. A few hundred miles north the Slovakians are dusting off their own proud heritage, evoking the salad years of Father Josef Tiso, Catholic wartime leader, who Aryanized the property of Jews and arranged with Hitler for their transport to death camps farther north. It's enough to make one yearn for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which did impose upon large portions of Middle Europe some kind of transnational respect for minorities, as did the communists in the post-war period now concluded. Of course, the Austro-Hungarian Empire didn't seem so great to many of its inhabitants. From the charnel house of the Vienna cabinet, cried Louis Kossuth in 1848, "For a pestilential air breathes on us, which dulls our nerves." 1991, a school friend remembers Princip 221. And paralyzes the flight of our spirit. Metternich's dominions were known as the prison house of nations, and the saying was that forbidden books were the only ones read and forbidden newspapers the only ones believed. On the other hand, the Habsburgs did bring succor toward wherever they extended their rule. They made a dessert and they called it peace. July 30 Ardmore. Thought of the late George Vasil after my brother Andrew and I spent a day with him in Monterey in the mid-1980s. As a teenager Vasil had stood, on June 28, 1914, in the main street of Sarajevo as the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife drove by. Then Vasil's schoolmate Gavrilo Princip fired the shots that killed the imperial pair, bringing World War I 5 weeks later. The Sarajevo conspirators were Croats, Serbs and Muslims, and they desired a nation in which the diverse people of Yugoslavia should live in free and equal union. It was racism, not nationalism, that undermined Yugoslav unity. After the new state was set up by the Serbian king, Butler argues in Escape from the Anthill that it was because nationalism lacked a philosophy that in the early 20s it began to decay and racialism took its place. The first signs of this degeneration came in 1923, when by the Treaty of Lausanne in exchange for Turks from Europe over 1 million Greeks were moved from the coast of Asia Minor, where they had lived for 3,000 years. This ghastly crime was committed so efficiently under the auspices of the League of Nations that it won universal applause. What Churchill was later to call the disentanglement of populations began to seem a sensible and modern way of solving finally an ancient problem. In 1944 Churchill called expulsion the most lasting and satisfactory method of dealing with the 7.5 million Germans of the East. The Germans, naturally enough, took a different view. To drive men out of their homes, went the exile's charter, spells spiritual death. Hence we feel called upon to demand that the right to one's home be recognized as one of the basic rights given by God to man. In the midst of his reminiscences, Vasil, discussing his plans for a book, asked if I thought publishers would turn him down because he was a Jew. I said I didn't think so. He was, said Vasil, the son of the chief rabbi of Sarajevo. When the Emperor Franz Joseph had himself once come to Sarajevo, he had been welcomed by dignitaries including Vasil's father, and then the Emperor had kissed young George on the head. Vasil touched his bald crown at the memory. 222 The Golden Age is in us. August 1, Petrolia, California. Dear Mark, I'm glad to hear you are organizing a book about Mark Boxer. At least it won't be pompous, unless you are planning a work of fiction. You ask if I have anything to contribute. Actually, I didn't see that much of him here in America. The first time was somewhere in the mid-1970s when I was renting a vast mansion, built around 1910, on Buzzards Bay, overlooking the western end of the Cape Cod Canal. Mark arrived for the weekend, bringing with him Jane Bonham Carter. I had a boat and asked them if they wanted to go fishing, which in this case meant rowing a couple of 100 yards from the house and bumping a line up and down on the bottom, hoping for flounder. Jane was keen on the idea, Mark less. So we left him reading a book by the edge of the water and rowed off. The fishing didn't go too badly, and of course I was happy to be the seasoned commander showing Jane, whom I'd never met, how to put worms on her hook, free a fouled anchor and so forth. After 2 hours of this we rowed back with our haul and found Mark stamping up and down on the shore, gnashing his teeth. It turned out that he had been keeping us under very close scrutiny, and every time our heads vanished below the side of the boat imagined we were embracing. It would have been pretty forward work on my part. What was actually happening when we disappeared was the unromantic business of me playing the Ernest Hemingway role with the worms and the hook, as Jane followed with keen attention. No good trying to explain this to Mark, Jane reported later. Fishing was off for the rest of the weekend. Then, a few years later, jealousy struck again, this time from a different angle. Mark came to New York with Anna Ford and we all met up at a dinner party in some high-rise overlooking the East River. At that time Anna, whom I'd never met, was just making the transition from newscaster to commentator and was eager to inform herself about the political situation. I think the 1980 elections must have been just coming up. While we were standing about having drinks before dinner, she fixed me with an unwavering gaze and commenced detailed interrogation about the farm vote, possible defection of Western governors and so forth. Of course I was eager to show I had the whole situation at my fingertips, and held forth at length while Anna drank in my learning. Finally I remembered the Cape Cod fishing imbroglio and, not wishing to excite Mark's fury again, suggested to Anna that I introduce her to some heavy hitter on the other side of the room. As I led her off I caught sight of Mark and was pleased to see that he was sunk in quiet conversation with Mary McDougall and not glaring at me for suspect behavior. The dinner passed off reasonably enough, and at the end of the evening I rode down in the elevator with Anna and Mark, who both seemed in amiable spirits. 1991, The Gang of Eight 223. In the early hours of the morning Mark phoned in pitiable condition. No sooner had I said goodbye to them than Anna embarked on the most tremendous bollocking, accusing him of flagrant infidelity right there in the drawing room. All the time that I had imagined her following with unwavering concentration. My sermons about the farm vote and the intriguing poll recently held in Des Moines, etc., Anna had in fact been monitoring the conversation, taking place at a distance of about 30 feet, between Mark and Mary McDougall. If she actually heard any words passing between them, it must have been one of the great eavesdropping feats of all time. But words weren't the point. I gathered from Mark that it was the way beastly he had been talking to Mary that had caused offense, being the way Mark always talked to women, in that intimately conspiratorial fashion. Somewhere around 2 a.m. Anna had told him it was all over and why didn't he just bugger off, after which moment Mark had been pacing the streets until he called me. He was scheduled to come over to breakfast but never showed, so I assume he patched it up with Anna in time for his scrambled eggs. So that evening was the last time I saw him. As ever. Alexander. August 21st, Petrolia. The Gang of Eight should have read their Lenin, assuming copies of his works are still available in the Moscow Public Library. If you plan to seize power, then seize it. Don't sit around all day watching CNN and complaining that Boris Yeltsin is getting too much airtime. The night before the Russian Revolution in 1917, many of the comrades began to shift around in their seats, saying maybe this wasn't the right time to seize power after all. Lenin walked halfway across the city in the middle of the night to stiffen the spine of the Bolshevik Central Committee. Maybe it would have been better if Lenin had stayed home in bed. That way we would have been spared the final, farcical outcome of so much tragedy and sacrifice, Western ambassadors supervising the restoration of constitutional order, while Boris Yeltsin thanks George Bush for his support in these difficult hours. The Gang of Eight seemed to have thought that it would all be an easy rerun of the way Khrushchev got dumped, solemn talk about the motherland, tanks rolling into Red Square, a new lineup on the reviewing stand while Gorbachev embarked on lifetime convalescence in a well-guarded nursing home. As the gang stated, torrents of words and piles of declarations and promises only underline the scanty and meager nature of their practical deeds. True enough. Whereas only yesterday, the gang's 224 the golden age is in us. Proclamation went on, for a Soviet person finding himself abroad felt himself a worthy citizen of an influential and respected state, now he is often a second-rate foreigner, the attitude to whom is marked by either contempt or sympathy. True, too. And besides, the gang said, there was all this sex and violence, which the statement described as for the octopus of crime and glaring immorality. The gang felt outrage at the pass to which things had come. What the gang didn't have was a plan. They haven't had one since the mid-80s, in contrast to the liberal agenda of people like Gorbachev's old comrade-in-arms Alexander Yakovlev, who said, as he was being expelled from the Communist Party, "For our task is to enter the International Division of Labor, so that foreign investors accept us as a normal country, so that Western capital sees us as a place with laws. Our psychology here is still different. All the normal layers of society here were exterminated, the aristocracy, the merchants, business people. Now everything has to be built up again. Come home, Prince Yusupov, all is forgiven. But this is at least a strategy." All the gang could offer in response was nostalgia. The trouble is that even before it was willfully disassembled by reformers naively hoping that market forces would come to the rescue, the old command economy was hopelessly constipated. In Stalin's time the planners were supervising allocation of about 300 essential items. By the 80s this had risen to more than 1 million. Try to supervise the distribution of 1 million commodities of one sort or another and you've got bureaucrats shifting at least 10 million forms in triplicate from one desk to another. Their in and out trays were the size of Warehouses. The Gang of Eight probably had the Tiananmen precedent in mind, but they didn't study the whole menu. When Deng Xiaoping and his colleagues decided to clamp down, they went all the way. They wouldn't have given a Chinese Boris Yeltsin the chance to harangue the crowd from a tank in front of the gate of heavenly peace. But the Chinese leadership also had an economic strategy, embarked upon in the late 70s, which may or may not have much to do with socialism but which has now produced a growth rate of 10%, the highest in Asia. The Gang of Eight had no strategy. They also had no sense of history. They didn't realize that whatever their economic travails, Soviet citizens cared passionately about the political reforms and had no yearning to turn the clock back. If they had been reading their Marx, the gang would have known that, but then they were probably too busy watching CNN. 1991, Be as Radical as Reality 225. August 25, Petrolia. They said Tuesday that the line in front of Lenin's tomb was longer than it had ever been, country folk visiting Moscow to catch a glimpse of the old fellow before they clear the mausoleum, pending conversion to a trade mart, Pizza Hut, or some kindred symbol of the new dawn. When Lenin was in exile in Zurich during the First World War, before the sealed train brought him back to Russia in 1917, he used to visit a restaurant frequented by bohemian types, Dada painters and poets, and low-lifers of one sort or another. A young Romanian poet called Marcu later wrote an account of a chat he had with Lenin there. "You see," he said, "why I take my meals here. You get to know what people are really talking about." Nadezhda Konstantinovna is sure that only the Zurich underworld frequents this place, but I think she is mistaken. To be sure, Maria is a prostitute. But she does not like her trade. She has a large family to support, and that is no easy matter. As to Frau Prelig, she is perfectly right. Did you hear what she said? Shoot all the officers. Then Lenin said to me, "Do you know the real meaning of this war?" "What is it?" I asked. "TT is obvious," he replied. One slaveholder, Germany, who owns 100 slaves, is fighting another slaveholder, England, who owns 200 slaves, for a fairer distribution of the slaves. How can you expect to foster hatred of this war, I asked at this point, if you are not in principle against all wars? I thought that as a Bolshevik you were really a radical thinker and refused to make any compromise with the idea of war. But by recognizing the validity of some wars, you open the doors for every opportunity. Each group can find some justification of the particular war of which it approves. I see that we young people can only count on ourselves. Lenin listened attentively, his head bent toward me. He moved his chair closer to mine. He must have wondered whether to continue to talk to this boy or not. I, somewhat awkwardly, remained silent. "Your determination to rely on yourselves," Lenin finally replied, "is very important. Every man must rely on himself. Yet he should also listen to what informed people have to say. I don't know how radical you are, or how radical I am. I am certainly not radical enough. One can never be radical enough, that is, one must always try to be as radical as reality itself." That last line has always been one of my favorites, and I hope to be using it long after the last bust of the man Reagan insisted on calling Nikolai has been ground down to talcum powder. 226 The Golden Age is in us. August 26, Petrolia. At the very moment in the 1970s and 1980s that capitalism was learning to be hyper-flexible, to the cost of workers and peasants the world over, the Soviet Union became more rigid and inflexible. As I once remarked, to the great rage of many, the Brezhnev years were a golden age for the Soviet working class. But in terms of economic advance they couldn't last, and now those workers' sons and daughters will face diminishing expectations as neoliberal market norms take them by the throat. Long since, the Communist Party became the expression of a corrupted elite, a spoils allotment system. Just as the allocation system presided over by Ghaznav had become hopelessly unwieldy and choked up, so too had the party suffocated initiative and creativity. After the Second World War, Soviet industrial growth ran at an average of just under 10% a year through the 1950s. By 1956, Khrushchev was telling the West, "For we will bury you," and the words did not seem lunatic. A decade later, the Soviet economy began to slow. Now comes accelerating balkanization of what was formerly the Union, strife between the republics, looting of resources by foreign powers, and extension of German influence up to the Urals, meeting the Japanese coming the other way. In conclusion of what Hitler started in 1941. A year or two from now, Boris Yeltsin may be able to stand atop the converted mausoleum and view the parade of new times, Soviet lumbermen under the command of Georgia Pacific and the Japanese, oil drillers bearing the standard of Conoco, long battalions of unemployed under the discipline of the Chicago School. August 27, Petrolia. The Soviet Union defeated Hitler and fascism. Without it, the Cuban Revolution would never have survived, nor the Vietnamese. In the post-war years, it was the counterweight to U.S. imperialism and the terminal savageries of the old European colonial powers. It gave support to any country trying to follow an independent line. Without it, just such a relatively independent country as India could instead have taken a far more rightward course. Despite Stalin's suggestion to Mao that he and his comrades settle for only half a country, the Chinese Revolution probably would not have survived either. It was communists who spearheaded the fight for civil rights for black people. In the United States in the 1930s, and without the threat of the Soviet model in the competition for the loyalties of the Third World, Truman probably would not have felt the pressure to desegregate the army when he did, though of course there were domestic pressures on him too. Without the threat of the Soviet 1991, the for if only fallacy 227. Union, there would have been no Marshall Plan. The CIA would never have retained my friend Ben Sonnenberg or sent Gloria Steinem to the World Youth Festival in Helsinki. Ben wouldn't have been able to tell the story in his wonderful memoir, Lost Property. There wouldn't have been. Well, write your own list. There would never have been the international brigades, the workers who had crossed the Atlantic or ridden the rails across Europe to Spain. Outside a few enclaves of state-assisted capital around the world, the trend lines are now all down, as the tensions and desperation rise. For the future of Lenin's heritage, we need only study what is happening in Yugoslavia and imagine those horrors on a far vaster and more savage scale. August 28, Petrolia. A couple of days into post-communism, a friend of mine said he was off to the hypnotist to stop smoking. While he was at it, he said, he might as well get the whole communist era wiped out as well. It would be soothing, a straight transition from Kerensky and the Duma to Yeltsin and the Russian parliament. With everything in between a blur. Whatever happened to that nice Tsar Nicholas? Collectivization, what's that? Joseph who? Russians, hauling down the statues and cleaning out the mausoleum, seem keen on wiping out their history all over again, just as they have so many times. In this century, very much the reverse of what Boris Kagarlitsky remarked to me in Moscow in 1987 as we chatted underneath a statue of a Tsarist general, a hero of Pamayat. People are crazy about history and eager to get the empty parts of the past filled in. 4 years later, it seems to be ending with more chunks of history being sent off to the cellars. Almost since the moment the Bolshevik-led soldiers of the Petrograd garrison, sailors from Kronstadt and the Workers' Red Guard stormed the Winter Palace in the early night hours of November 8, 1917, tens of thousands of books, many of them covertly subsidized by the state, have been written in the capitalist West dedicated to the proposition that it was all a very bad idea, a detour from the proper course of history. This is an inane game. To say that the Russian Revolution was a bad idea is also to say that the First World War was a bad idea. In the latter case it was, but it happened, and because it happened, the revolution happened. The revolution wrought some bad things, but some good things too. My father often talked to me about the if-only fallacy. Discussing the pact between the Soviet Union and Germany in 1939, he wrote in his memoir Crossing the Line, "Nobody can judge whether an historical event, an order to an army, a diplomatic maneuver, was a catastrophe or otherwise unless he is 228. The golden age is in us. Prepared to say at the same time what would have happened if that thing had not happened. And since nobody is in a position honestly to make such a statement about what the alternative would have been, the question is in the nature of things unanswerable and otiose. It all happened, and at this juncture I'm reminded of what the Vietnamese Dr. Veen wrote, for if a world front of capital is being founded, its counterweight, the Democratic Popular Front on a world scale, is also in formation. We have a history to carry forward, so long as we remember what Lenin said to the young poet in Zurich 75 years ago. August 29, Petrolia. The weekend that Gorbachev resigned as party leader and plumes of smoke began rising from party archives across the country, I was at a conference on anti-corporate environmental strategies, hosted in Los Angeles by labor/community watchdog. There were plenty of intelligent, radical people there. There was much talk and analysis of the victory of Salinas de Gortari and the PRI in Mexico, about the need for internationalism and building of ties in the new era of the maquiladora and the unending corporate search for cheaper labor and laxer laws. I barely heard the Soviet Union or the collapse of the communist system mentioned until I brought up the matter myself in the course of some remarks on the last day. A friend who'd gone that weekend to a conference of the Union of Radical Political Economists in upstate New York said the same thing happened there. The Soviet Union's disintegration, the end to what electrified the world and horrified capital 3/4 of a century ago, didn't seize the imagination of these conference goers. August 30, Petrolia. Dear Alex, I met your brother Patrick in Baghdad, and he was kind enough to give me an hour of his time. I found myself very influenced by his interpretation of the war. His low casualty estimate, and his notion that the war was stopped by the Iraqi soldiers. In a week of traveling I saw only a couple of people who were clearly war wounded. On the other hand, last week the Ramsey Clark operation was in town, and I had the bad luck to be given 10 minutes to talk immediately following his 50-minute oration. He and the lady preceding him assured the 1991, the FBI on Ritual Abuse 229 audience that the entire Iraqi industrial infrastructure had been destroyed and that it would take a generation to repair, and that more babies are dying of malnutrition now than died during the bombing, and so on. I had 10 little minutes to make the anticlimactic remarks that we saw lots of industry in operation, that the public hospitals have half the beds empty, that one way or the other everybody is drinking good water now, and eating. It reminds me of the early days of the Vietnam War. There was an English exchange student in Berkeley who used to sit around and listen to the American pacifists lament to each other about how the poor helpless Vietnamese were being ruthlessly massacred, and then infuriate them by announcing, "They're going to win, you know." There is a certain kind of American pacifist who is willing to say that he is against U.S. power, but can't stand the thought that that power is anything less than omni-power. I understand you are living in Petrolia part of the time now. Say hello to the Paffs and the Simpsons if you see them. Sincerely yours, Doug Lummis. Tsuda College, Tokyo. September 1. Petrolia. For at least 8 years American law enforcement has been aggressively investigating the allegations of victims of ritualistic abuse. There is little or no evidence for the portion of their allegations that deals with large-scale baby breeding, human sacrifice and organized satanic conspiracies. Now it is up to mental health professionals, not law enforcement, to explain why victims are alleging things that don't seem to be true. Mental health professionals must begin to accept the possibility that some of what these victims are alleging just didn't happen, and that this area desperately needs study and research by rational, objective social scientists. Kenneth V. Lanning, FBI. In the Fittentoe case last year in Chicago, John Fittentoe's 5-year-old next-door neighbor accused him of forcing her to participate in the ritual abuse and sacrificial murder of 5 girls. No forensic or physical evidence was ever found. Gary O'Sullivan, co-author of the Committee for Scientific Examination of Religion's 1990 report, Satanism in America, and Paul Cellino, a staff investigator with Comey and Associates, debunked the prosecution's key witness, Pamela Klein. Klein was then director of the Child Advocacy Center and a self-styled expert in Satanism and ritual abuse. She'd been called in as an expert witness in several other abuse cases, 2 of them supposedly involving 230. The Golden Age is in us. Satanic abuse. The state relied on her so completely that the police were instructed by the state attorney's office to turn over their investigation to her. She was a fraud. Cleod has a $250,000 a year consulting practice in Chicago, a new green Jaguar every year, and a partnership in England, where she was much in demand on the lecture circuit. Cellino produced affidavits showing that parts of her resume were false. In sworn depositions, both the BBC's Child Watch staff and the Thames Valley Police Department claimed never to have heard of her. An Illinois judge finally ruled that Klein was not a legitimate therapist, which was news in Britain, where she'd organized 2 large conferences on child abuse, developed courses for the police staff college at Bramshill in Hampshire, and enjoyed an adulatory profile in the Maidenhead Advertiser. This was before 20 children were taken from their families in pre-dawn police raids in Rochdale, where no evidence of Satanism ever surfaced. Rosie Waterhouse reported in The Independent last September that over a 6-month period, in Manchester, Yorkshire, and Rochdale, 52 children had been rounded up and made wards of the court, ostensibly to protect them from a conspiracy of hell-bent abusers. The Satan scare spread from Liverpool to Manchester, Rochdale to Glasgow, and even to the Orkney Islands. Klein's English consultancy and a well-organized network of evangelical seminars paved the way. Fittentoe was acquitted on civil charges earlier this summer, but satanic criminal charges against him are still pending in Illinois. The Illinois State Legislature, meanwhile, concluded hearings last week on a bill disallowing cross-examination of child witnesses. It also authorizes closed-circuit and videotape testimony. In the last few weeks, 5 similar bills have been introduced in the North Carolina state legislature. The bills are designed to protect child witnesses, authorizing closed-circuit TV testimony and severely limiting cross-examination. Satan-mongering is an industry of sorts, well served by look-tough legal efforts such as these. But there are more concrete reasons for the epidemic. Daycare scare of the past few years. With daycare panics in more than 100 cities across the country, the scare seems to reflect something more than the mischievous preoccupations of shut-ins, pay TV preachers, and fundamentalists. Satan may be trying to subvert American families, but so is Washington. The result has been the erosion of the American middle class, and with it, the traditional ideal of the family nucleus. Daycare is so much in demand because of the rising number of famines in which both parents work. This is at least partly the consequence of the sharp increase in the ranks of the working poor that began with the Reagan era. Some states' for-workfare legislation actually requires poor mothers to place their children in authorized daycare centers while they work menial jobs. There. 1991, Dr. Veen's Letter 231. Benefits are docked if they stay home with their own children, but if they hand their kids over to an institution, they can be paid to scrub floors by the state, while the state pays the institution. Lesson: poor women raising their own kids are lazy welfare queens, but poor women raising somebody else's kids are gainfully employed. September 2, Petrolia. Dr. Nguyen Quacvlen is one of the most distinguished figures in the Vietnam's revolutionary movement. Today, at the age of 78, he heads the Center for the Study of Child Psychology. Dr. Vien's militant career began in 1943, when he enlisted in the anti-French nationalist movement. Soon he joined the French Communist Party and spent 2 decades in France. A Trotskyist in the immediate post-war period, he rejoined the Communist Party in 1949. Criticizing Tito and the Trotskyists, though apparently without the slanders employed by many of his party colleagues. In 1963 he returned to Vietnam and joined the Communist Party there in a senior position. He edited Études Vietnamiennes, regarded as a journal of high quality. By 1981 he began to agitate for reform of the party, sending a public letter to the National Assembly attacking the bureaucratism and Maoist heritage of the VCP. By 1986 he was writing hopefully of Gorbachev. Today, weak, highly articulate, Dr. Vien has continued to evolve his thought. This letter, from a translation published in International Viewpoint for April 15, was addressed to Nguyen Hue Tho, president of the Patriotic Front, explaining why he was not attending the meeting to discuss draft texts for the 7th Party Congress. The party apparatus, Dr. Vien wrote, is today plunging society into disorder and preventing any development. The reason, its direct hold on power. For if in the past to join the party was to voluntarily join in its struggles and risk imprisonment, today it is no more than a way of getting promotion. The population has lost all confidence in the party leadership, which, he said, with the average age in the political bureau at 74, is rooted in the past. Dr. Vien proposed a shift of functions from party to state, with mass retirement of those heading the party's various organs. The private economy is going to develop and foreign firms will invest in Vietnam. This is a tendency that cannot be resisted and which will allow scientific and technical progress and will permit some people to use their abilities. The national bourgeoisie and foreign capital are going to make an alliance to exploit the resources and labor force. To service this economic structure there will be a threefold apparatus: the apparatus of economic management, the state apparatus of govern. 232 The golden age is in us. Meant, and the cultural apparatus. Now, from the moment when there is a market economy, profit is king, and talk of humanity is out of the window. Furthermore, human ity is not the hallmark of bureaucratic apparatuses. Faced with such an economic/political/ideological apparatus, which is both national and international, the people must form a democratic front as the counterweight and defend democratic liberties, social justice, the environment, peace. Such a front, while rejecting armed struggle, must put to work all forms of democratic struggle to obtain, above all, the freedom of the press and of thought, freedom of association to organize its own activity free from apparatus dictates. It was through a constant 200-year struggle that the populations of the developed capitalist countries were able to establish a regime that we have wrongly qualified as bourgeois democratic. Democratic liberties and social rights were torn from the bourgeoisie in struggle, and should thus be called popular liberties, if the real meaning of the development is to be understood. If a world front of capital is being founded, its counterweight, the democratic popular front on a world scale, is also in formation. Our people cannot stay on the sidelines. It is not only in the so-called socialist countries that we have friends. The moment will come when limits will be imposed on the apparatus, which will be bound hand and foot, when the words capitalism and socialism will no longer have any importance. The democratic front will have changed its nature. Freedom of the press, of association, of petition, of demonstration, to strike and of election are the forms of struggle of our epoch. They are proven means that can lead to profound reforms. September 4th, Petrolia. I didn't much care for the theory and practice of outing, exposing someone as homosexual, that is, when the subject first came up. Over the past couple 1991, outing 233 of weeks, the issue has gone critical with the fuss about the outing of Pete Williams, the ranking Pentagon flak and longtime associate of Defense Secretary Dick Cheney. I called up my friend John Scagliotti, maker of the famous historical documentary Before Stonewall. The test for outing, John said, should be for has the person benefited from being in the closet in careerist terms, in the sense of actively pretending to be something he or she is not. There's a difference between a passive closet, in which you simply survive and hope for the best, and the active closet, which involves putting on a heterosexual mask and promoting yourself as such, which is in ethical contradiction to your actual life. You've made the choice. You're living an actual he, bringing girls to the company ball and so on. For so, think about a gay actor who has made the decision to advance his career by pretending to be heterosexual. But by doing that he is insulting and oppressing all those who are already out. Take Barry Diller, who is in a position of enormous power at Fox. Why doesn't he push for a gay and lesbian TV show, which I could produce, which would be a gay version of In Living Color? Now, no one wants to out little people, gay teachers, and so on unless gay teachers are publicly anti-gay, but I would out people who are gay and yet are promoting heterosexuality. For one, believe as a general proposition that people should come out. It would be better for them. But at the same time I understand that such a public coming out might hurt or confuse children, parents, etc. But just as there's a difference between being passively and actively in the closet, you can be actively or passively out. In the former case, you are publicly espousing a cause, and in the latter, passive case, you are attempting to live a gay or lesbian life within the limits of what's possible for you and not too hurtful to parents, children, etc. One of the reasons straight people don't understand outing is that they don't understand what it's like to be gay. It's all more complicated than they think. J. Edgar Hoover used the gossip columnist Walter Winchell to out commies. Gossip usually has a repressive function in the mainstream press, which is why outing has to remain a subterranean, countercultural activity. Yet even in the counterculture, or at the level of the offbeat and unofficial, gossip always has the twin function of being liberating, letting the sunlight in, and repressive. In the sense of exposing the personal and the private, naming names and hurting people. Gossip represents visible fault lines at the social surface, reflecting subterranean, gradual shifts in our social attitudes. Although the liberating and repressive functions are both at work, given the structure of media ownership and control, the repressive function is usually dominant. Outing, which itself is shifting from a kind of anarchic dada to something else, has clearly changed consciousness. Williams's boss, Cheney, has been compelled to distance himself from traditional Pentagon policy toward gay. 234 The golden age is in us. People, something he certainly would not have done, or been pushed toward by the press, before Seigneurial began the journalistic exercise of outing Williams. This does not mean that the repressive aspect of the practice could not easily become dominant, as the mainstream press would dearly desire. September 5, Petrolia. Among the BRIEFERS during the Persian Gulf War was a Navy man from the Defense Intelligence Agency called David Harrington. During his tour as a naval attaché in Moscow back at the start of the 1980s, Harrington won first prize at the US/UK military attaché's drag ball, appearing in the humble vestments of a Russian maid. One US military attaché who witnessed Harrington's triumph says that he had had no idea how seriously some officers took the event. He merely borrowed his wife's night dress. But others imported glorious costumery from Helsinki. On the big night a fleet of cars transported the gowned participants from their domestic quarters in central Moscow to a dacha on the outskirts. If the KGB had been on its toes, the Cold War might have gone the other way. September 6, Petrolia. Margaret, a Yurok Indian I'd met in Los Angeles at a conference on the environment, invited me up to spend a day with her family at the mouth of the Klamath. She said they'd be catching salmon. I loaded up my old station wagon, a 1964 Newport, and headed north toward Eureka. Down off the mouth of the Matol, the river that flows past my front door, there were trawlers scooping up the salmon massed off the sandbar, fish. Politics in action. Salmon season had just begun, and these trawlers have a 2-month window in which they are permitted to net north of Shelter Cove up to Trinidad. In practice this meant the Matol and the Eel, rivers already under severe stress. They can't fish off the mouth of the Klamath because the Yurok, at some 2,500 the largest Indian tribe extant in California, have recently won the right to fish the Klamath, and the trawlers are held south of Trinidad. In the fish store on the way into Eureka, opinion was strong against the Yurok monopoly on netting in the Klamath. What makes them special? The fishman asked as he filleted northern halibut. I picked up Margaret in Ariata. We bought a few cases of beer and bowled north on 101. The highway wound through the coastal hills at least 3 times. This century, the place had been logged out, and except in some strips of state. 1991, Krober and the Indians 235. Park, the trees were on the skimpy side. South of Oric I kept an eye out for a scenic rest area which, according to a memoir by his wife, Theodora, had once been the site of a cabin owned by Alfred Krober. It's through Krober that the Yurok made their way in the world of learning. Their lives distilled into monograph and footnote. In 1900, Krober, the father of academic anthropology in California, began a series of encounters with the Yurok that lasted many years. Many of these Q&A sessions were at this cabin formerly located in the scenic rest area where I was now peering under the hood of my wagon, trying to figure out why my brakes had stopped working. Here, at the place known as Sigournwa, Krober would interrogate Indians. Chiefly Robert Spot, a Yurok theocrat. Their conversations eventually had academic consequence in such works as Yurok narratives and figured in Krober's dispassionate reflections on the supposed character of the Yurok, scattered through various works. The Yurok were, he wrote on one occasion, an inwardly fearful people. The men often seemed to me withdrawn. Krober mused that for some reason, the culture had simply gone hypochondriac. Krober never got around to mentioning that between 1848, the start of the gold rush, and 1910, the Yurok population in the region was reduced from about 2,500 individuals to about 610. Disease, starvation, and murder had wiped out 75% of the group. It is as though an anthropologist studying the inward fears of Polish Jews never mentioned Auschwitz. In his Handbook of the Indians of California, published by the Bureau of American Ethnology in 1925, Krober wrote that there is 1 Indian in California today for every 8 that lived in the same area before the white man came. Then he mused that the causes of this decline of nearly 90% are obscure. Krober, eager to dignify American anthropology in terms of millennial sweeps and grand contours, had little patience with the shorter chronological span encompassing the extermination of most of the Californian tribal groups he was presuming to study. As he put it, the billions of woes and gratifications of peaceful citizens or bloody deaths were of no concern. He visited the desperate Native Americans of California, writing these tranquil ethnologies, sometimes, after only a couple of weeks with a group, all but ignoring the end of history elapsing before his eyes. This posture bothered some of Krober's professional associates. The Lin. Gist Edward Sapir wrote to him in 1938, "You find anchorage, as most people do, for that matter in an imaginative sundered system of cultural and social values in the face of which the individual has almost to apologize for presuming to exist at all. It seems to me that if people were less amenable to cultural and social mythology, we'd have less Hitlerism in the world." In the back of my station wagon I had the special 1989 California issue of the American Indian Quarterly, in which Thomas Buckley discussed Crow. 236 The Golden Age is in Us. Burr's attitude to the Yurok and his relationship with the Yurok aristocrat. Spot. Buckley described how Kroeber was once asked why he hadn't paid any attention to recent Yurok history and acculturation. Kroeber answered that he couldn't stand all the tears that these topics elicited from his Yurok informants. Not that Kroeber was indifferent to pain. He'd been through a fairly harrowing time in the century's second decade, suffering from Meniere's disease and psychic ailments, undergoing some lengthy sessions with a Freudian psychoanalyst. He also corresponded with Freud himself. Kroeber's remark about the tears reminded me of a sudden outburst from Freud once, to one of his intimates, about the filthy and despicable lives of the people who ended up on his couch in Burgess 19. There may be a secret text here. A fellow who had it from a Yurok once told me Kroeber was a closet gay and Spot was his lover. Freud fortified Kroeber's addiction to the sweeping cultural judgment. Among other things, Kroeber wrote in his big work Anthropology, Freud set up oral and anal types of personality. The personality of anal character is orderly, economical, and tenacious, or, in its less pleasant aspects, pedantically precise, conscientious, and persistent, miserly, and obstinate to vindictiveness. Now, just as the anal type description fits certain individuals quite strikingly, it seems to agree pretty well with the average or modal personality produced under certain cultures. This holds for instance for the Yurok of native California and their co-tribes of the same culture. It holds also for certain Melanesians. On the contrary, within Oceania, Polynesians, Indonesians, and Australians are wholly unanal in character, the Australians in fact standing at a sort of opposite pole of living happily in disorder, in freedom from possessions, and in fluctuations of the moment. And the Siamese are certainly oral if the type has any validity at all. Kroeber was basing his perceptions of the Siamese on the work of Ruth Benedict, who had never been to Siam but was keen on majestic generalizations about native traits, having begun her career by contrasting two American Indian cultures, that of the plains bison hunters and that of the southwestern Zuni and other Pueblo farmers, as being respectively Dionysiac and Apollinian. During the Second World War, the U.S. government commissioned Benedict to write a study of Siam and she responded speedily enough, stating in her book that much in Siamese politics and society could be explained by early child nurture, during which period infants were permitted to manipulate their genitals freely. Spot was once reproached by his nephew for spending so much time with Kroeber, whose work didn't do the Yurok much good. "Ah, Harry," Spot answered, "white man hurt so much. We have to help him." The brakes on my station wagon were barely working at all, but the hills weren't too bad and we made decent progress up toward the Klamath, swinging. 1991, netting on the Klamath 237. West off the highway in mid-afternoon, down a smaller road, which eventually ran alongside the estuary inside the sandbar that all but blocked the river's mouth. Like other Yurok families, Margaret's sons had scraped out a little landing at the estuary's edge, with enough space for a campfire and a small jetty. The whole expanse of the river mouth, about a mile across and a mile up till the river narrowed, was dotted with boats, white anglers with their fishing poles, Yurok with their 100-foot nets. Margaret's two sons and her granddaughter were just pulling their nets when we got down to the landing stage. A couple of minutes later, Margaret's son Liam, back at the dock, was talking to me about the real predators of salmon, namely the Japanese and Russian factory ships with their drift nets, out across the horizon. Liam. I spend a few weeks each year back in Ardmore, County Waterford, my home village in Ireland, listening to fishermen with names like Liam complaining about rules that prevent them from fishing with monofilament nets such as the Yurok use, and also about the real predators, Japanese and Russian factory ships out across the horizon. I remembered that Margaret had told me that many of the Yurok had Irish blood in them. We were all drinking Budweiser at a pretty rapid clip. Liam's brother Rex went out to haul another net with his 14-year-old daughter, Carrie. Carrie was smart and pushed her father around as he cranked up the Evinrude. Asshole and idiot floated to us across the ripples. They were pulling in a 20-pound salmon, the first, and last, as it turned out, of the day. Liam and Rex were delighted, since it would feed the family reunion down in Eureka on Labor Day Sunday. Carrie began to clean the fish, throwing the guts up to the birds. The overseers began to swing by. First a Yurok appointed river cop checked out the length of the nets and recorded the catch. Then a young man from State Fish and Game landed to take a sample of the salmon's scales. From one scale, he told me, the biologists back at the lab could figure out how old the salmon was, its feeding and migratory patterns. Out in the river, Liam was cursing an Anglo with a pole who'd hooked into his net. "Cut your fucking line, asshole. Fuck you." Rex's wife and adolescent daughter joined us, and we went on swallowing Budweisers, the cans mashed down in the dirt in a way that would have bothered Kroeber in his analysis of Yurok Annalee. Rex's wife, Donna, who was mad at him for a whole series of specifically listed crimes, described how next morning she'd cut off Rex's dick, slice it up, and cook it for breakfast. An eagle flew overhead. "See that eagle?" Rex said. "Last week we watched him catch a fish and cook him. Down in the water he came, blam, and up he went with the fish and flew up and over to the sandbar and set that sucker down in the full sun. He flew up again, then an hour later he comes back and turns the fish over to cook on the other side. He leaves the fish for another hour, and only then he starts eating it. 238 The golden age is in us. Where's your Volvo?" Patricia, the teenage daughter, asked me. "For I haven't got a Volvo." "For well, your BMW, then." "For I hate BMWs." "For well, Eric, I sure thought you'd be driving a Volvo. For you know how to hurt a man." The Eric thing became the running joke of the evening, and I was Eric, Albert, Hugo, Archie, William, as the hours slipped by. Liam said we should get driftwood from the sandbar. We chugged down in the dusk and began to collect. Liam said he could figure out what people were like from the notions they had of what the wood shapes represented. "For so, Eric, what's this?" He held up a piece of twisted wood, bleached out from a summer's sun. "For one think it looks like an egret's neck." Liam didn't say anything and went on picking up driftwood. Back at the landing stage, as the fire burned higher, the boys converted a couple of Budweiser cans into dope pipes, knocking a little dent in one side, making a hole there. The smoker would put some grass on the hole, hold a match to it, and then suck through the top of the can. Between puffs, Rex told me about their battle a little less than a decade ago to assert Yurok fishing rights. "For we just started fishing with the nets. They said we couldn't and that we'd run down all the salmon stocks. So we said, how come the trawlers just the other side of the sandbar can fish out the salmon with nets and we can't? And of course, that's the question they could never answer. We went ahead and did the netting. And then we started to sell them commercially. So they said we couldn't do that, and we asked, how come the trawlers can sell their catch just the other side of the sandbar and we can't? and of course they hadn't any answer to that either. So they arrested some of us, me among them, but in the end they gave up. "For we," shouted Margaret. She jumped into the water and was hanging onto the edge of the landing stage. "Fuck it, Grandma," Carrie cried. "For you know you can't swim." Liam was describing how he'd been driving along a sandbar higher up the Klamath and an old white man had said he was trespassing on his land. "For so I said, listen, old man, I'm a Yurok, and you're driving on my land." At that he leans down in his truck cab and pokes out a .44 Magnum, right at my chest. So I say, "Pull the trigger, old man," and then I drive round him. Imagine. "For I think we should bond," said Margaret, who'd hauled herself out of the water and was sitting by the fire. I said to Liam that maybe we should run down to the sandbar again and get more driftwood. We headed down through the twilight, past an abandoned motel on the north side, then a rock shape known as the Squaw. The actual mouth of the river was way over on the south side. 1991, the Indian Island Massacre 239. Nearer to the marina. Yurok fires spotted the north edge. "I love being in this place," Liam said suddenly. During the week, he worked in a lumber yard in Eureka. Earlier in the day, when we were driving up 101, Margaret and I had talked about the Columbus quincentenary. She said she was thinking of raising a memorial on Indian Island, where a massacre occurred in 1860. In January of that year, a volunteer company of settlers formed in southern Humboldt because the fishing season was over and many men were out of employment. After killing 40 Indians along the South Fork of the Eel River, they applied to be mustered into service by the governor of the state. He refused. The company thereupon met and resolved to kill every peaceable Indian man, woman, and child in Humboldt County, an executive decision recorded in Chad Hoops's Lure of the Humboldt Bay region. The Indian Island Massacre outside Eureka duly followed, on February 23, 1860. One anonymous reporter of the time, probably Bret Harte, observed in its wake that out of some 60 or 70 killed on the island at least 50 or 60 were mercilessly stabbed and their skulls crushed with axes. Old women wrinkled and decrepit by weltering blood, their brains dashed out and enveloped in their long gray hair. Infants scarcely a span long, with their faces cloven with hatchets. Though there was quite an uproar in the press and though Eureka was referred to for a while thereafter as Murderville, no one was ever brought to justice. The names of the killers were known. Back at the landing stage, the party was beginning to break up. Liam and Rex hauled their boat out of the water and hitched it to the truck. I said I'd better drive alone, as I had no brakes and didn't want any Yurok companion to go flying through the windshield if I went off the road. "Goodbye, Eric," they shouted, and they invited me to the reunion and salmon feast next day. Everyone headed south. For me it was relatively flat and easy going down through Eureka to Ferndale. I didn't want to try the mountains over to the Mattole in the dark with no brakes and slept in the back of the wagon amid Ferndale's Victorian fretwork. Next dawn, through the mists and brilliant sun, I made my way home. September 21, Petrolia. A man worth listening to on collaborators is the historian Moshe Lewin, author of original and prophetic works on the Soviet Union, and a Red Army soldier. Based in Lithuania after the war. From the University of Pennsylvania. The rehabilitation has nothing to do with what the Soviets did or did not do. 240 The Golden Age is in us. It has to do with the phenomenon of Lithuanian nationalists trying to recover their past and to restore pre-1939 conceptions. Lewin said that since the rise of the Saljutis movement the terms in which the past is discussed have begun to frighten Jews, many of whom have left the country, as Lithuanian nationalists try to present whitewashed history, saying Jews were Soviet secret police, and so on. Lewin described how upon returning to Lithuania after the war his military unit camped on a beautiful spot in the hilly countryside outside Vilnius. Later they found they had been camping on a mass grave of 100,000 Jews killed by special units of Lithuanian collaborators in 1942 to the power of 43rd. Lewin began to gather accounts from survivors. The victims had been rounded up from all over Lithuania. One of Lewin's cousins had been among the condemned. Feigning death amid the corpses, she later made her escape to the Vilnius ghetto and reported what had happened, and how Lithuanians had been the killers. Lewin had a friend who served in the NKVD, equivalent at that time of the KGB, as an investigator after the war. He heard much from this fellow about the process of punishment of collaborators. These guys were not treated kindly. They were forced to confess. But these were bloody murderers. A collaborator is someone who sold people out, who gave his friends away, people who did it willingly. Someone who collaborated under menace, that's a different story. The petty collaboration, that doesn't interest me here. I'm talking about officials, secret policemen, killers. What's going on now is the phenomenon of recovering an ugly past. Even in Russia restoring St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg was built on the bones of masses of people. Stalin liked Peter the Great for exactly that reason. But while the Russians may have been overzealous in their prosecutions of collaborators after the war, it is also necessary to remember that not too much. Later the United States was mobilizing Nazi collaborators in assassination squads in the Baltic states. The strategy of using indigenous groups to kill foreign officials was begun during World War II, according to Simpson, when the OSS supplied thousands of pistols to partisans in France and Yugoslavia, specifically for assassinating collaborators and German officials. By 1951 the CIA's chief of covert operations, Frank Wisner, who developed paranoid delusions, ultimately killing himself, estimated, according to Simpson, that some 35,000 Soviet police troops and Communist Party cadres had been eliminated by guerrillas connected with the Nazi collaborationist/UPA in the Ukraine since the end of the war, and that does not include casualties from other insurgencies in Lithuania and the Muslim regions of the USSR that were also receiving aid from the United States and Britain. 1991, went wrong in Russia? 241. Explaining why Jews would have disproportionately favored the communists in Eastern Europe, Moshe Lewin said, for Jews like anyone who is not instituting pogroms against them. When the Lithuanians came in there were pogroms. When the Latvians, the Estonians, the Ukrainians, came in there were pogroms. When the Poles came in there were pogroms. When the Soviets came in there were not pogroms. Under Stalinism the net was cast very widely, and arbitrarily. It didn't involve nationalities as a matter of course. Stalinism was a microbe that killed anything in its path, but here is the difference. If I were a Jew in Lithuania during the war, I would have been killed. If I were a Jew in Germany, I would have been killed. In the Soviet Union, I might have been killed, but I joined the Red Army, I was a citizen, I didn't get caught in the net. In the Soviet Union Jews were citizens, by definition they were not condemned to die. October 10 Petrolia. Alex. I have before me, as writers are wont to say, the October 7th issue of The Nation. The Jump on Alexander issue. And I have a few thoughts on Critic H's attack on your article on the attempted coup and your general attitude toward the 4 Big C. This is something I have done some thinking about. How do we think about what was the Soviet Union? What is the answer to Critic H when he says, for what possible reason can there be for nostalgia at the closure of this abysmal system? Well, it depends on what time frame we are talking about, doesn't it? Is H glad that the Soviet experiment that began in 1917 came to grief? If not, then when did it start being an abysmal system, and why? It is one thing to welcome the failure of the coup, and quite another to try to understand exactly what went wrong in Russia, and what it means for the future of socialism in the world. H offers no thoughts on either of those questions. Was the problem Lenin's conception of the party? Was it Stalin's criminal confusion of ends and means? Was it some inevitable bureaucratic degeneracy of any triumphant revolutionary movement? Was it a failure to recognize the inevitable role of markets in human affairs? Was it, as Lummis thinks, the substitution of economic development for radical democracy? This question goes back a long way. Emma Goldman split with Lenin and Trotsky in 1919, one believe, partly over the question of Kronstadt. And one could march right through the years, specifying who split when and why. I am not a scholar of the Russian Revolution, but there is a whole tradition of debate about what happened in Russia that every leftist thinker knows a little about, and it 242 The Golden Age is in us. Seems wrong to me to try to talk about recent events without some reference to that 70-year-long conversation. Now that the whole thing is over, are we going to forget all those arguments? My own view is that the key error was the substitution of the party for the working class as the agent of history. The revolution began to ebb when the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" was replaced by "All Power to the Party" sometime in the early 1920s. The beginning of their mitter was the CP destruction of the Soviets. This is not a Trotskyist position, by the way. Trotsky supported the party versus the Soviets, I believe. I think this position makes me what is called a council communist, with intellectual roots in Gramsci, Luxemburg, and Arendt, of all people. Who has some terrific things to say about all these questions, but who is not often considered part of the left conversation. Another way of stating this position is that Lenin's idea of the party was too undemocratic to nurture a revolutionary movement from the bottom. It was good for seizing power, but not for building revolutionary working class power. Trotsky later in his life, sometime in the 30s, put it like this: the dictatorship of the proletariat becomes the dictatorship of the party, becomes the dictatorship of the central community, becomes the dictatorship of the dictator. But if a Leninist party cannot nurture real revolutionary power among the people in a post-revolutionary world, we are in a bad fix. Because it seems very hard to achieve the first steps in a revolution without one. I don't know what to say to this. Before the recent events I would have said that revolution in the First World would not look like the seizing of state power, but like the breakup of state power into little units of local power. But current events make me less sanguine about the abilities of the local units of power to get along, to say the least. Of course one could answer that the local units of power must be democratic ones, not like the Croatian national state. I don't know. What does H have to say about any of this? Would he say that this whole debate is out of date? These questions are not rhetorical. I really don't know. As to the 4 points around which he frames the debate with you, Jesus Christ, the way he talks about them, you would think nobody in the world ever thought about these questions before. Actually, there are 3 points in his argument: Russian foreign policy, the role of the American CP, and Spain. About Russian foreign policy he is mostly wrong. The Russians have been a shield from some good things happening in the world, although that doesn't mean that at the same time they didn't do a lot of dirt. This was the very first political discussion we ever had together. I think I said that the Russian shield was just the product. 1991, Fallacies of Progress 243. Of a bipolar world, and that in any bipolar world small powers might be able to take advantage of big power rivalry. You gave me some historical answer to this, and I was convinced at the time, but I can't remember it now. Actually, on this question I like Perry Anderson's argument at the end of his book on historical materialism. He said something like this: stand the traditional Trotskyist view on its head. Well, Anderson argued that currently the situation is reversed. Domestically the Soviet Union has become a horror, but internationally it supports movements against American imperialism. As to the second issue, the American CP. Very much a mixed bag. What year are we talking about? Arguing about their role in the labor movement and the civil rights movement would take more than a couple of sentences. On the question of Spain, I agree with H and the Trot view. We talked about this before when we argued about Orwell. So what have I said? It is easy to cheer the defeat of the coup. Everyone around the world is doing so. But if you are rooted in a left tradition, or in a socialist tradition, then while you cheer the coup, you are obliged to tell us what went wrong in Russia, because supposedly we were all champions of the Russian Revolution when it began. That's point one. Point two is this. For a political development to deserve our unmitigated praise, you would think it would not only have to do away with a bad thing, but lead to a better thing. Where are the changes in Russia and Eastern Europe leading? Early indications are not good. What does H say about that? They will discover the limits of nation and capital in the same way as we have, by experience. Leaving aside the empiricism of the remark. The question is, when, baby, when? As long as the Spanish had to wait to learn about Franco? Because of his eagerness not to have any second or third thoughts about what is happening in Russia, H falls into what I consider Marx's greatest intellectual mistake, the idea of progress. That is, somehow, some way, things are going to get better. What if most Russians and Eastern Europeans are now going to live in dramatically worse conditions and suffer intermittent ethnic civil war for the next 2 generations? And after that, no promise of anything better? Sure, we could still say that the CP bureaucracy got its just deserts. And we could champion that. But we wouldn't be quite so joyous about it. This is what I was trying to say so inarticulately on the phone, when I was talking to you about the coup. I am almost always for people against tanks. And surely it is a good thing that the coup failed. But, my God, what a horrible situation when the choice is between Stalinism and capitalism. And that was the choice in the last go-around in Russia. A pox on both their houses. I say, all power to the Soviets. And all the best to you. Frank Bardak. Watsonville, California. October 21, Berkeley, California. The worst urban fire in California's history. I drove last night across the Bay Bridge from the San Francisco side at around 9 p.m. and met the warm, slightly acrid smell of wood smoke about halfway over. Directly ahead, through the superstructure of the bridge, I could see a glow up the hillside, red at its heart and then darkening into a smoky crimson at the fringes, like a Turner water color. The airports around the bay were reporting near zero wind velocity, and though this meant that humid sea breezes weren't blowing in from the Pacific, the flames were no longer being whipped by northeasterlies, Santa Anas, coming in from the Central Valley, through the canyons and ravines at 40 to 50 miles an hour, driving down the humidity as low as 10%, leaving acre after acre of some of the highest priced real estate in Northern California ready to explode. The neighborhoods of Claremont, Montclair, and Rockridge contain expensive houses, creeping up the hillsides, perching over narrow ravines, working themselves up toward the ridges. Decade upon decade the Bay Area's realtors have grazed off the dreams of the upwardly mobile. The Claremont Hotel itself, featured all through Sunday as the point of desperate resistance to the fire's westward march, was completed in 1908 as a giant billboard to advertise the joys of high-priced East Bay real estate. Realtors would put up clients in the hotel as their homes were being built. It was right here, around 1910, that exclusionary use zoning was born. The fortunes of those now home less from the blaze, the old rich, the new rich, those who inherited and those who amassed their wealth in the Reagan Bush years, were points on a speculative curve that began to rise a century ago. Earthquakes tend to favor the rich, whose houses have secure foundations. The shacks and tract houses of the poor jump off their piers and break there. 1991, the Oakland Fire, 245 backs. After the Loma Prieta earthquake of October 1989, which rippled out from its epicenter in the Santa Cruz Mountains, one could see clearly in a town like Watsonville how prudent but necessarily more costly foundations could save a house. The rich in the Marina District in San Francisco who lost homes did so because the real estate industry had exploited unsuitable landfill and because budgetary cutbacks had reduced maintenance crews capable of turning off gas mains and the like. But though one would not have known it from most of the press, the rich were not the prime victims of Loma Prieta. Fires hurt the poor more too. People are always being burned alive in tenements, though the news stories are always about wildfires menacing big homes. October 23, Berkeley. The villain of the hour is the eucalyptus, a name whose etymology ironically evokes covering, concealment, even protection. The state's geographic ecology, Mediterranean chaparral, is fire-adapted, with many plants and trees requiring intense heat for the germination of their seeds. In the natural order of things, fire is essential for processes of regeneration. In former times the landscape had to wait for lightning or spontaneous combustion. Today a cigarette or campfire ember does the job. Eucalyptus globulus was first imported from Tasmania in 1856 as an ornamental curiosity. Within a quarter of a century it had become the object of a speculative mania. There were already worries about a timber shortage. The speculators touted eucalyptus plantations as a means for selling both land and wood. In Southern California the trees were planted as windbreaks for citrus plantations, in Central California as sources of fuel, furniture, and timber. Railroads saw the quick-growing wood as a raw material for ties, and the bark was advertised as a cure for malaria. The University of California issued a handbook about the tree's virtues. The eucalyptus bubble burst just as Bay Area real estate was beginning to boom. It turned out that there were more than 700 species of eucalyptus, and the species blanketing California by the millions was the wrong one. The twisted wood was commercially useless. Oily and volatile, it was also a serious fire hazard. A cold snap could make it die back, leaving a dried-out trunk and leaves. As a natural firebomb, the eucalyptus of California claimed its first major disaster in 1923. A freak snowstorm left broken branches strewn about, and an ensuing fire burned down half of Berkeley. Only a change in the wind saved the other half. The neighborhood associations in places like Montclair and Rockridge failed to study the pyrophoric history of the eucalyptus. As the East Bay fire was raging, I heard a well-informed citizen on a call-in radio show say that these associations made 246 the golden age is in us. Rules strictly limiting the cutting of such trees, along with other timber and shrubs. No doubt their members cherished the sense of wildness in their urban sanctuaries. The trees protected, embowered, soared in the gray-green silhouettes of Rus in Urbi and became the agents of inferno. A dry eucalyptus doesn't so much burn as explode. That Sunday afternoon and evening the fire leaped from tree to tree, all parched as paper on a hearthstone. In the end some 1,770 acres were incinerated and with them more than 3,000 houses and apartments. The beautiful and the vulgar blazed alike, wood-shingled structures with shake roofs built by Maybeck, many of whose masterpieces went up in 1923, spec palaces of more recent vintage. One mansion shown extensively on television as it fell to the flames, and perceived by many to be a venerable pile, turns out to have been razed within the year and was still awaiting its owner. To these costly residences, crammed up the hillsides, the fire trucks could scarcely penetrate, and when they did the firemen stood with dry hoses in their hands, the reservoirs already emptied. October 24, Berkeley. Dick Walker, who teaches at UC Berkeley, outlined to me some of the social geography of the disaster. His neighbor came by looking for decongestants. He was sheltering a refugee, Rand Langenbach, an architectural historian and co-author of Amoskeag, an elegy to the 19th-century mill town of Manchester, New Hampshire. At 1:30 that afternoon, Langenbach, someone who had campaigned fiercely to protect earthquake-damaged brick buildings from the wrecker's ball, had watched helplessly as 35,000 photographic slides of 19th-century buildings burned blue when his house went up and, as was happening all around the East Bay, his history turned to ash. No one will ever know, though the insurance adjusters will get nearest the truth, how much history went up in smoke. In the days that followed, I heard of one major private collection of pre-Columbian objects that had gone, of some libraries stuffed with rare things. Fire is final. Even the ancient history merged by such dams as Aswan exists beneath the waters. But a pot once carried by an Aztec, a vase from the Ming dynasty, are forever gone. And that abrupt termination of their presence on earth and in history has poignancy. Here was the Aztec pot, entombed, uncovered, smuggled, bought, resold, hoarded in its East Bay fortress, traveling down through time in all its manifold reincarnations, suddenly volatilized at 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit, conclusively part of Temps Perdue. 1991, Theology of Logging 247. November 5, Petrolia. Dear Mr. Cockburn, I am writing you to inform you that in the most recent edition of Utne Reader, your name appeared in a special section which, in an attempt at humor, sought to depict a cartoonish American political landscape, in which you were portrayed as a risible and marginal extremist. I am telling you this because I assume you don't read such frivolous and self-indulgent periodicals as the Utne Reader. I only receive it because it was given to me as a gift. Perhaps this information will incite you to launch some invective against this contemptible neo-theosophist, consumerist publication. I have been enjoying you for 4 years now. You are the only columnist that I know of in this country who consistently reveals and analyzes the contradictions of current political dialogue. My friends and I greatly appreciate your column. With respect, Alan Frank, Bloomington, Indiana. I get the Utne Reader. Alan is correct. It's one of those colored maps Esquire used to be fond of. I'm in a sort of sewage color, at the bottom, next to Lyndon LaRouche. Chomsky appears in a green swatch next to the environmentalists, which seems unfair, considering that I write about the environment and co-authored a book on the Amazon. December 1, Petrolia. California Representative Bill Dannemeyer is up here in Humboldt County addressing several hundred local business folk mustered at the Eureka Inn. For we should understand, Dannemeyer told the crowd, that this environmental party has in its objective a mission to change the society, to worship the creation instead of the creator. You have to understand their theology. I can't prove this by empirical analysis, but my gut reaction to their thoughts is simply this: if you go through life and you don't believe in a hereafter and all you see before you today are trees, birds, if anybody begins to consume those things, you can get excited about that because it's your whole world. And this is where the militancy comes. To be an environmentalist is to be pagan, like the Druids assailed by both Romans and early Christians for rights amid the sacred groves. To cut down a tree is somehow a Christian act. 1973, Dannemeyer told Eureka's business people, was the year the Indan 248 the golden age is in us. Third Species Act was passed, also the year abortion rights were guaranteed at the federal level. For that same law on the books today results in the death of more than 1.5 million each year, Dannemeyer exclaimed. The Endangered Species Act is in Business for protecting the lives of animals, little critters, and birds. The theological construct unleashed by Dannemeyer upon the massed denizens of the Redwood Empire is based on God's word. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth and subdue it." Genesis 1:26-28. In a famous 1967 essay, The Historic Roots of Our Ecologic Crisis, Lynn White Jr. interpreted this text as meaning God planned and fashioned all the natural world explicitly for man's benefit and rule. No item in the physical creation had any purpose save to serve man's purposes. White concluded that we shall continue to have a worsening ecologic crisis until we reject the Christian axiom that nature has no reason for existence save to serve man. In the 90s, in Tikkun for March/April 1990, Jeremy Cohen discussed the passage from Genesis, keen to prove that rabbinical interpretation of the verse displays Judaic environmental consciousness embodied in the notion of Baal tasket, rejection of the needless destruction of anything. But the rabbinical exegesis he quotes would not have been shocking to Dannemeyer, since it casts the preservation of trees within the construct of utilitarian militarism. When in your war against a city you have to besiege it a long time in order to capture it, you must not destroy its trees, wielding the axe against them. You may eat of them, but you must not cut them down. Are trees of the field human to withdraw before you under siege? Only trees which you know do not yield food may be destroyed, you may cut them down for constructing siege works. December 14, Petrolia. Amid the 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, the press has been full of discussion of whether Japan should apologize for the surprise attack. Excluded has been any scrutiny of U.S. diplomatic and trade offensives against Japan, commencing with the London Naval Treaty of 1930 and culminating in the August 1, 1941, total U.S. embargo of all shipments of oil to Japan and the terms for Japanese trading subordination as laid down by the Americans in the Hull-No-Mura talks. Also shunted swiftly out of sight has been the issue of U.S. guilt for dropping nuclear. 1991, unhappy anniversary 249. Bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, not to mention the 1,000-plane air raid launched after the Japanese surrender had been announced, though not yet officially received. Secretary of War Henry Stimson recorded that it was appalling that there had been no protest over the air strikes we were conducting against Japan, which led to such extraordinarily heavy losses of life. He thought there was something wrong with a country where no one questioned that. This season brings another anniversary, about which remarkably little has been heard. It's generally reckoned that U.S. intervention in Vietnam began 30 years ago, on December 11, 1961, when, on the orders of President Kennedy, 2 companies of 36 Shawnee helicopters and 370 officers and men of the U.S. Army, together with 7 T-28 trainer combat planes, landed in Saigon. In fact, the United States had begun its unofficial intervention before the ink on the 1954 Geneva Accords was dry, but in 1961 the descent into the vortex began in earnest. In June of that year came the mission of Eugene Staley, president of the Stanford Research Institute. The Staley Plan, as disclosed by the North Vietnamese in 1962, called for pacification of South Vietnam within 18 months, sabotage of the North, displacement of up to 1 million peasants into strategic hamlets and new prosperity zones in the Mekong Delta. By January 1962, as Kennedy's counterinsurgency expert Roger Hilsman later regretfully noted in his book To Move a Nation, by a tragic error U.S. planes had bombed a Cambodian village. The error was duly rectified when the correct Vietnamese village was bombed, with severe loss of civilian life. 11 years later the United States withdrew, leaving behind 3 destroyed countries and about 2 million dead. Apologize. 1992. The argument in which I am discovered in dispute over JFK. The notion of a conspiracy attacked, a member of the Warren Commission interviewed, first sighting of Bill Clinton in New Hampshire, the Clintons' friends and circumstances in Arkan. SAS discussed, the mystery of Mina, a bizarre conversation with Webhub else. Son-in-law, earthquake in Petrolia, flight of Euclid, a gang manifesto for. Post-riot LA, Jerry Brown and his flat tax, fury of the chess players, the Republicans in Houston, why Chomsky grinds his teeth, Prozac and the invention of a depressed America, the impossibility of liking Clinton, his world. Foretold. Of the search for happiness, by conspiracy resolved, by ballot box. Achieved, by Prozac induced, I sing. January 1, Topanga, California. The Stone Age artists used true paint, it turns out. The cave paintings near Tarascon in the Pyrenees had a red made from the iron oxide hematite. Black came from charcoal or manganese dioxide. The extender which made the paint stick to the wall and not crack was from 4 different minerals. Potassium feldspar with biotite was one recipe. They planned the paintings carefully, starting with charcoal sketches, and they were created over long periods of time. January 3, Topanga. Whether JFK was killed by a lone assassin or by a conspiracy has as much to do with the subsequent contours of American politics as if he had tripped over one of Caroline's dolls and broken his neck in the White House nursery. Of course many people think otherwise, reckoning that once it can be demonstrated that the Warren Commission was wrong and Oswald was not the lone killer, then we face the reality of a rightist conspiracy engineered to change the course of history. This is the view taken by Oliver Stone. The core of this vision of history is put by Kevin Costner in his role as New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison. We have all become Hamlets in our country, children of a slain father leader whose killers still possess the throne. The ghost of John Kennedy confronts us with the secret murder at the heart of the American dream. He forces on us the appalling question, of what is our Constitution made? What is our citizenship, and more, our lives, worth? What is the future, where a president can be assassinated under conspicuously suspicious circumstances, while the machinery of legal action scarcely trembles? How many political murders dis? 254. The golden age is in us. Guised as heart attacks, cancer, suicides, airplane and car crashes, drug overdoses, will occur before they are exposed for what they are? Stone wrote those words himself. It's an important passage, for in its fascist yearning for the father leader taken from the children people by conspiracy, it accurately catches the crippling nuttiness of what passes amid some sectors of the left as mature analysis and propaganda, that virtue in government died in Dallas, and that a secret agenda has perverted the national destiny. January 5, Topanga. Oliver Stone looks upon the assassination as the coffin of all the bright hopes of the early 60s. To get a truer insight, all you have to do is go to a junkyard or an auto museum and look at the colors. Bright hopes were really being born. In the mid-50s, with Detroit palettes of desert rose, aqua, even paisley. By the time of the new frontier, the colors had darkened into the dreary greens, tans and drab blues of combat. With their prophetic 3-year lead times, the colors told the story. Kennedy had betrayed the hopes of people like Stone. Before he had stepped off the inauguration stand, Kennedy, having fought the 1960 election partly on an imaginary missile gap, then acted as if this missile gap were genuine. In his vivid account in High Priests of Waste, Ernie Fitzgerald suggests that the military spending surge of the Kennedy years definitively undermined all rational standards of productivity and cost control achieved in the preceding 7 decades. The idea that Kennedy was methodically tilting toward a full employment civilian economy is preposterous. The real JFK backed a military coup in Guatemala to keep out Arevalo, denied the Dominican Republic the possibility of land reform, promoted a devastating cycle of Latin American history, including the anticipatory motions of the coup in Brazil, and backed a Ba'athist coup in Iraq that set a certain native of Tikrit on the path to power. Thomas Patterson, the editor of the 1989 collection Kennedy's Quest for Victory, put it well. Only out of respect for history emerges unpleasant reality, and the need to reckon with a past that has not always matched the selfless and self-satisfying image Americans have of their foreign policy and of Kennedy as 1992, Flight from Baghdad 255. Their young, fallen hero who never had a chance. Actually, he had his chance. And he failed. January 16, Topanga. A year ago this month, most American reporters had cleared out by the time the first bombs began to fall on Baghdad. The first week in January the Al Rashid Hotel was stuffed with news people. Then, as the January 15 deadline drew near, the numbers swiftly thinned out. Marie Colvin of the London Sunday Times recalls this deadline eve as a moment that made one think. I remember watching Patrick Tyler of the New York Times and Scott McCloud of Time packing their bags and checking out. The atmosphere was conspiratorial. They'd say, "We have information Iraq is going to be bombed. You're mad to stay." The Americans told their European colleagues that their editors were getting calls from the White House telling them to get their people out. For I really believe, Colvin says, the administration didn't want anyone to report what was going to happen. They themselves didn't expect a low body count. Many of the American correspondents had arranged for their home offices to send code phrases such as "for the baby is being delivered," which would signal the bombing was about to start. These phrases began to come in on the night of January 16. Demoralization increased. Some American reporters tried hard to stay. Others were eager to leave, while protesting that though they yearned to remain they were reluctantly following orders from home base. 2 reporters from a current affairs show left, but their cameraman stayed. The 2 who left got him fired, but he was promptly hired by another organization desperate for footage. My brother Patrick Cockburn of The Independent, who stayed, remembers the cameraman spending a night in the garden of the Al Rashid to film the bombing and lurching in at dawn, bitten by every mosquito in Baghdad. The result of the flight of so many journalists, Patrick recalls, was that the war was dehumanized. Most of the TV shots were going to be what the pilots were seeing. And despite the presence of CNN or ABC, TV is easily deniable. Anyone counterattacking can produce lots of detail, which only a print journalist can refute. January 17, Topanga. On his usual regimen of halcyon, the jet-lag drug, Bush flew to Hawaii, jogged, flew to Sydney, jogged, flew to Singapore, held a news 256 The Golden Age is in us conference in full sun, flew to Seoul, played tennis with President Roh Tae-woo in 34-degree temperature on an indoor court, flew to Kyoto, played Kamari, then back to Tokyo where the 67-year-old itinerant played doubles tennis with the Emperor Akihito and his son. Then, suffering a tummy upset and taking Taigan, onto the fateful rendezvous with Salman Frey's Marina El Anetho caviar, which he consumed shortly before vomiting on the Japanese Prime Minister. February 3, Manchester, New Hampshire. Having read so much about recession-torn New Hampshire, I half expected, at the border crossing from Vermont near Lebanon, to encounter scenes reminiscent of the Soviet Union, throngs clamoring for bread, Jeffrey Sachs handing out pamphlets about the joys of a cauterizing plunge into the free market, whiskered peasants lofting icons of George III. Andrew Kopkind, John Scagliotti, and I peered around hopefully, but all seemed placid. Hard times in the countryside exact a covert toll, mostly in the form of alcoholism, wife-beating, child abuse, and other versions of the pastoral condition. The most of sociological interest to be espied from Route 4 were hunter-gatherers, ice fishing in their little shelters on the frozen lakes. Our objective was an Arkansas pig roast for Bill Clinton, organized by a couple who had moved to Meredith, an hour or so north along Interstate 93 from Manchester. Reporters and locals were mustered in force, swaddled in goose down against the savage cold. A charred pig revolved slowly on a spit. Mary McGrory was interrogating one couple about stories of Clinton's expansive sex life. They said it didn't bother them. What about Gary Hart? That hadn't bothered them either. I asked them about JFK. What about a president sharing his mistress with a mafia chieftain? They said that was probably a bit much. Clinton and his wife, Hillary, arrived. He looks like a big frat kid, with a meaty face, poised on the verge of midlife bloat. Hillary is trim and very self-assured. The night before, in Bedford, New Hampshire, she'd been asked in a public meeting whether she thought a candidate's personal life was fair game. "We've been hit with all kinds of accusations," she answered. "The kind of accusations that are in the tabloids next to the people with cow heads and the like. In any marriage there are issues that come up between two people that, I think, are their business. Then the payoff. If anything about marriage is important to the people of New Hampshire," she said, "it's whether or not they'll have the chance to keep their own families together." Prolonged and stormy ovation. People will always cheer someone stomping the gutter press for unwarranted. 1992, first sight of Clinton 257. Intrusion, even if it's the Marquis de Sade, a protective arm wrapped around Justine, beefing about the slanders and low talk put about by his enemies. Journalists love Clinton. In a typical passage in the Los Angeles Times, Robert Shogan recently hailed his serious and well-documented problem-solving approach to national issues rather than dependence on traditional liberal formulas expressed in impassioned rhetoric and based on sweeping federal programs. Item 1 on Clinton's proposed economic agenda is that emblem of the non-traditional, anti-pork barrel way of thought, road building. More or less everything else turns to mush at the first encounter with reality. Actually, Clinton hasn't got an economic program, rather, rhetorical bric-a-brac courtesy of Robert Reich, Derek Shearer, Bob Kuttner, and other up-thrusters last seen in Atlanta licking their lips at the prospect of traveling to Washington with Dukakis. Clinton has plenty of fine words about training, education, and so forth. He says nothing about what those nicely equipped Americans will do once they leave the classroom and the training shop. The high-tech jobs supposedly the preserve of first-world workers brimful of costly instruction might be done just as well and far more cheaply by third-worlders. The reality of Clinton's for-good job is some underpaid, non-union checkout clerk in a Walmart in Arkansas, burdened by a regressive sales tax and getting slowly poisoned to death by the toxins and kindred hazards of a state ranked by the Institute for Southern Studies as 48th in environmental practice. Clinton stopped pouring words into the faces of potential voters and came out with Hillary to stand in front of the pig. Then they went off. We took a closer look at the pig. The cold had kept it raw. Saved from trichinosis, we all headed down to Manchester. February 20th, Topanga. 3 days ago, for the benefit of television viewers in Australia, I found myself squaring off on the subject of JFK against Fletcher Prouty and Carl Oglesby. Perched on a stool beside me in a Los Angeles studio was my ally for the evening, Wesley J. Liebeler, a 60-year-old professor of law at UCLA. Originally from North Dakota and conservative/libertarian in political outlook, Liebeler was one of the staff counsels on the Warren Commission. Yesterday, after JFK got 8 Academy Award nominations, and when Richard Hefner, a Rutgers professor who is also chairman of the motion picture industry's film rating system, announced in the Los Angeles Times that JFK marked the end of the Gutenberg era and the dawn of a new way of telling history, I drove up to Zuma Beach and interviewed Liebeler. AC, what about the speed at which Oswald would have had to fire his 258? The golden age is in us. Men like Carcano. Critics of the Warren Commission say Oswald could never have loosed off the shots in so short a time. WJL, the clock for the whole thing is the Zapruder film, which runs at 18.3 frames a second. The film shows only 2 shots striking the people in the car. A time fix on the first shot can't be precise, for reasons I'll come back to. But the time of impact of the second shot that struck is precise. That was at frames 312 to 313 of the Zapruder film. At frame 313 the head just explodes. Either at 312 or 313, which is practically the same instant. And that's the last shot for which there is any evidence of anything in the car being struck. The first shot hit, in the view of the Warren Commission, between frames 210 and 225. The Commission came to that conclusion based on the Zapruder film, which shows that at a certain point Kennedy was reacting to a shot. He raises his hands up. During part of that time the limousine is behind a road sign. So it can't be seen for about 9/10 of a second. So you can't tell how long before the reaction the shot actually struck. The House Assassination Committee said the first shot struck around frame 190, which is a little sooner, about a second. To establish the time frame the Warren Commission subtracted either 210 or 225 from 312, and divided that by 18.3. Let's say 210. This gives us 5.6 seconds. Take 313 and subtract 225, and divide that by 18.3 and that gives 4.8 seconds. So the Commission said that the time lapse between the first shot that hit and the second shot that hit was between 4.8 and 5.6 seconds. If we assume that 3 shots were fired, you have the question of which shot missed. The House Committee concluded that the first shot missed. The Warren Commission never decided on the matter. The evidence is consistent with the proposition that the first shot missed. If so, all Oswald had to do was fire one more shot. So in fact he would have had from 4.8 to 5.6 seconds to fire one shot, not 3 shots. AC, so, on that explication, he's waiting with his gun aimed. The car comes along, he shoots and misses. But there's no time fix as to when he might have fired that shot. It wasn't in the famous 4.8 to 5.6 second interval. He reloads. And then fires the shot that hits the president in the neck between frames 210 or 225 according to the Warren Commission, or 190 according to the House Committee. WJL, right. Now he has to reload, work the bolt once and fire the third shot that's fired. And he has, according to the Warren Commission, 4.8 to 5.6 seconds. That is even time enough to fire twice, which he would have had to do if the second shot missed. If, as the House Committee said, the first shot that hit was fired at frame 190, then Oswald had 6.72 seconds to fire either 1 or 2 shots. That is 313 minus 190, divided by 18.3. There was enough time. You know, people harp on about the Warren Commission, which is fine. But 1992, conspiracy alleged, refuted 259. The House Assassination Committee confirmed every single finding that the Warren Commission made, every one, except on the conspiracy question. AC, well, what about that? WJL, the only evidence for conspiracy that the House Committee had was a dictabelt tape that recorded police radio transmissions. That was discovered long after the event in a file cabinet in the Dallas Police Department. There were 2 different radio frequencies that the Dallas Police Department used to transmit messages back and forth among the police. Both those frequencies were separately recorded. The Warren Commission didn't know anything about this evidence. When you listen to the dictabelt there's no sound of shots at all. But the House Committee took this dictabelt and gave it to an audio consulting firm. in Boston that did an analysis and found some pulses. The dictabelt had been recording from a motorcycle somewhere that had its microphone stuck open. The consultants claimed they could distinguish 4 different pulse phenomena, 3 of which could be made to correspond to the shots we've just talked about. If you pushed the first shot back to frame 190, and there was a 4th pulse. So the consultants went down to Dealey Plaza, set up microphones, fired off rifles and established what they called an audio footprint, and said initially that there was a 50-50 probability of a shot fired from the grassy knoll. This was in September of 1978. Then in December, right before the House committee closed up shop on the hearings, the audio consulting firm came up with a 95% probability on this same shot. So on the basis of that evidence, the House committee concluded there was probably a conspiracy, that there was a guy on the grassy knoll shooting, though he didn't hit anybody. Robert Blakey, the committee's chief counsel, then gave the dictabelt to the Justice Department to be analyzed further. Later he wrote a letter to National Review saying that if the Justice Department's investigation of the tape didn't bear out the 95% probability of another shot, he'd retract the whole conspiracy theory. Well, the Justice Department turned all this over to a panel of acoustic experts set up by the National Research Council. They figured out that sounds on both dictabelts could be matched, and since the one had a time reference, they could fix the time frame on the other dictabelt as well. The NRC Acoustic Committee then concluded that the sounds on the second dictabelt were recorded more than a minute after the assassination occurred. So they didn't have anything to do with the shots in Dealey Plaza. The other thing that seems to cause people a lot of problems is the single bullet theory, the first shot that hit Kennedy and also John Connally. WJL, the first shot that hit went through the top of Kennedy's back, came through the throat to the right of his trachea, didn't hit any bones. Governor Connally was struck right below the right armpit in the back. The bullet went down through his chest cavity, came out just below his right nipple, struck him on the backside of his right wrist at the joint, broke the wrist and came out the 260 the golden age is in us front of his wrist and entered his thigh, making a very shallow hole. The pathology panel of the House Committee and also the Warren Commission concluded that the damage to Connally was done by one bullet. Work it backwards. If his hand was on his thigh, which is consistent with the Zapruder film, you know that the bullet wasn't going very fast when it came out the underside of the wrist, which has implications about how fast it was going when it entered the wrist. If it had already gone through Connally's chest cavity and the president's neck, it had been slowed down. A wounds ballistic expert testifying to the House committee established that there's a range of velocity within which a bullet will break a bone without hurting the bullet, provided it's not going too fast. Warren Commission Exhibit 399 is the so-called magic or pristine bullet. It is neither one. It is in good shape, but 8 of the 9 forensic pathologists on the House Committee medical panel agreed that it had gone through the president's neck or upper back and then inflicted all of Connally's wounds. Ask yourself where the bullet went after it came out of the president's neck if it didn't hit Connally. After coursing downward through the president's body, where it hit no bone to deflect it, either it's got to hit Connally, who is sitting right in front of him, or it's got to hit the car. It didn't hit the car. The Warren Commission did a reenactment of the assassination which showed that the president and governor were located in a way that the bullet would have gone directly from the exit wound in the president's neck into Connally's back. The House Committee used a different method of calculating the trajectory and unequivocally confirmed the Warren Commission findings that one bullet CE 399 did go through the president and inflict the governor's wounds. The House Committee said flatly that the trajectory it established supported the single bullet theory. Oliver Stone's treatment of this question is simply a he, and he knows it. The House Committee confirmed the Warren Commission's findings on this point without qualification. But with the conspiracy Stone has fabricated, the addition of the House of Representatives won't cause any further problems. He's got half the country in on it now. I have challenged him to debate the validity of the Warren report. Naturally, he issued a press release saying he'd be happy to do it, but he never responded to me. He's engaged in scholarship by press release. I repeat my challenge. AC, in the Zapruder film, at frame 313, when the second bullet strikes, Kennedy's head jerks back convulsively, and people have reckoned this implies a shot from the front. WJL, if you look at Kennedy's head, right at frame 313, just as the bullet strikes it, it doesn't move backward. It moves slightly to the left and downward. Just for 2 or 3 frames, which is consistent with the bullet striking it from behind, because the momentum of the bullet is imparted instantly. 1992, Warren findings affirm 267. Then shortly after frames 312 to 313 the president's body goes backward. The House committee said there are 2 explanations. One is the jet effect, caused by the skull and brain exiting and forcing the head back and to the left. Combined with that effect, the committee said, was a neuromuscular reaction. The medical evidence is the best way to determine the direction of the shots that hit the president. Take the skull. The entry wound in the back of his head is 4-coned on the inside of the skull. What can be constructed of the exit wound from the skull is coned on the outside. The House medical panel all agreed to these conclusions, and also that the wound on the president's upper right back could only be an entrance wound. 8 of the 9 pathologists on that panel concluded that the president was struck by 2 and only 2 shots. The medical evidence excludes the possibility that the president was struck by a shot fired from any direction other than behind him. AC, why didn't the Warren Commission have access to the autopsy photographs and X-rays? WJL, Warren didn't want to press Bobby Kennedy, who controlled them, for their release. The worst consequence was the idea that someone was trying to hide something. Without these materials the autopsy surgeons described to the commission their recollection of the wounds, and their medical artist drew the diagrams showing the entrance wounds in the wrong place. AC, what happened to Kennedy's brain? WJL, the brain was under Robert Kennedy's control when it disappeared. It is widely believed that he destroyed it. He was afraid that these materials might end up on public display. AC, do you think the Warren report was flawed? WJL, it was too oracular, overwritten. Also I think it relied too heavily on eyewitness testimony. The problem is that people will testify to damn near anything. So the commission had one eyewitness testifying that he saw Oswald sticking a rifle through the 6th floor window. AC, but there was another witness next to him who saw Oswald and another man beside him. WJL, right. That's the problem. The only way you can avoid that is to look at evidence that can be replicated. Evidence that is here today, will be here tomorrow and 100 years from now. The autopsy photographs, the autopsy X-rays, the ballistics tests. The bullet that was found on the stretcher was fired from Oswald's rifle to the exclusion of all other rifles. The 2 big fragments in the car were fired from that rifle to the exclusion of all other rifles. That rifle was on the 6th floor of the school book depository. It had Oswald's print on it. There was a brown paper bag there that had Oswald's palm print on it. It was a long bag that would have held a rifle. At this point it would be nice to have an eyewitness who said that when he gave Oswald a ride to work that morning he had the bag with him, and there was one. 262 The golden age is in us. But fine, never mind how the bag got there. We know it was Oswald's rifle because he rented a post office box and his handwriting is on the application. He ordered the rifle and his handwriting is on the paper he ordered the rifle with. He wrote out a money order and his handwriting is on that, and the rifle was sent to his post office box. There are a number of pictures of Oswald with the rifle. The House Assassination Committee, with improved enhancement techniques that the Warren Commission didn't have, was able to prove it was the same rifle. The negative was found and it had been taken from Oswald's camera to the exclusion of all other cameras. George de Morinskild had a copy of that picture with Oswald's handwriting on the back. There's no evidence of tampering on the negative, the scratch marks are the same. The picture was taken 6 months before the assassination. We have photographic evidence, like the Zapruder film. On the Tippit shooting, we've got forensic evidence that shows clearly. Tippit was killed by bullets from the gun Oswald was carrying when he was arrested. You can make out a good case just on the basis of the physical evidence. Why did Oswald kill the president? The man was a malcontent, not happy, not stupid by any stretch of the imagination, but unhappy and discontented. I guess you're typical liberal. Not that. I guess he would have as much contempt for liberals as you or I. He was a revolutionary of one form or another. I drafted a psychological profile of Oswald for Chapter 7 of the report. It was reviewed by a panel including the chief of psychiatry at the Mayo Clinic, who threw my draft down and said, "This is very interesting stuff, but it tells me a lot more about you, Liebeler, than it does about Oswald. So how the hell do I know why Oswald killed the president?" February 27, Boonville, California. Bruce Anderson and Fred Gardner and I do our quasi-annual State of the Nation show at the Casper Inn. I do a monologue on Clinton's hair, which goes down well. Fred sings his Here and There in Mendocino County. Bruce savages the audience. Here and There in Mendocino County. Where the Rossies sell the hardware. Where the faux professors raise goats. Where LP is waging warfare on the trees. There's a man going round talking notes. Who makes the beds at the inns out on the coast? Who makes the breakfast they serve? Who prunes the vines on the beautiful rolling horizon? 1992, Myth of the Golden Key 263. Tell it like it is, brother, tell it like it is. Brother, you got a lot of nerve. Nailed Bosco for a sellout, sellout, sellout. And that quasi-fascist Crazy Jack. And the Duvalians so liberal, so respectable, so mellow, an all too familiar pack. Here and There in Mendocino County, you think you got it bad, but it's just the same nationwide. Hey, Bruce, where's the party? I'm ready tonight, count me in one more time for the ride. Here and There in Mendocino County, you think you got it bad, but it's just like every place else. That's why it's good to know there's someone speaking for me, just muttering to himself. Who makes the beds at the inns out on the coast? Who makes the breakfast they serve? Who prunes the vines? Who bottles the wines? Tell it like it is, brother, tell it like it is. Brother, you got a lot of nerve. February 28, Petrolia. Stone tries to have things both ways. He maintains that JFK is all true until someone demonstrates forcibly that it isn't. Then he tilts the other way and claims he is trying to construct an alternative myth. We should leave this alternative myth talk to the deconstruction industry. Myth-making is a two-edged sword. Disraeli promoted a Jews run the world theory, not so many years later. The authors of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion happily adumbrated the theme. The wizardry of the film lab, which can produce a grainy news film of L.B.J., making deals with the masterminds of J.F.K.'s assassination, part of Stone's mythic truth, can also produce Arafat urging Sirhan to kill RFK. Every artist deals in myth, but anyone arguing for Stone's manipulation of history should be aware of the morally tricky terrain and of the downside of myth-making. There's no golden key that will suddenly render the overall system transparent and vulnerable. People who look for golden keys are akin to those poor souls who thought history could be decoded by certain measurements in the Great Pyramid. 264 The Golden Age is in us. March 13, Petrolia. Since Americans care little for economic theory but know all about chemotherapy, Tsongas has adroitly conflated the two. Everyone knows someone who went through the pain and horror of chemo, threw up hour after hour, had their hair fall out. Now here's Paul Tsonga saying that the economy has cancer and has to have chemo. And who better to guide us through the pain than a man who has faced what all Americans fear and has survived? As a matter of preference, I hope Jerry Brown continues to prosper, given that he's the only candidate you could find yourself next to on an airplane without having to hide behind the in-flight magazine. Liberals get hung up on his flat tax proposals on the grounds that it surrenders the principle of progressivity, which it does. In an interview in Challenge magazine, Jeff Foe remarks that the problems with the U.S. economy took on a structural cast in the early 1970s, when wage and income growth stopped. But just as growth was stalling, the Democratic Party began to steer toward economic conservatism, retaining a measure of liberalism on social issues. The assumption was that private enterprise would continue to deliver growth for the foreseeable future, and government should take a back seat. Thus began a hostility toward government, reflected in Carter's own philosophy and campaign in 1976. Jimmy Carter actually lost his rerun for the presidency in 1980 back in December 1976. After his election, Democratic leaders in Congress came to him and offered a routine reauthorization of wage price controls. Carter held a press conference in which he expressed opposition to wage price controls and support for the free market to take care of any inflationary problems. So, in 1979, with the consumer price index rising at 13 to 14%, and things out of control, Carter could have stopped the hemorrhaging just the way Nixon did in 1971. Indeed, Carter threw away the government tool he had. If you look at the post-election polls of 1980, most people had voted against Jimmy Carter because of inflation. A neoliberal Democrat opened the door to Reagan, and hence to all those Neanderthal judges and Republican bureaucrats. Accept the terms of the system, and you get the system. March 12, Petrolia. We're looking into Clinton's Arkansas background. On the question of Clinton's favors to his friends, Larry Nichols, the man fired by Clinton from the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, and the original source of the Flowers story, claims that connections to Clinton are practically a requirement for companies seeking loans from ADFA. ADFA, which grew out of an agency. 1992, Clinton's Arkansas Circle 265. Offering low-interest loans for housing construction, was vastly expanded by Clinton in 1985 to attract capital to the state for the purpose of economic development, offering companies long-term loans financed through the sale of tax-exempt bonds. And, indeed, names appearing in ADFA documents bear the aroma of Clinton's circle. Among underwriters of the bond issues we have copies of Stevens Incorporated features prominently. The company's chairman, Jack Son Stevens, and his son Warren have helped Clinton raise more than $100,000 for his campaign. In January, the bank Stevens has a controlling interest in, Worthen National, extended to Clinton a $2 million line of credit. Another familiar name on the bond issues is the now-defunct Lassater & Co. Dan Lassater, who headed the company, is a longtime friend of Clinton and his brother, Roger. Both Roger and Lassater were busted for cocaine, the former on a stiffer charge. Then there's the Rose Law Firm, Hillary Clinton's firm, whose name adorns both bond issues and loan agreement papers. Hillary Clinton has represented a company owned by Stevens Incorporated in litigation. Rose partner Webb Hubbell represented the recipient of the first loan that ADFA made, a company called Park on Meter, or POM, whose name has cropped up in talk about MENA, the odd airport in western Arkansas. Hubbell had been secretary of POM in the early 1980s. Hubbell's client in the ADFA deal was Seth Ward, Jr., the current president of POM, known as a friend of Clinton. The Worthen Bank appears among institutions that have from time to time had hands on POM. Then there's the drug smuggling trail that leads to MENA, the town and airport in western Arkansas. Clinton can't claim ignorance of the fact that Arkansas served as a nexus for international drug operations. One of his state prosecutors, Charles Black, brought this to his attention in 1988. For 5 years before that there was a federal investigation into drug money laundering in Arkansas, an investigation joined by Clinton's own state police. As part of that, a federal grand jury was assembled. This grand jury was eventually dissolved, and the local press carried reports that members of the panel had been prevented from seeing crucial evidence, hearing important witnesses, and even seeing the 29-count draft indictment on money laundering drawn up by an attorney with the Justice Department's Operation Greenback. In 1989, Clinton received petitions from Arkansas citizens demanding that he convene a state grand jury and continue the investigation. Winston Bryant, now the state attorney general, made the subject of drugs and MENA an issue in his campaign. In 1990. Yet with all this knowledge, Clinton has done nothing. The state attorney general does not have the power to conduct an investigation, but the state prosecutor does. When Charles Black urged Clinton to allocate funds for such an investigation, Clinton ignored his request. The state police were taken off the case after the federal government scrapped its investigation. Now the ball. 266 The golden age is in us. Is back with Clinton, and he continues to do nothing. Congressman Bill Alexander says that it was clear to him that the only thing holding up an investigation at the state level was the absence of a commitment toward funding. Last fall, Alexander arranged for Congress to allocate $25,000 to restart an investigation in Arkansas. Since then the money has been held up behind a wall of bureaucratic excuses in Little Rock. March 28. Petrolia. At a crucial stage in the Contra War in Nicaragua being sponsored by the Reagan administration, Governor Bill Clinton's personal creation, the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, made its first industrial development loan. In 1985, to POM Incorporated, a parking meter manufacturer based in Russellville, Arkansas. POM, it has been alleged, was under secret contract to make components of chemical and biological weapons for use by the Contras, as well as special equipment for C-130 transport planes. Such planes were at that time ferrying drugs and weapons in and out of MENA, a town not too far away in western Arkansas. POM's lawyer during those transactions was a partner in the Rose law firm, of which Hillary Clinton was, and is, a member. Clinton's state thus appears to have been an important link in the Contra supply chain, at a time when military aid to the Contras had been banned by Congress. About a mile north of the airport in Russellville, on Highway 331, sits the headquarters of POM, a low building made of corrugated metal. POM, the common name for Park on Meter, has been at that location since 1976, when it bought the premises from Rockwell International. Back then POM controlled about 36 acres, a series of real estate transactions has since divided the land among other holders. And today, on a plot immediately northwest of POM's property, you can see a building occupied by the 354th Chemical Company of the 122nd Army Reserve Command. We come now to Michael Riconosciuto, a former contract employee of the CIA who says he worked at MENA on and off between 1980 and 1989. Riconosciuto was arrested shortly after being named as a witness in the Inslaw Corporation's case against the U.S. government for the latter's alleged unauthorized use of software. Riconosciuto wrote for Inslaw. He was arrested on 10 drug-related charges and has been convicted on 7. Riconosciuto claims he was set up. He is being held, pending sentence, in a county jail outside Tacoma, Washington. Federal prosecutors are seeking a life sentence under the new drug laws. POM, according to Riconosciuto, was not merely in the business of making parking meters. He says that beginning in 1981 the company also made ferry drop tanks, i.e., external fuel canisters, for use on the C-130s. These tanks, 1992, chemical weapons for the Contras 267. attached to pylons on the wings and jettisoned when empty, are necessary to fuel long-range transport missions of the kind that would have been necessary in contrary supply/drug transport flights. While standard on military aircraft, they are virtually unknown in civilian use. Drop tanks are essentially nothing more than aerodynamic metal containers, well within the productive capability ties of a company set up to make parking meters. By 1983, Reconnaissance Auto says, it was clear to U.S. intelligence that the Contras were unable to inflict serious damage on the Sandinista troops and needed a tactical advantage, either through new technical equipment or through unconventional weaponry. To this end, he says, Palm was enlisted in a project with Stormont Labs of Woodland, California, and the Wackenhut Corporation to develop chemical and biological weapons that could be deployed in guerrilla warfare, with Palm assigned the task of producing delivery systems that could be easily carried and used by troops. Stormont confirms that in the early 80s it was approached by Wackenhut in connection with the development of biological weapons but denies anything went beyond the talking stage. Wackenhut denies any involvement with Stormont, Palm, or Reconnaissance Auto. According to Reconnaissance Auto, the 354th Chemical Company, which even before leasing property across from Palm had maintained a facility in Russellville, had an arrangement to provide Palm with chemical agents once the prototype carriers for those agents had become advanced enough for testing. These were meant to be fairly simple devices, a handheld grenade, a mortar shell, a small bomb. All of which could have been produced with the machinery on hand at Palm. 2 years after entering into this chemical weapons project, by Reconnaissance Auto's account, Palm became the first company to receive an industrial development loan from the Arkansas Development Finance Authority. This loan, for $2.75 million, was rushed to completion at the close of 1985. After speaking with a receptionist and her superior, who claimed variously that Palm was and was not engaged in classified activities, my colleague Bryce Hoffman reached Palm's president, for Skeeter Ward. Ward said Palm had contracts with the military through U.S. Atlantic Corporation and other intermediaries, and that details were classified. He acknowledged knowing Bill Clinton socially but said he was not a friend. As regards Palm being the first company to get an industrial development loan from ADFA, for that is just not true. Bryce told him we'd got this information from Bob Nash, ADFA's president. For Welt, said Ward, for talk to their vice president. He's the one that handled the loan. Bryce said we had the same information from him. Ward insisted Palm had not been the first. All the ADFA records we have show that it was. For and you say, Skeeter Ward exclaimed, for that Webb Hubbell and the Rose law firm handled our ADFA loan application, that isn't true either. Bryce asked him why Hubbell's signature adorns the loan documents. For you see, he is our 268. The golden age is in us. Corporate lawyer, and he's my father-in-law, so what'd you expect? Bryce then asked Ward if he was manufacturing delivery systems for chemical or biological weapons. The parking meter manufacturer said this was ridiculous. What we make is re-entry nose cones for the nuclear warheads on the MX missile and nozzles for rocket engines. Bryce told him there are allegations that Palm also made casings for chemical weapons. When he denied this, Bryce asked about Palm's affiliation with the Army Reserve Unit across the street. 40H That's the Armory. We don't have anything to do with them. I don't see how it matters anyway. Bryce told him that it was not an armory, that it was a warehouse maintained by a chemical warfare unit. Well, see, someone's been lying to you again. That's just the Army Reserve. Bryce informed him that it is, specifically, the 354th Chemical Company of the Army Reserve and added that all of this information had come from the unit itself. Well, that's all news to me. Shoot, I'd have been a little worried. If I'd known we had chemical weapons stored over there. Next, Bryce asked Ward if POM had ever manufactured aircraft drop tanks. No, we've never done any of that. I told you we made re-entry cones and nozzles. We have got a contract with McDonnell Douglas to make aircraft parts. But I don't even know what that's about. Bryce asked how, if he did not know what kind of aircraft parts they made, he could be so certain that these did not include drop tanks. I don't know, but I know we didn't make those at all. Now you've got the truth, right from the horse's mouth. In parting, Ward reminded us to put in a good word for his parking meters. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, it is legal to use drop tanks on ex-military planes in civilian use. Manufacture of the tanks is a different matter, legal but only with an FAA permit, and with the manufacturing facilities subject to inspection. POM is not among the FAA's authorized suppliers. When Bryce called the FAA in Washington, the official with whom he spoke apparently misunderstood his question on drop tank regulations and assumed he was a prospective manufacturer. Oh. So you must have one of those Southern Air Transport contracts. March 30th Petrolia. Sadly, I must report the death of Harry, who loved to put his nose under women's skirts. His master, Ben Sonnenberg, commemorates him thus. Stay. Harry 1981-92. I was a bad dog and didn't obey any command, until today. 1992, Oliver Stone responds 269. April 21 Petrolia. Dear Nation. What we see is a merging of the far right and the far left for entirely different agendas. Liebel's operating principle is fairly simple and human, cover your ass. Cockburn's is philosophical. His dialectic view of history precludes the possibility of individual choice affecting the outcome of events. Thus, the very thought that Kennedy might have betrayed his capitalist upbringing by halting the war in Vietnam is unbearable. As Cockburn puts it, the effect of JFK is to make people think that America is a good country that produced a good president killed by bad elites. While that is exactly what I believe, it's a veritable nightmare for Cockburn, who is convinced that a democratic country cannot be good, and could not elect a leader who wasn't merely another link in the inherently evil system. As a selling point, controversy helps, but please, don't misinform the public. In the name of commerce. The public is not stupid. As the polls show, a strong majority know the evidence does not support the fantasy that a lone nut shot and killed the President of the United States. Journalists and journals should be our protection against official untruths. But in this unique instance, the media have bought wholesale the lies and distortions passed down from Washington. The Nation and Cockburn trivialize the event of November 22, 1963, by dismissing it as nothing more momentous than an accident. That will not do. As the record shows, Mr. Cockburn, JFK did not trip on Caroline's doll. He was murdered and history changed by parties still unknown. Oliver Stone. Santa Monica, California. Stone's admonition to me not to misinform the public in the name of commerce is matchless effrontery. The film from which he stands to make millions is undoubtedly one of the most willfully error-riddled pieces of historical reconstruction in the history of cinema. Like all demagogues, Stone is now a full-blown megalomaniac given to such sentiments as even when I'm wrong, I'm right. So far as historical scruple goes, Stone makes Cecil B. DeMille look like Broadel. One of the most squalid aspects of the whole affair is that Time Warner plans to distribute documentary materials about the assassination to school children. In tune with the fascist aesthetic of his movie, Stone now mounts the traditional fascist defense. He, like Kennedy, is victim of a gigantic conspiracy. And the media have bought wholesale the lies and distortions passed down from Washington. Passed down by whom? but then whining has been a characteristic of Warren Commission critics. 270 The golden age is in us. Down the years. Ever since the late 1960s they have successfully dominated debate, yet they still pretend that theirs is the persecuted and unpopular posture. I interviewed Liebeler because I think that the Commission's conclusions, particularly in light of the 1978 House inquiry, are a good deal more plausible and soundly based than is commonly supposed. Most conspiracy mongers are either imbeciles or mountebanks, as I discovered when I did several months' research, back in the early 1970s, on the murder of Robert Kennedy. In that case the critics couldn't even be bothered to find out which way RFK was looking when he was shot. Absent this basic information, they invented another gunman in that crowded kitchen alley. What was striking in the wake of the Liebeler interview was readers' outrage that I had presumed to take a Warren Commission lawyer seriously, coupled with attacks labeling me a Stalinist. But the Commission staffers were conscientious people, of widely varied political opinion. They have been steadily libeled down the years, culminating in the oafish abuse by Stone, who espouses the most preposterous theory of all, aside from anything else requiring total suspension of disbelief, seeing as how not one among the several hundreds if not thousands party to this imagined conspiracy has ever surfaced, even on deathbed or in post-mortem testimonial, to admit participating in the mighty plot. Inference: because the credibility of the Warren Commission is low, its critics must be right. This claim is endlessly popular. 70% of the American people now believe there was a conspiracy, the Warren Commission was wrong, etc., etc. According to a 1991 Gallup poll, 81% of Americans believe that the Bible is the inspired Word of God. Only 9% of Americans believe that man has developed over millions of years from less advanced life forms without divine intervention. 47% of Americans believe that God created man in essentially the present form all at one time within the past 10,000 years. April 28 Petrolia. Cats and dogs sense an earthquake's imminence, or so they say. Euclid, orange tomcat, veteran of at least 2 major quakes, snoozed through that golden Saturday morning on my garden step, his mind on mice and dying squeak of captured vole or bird. The wind rustled lightly through the cottonwoods and willows alongside the Mattole, not 60 yards from Euclid's piece. Full nose. Across the river from my house, hanging over the road to Honeydew in far northern California, 6 hours' drive from San Francisco, is a cliff face some 300 feet high, a constantly changing testament to the subterranean upheavals. 1992, earthquake in Petrolia 271. That make this region the most seismically active on the North American continent. In the quiet of night I lie in bed and often hear the rattle of stones tumbling down this cliff as, far below, the North American tectonic plate strains against the Gorda Plate to its north and the Pacific Plate to its west. The region is Elysium to geologists. This summer we'll see 2,000 friends of the Pleistocene swarming over the coastal range, chipping away with their hammers. Back at the start of March there'd been a shake. I was up in Oregon at the time and got back to find that the tremor had shoved the sewage pipes up a few inches and thrown the water out of the lavatories, a well-known portent of Satan's arrival if you believe the infernal guidebooks. I reckon then that the earthquake account for 1992 had, so to speak, been settled, and that Petrolia was in the clear for a year or so. It rained for a few days after that shake. Dirt and trees slipped down the cliff face, and all day long our remote valley echoed with the crunch and grind of bulldozers and their cautionary whistles as they backed up to take another bite out of the shale at the foot of the cliff. I began to take daily photographs to see, at the end of the month, how much had moved, without one noticing. Time's footfall can be so stealthy. A tree, already sprawled at an angle on the cliff face, dropping a couple of feet, a tail of scree starting higher on the hill. A few years ago some artists began rephotographing the western vistas taken by Jackson and other pioneers who had lugged their 8x10s over the mountain ranges a century earlier. The artists worked out a complicated formula to get their own cameras and tripods in exactly the same positions as the ones adopted by their predecessors. I used to gaze at the old and the new vista side by side. Often they seemed exactly the same until, somewhere in the new frame, I would realize that a rock had rolled a few feet or yards, a tree was missing, a scarp subtly altered in contour, and there was the sense of some immensely leisured, tranquil calibration of infinity. No stone rolled down the cliff that Saturday morning, and I left Euclid snoozing on the old redwood step about 10:50 a.m. and headed off over the bridge to Lighthouse Road, which runs along for 2 or 3 miles south of the river, through to the mouth of the Mattole and the northern tip of the King Range. I stopped off at Jim Groeling's place, a fine barn he's fixed up, to discuss some architectural drawings with him. We looked at his stone fireplace, cracked horizontally about 6 feet off the ground from the March quake, and moved over to a drafting table. The first spasm seemed like a pistol crack but was perhaps a board or beam snapping, or just the urgent creak of wood under extreme pressure. There was a pause, and I saw Jim looking at his fireplace. Then it came again, and the barn shook like a dice box. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. It didn't stop. We jumped for the door. It stuck for a moment and then we were outside. "For shit," said Jim, "for I only just took out earthquake insurance. There's a limbo period before the policy cranks in. 272 The golden age is in us." We took a step back toward the house and the ground shook again, strongly. Later a radio interviewer from KQED asked me if I'd been frightened and I said, truthfully, no, adding that maybe I was just too slow and stupid. I've been in hurricanes on the Florida Keys and there's plenty of time to flirt around with fear. The radio keeps telling you that the eye of the hurricane is here or there, getting nearer anyway, and you try to figure whether to leave the windows open, a crack or tape them, and you remember that the highest point of Key West is only 16 feet above sea level and how the great hurricane of 1936 caught a train halfway up the Keys filled with refugees from Key West, drowned them all, and you can get nervous. The earthquake is nowhere, everywhere, gone. Later people spend hours reconstructing that brutal transition from the nowhere to the everywhere, when nature can destroy you. Jim and I walked back through his house. The windows were sound, the fireplace worse. His shop was a mess. But nothing of what we could see in the landscape around us spoke of serious damage. It was like Bruegel's painting of the fall of Icarus, about which Auden wrote his great poem about suffering and the old masters. Only we couldn't perceive that bit of the panorama in which Bruegel had shown Icarus drowning. We couldn't sense that a few hundred feet above us up the ridge, David Simpson and Jane Lapiner's house had shaken apart, that rocks had thundered down the cliff face opposite my house, that a mile to the north at the precise moment that I was spreading out the blueprints on the hood of my car to continue our conversation, an overturned coffee machine in the Petrolia store had already started a blaze that would finish off the store and the adjoining post office in about 45 minutes. Gabby Cohen came bowling down Jim's driveway in a truck. A boiler had fallen over, they couldn't close off the water. Did I think that maybe under my house the gas line from the propane tank had fractured, that gas was accumulating, that the pilot light was on? I thought of no such possibility. Driving to the bridge, back toward my house, I saw a black plume of smoke. This was the first time I felt a stab of personal anxiety. Was it my place? The road twisted and turned. I got my bearings and realized it was farther north and west, probably in the town itself. It concentrates the mind when you find yourself approaching a final few yards round a bend, up a driveway, not knowing whether your house is up or down. Mine was up. The windows were whole. The redwood garden step was empty. I remembered my father describing to me what happened after a German V-2 rocket had hit our house in St. John's Wood in London during the Second World War. My mother and I were evacuees in Cumberland, a few hundred miles north. My father was out. The cat was in sole occupancy. The rocket destroyed the house and blew the cat's fur off. Returning home from work, my father met the poor creature, who fled at his approach. Who to blame for the explosion? In the cat's mind there was only one candidate. As the Gnostics. 1992, Shocks and Aftershocks 273. Feared, God had turned out to be on the wrong side. Bomb blast does famously strange things. My mother used to lament the heavy marble table blown to powder by the V2. Yet till the day she died she put the tea tray down on a lighter table that had survived next to the heavy one that hadn't. The quake had been similarly sportive. I have 75-pound lead weights on my stereo speakers. They had been tossed 4 feet away. A glass pitcher on a wooden divider had moved 5 inches. Nature had been absent-mindedly destructive, sparing a glass bowl, breaking a clay pot from New Mexico, kicking over a hurricane lamp, above all leaving the house up on its blocks which, a year before, had been underpinned with bell-shaped concrete. Piers sunk in the earth, strengthened with rebar and crowned with metal ties. Holding the house down. In 1989 the Loma Prieta quake had a force of 7.1. This new one was rated at 7.0. Memories of that earlier quake lay on the floor as I walked through the house, porcelain survivors of 1989 done in by 1992, along with 2 cups I had bought in Cork on the eve of my mother's death and of Loma Prieta, smashed in a final appointment in Samara. Every now and again the house would shudder in an aftershock. I drove into town. At the bottom of the Black Plume was the Petrolia store. Now almost gone, with picture book red flames licking its remains against the backdrop of the coastal hills and a foreground frame of eucalyptus. The firehouse, a few yards to the right, was intact, its crew away at a firefighting clinic in Guerneville, a couple of volunteers squirting water in the direction of the store. Later the person from KQED asked me to describe the town of Petrolia. I said there were a few houses, a school, a church, a community center, and the store. The focal point was the store, now volatilized by Fahrenheit 451 on upward. No gas, no milk, no friendly chats with Cynthia, Renee, Trish. Renee walked by, pale and shaken. A woman in a Camaro pulled up. She'd been driving over the Wildcat, the route from Ferndale 40 miles north over the mountains, and the quake had blown her off the road. There were rock slides everywhere. I had to leave later that day and asked if the road was drivable. People do what they always do in disasters. Silent staring, action. Updates, hash and rehash of the moment when. Talk as stipend, comfort and anesthetic. I took some photographs of the dying store and the living firehouse. Beside it, back at my house, I finally remembered to turn off the gas. I drove along the north side of the Mattole, up toward Conklin Creek to see if Dan Weaver was okay. I knew his wife, Tally Wren, was away in Garberville. The road was very bad and I had to get out of the '67 Chrysler 300 to clear rocks. Nature, aside from the mess in the road, seemed only slightly askew. It would take a hard rain to reveal what toll had been taken in terms of weakened banks, loosened trees, masses of earth or stone kept back by only a root or snag. Dan, who had stood in the kitchen through the quake holding the doors of his glass cabinet shut, said the dogs had taken it badly but the horses had danced. 274 The golden age is in us. On the hearth lay a big undamaged crucifix from Mexico amid the fragments of a glass candlestick. An hour later Tally came walking up the driveway. She'd been trying on a bra in changes in Garberville and had run out in the street with her shirt open. The road back hadn't been a problem. I cleaned up, talked to my neighbor Carlos Bainey man, who also has a house in Ferndale. He described the mess over there, and how the best of the West horse parade had ended 10 minutes before the quake hit. A woman had fallen off her horse and broken her pelvis, the worst casualty. Then at 7 p.m. I set off on the drive to San Francisco. The earthquake finally registered on my nervous system. 15 miles south of Garberville my eyes began to close and I pulled over and slept for half an hour. I had to take 2 more roadside breaks and got into the city at 2 in the morning, taking off for Texas at dawn. April 29, Houston. Tally calls from my house. There'd been another quake at 4 a.m., a 6.5 shock. My place was okay. David and Jane's house was definitely gone and they were in their new barn, cynosure of the Matole, originally intended for horses below and dancers above. Emergency crews and supplies were flooding into Petrolia, but there weren't too many customers. Tally had told them there were plenty of homeless people in Eureka, an hour and a half to the north. My plaster of Paris plaque of Robespierre had smashed in the 1989 quake, thrown from the wall of my sitting room in the Adobe Motel. I almost asked Tally to check whether the other plaque, of Saint Just, was still safe in the garage. But let it go. She said there was no sign of Euclid. April 30, Houston. I face an audience at the University of Houston, talking about the LA riots and the election. I described the grinding of the tectonic plates up in Humboldt County. When the pressure gets too great, you get a quake. The audience listen with interest. Petrolia has been on the news. I draw a parallel between the grinding plates and the grinding, unresolved pressures underlying this election year. Reduced to simile, nature is safely on its chain again. May 24, Los Angeles. In a month or so, when the camera crews have left South Central and Pico Union and weeds begin to poke their way up through the asphalt in the 1992, a gang plan for South Central LA 275 burned out lots along Crenshaw, Vermont and Western, it will be easy enough to see who was just talking and who had a genuine plan. The only plan that breathes the concrete expectations and desires of people in South Central is one issued under the name of the Bloods and Crips. It's a coherent outline of community needs, with a price tag of $3.7 billion over and above existing appropriations. Excerpts. Blood/Crips proposal for LA's facelift: every burned and abandoned structure shall be gutted. The city will purchase the property and build a community center. If the structure is on a corner lot or is a vacant lot, the city will build a career counseling center or a recreation center, respectively. All pavements/sidewalks in Los Angeles are in dire need of resurfacing. Our organization will assist the city in the identification of all areas of concern. All lighting will be increased in all neighborhoods. Additionally, lighting of city streets, neighborhood blocks, and alleyways will be amended. We want a well-lit neighborhood. All alleys shall be painted white or yellow. All trees will be properly trimmed and maintained. We want all weeded/shrubbed areas to be cleaned up and properly nurtured. New trees will be planted to increase the beauty of our neighborhoods. A special task force shall be assigned to focus on the cleanup of all vacant lots and trashed areas throughout the deprived areas. Proper pest control methods shall be implemented by the city to reduce the chances of rodent scattering. The city will declare a neighborhood cleanup week wherein all residents will be responsible for their block. A block captain will be assigned to ensure cooperation. Continue with an education plan that, besides demanding rehabbing and resupply of schools, a new minimum salary of $30,000 for teachers and re-elections for the school board, reflects the concerns, and even more frivolous desires, of people who want to learn in dignity. Blood/Crips educational proposal: all schools shall have new landscaping and more plants and trees around the schools, Completely upgrade the bathrooms, making them more modern. Provide a bathroom monitor to each bathroom which will provide freshen up toiletries at a minimum cost to the students. A provision for accelerated educational learning programs shall be implemented for the entire Los Angeles Unified School District 276. The golden age is in us. Provide aggressive teaching methods and provide a curriculum similar to non-economically deprived areas. Tutoring for all subjects will be mandatory for all students with sub-level grades. In these after-school tutorial programs, those students whose grades are up to PAR will receive federally funded bonus bonds which will be applied to their continued education upon graduation from high school. They will also receive bonus bonds for extra-scholastic work towards their fellow students. High achievers in these areas shall be granted a free trip to another country for educational exchange. The laws will provide up-to-date books to the neglected areas and enough books to ensure that no student has to share a book with another. Laws will remove all teachers not planning to further their education along with teachers who have not proven to have a passionate concern for the students. All teachers shall be given a standard competency test to verify they are up to date with subjects and modern teaching methods. Psychological testing will also be required for all teachers and educational administrators, including the Los Angeles School Board, every 4 years. All curriculums shall focus on the basics in high school requirements, inundated with advanced sciences and additional applied math, English and writing skills. Busing shall become non-existent in our communities if all of the above demands are met. As part of their human welfare plan, the gangs propose 3 new hospitals, 40 healthcare centers, and dental clinics within 10 miles of each community, as well as the reconstruction of city parks, and then deal with the topic on which the quackery of the haves has exceeded all bounds. Blood/Crips human welfare proposal. We demand that welfare be completely removed from our community and these welfare programs be replaced by state work and product manufacturing plants that provide the city with certain supplies. State monies shall only be provided for invalids and the elderly. The state of California shall provide a child welfare building to serve as daycare centers for single parents. Give us the hammer and the nails. We will rebuild the city. 1992, Eco Summit in Rio 277. June 3, Topanga. Susanna Hecht and I do a piece on the Eco Summit. As Rio de Janeiro prepares for the Earth Summit by paving the road to the airport and placing in detention the abandoned children regularly preyed upon by death squads, the inhabitants of a city mangled by a disintegrating national economy braced themselves for the windfall of some 30,000 visitors. For some of these transients, international bureaucrats, environmentalists, representatives of citizens' movements, Rio is the final milestone in a protracted itinerary of preparatory conferences, interim mini-summits, and drafting sessions that sent them in costly caravans from Paris to New York to Caracas to Nairobi. But as they all came once again to earth in Rio, most of them knew that here is not a summit that in any meaningful construction of the word will settle the world's environmental and developmental agenda. Rio's origins go back 20 years, to a world still ripe with optimism about third world development. The participants of that conference in Stockholm still saw only promise in the Green Revolution, whose dark side, social inequality, genetic erosion, environmental damage, had yet to be widely displayed. With growth rates of 8% a year, countries such as Brazil seem to have soundly embarked upon takeoff. The agenda in that 1972 Stockholm Conference was profoundly influenced by a sharp re-emergence of Malthusian thought in the developed world, as represented by Paul Ehrlich's The Population Bomb and Garrett Hardin's The Tragedy of the Commons, both appearing toward the end of the 1960s. Both blamed population increase for environmental degradation, and thus fed the fears of the haves that the gains of post-war development would be drowned in a flood tide of humans in that familiar guise, the infinitely fertile and pullulating have-nots. Ehrlich's Malthusian premises were swiftly condoned by the Club of Rome, with its limits to growth, which coupled anxieties about population growth to a critique of industrial development, stressing that pollution, along with food shortages, was another global constraint. This technical modeling exercise left its readers with the omen of world populations pressed against limited resources, while generating ever-increasing amounts of poison. Population and pollution controls and the expansion of capitalist property were the sole means of avoiding doom. The Third World national delegations congregating in Rio have a mean very different from the spirited profile apparent in the mid-1970s, when the calls for a new international economic order were at their zenith. Amid collapsing economies, stratospheric debt, and stringent austerity programs imposed by the International Monetary Fund, these delegations have been brought to heel. 278 The Golden Age is in us. Simultaneously, their very standing as sovereign states has been increasingly compromised in the eyes of their own civil societies, which see them as predatory and corrupt domestically and, internationally, as servile executors of the First World's economic agenda. The Earth Summit's host country, Brazil, is testimonial to these developments. Hopping to the tune of international donors, such states have become less the providers of benefits than enforcers of stabilization and structural adjustment reforms. This has been accompanied by a fierce ideological attack, with neoliberal and monetarist reformers blaming the erratic performance of third world economies on statist interventions that have distorted the free functioning of markets. Nowhere can reliance on the market be seen so clearly this year as in the World Bank's World Development Report, which focuses on the environment and was compiled under the authority of Lawrence Summers, the bank's chief economist and vice president. The premises of the document ignore a generation's worth of work on environmental issues. The value of the environment as a good is placed effectively at zero, so its destruction has no cost and no negative implications for current or future production. The World Bank views environmental problems as the outcome of the 3 Ps: population, pricing problems, and property rights. Hence, the solutions offered pivot on the reduction of population by putting women to work, the elimination of pricing distortion by creating tradable pollution permits, and the emanation of common property. Familiar patterns of Malthusian thinking are harnessed to data-free analysis, since in Brazil the highest levels of deforestation occur in areas held as private property. In countries such as Malaysia, traditions of commonly held property kept forests intact, until these were replaced by impeccably private logging concessions. Lunatic assumptions flit across the report's intellectual horizon. Soil depletion is the consequence of a lack of development. The market in pollution rights will proceed smoothly, beyond politics or the exercise of bribery. But if the third world states have ceded most initiative to first world institutions, their frailty has also made possible more positive perspectives for political action. Weakened, corrupt, delegitimized, their impotence has opened up considerable room for the elaboration of new civil-state relations. This terrain has increasingly come to be occupied by civic associations pressing demands on the state through the politics of claims or seeking to find solutions to collective problems without the intervention of the state. It is here that the origins of an alternative Rio lie, and why there is such suspicion about state-to-state agreements when the state is seen as either irrelevant or pernicious. 1992, The Semantics of Suffrage 279. The structure of environmental debates and proposed solutions to the environmental crises of the tropical world are skewed in an ideological construct of conservation and development that is largely removed from the historical and economic realities of most of the Third World. In response to this, and to the declining living conditions of many of the poor, national, political and social movements have increasingly moved into the sphere of political ecology, where the hope is to redefine the environmental agenda in Terms that address more fundamental questions of resource distribution and access, political rights and processes, also to consider larger philosophical issues regarding the nature of property, the nature of nature, and technical and development alternatives. Environmental issues are but one component in a broader range of activities, and the central focus is on social justice. While there is an argument to be made about the value of indigenous knowledge and management of tropical resources, the environmental dimensions of these concerns have largely been appropriated by mainstream environmental movements, while international attention to the legitimacy of pressing claims for social justice has been scant. June 6, Petrolia. Geoffrey de St. Croix once explained to my brother Andrew the semantic trend of the Latin word suffragium. In the Roman Republic it meant a vote. In the Roman Empire it meant a favor and, as things went steadily downhill, ended up meaning simply a bribe. Just as suffragium's career reflected the increasing weight of money in the Roman political system, so Parrot's initial announcement told us everything we need to know. He would, Parrot proclaimed, spend for all the money it takes. June 15, Ardmore, Co. Waterford. One reflection of the Lloyd's insurance crisis is the fact that no less than a third of 1 million acres of prime Scottish sporting land is now up for sale, with many of the vendors being Lloyd's names trying to dispose of their grouse moors, deer forests, salmon rivers, and kindred expositions of the good life. Lord Kimball, for example, a Lloyd's Council member, is offering for £7 million the 47,650 acres of his Altnahara estate in the far north of Scotland. Not all such sales are Lloyd's connected. Some merely reflect the outfall of the go-go years. The island of Gaia, in the archipelago west of Glasgow, is being sold for some $8 million by the Swiss bank Interallianz, which repossessed it after the 280 The Golden Age is in us. Collapse of Malcolm Potter's property empire. The former Olympic bobsledder Keith Schellenberg is selling the island of Ike after protracted legal unpleasantness with his former wife, Margaret de Hauteville Hamilton. There can be few places in the world where feudal property rights hold more uninhibited sway than in these vast Scottish estates, whose clearances in the 18th century and substitution of sheep for peasants were so memorably recorded by Marx. When Queen Victoria and Prince Albert set the fashion for Scottish sporting holidays, the sheep were in their turn disposed of, in favour of deer, whose function was to give pleasure to these new Actaeons, resplendent in their freshly invented tartans and kindred antique drapery. Professor Hugh Leitis of the University of Wisconsin, a botanist, claimed to me recently that, ironically, these big Scottish landowners had been among the great preservers of biodiversity. Such a view is not shared by Drennan Watson, an environmental land use consultant, who says, for the Highlands have been devastated. Forestation, for example, is not about wall-to-wall Sitka spruce. Few examples of naturally diverse forest are now left. And huge deer populations mean that once the ecosystem is ruined, they'll be the only bloody thing left to shoot. June 16, Topanga. Dear Alexander Cockburn, re Jerry Brown's flat tax proposal, which you've been attacked for supporting. Congressional Budget Office statistics show that the poorest 20% pay 8.7% of their income in taxes. The flat tax would require them to pay 13%. However, people from this population group normally rent their homes, which under the flat tax would be a tax deduction. In Los Angeles, people at that income level pay about 60% of their income for rent. This would make their actual flat tax rate 5.2%. The quick assumption that corporations would automatically pass on the VAT to the consumer is likely in the short run. However, in the absence of income taxes and in the presence of at least some competition, prices would drop back down to some degree. Let's assume a 6.5% rise in prices caused by a VAT. The 5.2% tax would increase to 11.7%. Finally, Let's analyze the expenditures of the poorest 20%. Most of their money is spent on rent. Assuming that rent would not be subject to VAT, the tax would decrease to 7.8%. This is a lower rate than any in the present system. Although my assumptions are no less valid than Doug Henwood's, R. 1992, Merits of a Flat Tax 281. Conclusions are much different. Conclusions are only as good as the assumptions used to reach them. So why beat up an idea in its embryonic stages? Can anyone really defend the current tax system? Mark Howman. Aliso Viejo, California. Many on the left do. Bob Pollin and I continue to defend Brown and a Pollin-drafted version of his flat tax proposal. Brown was alone in taking the left seriously as a constituency and advancing ideas congenial to it. He has denounced the dictatorship of the money/incumbency party. He has argued for union rights and insisted that the LA riots be seen in an economic context, pointing out the effects that globalization and downward wage pressure have had on working-class life. True, as we openly recognized in the Wall Street Journal, the plan as initially drawn up fails on progressivity grounds. Brown himself has acknowledged this many times in public appearances. But as we also showed, it could be fixed through simple measures. Indeed, part of the beauty of Brown's plan was that through simplicity, one could achieve the desired ends without having to get lost in the labyrinth of loopholes. This became increasingly clear in Pollin's work on revising Brown's plan with Max Sawicki of the Economic Policy Institute. Consider only one such loophole, perhaps the most popular of all, the tax deductibility of mortgage interest on owner-occupied homes. This is almost universally embraced as necessary to promote home ownership and stable middle-class living standards. In fact, it is a vast subsidy for the rich. A 1991 study in the National Tax Journal by James Follian and David Ling found that the total federal revenues lost through the mortgage interest deduction on owner-occupied housing amounted to $81.1 billion in 1988. Neither the homeless, renters or even homeowners who do not itemize their tax deductions receive a penny of this subsidy, whose magnitude far exceeds all other federal housing programs combined. Among the homeowners who do itemize, the housing deduction is equivalent to an average subsidy of $6,680 for households with incomes over $100,000 but only $444 for households with incomes between $15,000 and $30,000. The reason is simple: the higher your tax bracket and the more you spend on housing, the greater your tax savings. But again, what politicians would be willing to have themselves photographed handing a $6,680 check to a Beverly Hills movie producer to finance a new jacuzzi while 2 million Americans live in streets, parks, alleys, and subway stations? If the mortgage interest subsidy were cut by only half, this alone could finance all the Conference of Mayors proposals and leave $6 billion to spare. Thus, an obvious revision that Pollin and Sawicki proposed on Brown's initial plan, which was consistent with the spirit of the initial proposal and to which 282 the golden age is in us, Brown immediately agreed, was to cap the mortgage deduction at $15,000 per household. It is crucial to keep in mind that the goal of left economic policy is progressive outcomes, not merely progressive taxation. Tax policy is just a means to progressive ends. Indeed, if the choice is between, on the one hand, a mildly progressive tax and pure market-supported expenditures and, on the other, a proportional tax, where tax revenues go for spending on a genuinely left agenda that changes life opportunities for the majority, child care, public schools, infrastructure, national health, and full employment, the choice should be clear. The aim of left policy should not be merely to protect a few handouts for the poor but to eliminate poverty, and to increase working class Living Standards. June 17 Petrolia. One of my favorite examples of the British aristocracy's sometimes narrow focus on land use and agricultural practice comes in the chapter on partridge. In Shooting, by Lord Walsingham and Sir Ralph Payne. Galway, published in 1889 in the Badminton Library of Sports and Pastimes, edited by the Duke of Beaufort. Another agricultural change has been the substitution of the scythe, and still later of the mowing machine, for the old-fashioned sickle. In the days of reaped stubbless, which were habitually left long, uneven, and not unfrequently weedy, birds could be approached, not only during the first half of the day, but equally well at a later hour when they had retired to their feeding grounds, the stubbless affording sufficient cover to hide them and to prevent them from noticing the approach of sportsmen. This is now no longer the case. No stubble in these days is high enough to prevent birds from seeing men and dogs the moment they enter the field, and where the birds are at all wild they will not allow themselves to be approached. So much for the combine harvester. They have some interesting records of the slaughters achieved by the time this book was published. The largest bag of grouse ever made in a day by one shooter was on the Blubberhouse Moor in 1872 when, on August 27, Lord Walsingham, one of the authors, killed 842 birds. In 1876 the Maharaja Dilap Singh personally shot 2,530 partridges across 9 days on his estate of Elvedon in Suffolk. All this rather pales before what happened at Chantilly, outside Paris, on October 7 and 8, 1785, when the two Princes de Conde and the Prince de Conti, with 12 other guns, killed 2,580 partridges, 1,593 hares, 24 rabbits, 12 pheasants, 2 fieldfares and 2 larks. One of the Princes de Conde thought he was going to. 1992, Euclid returns 283. Be reincarnated as a horse, which is why today Chantilly boasts one of the most grandiose stables in the world. Susanna and I visited them, and a tiny circus featured a woman perched on a horse went round the ring to Wagner's Valkyrie music. Maddening. Susanna had to hold me back. June 25 Petrolia. Euclid returns. He no longer believes in me. I try to reconcile. He eats voraciously. July 8 Petrolia. From Adorno. Les adieux, to be lastingly apart and to hold love fast has become unthinkable. For parting, fountain of all words, but it has run dry, and nothing comes out. Except bye, or ta-ta. Airmail and courier delivery substitute logistical problems for the anxious wait for the letter, even where the absent partner has not jettisoned anything not palpable to hand as ballast. Airline directors can hold jubilee speeches on how much uncertainty and sorrow people are thereby spared. But the liquidation of parting is a matter of life and death to the traditional notion of humanity. Who could still love if the moment is excluded? When the other, corporeal being is perceived as an image compressing the whole continuity of life as into a heavy fruit. What would hope be without distance? Humanity was the awareness of the presence of that not present, which evaporates in a condition which accords all things not present the palpable semblance of presence and immediacy, and hence had only scorn for what finds no enjoyment in such simulation. Yet to insist on parting's inner possibility in face of its pragmatic impossibility would be a he, for the inward does not unfold within itself but only in relation to the objective, and to make inward a collapsed outwardness does violence to the inward itself, which is left to sustain itself as if on its own flame. The restoration of gestures would follow the example of the professor of German literature who, on Christmas Eve, held his sleeping children for a moment before the shining tree to cause a déjà vu and steep them in myth. A humanity come of age will have to transcend its own concept of the emphatically human, positively. Otherwise its absolute negation, the inhuman, will carry off victory. 284 The Golden Age is in us. July 9 Petrolia. For the third time Andy Kopkind and I do our quadrennial State of the Democrats piece. The electoral system in America is now being convulsed by the broadest, fiercest voter insurgency in perhaps 140 years, and the left is watching from the sidelines. But the reality thus far is bleak. The two formerly major parties are a shambles, institutions of government and the press despised, political author ity disdained, and every measure of popular anger overflowing. And yet those who have long expected this transformative moment to come, have organized and struggled for its arrival, are if they are realistic confronted primarily by their own irrelevance to this historic hour. The social culture that has congealed around Clinton, the first such afflux to a Democratic presidential candidate in 3 decades, excludes the diversity that an expanded Democratic electorate would present. The contours of the Clinton culture are generational and ideological, and its purposes are both the advancement of careers and the confirmation of identities. In the think tanks, research institutions, nonprofit foundations, campus towers and editorial offices that house the neoliberal cavalry of the Democratic Party, there are people at the apex of their careers who have been waiting 12 years for access to executive power. The thrust of the Clinton culture was perfectly expressed by one of Clinton's Washington acolytes, "For it's our turn." It's difficult to convey the feel of the Clinton culture. Like the Kennedy culture 30 years ago, it is a stir-fry of blatant self-promotion, unexamined idealism, cynical sophistication, suspect intellectual certainty and an arrogant race and class snobbery that can be oppressive to those without the necessary credentials. It comes on as hip and liberal, but it panders to the right and abhors any person or movement to its left. It is suffused with a gestural sentimentality about racial harmony, but its commitment is to white privilege. Its adherents protested the Vietnam War, if they were old enough, but they hold no internationalist values and, like Clinton, are ever willing to sacrifice principle to political viability within the system. The salient feature of the political year so far is the spectacular deconstruction of the two parties. The coalition of white ethnics, middle and high suburbanites, God-fearing reborns, neoconservatives and stalwart country club Republicans that Reagan led into the White House has come unstuck in the late years of Bush. David Duke and Pat Buchanan dislodged part of the package, and various Democrats, Paul Tsongas, Jerry Brown, and Clinton himself were able to co-opt elements during the primaries. The result is that Bush has an unsure base. It should also be stressed that the Republican Party is still an immensely powerful institution, part of the glue holding together most of the significant of the world's ruling class. 1992, Idle Passion denounced 285. The Democratic Party is in a far more advanced stage of decay. Only Jerry Brown tried to speak to the interests and further the agendas of the party's basic constituencies. It was he, not Clinton, who was most able to expand the Democratic base. His support in the Michigan primary, where his final arc of success began, was among white workers who had voted for Reagan and Bush. It was the same in Connecticut. July 20 Petrolia. Dear Alexander Cockburn, although your book on chess is now 17 years old, I thought you would be interested in reading the controversy it rekindled on the Link computer network, which is frequented by serious chess players. Attached is a printout, showing how fondly they recall your book. I am sending you the computer messages for your enjoyment. But if you care to fashion a response, I would be happy to post it on the Link computer network. As a reporter and chess player, I thought the book was a delightful tweak at the game and its personalities. By the way, out here in Northern California you are better known as the roving columnist for the Anderson Valley Advertiser. Best regards, Blaze W. Rose Santa Rosa. The following notice was posted by Exeter on June 07, 9:50 p.m. Next, Does anyone have a review/thoughts/comments on Idle Passion, Chess and the Dance of Death by Alexander Cockburn? The following notice was posted by Jason on June 08, 6:45 p.m. Idle Passion. I remember thinking that the book was a piece of garbage. I borrowed a copy from the library. I refused to buy the book on principle. The author hated chess and chess players. I remember that a reviewer in Chess Life ripped the book to shreds. It seems that the author's dislike for chess began when his father taught him how to play and then beat him. I recall the author saying that this game, played when he was a child, was the only game of chess he ever played. For some reason, he thought this qualified him to write a book about chess. The following notice was posted by Doug on June 08, 6:51 p.m. I came to the conclusion that Cockburn's unwarranted dislike. 286 The Golden Age is in us. The following notice was posted by Bursky on June 11, 6:39 p.m. Cockburn's sick book. Jason has hit the nail on the head regarding Cockburn's Idle Passion. It is a potboiler of no value designed to exploit the interest in chess generated by Fisher. The reviewer who tore it to shreds in Chess Life was the editor of that estimable magazine at the time, Bert Hochberg. The following notice was posted by HWR on June 11, 6:57 p.m. Cockburn book. Is there a hardy soul out there who would like to do a responsible review of this book? I do not have it and could not get to it for a while even if I did. Responsible does not mean you have to like the book. It just means reasonably even-handed. If you still hate it, say la vie. Here's Bert Hochberg's account of a daytime TV debate with Cockburn. During the program, the two women interviewers, both ignorant of chess, persistently questioned Mr. Cockburn about the sexual peculiarities of chess players, displaying precisely the prurient curiosity his book was intended to arouse in the layperson. The two ladies pointedly asked me whether I was a homosexual, while they pointedly avoided asking Mr. Cockburn to announce his sexual orientation. Since he is not a chess player and is therefore presumed to be normal, the question apparently did not need to be asked. The following notice was posted by HWR on June 13, 7:48 a.m. Review of Idle Passion. Per my request for someone interested in doing a review about Cockburn's Idle Passion, I have received a generous offer from David Burris to do it. The review should be even more insightful inasmuch as Mr. Burris has some training which may help in shedding some light on the quasi-psychological aspects of the book. A previous posting inquired why waste time on it. I think the reason is because the book targets our game/science/art and apparently comes up with some damning, even if unfounded, conclusions. August 2nd, Petrolia. I've been wrestling with this damned piece on lips. My heart just isn't in it. Chris Crom sent me a little memo plus some odd stuff in Ernst Chris's essay on the sculptor Messerschmitt, who went mad in the 18th century. 1992, on lips 287. Alex. Here are some recent articles in the media that talk about the new big lip aesthetic. Lynn Normant, they took our music, now they're taking our lips. As beauty standards change, some white women are seeking large, voluptuous lips with injections and cosmetics. Ebony, April 1991. Reverse liposuction, The Economist, January 21, 1989. Lip lifts, is bigger better? Vogue, September 1989. And a couple of articles in Health, February 1991. I'll go look for the Hollander book as soon as I fax this. Finally, a chance to put my art history degree to work. Here's Ernst Chris on Messerschmitt's busts of demons. It is indeed highly plausible that we are here confronted with an image of the demon in his role as persecutor and seducer. In these busts, as in the others, the lips are the center on which attention is focused. However, they are not only pressed together as they are on the other busts, they are pulled out and elongated in a protruding and pointed shape as if they were made out of dough. A phallic impression, a general sense of activity and directedness, is thus evolved. This activity, we may venture to assume, is attributed through projection to the demons as persecutors. But on closer inspection, a second and more convincing interpretation is suggested by the very appearance of the busts and by the content of the delusion, at least if we try to supplement by general clinical experience the information conveyed by Nicolai. What on one level may impress us as activity is on another a breakthrough of the passive feminine fantasy, which the tightly closed lips of Messerschmitt's other busts seem to have warded off. We gain the conviction that what the busts represent can be conceived of as direct illustration of fellatio, to which the demons invite Messerschmitt and which they force upon him. A glance at the rectangle of the neck in the frontal view confirms the impression that the features of the human head have been distorted or stretched in order to combine or include both male and female sexual organs. And then there's John Berger on Rodin. Judith Cladle, his devoted biographer, describes Rodin working and making notes from the model. He leaned closer to the recumbent figure, and fearing lest the sound of his voice might disturb its loveliness, he whispered, "Hold your mouth as though you were playing the flute." Again. Again. 288 The Golden Age is in us. August 8 Houston. There was a march the Sunday before the convention from the 4th Ward to River Oaks, which is about as drastic a transition from shack to mansion as can be made anywhere in the United States. The 4th Ward, tucked in at the edge of downtown, is the old freed town, where former slaves moved after the Civil War. The neighborhood reminded me of Key West in the 1970s, before the real estate boom hit, scruffy and intimate, with wooden homes clustered along narrow streets and lanes. Hurricane Andrew could have chewed it up in a couple of minutes. Houston started with cotton and slavery. Cotton money lured the railroads, the banks, and the lawyers, establishing the infrastructure that gave Houston its edge over other Gulf cities as regional HQ of the oil industry, whose capital is still New York. Here grew up Jim Baker, grandson of the man who founded the mighty Houston law firm of Baker and Botts. Thither, on his way to Odessa, came Captain Bushy, actually a recently demobilized lieutenant, with agreeable credentials from the Rockefeller interests in New York for whom his father, Senator Prescott Bush, sedately labored. The downtown interests hate the 4th Ward and yearn to relocate its 7,000 African American inhabitants somewhere else, far far away. The precedent for such ethnic cleansing came in the 5th Ward, which used to be a vigorous black community until it was crucified by asphalt in the 1980s, with Interstate 10 and US 59 scything through the 40,000-person neighborhood. August 17 Houston. 5 miles south of River Oaks sits the Astrodome, rising like a tumor from the vast asphalt parking lot. Adjacent to it rises the lesser tumor of the Astro Hall, temporary home to the 4th Estate. To get from the latter to the former you have to go through a stringent security check. Dan Quayle was certainly well guarded. I counted a retinue of 17 cars, plus 6 Outrider HPD motor cops plus ambulance, to take him from the Astro Hall to the north entrance of the Astrodome, a distance of maybe 400 yards. The fact that most of the press stayed in front of TV sets in the Astro Hall contributed to the usual misperceptions of the convention among the national audience. By midweek friends across the country were calling to ask me in hushed tones what it was for like in there, expecting me to describe something akin to the rallies in Nuremberg. I stood under the podium while Pat Buchanan addressed the hall. In the first part of his speech the applause lines got their reward, but by the end, the racist coda about the lads from the 18th Cavalry fighting off the rioters on behalf of the old folk in the retirement home, which turned out to be fake. Buchanan. 1992, Christians in Houston 289. Had lost his audience. The applause was tepid, though the TV screens showed Buchanan banners lofted amid the hoarse roars of the Beast Unchained. August 21, Houston. The Christians saved the convention from being a complete flop. Inside the Astrodome, Pat Robertson's Christian Coalition dominated the platform debate, stayed late, captured the ground and dug in for 1996. These Christians, at least the ones I encountered on the convention floor, seemed different, less feisty, than the old right-wing populists of the 1970s, brandishing their duck paper tracts and denouncing Bush, then Reagan's rival, as the agent of Bilderberg, the Trilateral Commission and, behind it all, the Rockefellers. The Republican fantasy of self-help and individualism is indestructible. Hour after tedious hour they hurled their curses at big government, eyed from the distinguished visitors section by millionaire Houstonians whose environment is one mighty testament to the therapeutic power of the federal dollar, the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center, the Texas Medical Center, the Port of Houston, the Metro Authority, all of them plump with government handouts. They hurled their curses, and cheered dutifully when Captain Bushy gave a terrible speech. The balloons popped and then the lights went down. Next day, the Dow fell 50.79 points and the dollar dropped through the floor. Wall Street had read Captain Bushy's lips and didn't like what it saw. He'll have to kill Saddam with his bare hands, and even then the Republicans most likely will lose. September 1st Petrolia missed the deadline for lips. Shelley is furious. I just couldn't do it, which is unusual. September 3rd Petrolia. Chomsky went to the dentist, who made his inspection and observed the patient was grinding his teeth. Consultation with Mrs. Chomsky disclosed that teeth grinding was not taking place during the hours of sleep. When else? They narrowed it down quickly enough to the period each morning when Chomsky was reading the New York Times, unconsciously gnashing his molars at every page. 290 The golden age is in us. I asked Chomsky why, with the evidence and experience of a lifetime, he kept hoping against hope that the corporate press, particularly the New York Times, was going to get it right. Reality should long since have conditioned him to keep his jaw muscles relaxed. Chomsky sighed, as if in anticipation of all the stupid perversions of truth he was condemned to keep reading for the rest of his life. Jolted each morning into furious bouts of grinding. People will go to a talk by Chomsky partly just to reassure themselves that they haven't gone mad, that they are right when they disbelieve what they read in the papers or watch on TV. For hundreds of thousands of people over the years, he must have spoken to more American students than any other person alive. Chomsky has offered the assurance, the intellectual and moral authority, that there is another way of looking at things. In this vital function he stands in the same relationship to his audience as did a philosopher he admires greatly, Bertrand Russell. Chomsky's greatest virtue is that his fundamental message is a simple one. Here's how he put it in an interview with Fred Gardner in the Anderson Valley Advertiser. Any form of authority requires justification, it's not self-justified. And the justification can rarely be given. Sometimes you can give it. I think you can give an argument that you shouldn't let a 3-year-old run across the street. That's a form of authority that's justifiable. But there aren't many of them, and usually the effort to give justification fails. And when we try to face it, we find that the authority is illegitimate. And any time you find a form of authority illegitimate, you ought to challenge it. It's something that conflicts with human rights and liberties. And that goes on forever. You overcome one thing and discover the next. For, in my view, what a popular movement ought to be is just basically libertarian, concerned with forms of oppression, authority, and domination, challenging them. Sometimes they're justifiable under particular conditions, sometimes they're not. If they are not, try to overcome them. September 14th Topanga. From the look of the one car in it, the field is set in the 50s. It would be hard to tell otherwise, since before the early 60s many a village and small town in Ireland looked more or less the way they did at the turn of the century. When I was going to Protestant parochial school in 1950 in Ewell, a donkey cart would trundle me and my companions to lessons, and my mother did all her shopping in a horse and trap, as did all the country people coming into town. Land hunger is the field's theme, and here the agony of Bull McCabe both about the possession of land and the inheritance of land is vividly true to life. 1992, Madness in the Irish West 291. There's nothing unimaginable in Bull's passion for the 3 or 4 acre field. He's nourished with seaweed, nor his murderous fury that though he's worked it as a renter it's not legally his and can be sold from under his pitchfork. There are plenty like the Yank in the movie, an Irish American come back to Holy Ireland after making his pile the other side of the Atlantic. You see them all the time, particularly in the summer, looking up their ancestors in the church registers, asking locals where the McSomeones or the Oh-so-and-sos used to live. The house outside Ewell I grew up in was owned by a man called O'Keefe. In 1947 his father had been about to sell the old Georgian pile to my parents for £80, but he died and young O'Keefe inherited and refused to sell. He was a policeman in Los Angeles and gradually rose from the ranks to become sheriff in one of the cities in East Los Angeles. Eventually he said he wanted to come back. We moved over to Ardmore, my mother nearly as angry as Bull that this man was going to be strutting the earth she'd tended so long in the walled garden. She took 6 truckloads of topsoil with her for the new place, and never went back, even to pass the house that had sheltered us for 30 years. O'Keefe never came. It was just a dream he had over those same 30 years. The house stayed empty and within 5 years looked as though it had been abandoned for a century. Eventually it was bought by a vet who knocked it down to build his own pile. At the field's heart are themes of madness, sexual frustration, suicide. One of the Bull's sons has killed himself and the other, Taj, is a bit cracked. The lunatic asylum, the mental, was a familiar landmark when I was growing up. My father was in a TB hospital for a couple of years in the 1950s, and when he and his fellow patients, mostly farmers, got rowdy, the sanction of the hospital, carried out from time to time, was to threaten the troublemakers with being carried off to the mental. Back in 1960 Ireland had the highest figure in the world for people hospitalized for mental illness, at 7.3 persons per 100,000. Sweden was the distant runner-up, with 4.8. On any given day in 1971 2 out of every 100 males in the west of Ireland was in a psychiatric hospital or institution, most of the celibates between the ages of 35 and 50. There's a lot of despair, particularly in the west. The main business of one hotel near Knock Airport is hosting wakes around the bodies of Irish people flown home to be buried in the family plot. In her brilliant, depressing 1979 study of mental illness in rural Ireland, saints, scholars, and schizophrenia, the American anthropologist Nancy Shepper Hughes describes a conversation with one bachelor farmer being shown a picture of a boy looking at a violin on a table. He feels down and out. Why? 292 The golden age is in us. It's broken, anyway. What's the future? He's thinking about his future as a fiddler. What about it? There is none. This could have been Taj talking. A friend of mine, the wonderful artist Robert Bates, moved a few years ago to the village, Castle Gregory, on the Dingle Peninsula, where Shepper Hughes had done the field work for her book. In his first couple of years, he told me, this summer, he'd found the melancholy atmosphere and indrawn natives so overwhelming that he'd walk the long strand for hours each day, weeping. He told me this as we looked out across the misty dawn waves at a couple of trawlers, looking for the body of a young fisherman who'd fallen overboard the night before. He couldn't swim. Many Irish fishermen reckon it's bad luck to have a swimmer aboard. These are the waves which receive the victims of the field and across which so many others have had to flee. October 3, Petrolia. It's a measure of Clinton that he should be muddying up the most visibly principled political act of his life, namely, his opposition to the war in Vietnam. He hops about, telling one silly fib after another, till he's managed to convert principle into something devious. Why be apologetic for refusing to napalm peasants, shoot old women in paddy fields, or herd villagers into concentration camps while dumping Agent Orange on their forests? October 12, Petrolia. Everyone full of Columbus quincentennial musings. When he was colonial governor of the Bahamas, my Irish great-grandfather Henry Blake found out what islands he landed on. My cousin Shirley gave me the text of his talk at the Athenaeum about his findings. 4 days they plowed through the thick mass of golden weed that filled the Sargasso Sea, spreading as far as the eye can reach, like a field of ripe grain. Away beyond it, with the steady northeast trade winds filling his sails and the blue waters of these southern seas dancing in the sunlight, but sunlight and blue water would not satisfy the sailors, who daily murmured more and more. At 2 a.m. on the morning of Friday, October 12, rode Rigo de Triana, a sailor on board the Pinta, sighted the land, and gazing, as I have gazed upon that 1992, where Columbus landed 293. Very strand, glittering white in the bright southern moonlight. I have pictured for myself with what gratitude and joy the sailors and their great leader saw before them the prize for which they had ventured so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is a short sketch of the events that up to the discovery. Of all the writers who have so exhaustively written upon the landfall of Columbus, not one has visited the spot while I have sailed over the course of Columbus with his diary in my hands, noting what he noted and comparing his description with the lakes and woods and beautiful capes and everlasting verdure spread before me. Meanwhile Mrs. Blake had not been idle with her brush in transferring to paper the scenes described by him. I have for 3 years made careful inquiries about the mysterious currents and tides that make the Bahama Banks even now the most dangerous spot to approach in the whole western Atlantic, and I think I have satisfactory grounds for the conclusion at which I have arrived. That the island upon which he landed was Waddling's Island, and that the coral strand presented here is the very strand upon which the flag was first unfurled that brought in its train such dire destruction to the unhappy inhabitants and opened a new world to the westward rush of restless humanity. The facts are that the Guanahani was a large and populous, therefore fertile island with a large lake or lagoon in the center, that it was surrounded by a reef, and to the north a very large harbor within the reef and a peninsula that was almost an island, that he was able to proceed from his anchorage round the north-northeast point to observe all this and return the same day so early that having set sail for the southwest he saw an island which was about 20 miles from Guanahani, which he had now given the name San Salvador. Now, without following Columbus any further, let us examine these 5 islands, Turks, Mayaguana, Samana, Cat Island, and Waddlings, and see how far the description tallies with these statements. Turks Island is a mere sand bank, 6 miles long, and 2.5 miles wide. It possesses no soil and would not support a score of people. It is entirely dependent upon its salt pans. That could not have been Guanahani. Mayaguana is a large island containing some fertile land, but there is no lake in the center, nor is there such a harbor and peninsula as he describes. Besides, had Columbus sailed southwest instead of reaching another island within 20 miles, he would have sailed for 150 miles and seen no land until he reached the coast of Cuba. Samana I visited last year. After a very hard passage of 24 hours to beat 30 miles to windward against a heavy head sea. It is enough to say that the small K is everything that Guanahani was not. There is no soil, no water, and the island is simply a mass of bare rock with low scrub. So desolate is it that not an acre has been sold by the crown. We are therefore reduced to the choice between Cat Island and Waddlings. The reason why Cat Island is the popular favorite is on account of the name. 294 The Golden Age is in us. San Salvador, that has been lately assumed by the inhabitants, but in the official records of the Bahamas I find that the island now called San Salvador was always called Cat Island down to 1795. In 1794 the member of the House of Assembly was returned for Cat Island, and in an act for defining parishes in 1802 the parish of San Salvador is defined as the island of San Salvador, commonly called Cat Island. Curiously enough, Waddling's Island was the name of the parish of St. Christopher, but there is still stronger proof that Cat Island is not Guanahani. In a map published by Diego Ribeiro in 1529, that is only 37 years after the discovery, a copy of which I have in my possession, the names of Luquios or Bahamas Islands are given, and among these names the 5 that may be identified, the island of Bashima, Bimini, Magua, and Mayaguana, are still the same. I need not tell you that Guanahani is also shown upon this map and in the position of Waddling's. Therefore Mayaguana cannot have been the landfall. There is another long island on that map in the relative position of Cat Island, and the name of that island is Sagato. Now, as Gato is the Spanish for cat, I think there is no difficulty in accounting for the derivation of the name, and as Sagato and Guanahani are 2 different islands, then Cat Island cannot be Guanahani, which was named San Salvador by Columbus. Cat Island is 60 miles long, it has not a reef all round, nor indeed at any point except at the southern shore. It is the most hilly island in the Bahamas, and here the land reaches its greatest elevation. Lastly, Columbus could not have pulled round to north of the island in one day, and had he done so he would not have formed a harbor there. So by process of exhaustion we have come to the point that Waddling's is the only island of the 5 left for comparison. Now let us see what kind of an island this is, and how well it agrees with the description given by Columbus. Waddling's Island is about 13 miles long and 8 wide. About 1/3 of its area is occupied by a lake or lagoon of brackish water. It is very fertile and capable of supporting a large population, so much so that in the days of slavery, when cultivation was systematic, it was called the Garden of the Bahamas. It is almost entirely surrounded by a coral reef, about 10 miles from the anchorage on the southeast side. Proceeding to the north-northeast we come to Graham's Harbor, formed by a great sweep of the reef and about 7 miles long by 4 miles wide, with a narrow entrance enclosed by a promontory attached to the mainland by a very narrow neck. Now if you call to mind the short description of Columbus, you will see how completely this island only tallies with it. 20 miles to the southwest there lies Runke, and from a position about 3 miles north of it I have seen from the rigging Conception Island to the northwest, while to the west and southwest the tops of the hills of a long island rose like numerous islands of various sizes and shapes. 1992, the price of a pair of jeans $295. October 20, Petrolia. America is on the edge of a free trade agreement with Mexico, following an earlier one with Canada. Workers in all 3 countries will be locked into a downward spiral of low-wage, low-skill jobs, with uninhibited movement of capital and a ratcheting down of social and environmental standards. The function of states like Arkansas has been to maintain that bludgeon of a low-cost non-union workforce over the labor movement in the northern tiers. And as we stand on the threshold of NAFTA, Arkansas represents not the past but the future. From the point of view of capital, Governor Clinton has spent his political life thus far in the proper rehearsal room. Among business leaders for Clinton is Robert Haas, chairman and CEO of Levi Strauss, supposedly one of America's more enlightened firms. On January 16, 1990, 1,150 textile workers at the Levi Strauss plant on South Zarzamora Street in San Antonio were told that the plant was closing. The first group of about 300 workers were to clear out that afternoon. Within 3 months the rest would be on the street. The Zarzamora plant, which had had record profits in 1989 and which overwhelmingly employed Mexican-American women, was Levi's largest operation in Texas. Its closing was the last in a series of at least 26 Levi plant closures nationwide since 1985. The company moved its Zarzamora operation to Costa Rica, where it now benefits from reduced U.S. import tariffs on goods re-entering the country. Conditions at Zarzamora were familiar: non-union low-wage workers, paid on a piecework basis, performing repetitive actions at high speeds and deterred from reporting injuries for fear of being assigned to slower, lower-paying jobs. For our senses, we do more than anyone in our industry and more than almost anyone in American industry, a Levi spokesman said later. This may be true. Levi paid severance, 1 week for every year worked. But in October of 1989, even as managers assured worried workers the plant would stay open, its engineers went around to every sewing machine and added a task that slowed down the operators and thus lowered their pay. When it came time for calculating severance pay, the rate was set on the basis of the average from October to December, reflecting the lower amount after the machines were jigged. The company claims it has paid out more than $1 million for retraining, education, social services and emergency assistance. But $770,104 of that came as general charitable payments in San Antonio, stretching back more than 2 years before the plant closed. As you might expect from the neoliberal pact between business and government, volunteer organizations are left to pick up the pieces. The city of San Antonio, which lost 10,000 jobs in 1990, received $468,000 for general support services. 296 The golden age is in us. Even then, an officer of the Department of Economic and Education Development said it was a drop in the bucket. Money for tuition, books, and other materials for retraining came through federal programs. Not all the workers were eligible for these classes, which in any case were conducted only in English, a problem for the Levi workers, 90% of whom spoke only Spanish. As for training for high-skill, good-wage jobs, Clinton's mantra, only 35 of the workers were able, with federal assistance, to attend college. Most of the others languished in English and high school equivalency classes, prerequisites for retraining. The few that received retraining, such as cosmetology people, Fuerza Unida, the laid-off workers' organization, reports, were put to work cleaning the floors and bathrooms. When they completed their training, they had not learned what they needed. About 700 have found some sort of work, most at lower pay. Every Thanksgiving the women stage a hunger strike in front of Levi Strauss headquarters in San Francisco. Fuerza Unida is suing Levi and calls for a boycott and other actions. October 21, Petrolia. In the first debate, Sandy Vanacker asked Bill Clinton how he proposed to deal with the chairman of the Federal Reserve, a man with more power over the economy than the president, yet accountable to no one. Clinton hastened to assure the vast television audience that he had no problem with the Fed. President Bush and Ross Perot chorused agreement with each other that there be separation between the bank and elected government. That was it. Nothing more about Alan Greenspan, the present chairman of the Fed. So much for Fed bashing, which used to be a decent national sport. October 22, Petrolia. A bunch of Keynesians are exulting over an experiment in mind control they've been attempting for months. Each week they join hands around a copy of the general theory, close their eyes and imagine they are inside Bush's head, jostling against the bric-a-brac of his interior life. Success came last week. In the course of a disastrous trip to Vermont and New Hampshire in which local Republicans openly spurned his caresses, the president said at a fundraiser in Burlington, "For we have a sluggish economy out there nationally. That's one of the reasons I favor this deficit so much." The Keynesian coven has been a bit indiscreet in its boasting, and now the Secret Service is investigating. 1992, Prozac 297. October 30, Petrolia. Eli Lilly and Company, one of America's biggest drug companies, maker of the antidepressant Prozac, gazes mournfully at the departing Bush-Quayle administration, offering us a vivid paradigm of the intersections between government, the press, and a Powerful corporation. After he left the CIA and before he began to run for the 1980 Republican nomination, Bush worked for Lilly. Later, he dropped the Lilly directorship from his resume and failed to disclose his holding of Lilly stock. As vice president, Bush continued to lobby on behalf of Lilly, whose first Washington lobbying office was set up by Dan Quayle's uncle, back in 1959. Lilly's headquarters is in Indianapolis, and synergy with the Indiana-based Quayle clan was inevitable. The fusion between public service and toil for Lilly has been most egregiously symbolized in the person of Mitch Daniels, who shuttled between the Reagan and Bush White House and Lilly as vice president for corporate affairs, overseeing government lobbying. In November 1991, Daniels co-chaired a fundraiser that collected $600,000 for Bush Quayle, including $12,500 from Lilly executives. After the 1988 victory, Bush gave Quayle the Council on Competitiveness, charged with taking calls from corporate chieftains and their lobbyists and jumping to their commands. Ultimately, the council asked Lilly to review the government's plan to revamp the Food and Drug Administration's approval procedures. Lilly, which had already won exemptions from the Clean Air Act, received its finest gift in the FDA's expedited approval of new drugs. This, in effect, would lengthen the time that a drug company can maintain product exclusivity, hence reap more profits before competitors can bring a generic version on the market. Here we come to the antidepressant drug Prozac, a product of immense importance in propping up Lilly's bottom line, placed on the market in 1987, and by 1990 doing $760 million in sales. In July of 1990, Lilly faced a Prozac crisis. Already in May, the company had been warning doctors that problems associated with Prozac included suicidal ideation, and on July 17, Rhoda Hala of Long Island sued Lilly for $150 million in damages, charging that Prozac had impelled her to self-destructive acts. Among the most formidable opponents of Prozac has been the Church of Scientology, whose affiliate the Citizens Commission on Human Rights is assiduous in collecting evidence of Prozac's impact. The Scientologists have long been hostile to psychiatric drugs like Prozac or Ritalin, a Ciba-Geigy product, against which the Church has carried out a prolonged and admirable campaign. By the end of July, the Citizens Commission was urging Congress to take Prozac out of circulation. Between June and August, Lilly's stock dropped by 298. The golden age is in us. Percent, a $5.8 billion decrease in overall value. 8 months later, the tables were turned. On April 19, 1991, after a series of matter-of-fact articles about the Prozac furor, the Wall Street Journal published a violent front-page attack on the Church of Scientology by Thomas Burton. It conflated the life of Scientology's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, its theology, and its onslaught on Prozac in paragraphs greeted with delight in the Public Affairs Department of Lilly and the company's PR firm, Burson Marsteller, which is where a cynical reader of the journal might have supposed Burton's article to have been inspired. On April 28 came release of Time's cover story on the Church of Scientology by Richard Beer, a discursive onslaught depicting the Church as a predator on the disturbed and the unknowing, devoid of virtue. The so-called expose was larded with errors, not unusual for Beer, including a misstatement of the Church's 1987 income as $503 million instead of $4 million, a blunder with which Time has said it is comfortable. Lilly bought an extra print order of 250,000 copies of this edition of Time and distributed them to doctors across the country. In May, Lilly offered doctors indemnification against lawsuits if they would continue to prescribe Prozac. Meanwhile, the Lilly White House was doing its bit. In its new policy of letting the fox into the barnyard, the FDA had mustered an advisory committee to study Prozac. 5 of its 8 members had serious conflicts of interest, including substantial financial backing from Lilly. The September 20 hearing on Prozac was favorable to Lilly. The Church of Scientology did not get too much sympathy for the press assaults against it. The church is reckoned to be a cult, and in most journalism, mainstream or underground, cults as opposed to religions are fair game. In his journal piece, Burton had rich sport with Hubbard's quasi-Gnostic constructs of thetans and engrams. By contrast, Bush, Quayle and many officers of Eli Lilly and indeed of the Dow Jones Company, which publishes the journal, are adherents of the Christ cult, about which journalists are uniformly deferential. The Church of Scientology has made many cogent points about the campaign mounted by Lilly and its publicists to defend Prozac. There is the matter of tie-ins, translating into the many tentacles of Lilly. Mitch Daniels worked for Lilly, Reagan, and Bush. Richard Wood, who is Lilly's chairman of the board, president and chief executive officer, serves on the board of Dow Jones. We also have the two Nicholas brothers, one of whom, Nicholas J., was until this year chief executive officer of Time Warner, and the other of whom, Peter M., was senior executive at Lilly, married to Ruth Virginia Lilly. Then there is the matter of the PR firms. In the wake of the Time attack, Lilly and other pharmaceutical companies forced the PR firm of Hill and Knowlton to drop its valuable Church of Scientology account, believing that Hill and Knowlton was responsible for the church's effective anti-Prozac campaign. Hill and Knowlton is a subsidiary of the London-based WPP Group, run by Martin Sorrell. In their vigorous and amusing counter-attack on Time, run in paid space in USA Today, the Scientologists pointed out that WPP, after a series of highly leveraged buyouts of such conglomerates as J. Walter Thompson and Ogilvy and Mather, faced a financial abyss. Soon after WPP acquired J. Walter Thompson, the latter lost the Burger King, Goodyear, and Los Angeles Times accounts. Lilly is a JWT client. I hope the Scientologists take time to the cleaners. Right now Bush is probably shoveling Prozac down his throat along with the regular halcyon dosage. He'd better watch out for suicidal ideation. November 1st Petrolia. Counseled by friends of mature judgment, I try to like Clinton. It's impossible. Listening to him is like having a pillow stuffed into one's mouth. He just can't stop talking. He must have had a terrible childhood. The other day I was reading Adorno and Horkheimer's essay on stupidity in Dialectic of Enlightenment and came across the following. Every partial stupidity of a man denotes a spot where the play of stirring muscles was thwarted instead of encouraged. In the presence of the obstacle, the futile repetition of disorganized, groping attempts is set in motion. A child's ceaseless queries are always symptoms of a hidden pain, of a first question to which it found no answer and which it did not know how to frame appropriately. Its reiteration suggests the playful determination of a dog leaping repeatedly at the door it does not yet know how to open, and finally giving up if the catch is out of reach. There is something dog-like about Clinton, smacked on the muzzle, always coming back for more. Woof woof. November 4th Petrolia. Another joyless election. Doug Lummis put it very well, at the conclusion of a manuscript on the philosophy of radical democracy. Hannah Arendt has described eloquently how, when political action succeeds in generating real power, the participants experience a happiness different from the kind of happiness one finds in private life. 300 The golden age is in us. Public happiness is not isolating but shared. It is the happiness of being free among other free people, of having one's public faith redeemed and returned, of seeing public hope becoming public power, becoming reality itself. The experience of public happiness is an exceptional one in the politics of our time, but not such a very rare exception. It has been known in many countries in this century, on every continent, in societies of every kind of political, economic, and cultural configuration. It has been felt, if sometimes only momentarily, everywhere, and therefore it is possible everywhere. Probably the most intense moment of public happiness this political year was experienced by those people who rose up in Los Angeles. You can't go through life just holding your nose. November 6, Petrolia. Clinton won for the reasons many said he would win. He won because the economy is uppermost in voters' minds, and the economy is bad, at least in the minds of a decisive slab of these voters. The press favored Clinton. Unusually for a Democrat, he got more editorial endorsements than Bush. Clinton's neoliberalism and pro-business patter went down well in the editorial offices and, more importantly, the boardrooms of the major newspapers and news magazines. The press protected him amid the Flowers sex scandal, insistently belittling the uncorroborated allegations of the tabloids. Every politician accumulates EIs, but Clinton has them by the truckload. Starting with Wall Street. The herald of change is utterly traditional in his fealty to the traditional lobbies, starting with the military-industrial complex. Clinton's preternaturally keen eye for the political main chance elicited a majestic refusal to endorse him by the main newspaper of his own home state. The week before the election, the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette unleashed some of the harshest abuse that the governor had ever sustained. The editorial asked what Governor Clinton's record could teach us about President Clinton, a purely rhetorical approach to issues that may please all, coupled with a tendency to side with those interests powerful enough to do him some political good. His tax policy in Arkansas has been to hand out exemptions to large corporations and soak the middle class. After painting a desolate picture of Clinton's failures as an administrator, the editorial concluded thus: finally, and sadly, there is the unavoidable question of character. It is not the duplicitous in his politics that concerns so much as the polished ease, the almost habitual, casual, articulate way he bobs and weaves. He has mastered the art of equivocation. There is something almost 1992, Clinton's World 301. Inhuman in his smoother responses that sends a shiver up the spine. It is not the compromises he has made that trouble so much as the unavoidable suspicion that he has no great principles to compromise. November 10, Petrolia. Welcome to Clinton's world. I wish I felt better about it. I feel sorry for poor people, sometimes known as the underclass. Let them work or let them starve. As Bill put it so pithily in North Carolina 3 days shy of the election. And if there's no work available, let them starve anyway. Expect, in the neoliberal future, increasing respectability for the notions of Malthus and furtive versions of eugenics, these taking the form of phased reduction of the underclass by voluntary sterilization under a system of market credits. Would-be mothers will be able to purchase child credits from those less fecund than themselves and thus exceed the litter limit. Poor mothers will be unable to afford the credits and thus will have to accept Norplant and kindred impediments to pregnancy, on pain of losing whatever pitiful allotment of public subsidy remains to them after Clinton's reforms take effect. November 12, Petrolia. One eager student of strategies for reduction of the dangerous classes was Winston Churchill. As Home Secretary in 1910 he secretly proposed the sterilization of 100,000 mental degenerates and the dispatch of tens of thousands of others to state-run labor camps, so as to save the British race from inevitable decline as its inferior members were allowed to breed. In the decade after Churchill entered Parliament, in 1900, elite policy planners were concerned that Britain was sliding into decline, losing industrial preeminence and world market share to Germany and the United States. A cult of national efficiency flourished, with diverse schemes for improving output, education, training, and the nation's gene pool. A royal commission recommended to the Liberal government in 1908 that Britain's lunacy laws be expanded to cover not merely the insane but also the feeble-minded, those incapable of competing on equal terms with their normal fellows or managing themselves and their affairs with ordinary prudence, meaning simply that they were less educated, less intelligent and less adept in social skills. The commission reckoned there were some 105,000 people. in England and Wales in this category. In the view of one communitioner, Alfred Treadgold, these feeble-minded folk, 302 the golden age is in us, were impeding the advance of the nation and hence its ability to compete in the world economy. Worse, they were breeding almost twice as fast as the national average and, if this was not checked, the time would come, for if it has not already come, when the nation would contain a preponderance of citizens lacking in the intellectual and physical vigor which is absolutely essential to progress and which therefore must inevitably end in national destruction. Churchill urged fundamental change, forced sterilization of these saboteurs of Britain's ability to compete. He buttressed his case with a booklet, The Sterilization of Degenerates, by Dr. H.C. Sharp of the Indiana Reformatory in the United States. In the first couple of decades of the 20th century, American elites were also much concerned about the national gene pool and about national efficiency. Between 1907 and 1913, starting with Indiana, 12 states put sterilization statutes on their books. Indiana's governor, J. Frank Hanley, signed a law authorizing the compulsory sterilization of any confirmed criminal, idiot, rapist or imbecile in a state institution whose condition was determined to be unimprovable by a panel of physicians. Churchill argued to dubious officials in the Home Office that sterilization was a merciful act, it being cruel to shut up numbers of people in institutions for their whole lives, if by a simple surgical operation they could be permitted to live freely in the world without causing much inconvenience to others. Churchill simultaneously urged proper labor colonies, where tramps and wastrels could be sent for considerable periods and made to realize their duty to the state. He had already set up the first labor hiring halls, not as a social reform but as an efficient way of organizing the labor market. The colonies, or gulags, were a logical extension of the plan. The feeble-minded would be part of this corvée. The plan was rounded off with a series of mandatory sentencing instructions whereby second offenders could be declared criminally weak-minded and compelled to submit to medical examination. If the doctors upheld the diagnosis, the offender could be sent to a labor camp for an indefinite period. In 1960 the Maryland Senate passed a bill that made it a felony to bear more than 2 illegitimate children, but the bill was thrown out by Maryland's House of Delegates. 20 years later the Texas Board of Resources put forward the plan of mandatory sterilization for all welfare recipients. In 1981 a Houston member of the Texas legislature asked his constituents whether or not they favored sterilization for women on welfare with at least 3 children. Out of just over 6,000 respondents, 60% answered in the affirmative. The shape of things to come in this field can be summed up in the term neogenetics, being eugenics decked out in the respectability of modern technology. First you knock out embryos with Down syndrome and similar ail. 1992, George Bush's pardons 303 mens, then you widen out from this be ahead. Negative population growth, based in Teaneck, New Jersey, with Joanne Woodward on its board, reckons the optimal U.S. population to be 150 million. December 10, Petrolia. Nations, like priests, should be trusted least when they are at their most self-righteous. President Bush's plan to dispatch about 28,000 U.S. troops to Somalia to protect relief efforts has won general approbation. Clinton and his crew are ominously eager to put the world to rights. Liberal columnists have been urging intervention in such areas as the Balkans, imposing mercy by any means necessary. Troops will not go in and out of Somalia within a week or a month. Their arrival will affect rivalries, systems of pillage and black marketeering, as well as the bargains arranged by relief organizations in the field, particularly the International Committee of the Red Cross and Save the Children. So they will be challenged and will either kill or be killed, and probably both. The U.S. military commander will inevitably be drawn into his own political negotiations, thus intervening in struggles that have continued in Somalia since The flight in 1991 of Mohammed Syed Barre, the country's tyrant for 21 years. December 24 Petrolia. So why no pardon for Gen. Manuel A. Noriega? If George Bush is going to behave like a Latin American dictator on the way to the airport, signing pardons for his secret police and kindred underlings and accomplices, how can he forget the Panamanian who aided and abetted his secret war and is the only one of the gang who has ended up in prison? In the bitter words of Special Prosecutor Lawrence Walsh, reacting to the pardons, the Iran-Contra cover-up, which has continued for more than 6 years, has now been completed. The men Bush pardoned on Christmas Eve, former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane, former Assistant Secretary of State Elliot Abrams, and CIA men Dewey Claridge, Claire George, Alan Fears, were mostly accused of deceiving Congress. But deception of a Congress that was agreeable to being deceived was but a minor facet of a secret terrorist war in which tens of thousands died. The men who are now breathing easier were involved in plans and operations aimed at destroying a country, Nicaragua. They hired torturers from Argentina, drew 304 The Golden Age is in us. Up an assassination manual, ordered the mining of harbors, the destruction of health clinics, the killing of peasants and social workers, all in defense of U.S. and international laws. Already there's a tumult of rage over the pardons. But as they clamber up on their high horses, Americans should remember that the terrorist war against Nicaragua was a bipartisan affair in which senior Democrats connived at the illegalities by ignoring the trails of evidence pointing to the illegal covert operations. At least the pardons will finally put to rest the theory that, deep down, there was a good George Bush yearning to be free. These pardons are entirely in character, are in fact the appropriate bottom line on his resume. He always believed in covert operations and hence in the lying, law-breaking, and deceptions of Congress that accompany secret government. If he believed in the operations, then he logically believed that the executives and subordinates carrying them out must, in the larger sense, be innocent of crimes. As he said when he issued the pardons, the men he was forgiving were patriots all. 1993. The argument. ILN which I am discovered amid the flood waters of the Matole, contemplating the beginning of Clinton time. Janet Reno's past as a Satan cult prosecutor. The Queen Mother's affair with a Leninist revealed, the lesbian moment evoked. The killings at Waco, career of Jolly West and untimely death of Tusco the Elephant, and of the Clinton administration, Irving Howe memorialized, evocation of Mesmer and the sociology of the parasciences, gaze in the military, the Pajaro Valley and the importance of local history, the chant of Hawaiian nationalism, mystery of Olaf Palme's murder, the benefits of multiple person. Ality explored, Lee Harvey Oswald, Man of the Left, the Great Oakland Fire, Karl Popper and the March of Science. Of the decay of liberalism I sing, and sing. January 1, Petrolia, California. Of the cruelty of men. Creatures shall be seen on the earth who will always be fighting one with another, with the greatest losses and frequent deaths on either side. There will be no bounds to their malice, by their strong limbs a great portion of the trees in the vast forests of the world shall be laid low, and when they are filled with food the gratification of their desire shall be to deal out death, affliction, labor, terror, and banishment to every living thing, and from their boundless pride they will desire to rise towards heaven, but the excessive weight of their limbs will hold them down. Nothing shall remain on the earth, or under the earth, or in the waters that shall not be pursued, disturbed, or spoiled, and that which is in one country removed into another. And their bodies shall be made the tomb and the means of transit of all the living bodies which they have slain. O earth, why dost thou not open and hurl them into the deep fissures of thy vast abysses and caverns, and no longer display in the sight of heaven so cruel and horrible a monster? Leonardo da Vinci, Notebooks. January 2nd. Petroleum fundamental change is not the phrase that comes to mind while contemplating the features of Senator Lloyd Bentsen, nominated by Clinton as his Secretary of the Treasury. Like a desert landscape, those folds and tucks and dewlaps speak to terrifying continuity, exact ions of time and climate presenting themselves with the bleak clarity of landmarks along the anthropic path. January 15th. Petroleum. Unusually lunatic piece on the WSJ editorial page, even for them. David Brooks reverently quotes that old idiot Max Beloff, the post-colonial Count. 308. The golden age is in us. Tries that are doing well are countries that had a long apprenticeship under the colonial administration. The countries that are doing badly are those that had a brief experience with colonialism. Japan. January 20th. Petroleum. For the first time in 6 years, the storm window off the Pacific coast has opened. The jet streams drag monsoon weather in from the South Pacific and northwesterly gales down from the Gulf of Alaska. In Honeydew, 15 miles upriver from my home, 10 inches of rain fell in one night and the river rose a foot every half hour. Tracing its rise, moving our cars and trucks to higher ground, I and some neighbors, marooned above the flooded river road, caught snatches of the inaugural phrase-making in Washington. Clinton calls for a government for our tomorrows, not our yesterdays. Clinton is a man of many tomorrows. The Fleetwood Mac line, "Don't stop thinking about tomorrow," has become his mantra. New Hollywood has mustered in Washington today, just as old Hollywood did in 1981, when Reagan took over. Indeed, the symbolic transition this time is not from Bush but from Reagan. Reagan invented a past, Clinton a future. The outcast in both cases is history, and a psychobiographer would no doubt point out that each man had the experience of a drunken parent in their earliest years. The real past is pain, bonhomie, the eternal mask. The Clinton cohort wants everything on its terms. "We force the spring," said the new president in the second paragraph of his address. As any gardener could tell him, forced bulbs bloom only once. Even so, most people I talk to feel benign about the day. January 25th. Petroleum. I'm attacked as a Goebbels type for being rude about Clinton. The Statesman has run an amazingly silly piece by someone called Philip Gould urging Clintonism as a model for the British Labour Party, and lashing me as beastly to Bill, misrepresenting him as a self-serving slave of the corporate agenda instead of a noble populist and lefty. There's obviously a big push to sell Clintonism in the UK. There was a conference chaired by Martin Walker of The Guardian and stocked with a rum lot from the States like Don Stillman of the UAW, Jeff Foe of the Economic Policy Institute and the pollsters all lauding Clinton. Gould quotes Foe as stating it's not true that Clinton became a centrist to win the election and 1993, the House of Windsor 309. Stillman as saying Bill is a big friend to Labour. God knows what rubbish Walker was preaching about his pal. The Goebbels charge came as a consequence of Gould deriding my view that Clinton will punish the poor. What planet do these people live on? What do they think Clintons talk about? Ending welfare as we know it really adds up to? Do they think that appalling mess dreamed up by the insurance industry and Alan Enthoven is universal health care? I suppose Foe feels he might as well start off on the right foot. I can't imagine he believes that rubbish. Walker is writing incredible drivel in The Guardian about Clinton as Roosevelt, and Dennis McShane is doing the same thing every time he gets a chance in The Statesman. In its effective aspects, the Democratic Party is the creature of lawyer/lob biases in Washington, who now crowd Clinton's cabinet and the upper tiers of his government. I must admit to one spasm of annoyance. Gordon Marsden, who, I'm glad to see, was rejected by the voters of Blackpool South last year, was respectfully quoted by editor Steve Pyatt as denouncing the tired anti-Americanism that Alexander Cockburn too frequently peddles. For some reason, the British find it far easier than Americans to label as anti-American any view of America that happens to differ from their own. Unlike Marsden, I live among Americans and have done so for 20 years. Like these Americans around me, I honor much in America and deplore much else. Again, like many Americans, I do not particularly honor Bill Clinton, or the political tendency he represents. Bill Clinton is prolific with promises, meek to vested power. Thus far, he's running true to form. Only those who argue that progress in America is rated by the freedom with which a woman can be urged to have an abortion can hold that a fresh wind is blowing down Pennsylvania Avenue. February 2, Petrolia. Charles, the trouble is I need you several times a week. Camilla, MMM. So do I. I need you all the week. All the time. Charles, oh God, I'll just live inside your trousers or something. It would be much easier. Camilla, what are you going to turn into, a pair of knickers? Oh, you're going to come back as a pair of knickers. Charles, or, God forbid, a Tampax. Just my luck. Camilla, you are a complete idiot. Oh, what a wonderful idea. Charles, my luck to be chucked down a lavatory and go on forever. Swirling round on the top, never going down. Camilla, oh darling. 310 The golden age is in us. In Britain there's been a good deal of clucking about this destroying the last vestige of popular respect for the House of Windsor. In line with the symbolism of the Wars of the Roses, Carlists should sport little Tampax pins on their lapels, while the Diana party could wear tiny silver lemon shears, in memory of the implement with which she supposedly stabbed herself amid the torments of her loveless union. Queen Victoria, following the loss of her consort, Prince Albert, in 1861 when she was 42, emerged from a period of bereavement to a new love. Her manservant, the former Scottish gillie John Brown, was always at her side. Popular ditties soon speculated upon the nature of Victoria's passion. Tarek Ah, who's just interviewed EP and Dorothy Thompson, has passed on the latter's info. The Queen addressed Brown in letters as Darling One. One note, fished out of Brown's waste paper basket by a footman, contained the aside, amid instructions for the management of the estate. Oh, forgive me if I offend, but you are so dear to me, so adored, that I cannot bear to live without you. Brown and Victoria shared a taste for whiskey. Edgar Boehm, who sculpted Brown on the Queen's command, told to his mistress, Catherine Walters, who in turn told Wilfred Scawen Blunt, that John Brown had unbounded influence with the Queen whom he treated with little respect, presuming in every way upon his position with her. It was the talk of all the household that he was the Queen's stallion. In September 1866, the Gazette de Lausanne reported that Victoria had married John Brown and borne his child. A detailed version of the story appeared in 1873 in a pamphlet by Alexander Robertson, a tax collector in Scotland who had been trying to levy a toll on the Atholl family. The Dowager Duchess of Atholl said that if he, Robertson, persisted, she would let the cat out of the bag. The cat in question was the presence of Brown in a certain bedroom in Dunkeld House during a royal visit, and the implied role of the Duchess as midwife in a delivery in the same house 9 months later. The child was allegedly placed with a Protestant pastor in Vaux, Switzerland. Brown died of drink in 1883. A vast portrait of him in full Scottish regalia hung in Balmoral. On the Queen's death her son Edward, now on the throne, gazed at the portrait with hatred and then stuck his walking stick through Brown's heart. February 4, Petrolia. During World War II, Balmoral was a hothouse again, as Elizabeth, consort of George VI and today the aged Queen Mother, was seized with a passion for one of the military detachment based there. Her lover was a married man who, 1993, the Queen Mother's Leninist Love 311. Before the war had attended the London School of Economics and there became a member of the Communist Club, confessing to the club's secretary, J.B., that he had read no Marx but all the works of Lenin. With the invasion of the Soviet Union he volunteered and was subsequently posted to Balmoral, where his love affair with the king's wife commenced. He told his wife of it. She was not pleased but remarked that at least she could be sure the relationship had no future. As did many leftists of the period, the couple had adopted a Basque baby orphaned in the Spanish Civil War. At the funeral of her mother years later, this young woman told intimates that finally the great secret could be disclosed. Widowed in the early 1950s, Elizabeth conceived a passion for Cointreau, for at least one other military man and, some say, for Bourguiba of Tunisia. Exchanging the dour surroundings of Balmoral for pleasures amid the ruins of Carthage. My grandfather Jack Arbuthnot, an officer in the Scots Guards, used to visit Scottish fastnesses such as Balmoral and Glamis, home of the Queen Mother's family, the Bowes-Lyons, early in the century, and the future consort of George VI used to commandeer him as her steed, perched on his back and galloping him around the drawing room. Perhaps this formed the foundation for her later predilections. I shall wear a little Tampax pin with pride, as dear Jack Finnegan used to boast in his Scottish accent as thick as John Brown's. Finnegan, M.L., Monarchist Leninist. February 6 Petrolia. The rationales for prejudice don't alter much down the years. In April 1948, Dwight D. Eisenhower faced congressional questions about desegregation of the armed forces. Senator Richard Russell of Georgia stirred himself. Russell, the question of segregation is one that is always painful for me to discuss, and particularly unpleasant for me to ask the questions that I shall now, but more is involved than racial prejudice. It goes directly to such vital factors as the morale, discipline, and health of the troops. You are familiar, I am sure, with the ratio of crime among Negro troops compared with white troops in the service, are you not? Eisenhower, it was higher. Russell, you are familiar with the reports that indicated the incidence of venereal diseases, are you not? Eisenhower, yes, sir. 312 The golden age is in us. Russell, I am sure you are familiar with the figures among the men examined for the draft. The incidence of venereal diseases, gonorrhea, and syphilis, was 252 per thousand among the Negro race, as compared to 17 per thousand with the white race. Russell believed that the races should not mix, in peace or war. 44 years later, Lieutenant Colonel William Gregor, who had done extensive work for the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the issue of gays in the military, gave expression on CNN's Crossfire to his view of the problems caused by ending discrimination against gays. Lieutenant Col. Gregor, I suggest you look at the studies of the attempts to induct active venereals during World War II. Michael Kinsley, what does that have to do with homosexuals? Gregor, well, precisely as a public health concern. Let's imagine for a second, you've gone through training and developed a habit of universal precautions. Now you go to the battlefield. The question is, if a penetrator courses through a turret and amputates a gunner's arm, will the tank commander, having developed this habit of universal precautions, instantaneously and swiftly grab that bloody stump to save the life of his friend? Or will he hesitate and allow the life of his buddy to slip away? In 1948, Eisenhower responded to Russell that he believed that improved living standards and education among Negroes would eventually dissipate the Senators' concerns. In 1992, Rep. Barney Frank pointed out to Lieutenant Col. Gregor that all applicants to the armed forces are tested for AIDS and, if they carry the virus, are not admitted. Reform comes as a matter of political calculation. In 1948, Harry Truman was trying to steal the desegregationist thunder of Henry Wallace, his presidential rival running on the progressive ticket. In 1992, Clinton was similarly trying to capture a helpful political constituency. February 22, Petrolia. Janet Reno used a 17-year-old undocumented Honduran worker to help her win a fierce re-election battle for Dade County prosecutor back in 1984. Ileana Fooster, the young woman in question, received a 10-year prison sentence as a reward for testifying against her husband, Francisco, who pulled 6 life terms plus 165 years. Troublesome here is the manner in which Clinton's nominee for AG pressured Ileana to turn against her husband. If outlined in a human rights report, the methods endorsed by Reno would justly be called brainwashing. They included isolation, quasi-hypnosis, conditioned response and kindred mind / 1993, Janet Renos victims 313. Bending techniques. Having presided over the reduction of the young Honduran woman to psychic flotsam, Reno then huddled next to her, holding her hand while the prosecutors hired psychologists guided Ileana through the catechism that produced her own confession and her husband's ruin. The Country Walk case in Miami was a benchmark in the ritual abuse persecutions that have landed scores of innocent people in prison with hard time. It began less than a year after the McMartin preschool case started in Los Angeles in 1983. Debbie Nathan sent me her account. In 1984, Francisco Fooster, a 36-year-old Cuban immigrant, was running a home-based babysitting service with Ileana in the wealthy Miami suburb of Country Walk. The case began when a 3-year-old boy asked his mother to kiss my body. Ileana kisses all the babies' bodies. As a Miami-based anthropologist, Rafael Martinez, consultant to the Dade County Medical Examiner's Office, told Nathan, in traditional Latin American cultures kissing and hugging is common with children up to 3 and 4 years old. It is common for females to kiss children all over the place, including on the genitals. In the North American culture of those early Reagan years, on the other hand, adults were learning that kissing and hugging of young children, or even more genteel contact with them in a daycare center, could swiftly lead to charges of oral copulation, sodomy, forced consumption of mind-altering drugs and alcohol, anal penetration with a crucifix, obscene magic ritual, unregulated transport of minors by broomstick across state lines, etc. All this lay in store for the Foosters, whose clientele were soon being interviewed by Joseph and Lori Braga, retained by the state as expert interrogators of children, though their skills were most conspicuously displayed in hectoring their tiny subjects and forcing them with remorseless leading questions into following a predetermined agenda of incrimination. Nathan's transcription of one such interrogation, in which 4-year-old J.L. bravely insists, in the face of outrageous leading questions by Mrs. Braga, on the Foosters' kindness and proper behavior, is searing. Bullied and cajoled, J.L. finally accepts the prepared script. The Dade County Prosecutor's Office soon found out that Francisco had done time in New York for manslaughter, and had also been convicted of lewd assault for fondling a 9-year-old girl. On the other hand, his ex-wife denied he had exhibited any pedophilia, and other family members said his relations with children were affectionate, nonviolent, and non-sexual. With one exception, no child lodged at the Foosters displayed any physical sign of sexual molestation. The exception, Francisco's son, was deemed to have examined positive for gonorrhea of the throat. I say deemed because Nathan reports that the testing method then in vogue has since turned out to be utterly unreliable. 3 years after Fooster's conviction, researchers at the Centers 314 The Golden Age is in Us for Disease Control showed that the test could not distinguish the gonorrhea Culture from others occurring normally in both adult and juvenile throats. When the CDC tested samples from children who had supposedly tested positive for the bacterium that causes venereal gonorrhea, more than a third of the samples turned out to contain a different organism. The foster child sample was destroyed before a retrospective analysis of it could be made. Throughout the interrogations, the Foosters vehemently insisted on their innocence, and the case was threatening to become a political liability for Reno. In her re-election campaign against a strong challenger, she was promising justice, that is, convictions. Nathan gives an admirable account of how Reno's political emergency dovetailed with a crisis for the Foosters' defense attorney, Michael Von Zamfeet, who was finding that public hysteria over the country walk affair was imperiling his larger career ambitions. His solution was to sever Ileana's case from Francisco's and persuade her to confess that yes, she was an abuser, but only because she had been acting under duress. Francisco's defender thus became his prosecutor. The only inhibition to this agenda was Ileana. She told a chaplain at the jail where she was being held that the district attorney and her lawyer wanted her to say things about her husband that weren't true. Ileana was terrified of being held in solitary. She'd already experienced such treatment during the first 7 months of her imprisonment, sometimes being kept naked under a suicide watch, and she found it unendurable. By the summer of 1985 she was back in isolation again. Although she had now been separated from her husband for a period as long as they had been married prior to her arrest, 11 months, Ileana, 8 weeks into solitary, insisted on his innocence. A psychologist was mustered who duly declared that Ileana was a needy child under Francisco's domination. He announced that he could get her to respond in any way that I pushed her, and she would be interested in pleasing me, so I wouldn't be mad at her. All that was now required was a confession, and Von Zamfeet recruited another psychologist, Michael Rappaport, who with his partner, Mary Sue Haber, ran a Miami business called Behavior Changers. You could say that Rappaport had experience in the field, having done time in Fort Leavenworth for adultery and sodomy with 2 women he was counseling. He himself was ordered by the Florida Department of Professional Review to be under the supervision of a psychologist, namely his partner, Haber. Rappaport visited Ileana in her cell at least 34 times, putting her through visualization exercises, contrasting the lenient treatment she would receive consequent upon a confession with the dire punishments ahead if she were uncooperative. "It's a lot like reverse brainwashing," he later told Nathan. "We just spent hours and hours talking to her. It's kind of a manipulation." 1993, Ileana's confession 315. Was very much like dealing with a child. You make them feel very happy, then segue into the hard things. While this exercise in applied mental disintegration was going on, Ileana was, according to Rappaport, receiving a surprising number of visits from prosecutor Reno, whose involvement in the case had become fanatical. Ileana broke on August 21, stating during a polygraph test that she and Francisco had molested the children. Confessions were conjured out of her in subsequent depositions, often with Reno holding her hand while Rappaport hugged her. As Nathan puts it, when viewed chronologically, Ileana's confes. Zion depositions also suggest that many of her statements were confabulations or fabrications cued by her jailhouse visitors. The material in the confessions echoed many of the staples of ritual abuse charges. The Bragas were enthusiastic missionaries for the discoveries about such ritual abuse then being elicited in the McMartin case in Los Angeles. Reno, similarly obsessed, had already been active in urging changes in evidence law to allow the admission of videotaped charges leveled by children and other Star Chamber innovations advocated by the ritual abuse lobby. Ileana, prompted and coached by Rappaport, had been led into a world of fantasy. She said Francisco had hung her in the garage by her hands and his son by the ankles, and that he had also rubbed feces on her legs and put snakes on both her and the children's genitals. When a lawyer probed this accusation, she answered, "Well, I remember a snake." "What about a snake?" the lawyer said. "Having bad dreams about it," responded Ileana. If she failed to recollect an atrocity on the stand, Rappaport would take her aside for private counseling and then return her to give the appropriate responses that she remembered. For a tool thing or crowbar Francisco put around her vagina, that Francisco took a gun and placed it on Ileana's vagina and fired it. In her statement to the judge, Ileana set her confession in perspective: "I am not pleading guilty because I feel guilty. I am innocent of all those charges. I wouldn't have done anything to harm any children. I am pleading guilty to get all of this over for my own good." She was sentenced to 10 years, served 3.5, and was deported to Honduras, having divorced Francisco while in prison. As have many victims of these persecutions, she turned to Jesus, was born again, and is now sequestered from journalistic inquiry by an evangelical group, although she is apparently about to recant her earlier confession. Francisco is in prison, still insisting on his innocence, while his nemesis, Janet Reno, heads for Washington. Meanwhile, the Ritual Abuse Task Force, a subcommittee of Los Angeles County's Commission for Women chaired by psychologist Myra Riddle and comprising therapists, alleged victims and religious leaders, recently claimed that Satanists are poisoning them, along with other therapists and survivors of satanic abuse, by means of a pesticide pumped into their offices, homes and 316 The golden age is in us. Cars. They invited the county's chief of toxic epidemiology to listen to their allegations, which he categorized as outrageous. It's doubtful Reno will be given any trouble about the country walk case in her confirmation hearings, or about a later one involving a Dutch youth, who was similarly isolated for long months before being found innocent of abuse charges. Guess who's behind all this ritual abuse? According to the lore of the ritual abuse lobby, a man called Dr. Green or Greenbaum is the leading promoter of satanic child abuse in the United States. As a Hasidic teenager in a concentration camp, he supposedly learned the essentials of the cultic lore from the Nazis, adding his own Kabbalistic embroidery. So, ritual abuse ends up as a subset of anti-Semitism. Pass that cup of Christian blood. March 6, Petrolia. From Transition Magazine, March 1932, ed. Eugene Jolas questions on the future of collectivism for Alex for your archives and enjoyment. An article called The Crisis of Man, xxs.e. Martin Ruber, your question is very difficult. I envisage the evolution of individualism, in a collectivist regime, as revolutionary, and the evolution of metaphysics as partaking of the mood of the catacombs. Gertrude Stein, I don't envisage collectivism. There is no such animal, it is always individualism, sometimes the rest vote and sometimes they do not, and if they do they do and if they do not they do not. H.L. Mencken, your question leaves me in some uncertainty, but here is my attempt to answer it. I do not believe that this is a collectivist epoch. It seems to me that the effort to set up collectivism in Russia is bound to fail, and that little will be heard of it by 1950, save historically. Such a man as Stalin is really not a collectivist. At heart he is quite as much an individualist as J. Pierpont Morgan. As for Mussolini, he is simply a passing phantasm. He will blow up anon, and be forgotten. There is always room in the world for individualists. If they are rare, it is only because courage is rare. March 22, Petrolia. The putsch launched by Yeltsin on March 20 was undertaken with the direct connivance and encouragement of the Clinton administration and is now being 1993, Eliot and God 317. Cheered on by a bipartisan chorus of the U.S. political and journalistic elite. On March 12, the senior administration official confided to the press that Washington would not oppose a move by Yeltsin to suspend his parliament or abolish the Soviet-era constitution to put down political opposition. This gave Yeltsin his green light. The virtually unchallenged assumption in the US is that Yeltsin is the lone representative of democratic legitimacy, confronted by holdovers from the Soviet Museum intent on steering Russia back towards a totalitarian past. Yeltsin owes both his own political ascendancy and the post which he now holds to the same Congress of People's Deputies whose credentials are now being derided here in the US. It was Vice President Alexander Ruskoy's group in the Congress that pressed for a strong executive, and it was Parliamentary Chairman Ruslan Khaspolatov who stood shoulder to shoulder with Yeltsin on the balcony of the Russian White House, denouncing the putsch of 1991. The Congress itself was elected in March of 1990. The Communists still ruled, but the conditions under which that vote took place bore no resemblance to the one-party rituals of the past. There were no reserved seats. Any candidate nominated by residents or by workers in a factory or institute could get on the ballot paper. Every prospective deputy had to face the voters, had to get 51% of the vote. This was at a time when the Communist Party was in utter disrepute, but when many of the most vociferous reformers were still formally party members. Like Yeltsin himself, since Russia was still in a one-party system. In some areas, particularly the more rural ones, the old nomenclatura still held sway, and their representatives were uncontested. But elsewhere this was not the case. The March 1990 election saw victories for such famous dissidents as Galina Starovoitova and Father Gleb Yakunin. March 23 Petrolia. Came across a good note from one of the Wolf/Bell women, I think Virginia, though I wrote it down in a library and forgot to be precise. February 11, 1925. Dearest, I have had a most shameful and distressing interview with poor dear Tom Elliot, who may be called dead to us from this day forward. He has become an Anglo-Catholic, believes in God and immortality and goes to church. I was really shocked. A corpse would seem to be more credible than he is. I mean, there's something obscene in a living person sitting by the fire and believing in God. 318 The Golden Age is in us. March 24 Petrolia. Every American presidency has its sexual correlate, and with Bill Clinton it looks as though the lesbians are finally coming into their own. With something as impalpable as the zeitgeist evidence is necessarily anecdotal, but in the Clit Club, Crazy Fannies, and 1,000 feminist bookshops across America where women dump their backpacks and browse through the erotica of an ace-nin, there is the fragrance of lesbian empowerment wafting down Pennsylvania Avenue. The sense that somehow the dykes have taken over is swiftly substituting itself as demon fear among the Bible thumpers who previously reckoned that male homosexuals were pulling the strings. The AM radio talk show crowd says Hillary Rodham Clinton with enough innuendo to curdle the blood. Lesbians, nosing through Blanche Cook's cult classic about Eleanor Roosevelt's lesbian passions, hopefully recruit Hillary as a kind of honorary lesbian, with the same zeal that male gaze used to suggest that every man of eminence since Adam was by essential nature and enthusiasm a son of Sodom. No one seems to have contemplated the reverse scenario. Bill has an affinity to lesbians. At Oxford he consorted with a famous switch hitter. Together they would prowl the streets for young female prey, on whom the girl would batten. To Bill's disadvantage. It's certainly chic to be a lesbian. Mademoiselle's latest edition carries Women in Love. Madonna, I ever alert for trend and tremor, diddles with lesbian identities, and her friend Sandra Bernhard plays a lesbian in America's most popular sitcom, Roseanne. Lesbians are hot, says my friend John Scagliotti, producer of the PBS gay and lesbian variety show In the Life. They're where the male gay movement was 10 years ago. Women are now running the activist gay and lesbian task forces. One simple reason is that a lot of older gay men in the movement have died. The men from the boomer generation you'd expect to become leaders have gone. The lesbian culture now unfurling on shows like In the Life has been fermenting for at least a quarter of a century in its current cycle. Back in the late 1960s, radical women, affronted by phallocrats coarsely putting them in their place, broke away into separatist movements, consciousness-raising SES, Zions and kindred manifestations of sisterhood. Some of these, fueled by Simone de Beauvoir, lysergic acid, Shulamith Firestone, and other catalysts, developed into lesbian collectives. Feminist teachers at colleges like Vassar fostered a new generation of lesbians who fanned out across the country and developed the famous sanctuaries of 1993, the Lesbian Moment 319. Northampton, Santa Cruz, San Francisco, and Manhattan. Each of these lesbian quartiers has its own personality. Northampton and Santa Cruz foster the granola look, with lesbians in a uniform of plaid shirt, black trousers, boots, or Birkenstocks with obligatory backpack, or ragged skirt over leggings, against chic Manhattan or San Francisco where variants of the old femme/butch modes play out in lesbian clubs. Biker girls and cute nurses from the suburbs consort amid the whips and chains. Lesbian culture has its heroines, Kate Millett, Adrienne Rich, Katie Lang, Martina Navratilova, all of whom are out. There's somewhat less enthusiasm for the self-declared bisexual Camille Paglia, who flails away at the PC crowd and likes to be photographed in a dominatrix pose, all beetling brows and pale, fierce mien. A major heroine is the black poet Audre Lorde, whose memorial service, after she died of cancer recently, was attended at St. John's in New York City by thousands of lesbians, many of whom described the service as a defining moment in their lives. As usual, there's the gnashing of teeth at the known lesbians who stop short of public affirmation. For what lesbian revolution, snorts my dear niece Laura Flanders, political organizer in New York. For they can't even find a woman to put on the cover of Out magazine. Laura went on to talk in vexed terms about such icons of the lesbian crowd as Susan Sontag, Annie Leibovitz, Liz Smith, and Iris Love. Even Lily Tomlin is coy about where exactly she stands in the matter of preference. One encouraging sign is that dyke comics are all the rage. The women's movement has famously been on the doer side, but now lesbian comedians like Kate Bornstein are on the cutting edge. Lesbian politics are getting friskier too, whether with the sex journal on our backs or with the Lesbian Avengers, a New York group. The Avengers have dumped papier-mâché bombs on their foes and agitated for Alice B. Toklas to be conjoined to the new statue of Gertrude Stein in Bryant Park outside New York Public Library. The only shadow falling over this lesbian nascence is the question of the truly avant-garde trend, which may have already made a dialectical leap over the dykes and into cross-gendering. Lesbians are defining themselves less in opposition to straight men, and more as people having a fine time sexually with each other and therefore more relaxed. 320 The golden age is in us. About men. Many of them are having babies too, courtesy of turkey basters and helpful gay male friends. Which brings us back to the Clinton presidency. Lesbians, like gays, look to Clinton to expand the Civil Rights Bill, thus giving them access to expanded legal protections. Everything in America begins in bed and ends in the law courts. March 25, Petrolia. The new improved style of American environmentalism is predicated on the trade-off, as brokered by big groups such as National Wildlife, by foundations such as Rockefeller or Pew that give money to these big-time environmental groups, by business and by government. The theory of the trade-off is that inside every seemingly irreconcilable antagonism there's a compromise awaiting the skilled touch of the mediator. Downgrade the status of the California gnatcatcher from endangered to threatened, throw in some uplifting talk about an ecosystemic approach, and lo, the governor of California declares that the lamb has lain down with the lamb, or in this case the gnatcatcher may flourish in the embrace of the coastal developer. This union from opposing ends of the great chain of being, brokered by Governor Pete Wilson and blessed by Babbitt, has been given the ultimate accolade of the mediator, a win-win solution. The developer gets his teeth into coastal habitat and the gnatcatcher gets a bit of chaparral at the far end of a golf course now designated on the impact statements as open space and by implication gnatcatcher friendly. This is the kind of ecosystem a builder can live with. Whether the gnatcatcher can live with it is another matter entirely. March 27, Petrolia. Richard Gardner, a clinical professor of child psychiatry from Columbia University, wrote in the Wall Street Journal for February 22 that the child abuse witch hunts of recent years represent the third great wave of hysteria in U.S. history, following the Salem witch trials of 1692, which saw 19 hanged, and the McCarthy persecutions. Our current hysteria, Gardner continued, is by far the worst with regard to the number of lives that have been destroyed and families that have disintegrated. You can quarrel about Zions, labor scares, other red scares, race hysteria, etc. But the point Gardner makes is a fair one. 1993, Daisy in Kazan 321. April 5, Petrolia. Dear Daddy. Well, here I am planted in a small but cozy fork Vartava in the middle of what somehow feels like Clapham. I've only been here a week, during which gradual acclimatization I've had enormous meals 20 minutes apart and heated discussions with my landlady about knitting patterns and dogs. Televised politics, Yeltsin battling Kospolatov, is not considered interesting in any way. Much preferred is the TV serial Simply Maria all the way from Mexico. The family consists of Ma, 38, architect, modest, intelligent, wages 9,000 rubles a month which right now is $15, Pa, head engineer, makes aeroplane parts, very thin, doesn't make conversation, but occasionally spits out wry witticisms, and daughter, 16, laughs openly at my grammatical mistakes and takes extreme pleasure in correcting me as often as possible. Apparently the most amusing thing I've said so far is Cherepika, which I innocently thought to be a tortoise but which turned out to be an unidentifiable mixture of about 3 different, silly, and rude words. The little I have seen of Kazan amounts to this: slush, unimaginable dirt, deep, fathomless puddles, calling to mind the one enormous filthy puddle in Gogol's town of Mirgorod, which generally reflects the baseness of that town's inhabitants. Apart from that, it looks a lot like Yule, similar colors. The colors on the whole are fantastic. One part of town consists of half-derelict houses, pinks and greens, mostly filled with snow and crooked trees. Every morning I have to catch a tram which is stuffed with vicious babushkas elbowing you as hard as possible, sighing and rolling their eyes. Tut-tooting in. The English style gets you nowhere here. I'm trying to look as Russian as posse. Blee, silly hat, huge coat, etc., etc., but somehow look like a very old-fashioned soldier or safari guide. Lessons at the Institute have so far been quite interesting and also cause for amusement. Many are the times it has been pointed out to me that Kazan is not a provincial town but in the 19th century was the cultural center of Russia where lived Tolstoy, Herzen, Aksakov. Pushkin once used the loo in a rich merchant's house, etc., etc. I hope you love the Tartar national symbol here enclosed. Love. Daisy. Inside the envelope from Daisy successfully surviving the trip from Kazan was a plaster of Paris medallion with a double eagle on it. 322 The Golden Age is in us. April 16, Petrolia. Dear Mr. Cockburn. I tardily read your piece Tales Out of School, more on Reno. I don't mean to downplay the Salem witch hunts, the Red Scare, or the child molestation scare, but they pale in comparison against 2 of the biggest hysterias of our nation: prohibition and the current drug wars. While maybe 1,000 got caught up in the Salem-type affairs, maybe tens of thousands in the Red Scare of the 50s, and perhaps tens of thousands in the child molestation scare, tens of millions have been ruined in the attempts at prohibition, as well as a complete and utter corruption of our legal system and moral compasses. It is a more serious crime today to grow pot than murder. It should come as no surprise that the same gang that brought us the child molestation hysteria is pushing the drug wars today and making a load of money. 1 month at the local charter house runs over $14,000. Most of the victims are forced to go there either by the law or their bosses. Of course, no cure is known, for as Dr. Thomas Zass points out, there is no disease except a plague of politicians barking about not being soft on crime. Forfeiture has become a billion-a-year industry. Barry Hickman. Placitas, New Mexico. April 20. Petrolia. Was it really necessary to send tanks into the Branch Davidian compound northwest of Waco, Texas, converting the place into a crematorium for over 80 people, including 17 children? The hostage rescue squad, Attorney General Reno explains, were getting tired, could not remain in place indefinitely. So both in its origin and its conclusion, the Branch Davidian crisis saw deaths of men, women, and children because the feds can't sit still. We live in the militarized police culture of SWAT teams, TAC squads, elite storm units, Delta teams, and kindred commandos. Don't knock on the door to solve enforcement problems, but break it down with a bulldozer. The President and his Attorney General seem to have signed on to that culture with alacrity. From President Clinton, continued funding for the war on drugs; from Attorney General Reno, a go-ahead for the FBI's catastrophic final solution. Bill and Janet should count the bodies outside Waco and think again. 1993, Waco and Hitler 323. April 22, Petrolia. The night of the Waco Holocaust, Attorney General Janet Reno told Larry King that we are concerned for the children because there had been reports of sexual abuse of the children. Well, they certainly put a stop to that. As Wesley Pruden wrote in the Washington Times, any time you start the day by gassing women and children, you have to expect it to end badly. What really did in the Branch Davidians was the word cult. You can do more or less anything to a cult. After hiding behind Janet Reno's skirts in the immediate aftermath of the federally sponsored disaster, President Clinton sent out word that the Davidians brought it on themselves. There was evidence that the children were abused, even to instruction on how to clamp down on cyanide pills. The FBI has conceded that there's absolutely no evidence for these chilling claims. For 6 hours in Waco, the FBI pumped CS2 into a compound containing children too small even to wear the gas masks allegedly stockpiled by the Davidians. It now seems likely that the M60 tank knocked over the kerosene from the compound's lamps and almost everyone was either gassed to death or burned alive. This appalling event took place on the 50th anniversary to the day of the final Nazi assault, April 19, 1943, on the Jewish ghetto in Warsaw. Were those tank commanders and flame dispensers surprised that the ghetto mothers did not seize their children and rush towards the attackers in search of safety? The Nazis too regarded cults as ripe candidates for persecution. On July 20, 1937, the SS Reichsführer Reinhard Heydrich ordered the banning and persecution of small religious sects, including the Baha'is, Theosophical groups, New Salem Society and the Seventh-day Adventists. The Gestapo claimed that such action was required because of the sex menace to society. April 23, Petrolia. Man goes into a bar, sees familiar-looking fellow at far end nursing a Beck's dark. He looks like Hitler, only older. Pepper and salt mustache. Certain stiffness in one arm. Man sidles along bar, finally speaks up. "Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you something?" Fellow raises hand wearily, "I know what you're going to say. I look like Hitler." "Well, I am Hitler. And I'm not sorry. In fact, I'm planning to do it again. Only this time I'm going to kill 20 million Jews and 3 acrobats. 3 acrobats? You see. Hitler screeches triumphantly, you've forgotten the Jews already. 324 The Golden Age is in us. April 24 Petrolia. I suppose I'm somewhere in the spy files accumulated by a former SFPD inspector, Tom Gerard, and by an ADL spy, who was also an FBI informant, Roy Bullock. Between them they held more than 12,000 names in their compute. ERS, ranging from Representative Ron Dellums to such outfits as Earth Island Institute, United Auto Workers, Jews for Jesus and ACT UP. Bullock's files included the category Pinkos. Bullock was a particularly important member of a national ADL spy network run from New York. An FBI interview with Bullock discloses a curious history. From Indiana, and not himself Jewish, he offered to work undercover for the ADL after reading about an infiltrator of the Communist Party. Affinity for double identity role-playing might also have been fostered by the fact that he was gay. Dividing with Gerard $16,000 in new $100 bills from the South Africans, he told the San Francisco policeman, "For I may be gay, but I'm a straight arrow." Gerard's briefcase, discovered in his police locker after he fled, disclosed evidence of a Baroque physical and imaginative life, passports and IDs in 10 different names, extensive info on death squads, a black hood and photos of blindfolded and chained men. April 25 Petrolia. Lieutenant Col. Ralph Vandeman created an army intelligence network targeting 4 prime foes, the industrial workers of the world, opponents of the draft, socialists, and for Negro unrest. Fear that Germans could foment black grievances was great. Vandeman was much preoccupied with black churches as centers of sedition. By the end of 1917 the War Department's Military Intelligence Division had opened a file on Martin Luther King Jr.'s maternal grandfather, the Reverend A.D. Williams, pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church and first president of the Atlanta NAACP. King's father, Martin Sr. Williams's successor at the Ebenezer Church, also entered the Army files. Martin Jr. first shows up in these files in 1947. He was attending Dorothy Lilly's intercollegiate school, and the Army suspected Ms. Lilly of having communist ties. Army intelligence officers became convinced of Martin Luther King Jr.'s own communist ties when he spoke in 1950 at the 25th anniversary of the integrated Highlander Folk School in Monteagle, Tennessee. 10 years earlier, an Army intelligence officer had reported to his superiors that the Highlander School was teaching a course of instruction to develop Negro organizers in the southern cotton states. 1993, the U.S. Army's spy network 325. By 1963, the Tennessee journalist Stephen Tompkins reports in the Commercial Appeal, U-2 planes were photographing disturbances in Birmingham, Alabama, capping a multilayered spy system that by 1968 included 304 intelligence offices across the country, subversive national security dossiers on 80,731 Americans, plus 19 million personnel dossiers lodged at the Defense Department's Central Index of Investigations. A more sinister thread derives from the anger and fear with which the Army High Command greeted King's denunciation of the Vietnam War at Riverside Church in 1967. Army spies recorded Stokely Carmichael telling King, "The man don't care you call ghettos concentration camps, but when you tell him his war machine is nothing but hired killers you got trouble." After the 1967 Detroit riots, 496 black men under arrest were interviewed by agents of the Army's Psychological Operations Group, dressed as civilians. It turned out King was by far the most popular black leader. That same year Maj. Gen. William Yarborough, Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, observing the Great Anti-War March on Washington from the roof of the Pentagon, concluded that the empire was coming apart at the seams. There were, Yarborough Rec. 1. Too few reliable troops to fight in Vietnam and hold the line at home. The Army increased surveillance on King. Green Berets and other Special Forces veterans from Vietnam began making street maps and identifying landing zones and potential sniper sites in major U.S. cities. The Ku Klux Klan was recruited by the 20th Special Forces Group, headquartered in Alabama as a subsidiary intelligence network. The Army began offering .30.06 sniper rifles to police departments, including that of Memphis. Tompkins details the increasing hysteria of Army intelligence chiefs over the threat they considered King to be posing to national stability. King was dogged by spy units through early 1967. A Green Beret special unit was operating in Memphis on the day he was shot. He died from a bullet from a .30.06 rifle purchased in a Memphis store, in a murder for which James Earl Ray is serving 99 years. April 26, Petrolia. Soon Clinton's first 100 days will be up. What will the record show? Sold out the Haitian refugees, let a Bush appointee, Herman Cohen, run Africa policy, essentially giving a green light to Savimbi in Angola to butcher thousands, put Israel's lobbyists in charge of Mideast policy, bolstered the arms industry with a budget in which projected spending for 93 is higher in constant dollars than average spending during the Cold War from 1950, increased secret intelligence spending, Maine. 326 The Golden Age is in us. Tained full DIA funding, put Wall Street in charge of national economic strategy, sold out on grazing and mineral rights on public lands, is pushing NAFTA forward and is now neutering the side agreements that as a candidate he proposed would protect workers and the environment. A big sellout, this one, and, with Mrs. HRC at the wheel, ignores the desire of about 60% of Americans for single-payer national health insurance, opting instead for some version of managed competition that leaves the insurance companies in charge of the show. I know he's no friend of the unborn and unwanted, and that's enough to keep some liberals happy. April 29, Petrolia. A letter from Robert Gorham Davis, who is married to my father's first wife, Hope Hale Davis. Alexander Cockburn quotes Richard Gardner, clinical professor of child psychiatry, as stating in the Wall Street Journal that the child abuse trials of recent years represent the third great wave of hysteria in U.S. history, following the Salem witch trials of 1692 and the McCarthy persecutions. Neither Dr. Gardner nor Alexander Cockburn mention a respect in which the Salem witchcraft trials were strikingly like those of alleged child abusers. The Salem accusers, whose testimony, spectral evidence, was used to condemn those charged with witchcraft, were almost entirely children or adolescents, in the Salem instance all girls who had learned occult lore from a woman slave, half Carib, half Negro, owned by a local clergyman. The more the youthful Salem accusers were believed by their elders, including some of the leading theologians of the Bay Colony, the Mathers, for instance, the more bizarre their behavior became and the more fantastic their accusations, very like those cited by Cockburn in the Florida Bobby Fignier case. Finally they trooped from town to town, falling in pretended fits before persons they had never seen before, but whose possession by the devil they could allegedly discern in detail. When the courts at last banned such spectral evidence, the trials ceased and the accused were released, all except the hanged. Accusations were even made by the children against other children. One boy of 4 was jailed for months, kept in leg irons. Obviously the Salem evidence of such fantasy-making powers in children and their readiness to use them destructively is a reason for moving cautiously in response to child abuse charges. Though, Alexander Cockburn agrees, child abuse does undoubtedly occur and more often than we like to think. Robert Gorham Davis. 1993, Takid said Concert 327. May 1, Petrolia. At the Forest Summit in Portland they kept talking about ending gridlock. Gridlock in defense of virtue is no vice. Gridlock can often be defined as holding the bastards at bay, and it's often the best that we can hope for. Every time I hear Clinton or Gore chirp about an end to gridlock and the need for people of goodwill to hammer out compromises, my heart sinks. You can't broker everything. There was gridlock between the slave owners and the abolitionists. What's compromise here? A 4-pound leg shackle instead of the 12 pounds hand, neck and ankle rig cherished by the slave industry. It was at least amusing to see the rape and pillage crowd fumbling for words. To indicate their empathy with the primal rhythms of Mother Nature, like Visigoths trying to recite the UN Charter from memory. May 2, New York. Edward said has his piano concert with Diana Taki Dine. He did wonder. Fully. Beautiful Mozart sonata for 2 pianos in D major. I liked the Britain. Mazurka Elegiaca, though Ben disagreed. Diana had smooth motions of her hands. Edward had more flourishing gestures. He took off his watch with masterful theatricality. It was Edward's evening as a Renaissance man, cheered to the roof by all his friends. May 3, New York. The only person getting as good press as Reno is Babbitt, Secretary of the Interior. A recent McNeil-Lehrer profile presented him as a cross between Teddy Roosevelt, John Muir, and the late Edward Abbey. Indeed, Babbitt is not averse to insinuating that he and Ed were buddies and liked nothing better than to kick back in the wilderness. In fact, Abbey loathed Babbitt. Not Babbitt the rabbit, bellowed Abbey on hearing news that Babbitt, after 10 years as governor of Arizona, was running for president in 1987. Babbitt is nothing but a flunky for the developers and industrialists who are rapidly destroying what's left of Arizona. Many folks in Arizona hate Babbitt with a steely passion, having long suffered the hypocrisies of this prairie pecksniff. The discordance between national posture and local reality was comical. Babbitt the man who lashed out against overgrazing became Babbitt the man who apologized to the Arizona Cattle Growers Association 2 weeks later. Babbitt the custodian of precious resources was also Babbitt the advocate of the Central Arizona Project, a pork res. 328 The Golden Age is in us. Barrel scheme to run water backwards uphill for 370 miles across the Arizona desert to grow surplus cotton. May 4, New York. Startling to see Louis Jolyon Jolly West being cited reverently in the press as an authority or expert on cults. West is a psychiatrist at UCLA, renowned for his suzerainty over the Neuropsychiatric Institute. Back in 1969, West leaped to prominence with disclosure of his plan to put electrodes in the brains of suspected violent offenders at a bureaucratic spin-off, the Center for the Study and Reduction of Violence. Public uproar forced West to abandon this scheme. In 1973, West once again sought to set up a center for human experimentation at a former Nike missile base in the Santa Monica Mountains. In this pastoral setting, the work of scientific experimentation would proceed undisturbed. The site is securely fenced, West wrote excitedly to a state legislator. Comparative studies could be carried out there, in an isolated but convenient location, of experimental model programs, for alteration of undesirable behavior. In 1975, West and his collegial mind-benders at the UCLA Institute were subjecting children to electric cattle prods and LSD as part of aversion therapy against homosexual tendencies. The experimenters had set up the following criteria to establish homosexual preferences. 1. Do you ever extend your fingers to their limit? 2. Do you ever stand with your hands on your hips? 3. Does your wrist go limp? 4. Do you flutter your arms up and down the way Nixon did? 5. Do you touch your palms to your back? 6. Have you ever moved your hand towards the outer surface of the forearm while the elbow is either fixed or extended? Yes to 2 of these behavioral traits got you aversion therapy, meaning a whack with the prod followed by a bracing dram of lysergic acid. West had long worked with CIA chemists and kindred boffins on the use of LSD in altering human behavior. Not just humans either. In 1962 West killed Tusco, a renowned elephant at the Oklahoma City Zoo. He shot the mighty pachyderm full of acid and Tusco swiftly succumbed. West claimed that the zookeeper had brought him the elephant for treatment. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, neurologists and psychiatrists were much taken with the problems of urban violence. One of West's mentors was Dr. Ernst Ryadin, a strange love type heading up the neurology department at the La Fayette Clinic, who recommended psychosurgery and castration as appropriate medical technologies to apply to the dangerous classes. Rudin equated dumb young males who riot to oxen and declared that the castrated ox will pull his plow, and that human eunuchs, although at times quite scheming entrepreneurs, are not given to physical violence. Are scientific. 1993, Chomsky Life of Aurelius 329. Age tends to disregard this wisdom of the past. West made similar statements after the Watts Rebellion, but for the castra torsicle he recommended the substitution of cyprodrone acetate, a sterilizing chemical developed by the East Germans. By 1972 West was suggesting the use of prisoners as subjects in such treatment. There was a big stink about this, and in 1974 statewide protests led to cuts of state funding to West's NPI. In his Operation Mind Control, Walter Bowart wrote that West is perhaps the chief advocate of mind control in America today. May 5, Ardmore, Co. Waterford. Kevin Myers, the Irish Times columnist, refers to the excuse of the penal laws used to account for Ireland's failure to become a fully fledged industrial power in the 19th century. He suggests that maybe the Irish appetite for whiskey is actually what accounts for the failure. Odd to find an Irish paper parroting the old British line that the Irish were shiftless sots fit only for export to Botany Bay. Foster's New History of Ireland takes the same sort of tack about the British effect. You get from it the notion that the famine was something a bit unfortunate, one of a phase of famines in the 19th century which weren't really anyone's fault. Certainly not the fault of English free market Malthusians. Saying that export crops from Ireland shouldn't be used to feed the starving peasantry. Incredible that this sort of drivel hasn't been put in its place. I wonder if some Indian historian of British colonialism there is making similar mumbles about the Raja's constructive role, and sneaking round difficult things. Like the breaking of the thumbs of all the weavers in Dhaka so they wouldn't compete with the British textile industry. May 10, Ardmore. It was a thrilling time recently for Ardmore. One event seemed to eclipse the other. There was the marvelous win of the U14s over De La Salle and their emerging as co-champions. There was Tidy Towns Day with attendant celebrations on the seafront before the unveiling of the plaque for the All-Ireland victory in 1992. But there was also the visit of Professor Noam Chomsky and his wife to Ardmore, as the guests of Alexander Cockburn. He has been in Dublin all the week, lecturing in the psychology department of UCD. He is recognized as one of the minds of the 20th century, for a theorist of language whose work since the late 1950s is so influential as to make him the equivalent in linguistics of Freud in psychology or Einstein in physics, according to Fintan O'Toole in the 330 The Golden Age is in Us. Irish Times on April 30 last. He also says, on the other hand, as a persistent critic of American foreign policy, he is both an exemplar and a harsh critic of the American dream. For he unwound in Ardmore over the weekend and distinguished himself by singing in O'Reilly's pub, another first for Ardmore. Dungarvan Observer and Munster Industrial Advocate. Carol Chomsky sang too. Michael O'Reilly was very pleased with everything. May 11, Petrolia. I gave a party the other night to celebrate the birthday of someone arriving at the age of 21. Legal at last. The next day people were kind enough to say they'd had a good time. Today the phone rang. It was Ellen Taylor. "I was gardening," said Ellen. "Then I thought about you and I want to ask you a question. I hope you don't think it's rude." "Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Did you come to Petrolia to kill yourself?" "No, Ellen. I didn't." "Why do you ask?" "As a registered nurse I must tell you that on 3 separate occasions I've observed you drinking to excess." "But Ellen, I only had 3 margaritas. I was going to add. And maybe 1 or 2 glasses of wine," but Ellen was plowing on. "Oh good, so you came to Petrolia to be happy." Then she said she had to get back to her gardening and rang off. After the suicide call I went back to a column I was writing. It had been a beautiful Sunday evening, young green leaves glowing in the setting sun. But now my concentration was jarred. I felt cross, and I'm sure that if Ellen, digging away in her garden, had known that my mood had changed for the worse, she would have felt contented that already I was taking the first timid steps towards rehabilitation. May 26, Petrolia. The Clinton administration is over. Oh, it will drag on in a thickening twilight of new beginnings and fresh tomorrows. The press corps will detect a new maturity, better yet an appreciation of the tough compromises that Washington extorts. But as an opposing, progressive challenge to business as usual, the Clinton presidency has failed, even by the standards of its own timid promises. The 1993, end of Clinton presidency 331. Recruitment of old J. Nixon/Reagan/Bush hand David Gergen as the president's new public relations czar signals the surrender. As registers of liberal or conservative political potency, American president size seldom coincide with the precise 4-year terms that march reassuringly down the quadrennial calendar. By the official measure, Jimmy Carter's administration stretched from 1977 through to the end of 1980. But the liberal arc actually extended from Richard Nixon's ouster in mid-1974 through to the successful counterattack of the right in 1979. In 1979, with Paul Volcker installed as chairman of the Federal Reserve and arms spending pulsing up in tune with the new Cold War, the Reagan years truly began. The Clinton presidency got underway with the budget compromise of 1990, when President Bush abandoned his party's right wing and agreed to raise taxes. In terms of popularity and political strength, Clinton peaked at the time of the Democratic Party convention in New York in July of 1992. Decline was not long delayed. By the time of the official election last November, the long sunset had already commenced. The big vote for Ross Perot was one augury. Clinton's post-election disclosure that there would be no tax cut for the middle class was another. By the time of the inauguration, the Clinton administration was already low in the water. The president-elect and his advisors had destroyed their room for maneuver in the formulation of economic policy. They fanned budget-cutting hysteria by accepting the silly Republican claim that surprise, the prospective deficit was going to be more severe than expected. And they were trapped by the turn-of-the-year talk about an economic recovery. By the time he gave his presidential oath, Clinton's presidency, as anything other than a vehicle for economic orthodoxy and Wall Street wisdom, was in the ditch. A few days later he pushed the wreck into the crusher by catastrophic handling of the issue of gays in the military. Inexperience and uncertainty allowed Senator Sam Nunn and Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell to seize the initiative. Before the week was out, the Pentagon had its majority in Congress, and the Christian right were trumpeting renewal and victory. Clinton's economic program outlined the terms of surrender and defeat. Wall Street orthodoxy was duly acknowledged with a deficit reduction program that will assure continued stagnation. The forgotten middle class has been duly remembered with tax hikes that will in all likelihood assure Republican victories. In 1994 and 1996, A modest stab at redistribution with raising of tax rates for the better off has been accompanied with the renewal of the loophole and tax shelter industry. So now, as a regressive bill heads to the Senate from its narrow victory in the House and David Gergen takes over the White House communications, we can bid goodbye to any thoughts of a progressive agenda in what remains of the official Clinton presidency. 332 The Golden Age is in us. Today, the continued full funding of the drug war, the tough-on-crime posturings. Tomorrow, the evisceration of the Endangered Species Act, the caps on entitlements. In short, the Republican administration officially to be inaugurated in 1997 already has begun. There were those of us on the left who said all through last year that this is the way it would turn out. May 27 Petrolia. Daisy reports from Moscow a charming Russian saying, "Drink in the morning and you're free for the rest of the day." June 1 Petrolia. The slush about Irving Howe is ankle deep. Howe's prime function, politically speaking, in the last 30 years of his life was that of policing the left on behalf of the powers that be. The obits tells the whole story. In the 1960s Howe was denouncing the violent, authoritarian strains of the New Left. About the authoritarian tendencies of the New Left, and the shabbiness of many of its notions, nobody was more withering. Howe rejected the New Left cults of youth and expressive violence in the 60s, the cults of Castro and Ho Chi Minh and Mao. He vigorously scolded the student left for its intellectual laziness, authoritarian arrogance, and occasional barbarism. In other words, Howe was a foot soldier in the ideological COINTELPRO campaign to divert political currents electrifying America and supporting liberation movements in the Third World, the only significant general mobilization of a left in the United States in the second half of the 20th century. In his later years he was wheeled onto the op-ed pages to announce what the left thought of Dukakis or Clinton, but by that time his prime sociological significance was as a magnet for money from the MacArthur Foundation. As Josh Muravchik once pointed out in an entertaining piece, the chances of an American receiving a MacArthur Genius Award are about 1,000,000 to 1. Become a member of the editorial board of Dissent and the odds are 10 to 1. June 2 Petrolia. But the grass is greener in England. There used to be quite a decent bit of grass round the Duomo in Pisa, but I can't think of anywhere else in Italy where it's a patch on ours. Letter in the Independent magazine. 1993, New Age Wedding 333. June 3 Petrolia. A fax from a Swiss translator after I'd sent an article on the Woodstock Festival. This was for Zürcher Allgemeine Zeitung. Dear Mr. Cockburn, I do have some questions regarding your article. P2 line 9, I cannot find the word tractations in any dictionary. P2 1.15, what does Humboldt country mean? P3 1.4, from the bottom, generational self-consciousness, does this mean one becomes conscious of belonging to a certain generation, or does the generation become conscious of, i.e. find itself? P3 1.2 F.B, Hobbesian sense of conscience, where does Hobbes define this? So I can look for the correct translation? Do you mean conscience in the strict technical/religious sense, or rather in the sense of consciousness? P3 last line, the cash nexus was left on the interstate. Does this mean that everything was for free? P4 1.6 F.B, Woodstock was not just a blip equals a flash in the pan? P5 1. 16, San Francisco lesbian supervisor, what is RA the supervisor of? P6 middle of page, I have never been able to understand that line from me. And Bobby McGee. Does it really mean that only things which cost something are worth anything? June 4 Petrolia. Someone showed me an invitation to a wedding here in the Matole Valley the other day. Join us for a circle of magic and miracles as two become one and everything in the light and mystery of sacred spirit. The two propose to be united with the blessings of the Gemini lover's new moon as the great goddess the moon herself harmonizes with Mars man and Venus woman. Long life to them both. The invitation was very precise in its times: prayer circle, May 21, 6 p.m., ceremony, May 22, 2:04 p.m. Reception, 4:06 p.m., music, 7:11 p.m. It seems these times were all calibrated astrologically, when Gemini was entering the house of Mars and so forth. Yesterday I met vexed wedding guests. The to-be-weds went to a sweat lodge in the morning and were sufficiently elevated by the experience to be 4 hours late for the wedding. Gemini had quit the house of Mars and, more to the point, the rabbi had left too after heroically entertaining the impatient guests with lively music. New Age bummer. 334 The Golden Age is in us. June 6 Petrolia. My birthday. Long live Geminis, flyweights of the universe as someone unkindly called us. Nice astrologers say Geminis are impulsive, brilliant, leaping with sure foot from peak to peak. Less benign estimates have us as schizophrenic, vain as peacocks and with the powers of concentration of a gnat. Down the years a couple of astrologers, one of them the novelist Alison Lurie, have taken enormous pains to cast my horoscope, and of course one's constrained by the bonds of friendship from telling them what rot it all seems. Americans are notorious for their belief in the parasciences of telepathy, astrology, and spiritualism. But the French are just the same. A poll this year showed 55% of the heirs to Descartes believing in telepathy, 46% that astrological signs hold the key to character, 35% that dreams foretell the future and 55% that hypnosis and the laying on of hands cure sickness. Among Greens the numbers were higher by a factor of about 10%. Communists, the study reported, form the only group that is almost solidly skeptical of parascientific achievements, except where healing by hypnosis and laying on of hands is concerned. Such enthusiasm amid leftists for hypnosis goes back to the important role played by mesmerism in the evolution of European progressive/mystical thought. Frederick Anton Mesmer was an Austrian doctor born in 1733 who developed an interest in astrology. He concluded that the force exercised by the stars on humans took the form of electricity or magnetism. He first tried to cure sick people by magnets, then concluded that occult force resided in humans and could be harnessed by the adept to heal the afflicted. He moved to Paris just before the French Revolution and excited a huge following, even though the medical faculty of Paris stigmatized him as a charlatan. His consulting rooms were dimly lit and sepulchral. Soft music played, and patients sat around a vat in which strange potions bubbled and heaved. They all joined hands while Mesmer, dressed as a magician, moved among them, touching, looking or waving his hand. Mesmer freely admitted that these trappings were flummery, but maintained that there was a force called animal magnetism, which could be benignly evoked. I suppose communists like such procedures because they imply a human mastering of the natural forces. French sociologists, reporting the figures quoted above, believe that enthusiasm for parasciences can be matched to a sense of relegation to the social fringe, particularly among professions where social status is not clearly defined. As with teachers, social workers, and intellectuals, see the gap between their social expectations and the indeterminate reality of their situation gives rise to a fundamental uncertainty, a sense of being relegated to the fringes of the world, or of being unadapted to the world as it is, and this makes it easier to subscribe to other systems of representing reality. 1993, Russian Dogs 335. June 7 Petrolia. Fax from Daisy Cockburn, Moscow. To Alexander Cockburn, Petrolia. Daddy. 1. A. The dog idea, dogs, and power, which you say you and Ben Sonnenberg are working on, has no boundaries. My friend Peter needed a little prompting before a dog-based monologue filled the air. No difficulty with the concept of dogs and power, dogs and owners, hierarchy of dogs, dogs and communists, communist dogs. Anyway, Peter's mulling it over. I think Pavlov's dogs were run-of-the-mill dvornyashki, i.e. good for nothing. Mongrels. Peter seemed unimpressed by my eager inquiries concerning Pavlov's pups, not interested and/or disapproving of experimentation with the dog, who is a, more honest b, more consistent than the crooked swine the human being. Honest here meaning I think the canine talent for recognizing at one with the social status of fellow dog in street. 2. The sensation of potential blindness is due I think to the fact that microscopic dogs are the focal point for the entire family, rarely do they register each other. Also staring meaninglessly at a dog is akin to meditation, a sort of blind seeing. And, needless to say, the dog is indispensable in stilted situations when the least you can do is incline your head into a position of coy contemplation and avoid head-on collision with the human gaze. Love. Daisy. P.S. from Minima Moralia. P48 number 28. Paysage. The shortcoming of the American landscape is not so much, as romantic illusion would have it, the absence of historical memories, as that it bears no traces of the human hand. This applies not only to the lack of arable land, the uncultivated woods often no higher than scrub, but above all to the roads. These are always inserted directly in the landscape, and the more impressively smooth and broad they are, the more unrelated and violent their gleaming track appears against its wild, overgrown surroundings. They are expressionless. Just as they know no marks of foot or wheel, no soft paths along their edge as a transition to the vegetation, no trails leading off into the valley. So they are without the mild, soothing, unangular quality of things that have felt the touch of hands or their immediate implements. It is as if no one had ever passed their hand over the landscape's hair. It is uncomforted and comfortless. And it is perceived in a corresponding way. For what the hurrying eye has seen merely from the car it cannot retain, and the vanishing landscape. 336 The golden age is in us. Leaves no more traces behind than it bears upon itself. Also a bit further on in the Theses Against Occultism, in section 6. Wonderful to have a daughter who likes Adorno. June 25 Petrolia. Fax urgent, to Ben Sonnenberg, patient in intensive care unit. Daisy and I went to San Francisco and we went into Black Oak Books in Berkeley to look for a second-hand copy of Berlioz's memoirs, which she had been pestering me for after reading about them in your book. As we went in, we were handed tickets and it turned out a reading by Susan Sontag of her new novel was impending. Susan came in, greeted us warmly, which got me points with Daisy, murmured in my ear how beautiful my daughter was, and then, there we were in the back, second-hand book part, as Susan read a longish chunk of her book. But in the course of all this I took a look at the Berlioz memoirs, which are wonderful. I particularly liked the bit when he hears his mistress has been unfaithful, and resolves to return to Paris and gain access to her house, disguised as a maid, for I am shown the drawing room, I hand over a letter and while it is being read, produce my pistol and blow out the brains, first of number 1, and then of number 2, and, seizing number 3 by the hair, throw off my disguise and finish her off in the same manner, regardless of her shrieks. Then, before this concert of voices and instruments attracts attention, I hasten to deposit the contents of the remaining barrel in my own right temple, and if the pistol misses fire I shall at once resort to my small bottles. A charming comedy. It is really a great pity it was never put on the stage. Of course Berlioz loses the maid's costume on the way from Rome, gets waylaid in Ventimiglia and that's the end of that. All this prompted me to listen to his Romeo and Juliet, which is lovely. Alexander. July 9 Petrolia. Clinton fired a missile at Baghdad on June 27. Michael Jansen on one of his victims. Leila Alatter, who was killed in the U.S. cruise missile attack on Baghdad on 27 June, will be remembered not only as a talented Iraqi painter but also as the founder and director of the Saddam Art Center, one of the largest and probably. 1993, Clinton's Gay Compromise 337. The best art gallery in the Arab world. It houses the work of an array of Iraqi painters, sculptors, and ceramists without equal in the Middle East. She came from a wealthy and artistic family. According to Palestinian artist Sami Azaru, who knew her well, Leila Atter was best known for portraying the suffering of women. Her work was both impressionistic and individualist. Her canvases are filled with light, as she was. Leila was a very optimistic person. And that was her tragedy. She had just moved back into her home after it was damaged by bombing during the Gulf War in 1991. Many of her paintings were damaged in that attack, as were many more in the one which killed her, since she exhibited very little of her work. The Mansur district in which she lived is a better-off area near the racecourse, recently ingested by the sprawling suburbs of Baghdad. It was an unexpected target for attack, as one of her neighbors, Palestinian-born Jabra Jabra, celebrated essayist, novelist, and translator of T.S. Eliot, told Mel. July 22. Petrolia. Rakia Omar, who runs Africa Rights out of London, tells of a pleasing exchange she had with the Belgian press. Her colleague Alex Duval had reported from Somalia that the Belgian paratroopers under UN colors performing errands of mercy in the southern Somalian town of Kismayo had killed at least 200 Somalians under the lax rules of engagement espoused by the UN. When Rakia put out a press release to this effect, the phone in the Africa Rights office came alive with Belgian journalists wanting to know only one thing: were the Belgian troops Flemish speakers, or francophone? "For I have no intention of becoming involved in your tribal polities," Rakia said stiffly. The Belgian ethnic and linguistic division between Flemings and Walloons produces outlandish absurdities. Recently a university hospitable to both factions was divided, and the rivalry was so intense that when the library had to be apportioned into two, multi-volume sets were split down the middle, with one library getting the first volume of Newton's work and the other getting the next, and so on. July 29. Petrolia. The Clinton Compromise on gays in the military registers a shift in compass from religion to etiquette, as embodied in the Pentagon's statement that sexual orientation will not be a bar to service unless manifested by homosexual conduct. Thus sexual orientation becomes a comedy, or tragedy, of manners. To the Christian right this will always be anathema, since the guidelines accept. 338 The golden age is in us. The propriety of a homosexual essence, and invigilate not sin but tactlessness. The erotic possibilities under the new guidelines are considerable, as indicated throughout history by kindred mannerist restrictions on the libido, and consequent mannerist expressions of that libido. So for gay dogs in the meadery, think but don't look, look but don't sniff. Blame for the squandering of political capital can be shared between Clinton and those gay strategists who urged him toward an executive order ending discrimination against gays in the meadery. That botched effort reflected the political naivete of the president and the gay movement. It grossly underestimated the foe's institutional strength and overestimated congressional support. August 4. Petrolia. Hitler justified the 1934 purge against Rome, aka the Night of the Long Knives, by saying that the brown shirts were rife with homosexuals. "Why, in one room we found 2 naked boys," the Führer told Albert Speer in shocked tones. To be caught in flagranti in the Wehrmacht at time of combat was to be accused of Wehrkraftzersetzung, roughly, wrought inside the virile body of the armed forces, and shot straight away. In less fraught conditions it meant the concentration camp and a pink triangle. August 6. Petrolia. A correspondent chides me for not answering his letter, which was an invitation to evaluate his novel, 644 pages in length. I'm a poor letter writer, it's true. I store letters in boxes by year and am now working my way through the 1990 ones. In his book The World of the Shining Prince, About the tale of Genji and the Japanese court 1,000 years ago, Yvonne Morris describes skill in the art of correspondence as a determinant of social reputation. First, it was necessary to choose paper of the proper thickness, size, design, and color to suit the emotional mood that one wished to suggest, as well as the season of the year and even the weather of the particular day. The calligraphy, of course, was at least as important as the actual message, and often the writer had to make numerous drafts with different brushes before producing the precise effect he wished. The nucleus of the text was usually a 31-syllable poem whose central image was some aspect of nature that delicately symbolized the occasion. Having finished his letter, the writer would carefully fold it in one of the accepted styles. The next step was to select the proper branch or spray of blossom to which the letter must be attached. This 1993, Baudrillard and Bardac 339. Depended on the dominant mood of the letter and on the imagery of the poem. It was also correlated with the color of the paper, blue paper for a willow twig, green for oak, crimson for maple. So you see, it all takes time. August 7, Petrolia. A few years back a French intellectual, Baudrillard by name, drove across the United States, spoke to no one and, having thus rapidly and silently traversed the continent, turned out a book called America, which enjoyed considerable vogue. Going about the country, driving into a new town, checking out the scene, I often think of Baudrillard careening through landscapes that only time and an expert guide can help one comprehend. Europeans love to repeat that silly line of the expatriate Gertrude Stein about Oakland, for when you get there, there's no there there. Of course Oakland is there, invisible or uninteresting only to those for whom America can be shrunk to a handful of cities genteelly advertised as being on the beaten track. Often American intellectuals slide into a native version of the same snobbery, believing that thinking, writing or political work can only be conducted in a handful of metropolitan or campus habitats. What would a Baudrillard or kindred transient make of Watsonville, maybe pulling off Highway 1, looking for a gas stop, heading east on Airport Boulevard? Past Hector's, down Freedom Boulevard, along Main, out through some Brock Coley fields at the south end of town and then without further ado back on one with Castroville, artichoke heart of the world, next up on the route map. The glazed tourist's eye might, even at a speed never dropping below 30 miles per hour, pick out a few of the insignia of local drama, a church without a steeple, some of the south end of Maine missing altogether. Watsonville got hit pretty bad in the earthquake of 1989. But even at a walking pace it's hard to decipher the main streets and side alleys without detour and patient investigation. Take those snug-looking, sin. GLE-story Maybach houses. How many families are crammed in them? 2. 3. More. And the broccoli cutters, a ragged line of figures in the middle distance. You can't tell anything about them at that range, unless through their old cars, sometimes their homes parked nearer at hand. How much are they making? Where are they from? Actually Watsonville has its historian, or raconteur in the form of Frank Bardac, whose Liberals and Great Blue Herons is now published by Jim O'Connor and Barbara Lawrence, as part of their Capitalism, Socialism, Nature enterprise. Frank gives the answers, same way they should be given for every town in America but almost never are. It's not easy to be a truthful 340. The golden age is in us. Therefore radical reporter about the significant affairs of a town where, to use one of Frank's favorite images from Ivan Illich, you can see the surrounding field from the church steeple. The man you criticized in harsh terms yesterday is the man you meet on Main Street tomorrow. You have to know what you're talking about. A reporter can make a mess of the street names in Mogadishu and be safe enough from rebuke. Err on a name, an event, a deal, a saga in Watsonville and your critics are outside the door or next in line at the post office. That's why most local journalism is so unself-consciously deadly, or if self-conscious, sentimental in the manner of Garrison Keillor. It's also why, when you read Frank or the Anderson Valley Advertiser, put out by Bruce Anderson 200 miles farther north in Mendocino County, you can understand the explosive political potential of robust description and analysis of locality. As it is, Frank tells how Watsonville works and how the farmland works and how the two evolve, according to the motions of the world economy. There are no closed horizons. At the other end of Main Street is Michoacan, whence so many of the workers came, is Irapuato whither so many of the jobs finally went. Is London where some of the momentous recent decisions in the history of Watsonville were made. Nothing stands still in Frank's Watsonville. The fingers of the world economy shape and reshape its destinies. The town's polar attraction shifts from the southward pull of Salinas, to the Valley of Silicon an hour's drive north. One of Frank's central themes is the movement of history, the fateful swerves of political economy. Imported water, argues Ivan Illich in his book H2O and the Waters of Forgetfulness, converted Rome from a city to an empire. The empire was built and the city was lost. Imported water will not transform Watsonville into an empire, but it will fully integrate us into the hydraulic empire of the American West. And it will destroy the Pajaro Valley as a place. So he takes us from Rome to Watsonville, in a marvelous swoop of political ecology. August 9, Petrolia. Back in the 1930s, the Federal Writers Project of the WPA produced the last attempt at a detailed guide to America. The volumes vary. Even though the guides were in part written by radicals in the depths of the Depression, class politics were entirely suppressed. In the California volume, one can find amusing entries for Aptos, and for Watsonville, and for the Pajaro Valley, the river of the bird so named, the guide says, because they found on its banks a great eagle stuffed with straw by the Indians. It is a vast sweep of apple orchards. Watsonville's plaza in the center of town was the scene of bull and bear fights, and horse races were held in its main street in the days when the townsmen spent their Sundays after dutiful attendance at early mass gambling, dancing, and racing. That's about the best the zealously censored or self-censoring WPA writers could do, never rising above the level of the anecdotal. Imagine guides to American states written by people like Frank. A guide that told tourists rolling down Highway 1 who owns those fields who the workers are and what happened to their union, their town, their lives. A guide that had humor, but also passion. And politics. August 23, Honolulu. For Imoliaku ina kolea ihuea. Sacrifice the foreigners who have stolen our sovereignty. Return to us the land. Preserve and inspire your descendants until we are so old that we are bent with age, and our eyes droop like a rat. Her chant to gods and ancestors concluded, Dr. Lily Kalakaimela-Haiwa, director of Hawaiian Studies at the University of Hawaii, plunges into a vivid account to 9 attentive judges of the adverse impact of the United States upon her nation. Over on the other side of Oahu from where Dr. Kamela-Haiwa is testifying, in a Honolulu church, others are organizing demonstrations against a motorway H3 that is cutting through ancient burial and temple sites. Go to the other islands in the archipelago and you'll find similar activism. On Hawaii there's a struggle against a geothermal project that threatens to destroy a rainforest. On Kauai there are actions against the use of public lands for missile tests, part of a death twitch of the Star Wars program. There are scores of other such political struggles underway. In back of them lies something that has been growing steadily in force for at least 15 years. The reassertion of Hawaiian sovereign rights. Earlier this year the sovereignty movement known as Kalawai Hawaii organized the largest gathering of native Hawaiians in the past 100 years. 15,000 people mustered in front of the Iolani Palace on January 17, centennial of the overthrow of Queen Liliuokalani by white settlers backed by the U.S. Navy. the largest of the groups agitating for political and sovereign rights. Kalawai Hawaii has some 18,000 members, a constitution, a concise program and a respected presence in international gatherings of indigenous peoples. Kalawai is a nationalist movement, but it is not seeking Hawaiian independence. As its head, Mililani Trask matter-of-factly explains, they are realists, and they reject violence. Their goal is the status of nation within a 342. The golden age is in us. Nation, with a land base made up of approximately 1.5 million acres, land formally held in trust for native Hawaiians or deeded to them by a fragrant mix of chicanery, legal hocus-pocus and political corruption. This land, some of it of immense value, has never been distributed to its rightful inheritors. Thus, unlike other indigenous groups, the native Hawaiians have no land base. As wards of the state, they have also faced near impossible odds in trying to get legal standing in federal or state courts to sue to recover their lands. When Mililani Trask and her colleagues finally extorted a modicum of such standing 2 years ago, a new state law decreed that no successful Hawaiian litigant could ever receive land as a consequence of a court victory. Hawaii is a rich salad of genes. Ask militants about their family backgrounds and one finds lineages replete with Celtic, Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, and English as well as Hawaiian stock. To class as a native Hawaiian in the Kalawai Constitution means having at least one ancestral line descending from pre-1778 Hawaii, the year Captain Cook dropped anchor here. The movement also has honorary, non-Hawaiian members. Over the past 2 weeks, 9 judges mustered to a tribunal from across the world have been listening to an indictment of the United States for its abuse of Hawaiian rights. The charges range from abetting the white settler coup d'état of 1893, through formal U.S. annexation in 1898, imposition of statehood in 1959, appropriation of Hawaiian land and resources, to acts of genocide and ethnocide against the indigenous people. There was a chair reserved for the accused, but no one from the U.S. government has showed up, which is a pity since it would have added extra drama to the proceedings. The judges were in fact lawyers plus 1 theologian and 2 writers, an accurate rendition of cultural norms in the modern era, though 0.5 of a theologian and 0.5 of a writer, plus 2 more lawyers would probably be a more realistic count. Serving on the tribunal were a couple of eminent white law professors from the mainland, Richard Falk of Princeton and Milner Ball of the University of Georgia, Moana Jackson, a Maori lawyer from Aotearoa, and Sharon Venn, a Cree lawyer from Saskatchewan. By the end of the 2-week session, after hearings on all the major islands, they issued an interim finding that sustained the indictment. The full record of testimony and judicial findings will come in a few months. The disadvantage of such tribunals is their informal nature. Adverse judgment is not followed by the clang of the prison gate or the thunk of Uncle Sam plunging through the hangman's trapdoor. What's aimed at here is the furnishing of a competent record of what precisely was done to the Hawaiian people. Also public advertisement of the strength of the sovereignty movement. Of the latter there is no doubt. A powerful campaign for civil and sovereign. 1993, The Lepers Squint 343. Rights is underway. The time is ripe for Kalawai Hawaii. Already impatient Hawaiians so long on the margins of society, sleeping in old cars or on the beaches, are occupying lands. After over 200 years of horror and a century of annexation, they are no longer prepared to see justice denied or even postponed. August 29, Petrolia. St. Mary's Church in my hometown of Youghal in County Cork, Ireland, is a venerable pile dating from Norman times. Standing before the altar gazing down the length of the nave to the great west door, one can detect, high above and slightly to the right, a small opening. From this vantage point many centuries ago the town's lepers, reaching the opening by a special entry, could peek out at the devotions of the notables and merchants mustered below. Hence the ancient name for such an opening, the leper's squint. Such is the vantage point available to leftists in America today. August 30th, Petrolia. Babble on writing, a sentence is born both good and bad at the same time. The whole secret lies in a barely perceptible twist. The control handle must be warm in our hand. You must turn it only once, never twice. No steel can pierce a heart so easily as a period planted in the right place. September 6th, Petrolia. Bad news from Vermont. Andy Kopkind calls from Tree Frog to say the cancer is back. September 7th, Petrolia. Say what you will about Boris Yeltsin, at least he brought drinking back into superpower politics, a tradition best evoked by Shakespeare in Antony and Cleopatra when Antony, Pompey, and the other fellow all get plastered. A friend of mine, covering the last face-off between Yeltsin and the Russian parliament, stood a few yards away from Boris, and observed that he was so drunk that aides had to hold him up. Nixon drank heavily and so did Ford. Carter the prig brought jogging into 344. The golden age is in us. International politics. In the old days the high and mighty stood at banquets, sluicing down tumblers of firewater. These days they run about in their underwear. Who says there's progress in human affairs? Whether he goes up or down, Boris at least knew how to get his hand round a vodka bottle, in marked contrast to his predecessor, the slimy lawyer Gorbachev, who was a dry. Meanwhile, it turns out the Poles have had enough of capitalism. Soon we can run all the news films backwards and have the Lenin statues popping up on their plinths. September 8th, Petrolia. Dear Alexander, I am relieved that you have not become a renegade. Your computer skepticism was needed among younger fanatics who seem to think that absolute truth is just a megabyte away and excel in showing off all the information that is available, except they have no history, no ideological perspective, and therefore no questions to ask. As for unpaid work, there is nowadays a new trend in Sweden, not even the printer gets paid. Left-wing publications in particular, and the entire social democratic newspaper conglomerate of some 20 titles, have found it more convenient to go bankrupt and let the bailiff sort things out. Let's have lunch in Petrolia or in Malmo, next time we meet. Palma's assassin has not yet been found. We were all upset a few years ago, when investigators tried to prove the guilt of abominable Pettersson, a small-time thief and drunk, extremely undignified. We want at least a major national or international conspiracy behind the murder, not some crazy individual who saw Palma outside the movie theater, went home to fetch his gun and then bumped him off, for no elevated reason at all. Palma deserves a plot by Pinochet, the CIA, South Africa, or Israel. My own favorite is the strange coincidence between a telephone number in Stockholm where an old couple were rung up a few minutes after the murder to be told that Palma was dead, and an absolutely identical number, but different area code, in Uppsala, where a South African, former secret agent and officer in Angola, used to live. This is too complicated for the Swedish police to look into, but they have at least the means and the resources. My late friend Ebbe Carlesson pursued a different lead, a mad, grandiose vision of the Ayatollah scheming to kill our Prime Minister. Ebbe was totally off course, but he almost brought down the government. We've yet to see the bottom line. All the best. Björn Kamm. Malmo, Sweden. 1993, Coercive Harmony 345. September 9th, Petrolia. The notion of multiple personality is all the rage these days. I'm not sure whether MP is dysfunctional or functional for the bourgeois state. A series of democratically participating personalities inside the same human envelope obviously raises serious legal questions of culpability. On the other hand, bourgeois society likes roles, since they multiply opportunities for the circulation of commodities. But bourgeois society likes the idea of many personalities ruled by a chief executive who can, so to speak, exercise the tyranny of the boardroom majority. Against this democratic centralism is what political groups of the left used to call the right to tendency and faction. These days we have the numbing rituals of consensus formation, a collective act of brainwashing dictated, as always, by the most unstable participant, exercising the tyranny of the hysteric, the unhinged, anybody whom sensible people in the group decide it's not worth the trouble to upset. So there's consensus. Since these more or less stable participants realize that their concerted objective is to please this weakest member, who obviously agrees. Laura Nader, professor of anthropology at UC Berkeley, gave a striking interview in the San Francisco Examiner the other day in which she noted the growth of coercive harmony, a process she recognized from methods of pacification introduced by European missionaries during the colonial period to control indigenous villagers. According to the article, alternative dispute resolution, she said, was a response to the confrontation and litigiousness of the 1960s civil rights movement. Spearheaded by former U.S. Chief Justice Warren Burger, it aimed to free courts of cases that could be settled through mediation or arbitration. But in the pursuit of compromise, justice often has been forgotten. And the pursuit itself has carried far beyond the justice system. It's basically a movement against the contentious in anything, and it has very strange bedfellows, from people with various psychiatric therapy movements, Christian fundamentalists, corporations sick of paying lawyers, activists who believe we should love each other. And it's spread into different parts of American life. We are talking about coercive harmony, an ideology that says if you disagree, you should really keep your mouth shut. September 10, Petrolia. Thinking about multiple personality reminded me of Althusser's piece on Freud and Lacan, which he wrote sometime in the early 60s. Since Copernicus we have known that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Since Marx we have known that the human subject, the economic, political, or philosophy. 346 The Golden Age is in us. Cal-ego is not the center of history, and even, in opposition to the philosophers of the Enlightenment and to Hegel, that history has no center but possesses a structure which has no necessary center except in ideological misrecognition. In turn, Freud has discovered for us that the real subject, the individual, in his unique essence, has not the form of an ego, centered on the ego, on consciousness or on existence, whether this be the existence of the for itself, of the body proper or of behavior, that the human subject is disintegrated, constituted by a structure which has no center either, except in the imaginary misrecognition of the ego, i.e., in the ideological formation in which it recognizes itself. Of course, given that Althusser ended up strangling his wife, all this kind of stuff has an eerie ring. September 13, Petrolia. It would take the pen of Swift to evoke the nauseating scenes of hypocrisy, bad faith and self-delusion on the White House lawn today, crammed as it was with people who for long years were complicit in the butchery and torture of Palestinians and the denial of their rights, now applauding the symbolic handshake that in fact ratified further negation of those same rights. In the shadow of an American president with the poise and verbiage of the manager of a McDonald's franchise, Arafat produced oratory so meager it made Rabin sound like Cicero. Right now, Palestinians get the right to manage the world's largest prison, the Gaza Strip, plus one cowtown. It's as though the Irish in 1921 got Tralee plus a few acres in West Cork, with the British holding the entire eastern half. Belfast, Dublin, Waterford, plus all the resources, with its army free to roam at will across the Irish enclaves, themselves fragmented by British highways and drained of water. There will be no Palestinian sovereignty and an economy completely subordinated to Israel's. As the Israeli economy gets internationalized, companies will set up sweatshops in Gaza and the West Bank, and the Palestinians will furnish the $6 a day labor. Members of the Palestine Liberation Army, imported from outside the territories, will do the policing, just as The sepoys did for the British in colonial India. Arafat or some successor could end up running, with Israeli and American backing, a mini Haiti. October 8 Petrolia. The Justice and Treasury Departments are now releasing their reports on the circumstances leading up to the incineration of 86 branch Davidians. 1993, C.A.N., and McKinnon 347. Outside Waco on April 19. The Treasury's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which is taking the main fall, deserves everything it gets, but should be joined in the scapegoats gallery by the FBI and by Attorney General Janet Reno. One of the outside experts recruited by the Justice and Treasury Departments to review the case and peruse internal documents was Professor Nancy Ammerman of the Candler School of Theology at Emory University. Ammerman gives short shrift to the ATF, and she confirms, after scrutinizing ATF and FBI records, that career cult hunters were deeply involved in the government's assaults. Ammerman makes some sensible recommendations about treatment of religious groups, which could usefully be studied by the press as well as the Justice and Treasury Departments. Should have understood the pervasiveness of religious experimentation in American history and the fundamental right of groups like the Davidians to practice their religion. They should have understood that many new religious movements do indeed ask for commitments that seem abnormal to most of us, and these commitments do mean the disruption of normal family and work lives. They should also understand that the vast majority of those who make such commitments do so voluntarily. The notion of cult brainwashing has been thoroughly discredited in the academic community. The deprogramming strategies of the Cult Awareness Network are highly reminiscent of the strategies used by Reno on supposed child abusers, breaking Ileana Fuster and trying to break Bobby Fignier, coercing them toward mental disintegration. October 9 Petrolia. Catherine McKinnon's boy toy may be Jeffrey Masson, but her horse toy is Horseboy. She is being sued by a man who claims her dangerous, blooded and spirited horse threw him to the ground. David Johnson is suing McKinnon for an incident occurring on October 4, 1992, when he was renting McKinnon's property in Half Moon Bay, south of San Francisco. He says he had arranged to ride McKinnon's horse and that McKinnon had represented Horseboy as having a harmless and otherwise normal disposition. But it seems Horseboy was inclined to bolt, buck, throw and charge and promptly unseated the Nov. Ice Johnson, who fractured his hip and suffered severe emotional distress. Further reports filter in of McKinnon's performance at the Human Rights Conference in Vienna. After her speech, outside the hall 2 Serbian feminists, who had been running a hotline in Serbia for women and children victims of physical abuse, protested McKinnon's blanket denunciation of all Serbs. 348 The Golden Age is in us. Hearing their complaints, a sympathetic woman marched them up to McKinnon and said that here were 2 women representing the Serbian opposition and that McKinnon could at least acknowledge their existence. McKinnon turned to the Serbians and said, "If you were an effective opposition, you wouldn't be here. You'd be dead. Let's get Horseboy in the witness box. I bet he has a tale to tell. I assume he was gelded." October 25 Petrolia. Dear Alex, just open the 200th issue of New Left Review and read the first page, where Robin writes, "Where the West has had a free hand, there the disasters have been greatest, above all former Yugoslavia and the Gulf. By contrast, in Central America, Namibia, and Cambodia, where the power of the West is still qualified and counterbalanced by local democratic movements and political structures, more positive and effective forms of international action have developed." Op-ed. So, in Yugoslavia, the West had a free hand, but in Central America, say, the US didn't have a free hand, because it was counterbalanced. So there was constructive international action. What dream world is this? I needn't tell you, at least, that in Central America the US had more of a free hand than anywhere in the world, and the disaster is catastrophic. Local demo. Democratic movements scarcely function, and international action is derisory. As for Yugoslavia, is it really the greatest disaster? Worse than Angola, say? Hardly. Rather, it is a disaster that threatens the interests of rich white folks not too far away, and they can blame what's happening on bad guys, while in Angola it's just a bunch of blacks slaughtering each other somewhere off in the dark continent. Europe's interests are not threatened, and it would be necessary to pin the blame on the grand freedom fighter lauded by Western ideologues. Not to speak of Afghanistan, Kabul has suffered more than Sarajevo, it seems, though coverage is so slight that one cannot be sure. I'd expect to see this kind of stuff in the Daily Telegraph, but in NLR? For the 200th issue, no less. Nome, Cambridge, Massachusetts. November 7, Los Angeles. Listen to Dennis Hopper describing to the L.A. Drug Conference sponsored by Nation associates his own exciting days in drug madness, pudding. 1993, marijuana farming 349. Amanita muscaria at the start of the menu. As often happens with those who've cleaned up, Hopper's eyes shone with fond reminiscence of excess, in contrast to his punctilious citation of clean living under the Spartan regime of 12-step programs. I was hoping he would give a detailed account of how he fared with Amanita muscaria, the flyagaric hallucinogen whose brilliant red cap, speckled with white, brightens the woody hillsides round my house in Humboldt County this time of year, living in mycorrhizal intimacy with pine and fir. Best not try it. In his classic Soma, Divine Mushroom of Immortality, demonstrating that this mushroom was the Soma of the ancient Aryan religion, R. Gordon Wasson describes how the Uralic and Paleo-Siberian tribes would have their shaman eat the dried amanita and then would quaff his urine, which would pass on the hallucinogenic properties in safer, diluted form. November 8, Petrolia. Back in the early 1980s, here in Humboldt County and elsewhere in Northern California, before Camp and Met began their war, the county sheriffs would seize about 50,000 plants a year and make 40 to 50 arrests. This was achieved with a handful of local deputies and one fixed-wing plane. But the marijuana plants back in those times were grown in full sun, could reach a height of 12 feet and yielded up to a pound of processed marijuana. Now growers are forced to cultivate in shaded areas to avoid detection from low-flying helicopters. Thus, a plant today might furnish an average of an ounce, even less from an indoor plant. Mel Pearlston of the Pacific Justice Center in the Humboldt County town of Redway, who defends people charged with marijuana cultivation and facing forfeiture of property, tells me that it's not uncommon to find several thousand plants in an indoor grow, and though the government claims they yield the same as a full-size plant flourishing amid the blaze of noon, the truth is that it may take dozens of these foot-tall plants to produce a pound of processed buds. The government points to the raised price of marijuana, $2,000 a pound to the grower in the early 1980s, about $4,500 now, as evidence of a successful crackdown. Where the government has had success is in stopping imports of marijuana from Mexico and South America and of the Thai sticks of Asia. Smugglers now specialize in cocaine or heroin. So enforcement has acted as a price support for domestic producers, in a fine example of import substitution, courtesy of the small farmer hailed in song and story. Mel's view is that the true function of the war on drugs has been to test the nation's tolerance for intrusive law enforcement techniques, whether in Humboldt County or in South Central LA. 350 The golden age is in us. Straightforward legalization, urged by many respectable citizens, has one unremarked flaw. In peasant economies across the world, in the Andean nations, in Southeast Asia, not to mention rural counties in California, cultivation of marijuana, coca, or the opium poppy is either the main or sole economic standby. Often there are no realistic alternatives in an era when commodity prices have plunged Similarly, in today's blighted inner cities there are no realistic economic strategies to substitute for the drug commerce, which is often the only rational career choice for urban youth. Certainly the tycoon impresarios of rebuild LA have come up with no alternative. Under the current terms of society, legalization would mean government licensing of monopolies to large corporations that would swiftly wipe out small producers and vendors. A better answer would be to decriminalize drugs, apply the sort of fines and penalties attached to parking, speeding, and drunken behavior, declare the war over and move on. November 17, Petrolia. Dear Sir, Alexander Cockburn is up to his old tricks. He savages the opposition, or rather he savages anyone he disagrees with, or who is unfortunate enough to disagree with him. Not everyone on the opposite side of an issue is the absolute enemy. Cockburn really ought to learn to make common cause wherever possible. Now his sexist underpinnings really flash. Right off, let me acknowledge that I am not a fond follower of Catherine MacKinnon's politics. I find myself more in disagreement than agreement with her. I am not her defender. However, I find it disgusting and inappropriate and pointless to open a political discussion about MacKinnon at the Human Rights Conference in Vienna with wholly irrelevant, snide, and one-sided comments about rental of her property in Half Moon Bay to a fellow who was injured riding her horse, named Horseboy. That, preceded by a reference to Jeffrey Masson as her sea-boy toy, hasn't got a goddamn thing to do with Cockburn's gripe about her performance at Vienna. I don't quibble with Cockburn's characterization of MacKinnon in Vienna. My point is the astonishing sexist finale to his little TW paragraph item, for I assume he was gelded, with which he falls into the old routine of men frightened of strong women. She's a ball buster, a ball eater, a deballer, an emasculator. 1993, letter from a grower 351. And that makes Alexander Cockburn, as well as a small-minded character assassin, nothing more than an old-fashioned sexist. Sincerely, Peter Albertson. November 18, Petrolia. Dear Mr. Cockburn, this is unsigned for reasons of security, yours and mine. Your remarks about camp and marijuana prices was close. Since 1975 I have been a hemp producer. Every year I produce and process about 160 pounds of product. This operation gives a living to 6 families in 2 states. So far farming is good. Our price has been $2,000 a pound since we started. My observation has been that hemp is suppressed in the USA because Mexico produces and sells about 75–80% of product for American smokers. This is the giant sucking sound Ross hears. American money from every small town and county in the USA is going to Mexico and then it comes back to Chase Manhattan to pay Mexico's debt. Simple as that. You are right when you say enforcement has been price support. Your last 2 paragraphs are pretty insightful, except the youth in this area are not brainwashed by the PC crowd. I am truly amazed at the number of young folks that see through the fog. Also, this is the first time in any blad that our Gordon Wasson Soma, divine mushroom of immortality has been spoken of. You write as if you know of these things. If you don't, you should. Thank you for well-researched and factual writing over the years. A hempmeister somewhere in New York and Pennsylvania. P.S. I also enjoy reading your brother Andrew. Tell him hi. November 18, Petrolia. What is it about America that demands total conversions? People have to be booze-free, or drug-free, or even sex-free. Why not all these delightful addenda to the human condition in amounts sufficient to uplift but not to destroy? Today's bien-pensant youth are so brainwashed by the PC crowd that they are barely capable of the sexual act, lest it somehow be an expression of disrespect for womanhood. I made a joke about Catherine MacKinnon's horse being a gelding the other day. Letters have poured in denouncing me as fearing a 352. The golden age is in us. Strong woman. The letters were all from men, no doubt reading their letters self-righteously to their helpmeets in hopes of an encouraging pat on the head. November 20, Petrolia. The Kennedy years saw 6 military coups overthrow popular regimes. In those Camelot years the Central American death squads were conjured into being. Like Reagan, Kennedy was enamored of covert operations, nowhere more than in the attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro and topple his regime. Kennedy courtiers have been eager in trying to claim that the president and his brother, Attorney General RFK, were shielded from the CIA's sponsorship of mafia hit teams and other assassination bids. Years later, Win Taplin, a CIA career operations officer, acknowledged that following the Bay of Pigs, the CIA's covert operation planning and control were taken into the White House and that there were few in the agency operational offices in the early 1960s who did not know that Robert Kennedy was the driving force on the special group working to topple Castro. November 21, Petrolia. The notion of Oswald as a person who acted out of radical political motives runs athwart the propositions proposed by conspiracy buffs that he was an agent of the right. It also challenges what Warren Commission lawyers used to call the washing machine construct of Oswald's personality, meaning that if only he had been able to afford to buy Marina a washing machine he would not have felt impelled to kill the president. To ascribe rationality to Oswald is to invest him with a comprehensible mission rather than the homicidal petulance of a psychopath. In the immediate aftermath of the killing of Kennedy, the left was terrified that it would be scapegoated. Most people initially thought Castro was responsible. The National Security Agency's electronic intercepts assured Johnson and his advisors that Castro was stunned and indeed terrified by the killing, lest he be held responsible. Fearful of a standoff producing nuclear war, the US elites insisted from the start that there was no international sponsor of the assassination. The first big cover-up was of any suggestion that the commies had shot JFK. When the district attorney in Dallas wanted to charge Oswald with being the agent of a communist conspiracy, the White House and Justice Department turned white-hot in a successful effort to shut him up. Oswald was a subscriber to such periodicals as The Militant. He described himself as a Marxist. In the brief period between his arrest and his murder by 1993, Oswald as leftist 353. Jack Ruby he had given the clenched fist salute. My friend Frank Bardak vividly remembers the frightened outrage this caused to socialists in Berkeley. On November 23, when they saw the communist salute on television. As Leon Day of Oakland recalled to me last year, for the witch hunt was barely over in 1963, and the Smith Act and McCarran Act were at hand if the government wished to use them. In liberal New York City the evening of the killing saw city police closing a legal and routine meeting of the Socialist Workers' Party. Would the JFK killing provoke the internment of all radicals, as the Wall Street bombing had the Palmer raids of 1919? That night, none of us could be sure. For the first year or two after the killing most books and articles postulating a conspiracy came from left-wing publishers. This repeated almost exactly what the Louisiana Republicans had done back in 1935 after one of their fellows shot Huey Long. Not wishing to run as the assassination party, they spread the rumor that Long had really been shot by his own guards. Not only did this ploy work, but it's still working on some people to this very day, without a fig leaf of fact to cover it. In all in the assassinology I've read or seen, Oswald is always unpersuasive. In JFK Oliver Stone hadn't the slightest idea how to portray him, which pointed up the weakness of his artistic insight and the preposterous premises on which it was based. I see Oswald as one of those guys in the left-wing meeting who is by the door, selling the militant or pamphlet of choice as you go in. Then, in question time, he's up on his feet, asking what should be done? The people up on the platform haven't as always got much by way of convincing suggestion, and Lee goes into a tirade about the need for action and the urgency of defending the Cuban Revolution, and this is where folks in the audience begin to say, "What's the question? Ask the question," and finally Lee either sits down or fumes out of the room, goes home, and reaches for the mail order catalog for Manliker Carcanos. Of course no leftist is ever going to say that he saw Lee at a meeting. How many Rolodexes in America after November 23 had Lee's name still lodged there? Never, ever heard of him. Perhaps one day Oswald will be recognized as a leftist who came to the conclusion that the only way to relieve the pressure on Cuba and obstruct the attempts to murder Castro was by killing President Kennedy. In this calculation he was correct. A year and a half later, after the killing in Dallas, Lyndon Johnson suspended the CIA's assassination bids. Oswald's ambush was one of the few effective assassinations in the history of such enterprises. Today this radical exponent of the propaganda of the deed is traduced by assassination buffs as a creature of the right, the pawn of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and of other right-wing forces supposedly trying to bring Kennedy down. 354 The Golden Age is in us. November 22, Petrolia. In her recent song about satanic abuse, Play Me Backwards, Baez has the words, "There's a sacrifice in an empty church / of sweet lil baby rose / and a man in a mask from Mexico is peeling off my clothes." The notion that satanic abuse came across the border from Mexico goes back to the so-called Wicca letters, discussed by David Alexander in The Humanist for March/April 1990. These cognates of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion surfaced in the early 1980s in a report for a fundamentalist periodical, Exodus, by Dave Guerin, a sheriff's deputy in San Diego who claimed to have decoded them. They supposedly record a meeting of the Comintern in Mexico in 1981, intent on subverting the United States and attaining world domination through satanic abuse in daycare centers. All we need now is an alliance between Baez and Catherine McKinnon, who lives the other side of the Santa Cruz Mountains from JB, in Half Moon Bay, home of Horseboy. Recently Ms. McKinnon offered a ghastly account of torture and murder in Serbian-occupied Croatia and concluded, "Change the politics or religion." And victims of ritual abuse in this country report the same staged sexual atrocities ending in sacrifice. November 23, Petrolia. Reading the photographer Danny Lyons' fine memories of the Southern Civil Rights Movement, published last year by the University of North Carolina. It has the uncensored text of John Lewis's speech at the March on Washington, August 28, 1963. Lewis was chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. His prepared speech had lines like, "We are now involved in a serious political revolution. This nation is still a place of cheap political leaders who build their careers on unmoral compromise and social exploitation. What political leader can stand up here and say, 'My party is the party of principles'? The party of Kennedy is also the party of Eastland. The party of Javits is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party?" Lewis went on to attack Kennedy for sabotaging civil rights legislation and for appointing racist judges. "We shall march through the heart of Dixie, the way Sherman did," he wrote for his finale. "We shall pursue our own scorched earth policy and burn Jim Crow to the ground, nonviolently. We shall crack the South into 1,000 pieces and put them back together in the image of democracy." These lines were, as Lyons puts it, apparently unbearable to some. 1993, Stoltenberg's penis 355. Members of the Grand Coalition that now rode the coattails of the movement. They were cut. So was For We Shall Overcome, considered too provocative for the official program. Lyons also gives the minutes of the discussion in SNCC's Atlanta office on November 22 and 23 of JFK's assassination. For example, Foreman, "Johnson is taking over now, without hesitation. We cannot be shocked, it slows our intellect. We can't delay." Price, from experience in this field, he knows that sentimentality can mess you up terribly. SNCC cannot lose a week because of sentimentality. In this case, as in others, sentiments will develop either negatively or positively. Dinky, only by taking the offensive will we prevent a purge. Foreman, the rightists and Birchists etc. will attempt to use this killing against the civil rights organizations. We must take a positive stand. Shira, we are on the defensive, true. But the best defensive will be a strong offensive. While the country is in shock, we should come on with a strong offensive. Boy next to Iris, I do not want to demonstrate for a guy who sold out on civil rights, not demonstrate as if he had not sold out. Dinky, I want to use him and his death, not eulogize him. 2. The establishment will oppose us under any circumstance. Foreman, I was surprised the killer was not a rightist. Because he is a leftist, we cannot take the position this was the same thing that killed Evers. We must take the position he died a martyr's death, like the others. Demonstrations will occur for the monument of legislation, not for the president alone. After all our political discussions on tactics and policy, we must always remember that, in the end, the highest considerations are moral principles. November 24, Petrolia. Midworkin project lumbers along. More on Stoltenberg's penis. Dear Alex, had a long chat with your Brooklyn informant, who described to me how Andrea Dworkin, occasionally sighted around Park Slope snacking on ice cream with her companion Stoltenberg, declines to take her frozen treats from a cone. No doubt, her penist friend has dissuaded her from any action that smacks of verticality. After all, manhood is a vertical palisades, perpendicular to a baseline of female bodies. Authentic human selfhood can only be horizontal. 356 The Golden Age is in us. Stoltenberg is the founder of Men Against Pornography, a sympathetic formation cognate with Women Against Pornography. He has been living with Dworkin since 1974. He advertises his recent release, The End of Manhood, a book for men of conscience, as a deliberate personal and political choice to apply the liberation theory articulated in Refusing to be a Man. In everyday human interaction to apprehend what we mean when we think and say I, and what we mean when we regard one another as you. His aim is to promote what he calls loving justice, an act of intense desire for, and attraction toward, fairness. NC. Informant claims that Stoltenberg is attempting to keep himself from having an erection, for the reason that there is no such thing as consensual heterosexual relations, and that the erect penis can only be understood as a tool of rape. Reading from his books, Stoltenberg's take on the habits of his member may be more complex than popularly believed. In a chapter entitled, How Can I Have Better Sex?, the author marries moral reasoning to scientific proof in his effort to undo penist men's enduring commitment to manhood mode during sex. In a subchapter on 7 Mysteries of Male Sexual Anatomy, Stoltenberg observes, ejaculation and orgasm are not the same phenomena. They can be experienced independently of each other. Their neurological hookups are separate and enter the spinal cord in different neurological and vascular systems. They don't always come, and they don't always have to. So if you're keeping count, that's 3 independent bipolar variables, and that makes at least 10 possible combinations of experiential events in a human with male sexual anatomy. There can be penile erection without ejaculation and orgasm. There can be penile erection and ejaculation without orgasm. There can be penile erection and orgasm without ejaculation. There can be orgasm without penile erection and ejaculation and C. None of these bipolar variables is singled out as an acceptable option, though some are clearly preferable. That he is attempting to induce atrophy in his penis cannot, therefore, be deduced from the text. Seek empirical confirmation. Michael. November 28, Petrolia. Faith in technology beats stoutly in many an American heart, the nation's editorialists included. The cover editorial for the issue dated November 22. Headed Star Wars to Fire Wars was an amazing piece of nonsense about converting the marvels of the electronic battlefield so recently exhibited in the Gulf War into delivering payloads that put out fires instead of starting them. 1993, Geosynchronous Tomato 357. How is it, the editorial asked, that the United States can engage in pinpoint night bombing over Iraq in the face of fierce enemy fire and yet cannot drop water in the dark over Topanga Canyon? This is a version of the old how is it we can put a man on the moon and yet construction favored by every barstool pundit. It yokes faulty premise to silly conclusion. The American electronic record over the Iraqi battlefield was scarcely impressive. Not a single Scud missile site located or hit, despite all-out efforts. Saddam's Winnebago Mobile HQ, the target at one time of up to a third of all U.S. aerial sorties, either never located, or if located, never hit. Not a single Patriot missile found its mark. This rousing record of achievement is to be transferred to pinpoint nocturnal water dumping on firestorms in the Santa Monica Mountains, saving California's aerospace economy in the process. God save us from the techno-fix mentality. Fighting wildfires could be a way of soaking up the AG surplus. Shift California's AG investment out of water-intensive cotton and rice cultivation and into tomato production. Scoop the tomatoes into giant spheres 100 yards across and launch them into space, flying in geosynchronous orbit 50 miles above fire risk areas of California. At the first sign of trouble, douse the hot spots in a shower of ketchup. It used to be my plan for Moscow in the Star Wars era, but with a nice little MacArthur grant, say, $300,000 over a couple of years. From there peace and security gravy boat, I'd be happy to redraw the plans. November 29, Petrolia. Anderson Valley Advertiser. Boonville, CA. Dear Mr. Anderson, Cockburn has finally taken the great leap forward and has propounded a theory of his own. And he's done nothing less than create a new Oswald for us. To the existing Oswalds, the disgruntled loner, the Castro/KGB/FBI/Mafia hitman, the radio-controlled Manchurian candidate, the switched-in Minsk Russian, the CIA/FBI/ONI agent, and the fall guy, Cockburn adds his own Oswald model, the Trotskyite dweeb. Cockburn finds it telling that Oswald supposedly subscribed to the Trotskyite Socialist Workers' Party newspaper, The Militant. Here's the problem. Remember the Judy Barry-esque Oswald pin-up on the cover of Life magazine? Oswald is supposedly in his backyard posing with his weapons and two newspapers. Oswald was shown the original photo during his interrogation and said it was a falsification. Cockburn, as a believer, must, however, accept the photo as a true relic. Nevertheless, forget the analysis of the shadows and the 358. The golden age is in us. Unnatural way Oswald's body is poised in relation to his head. Here's the really weird part, Oswald is holding a copy of The Militant and a copy of The Worker. First, some quick background. One of the intense, bloody, and pointless political controversies of the 20th century is over who was the true messenger of Lenin, Stalin, or one of the original disciples Stalin had killed, Trotsky. The socialist militant hated Stalin, the betrayer of the revolution, and the communist worker hated Trotsky, the enemy of the people. So why is Oswald standing there proclaiming conflicting ideologies? One can argue that high school dropout Oswald was unschooled in the subtleties of Marxist/Leninist dogma. Very unlikely. Oswald spent 2 years in the motherland, spoke Russian like a native, married the niece of a GPU officer, is reported to have read the primary works, and intelligently discussed the distinctions between Soviet communism and Marxism/Leninism during a debate on New Orleans television. With that background, it's unlikely that Oswald couldn't decide whether he loved Joe or loved Leon. Of course, he loved neither. He wasn't a Trotskyite or a Stalinist. The pictures of Oswald in his backyard are fakes. The agent who doubled for Oswald and the agent who took the picture probably assumed that two commie papers were more damning than one. Sincerely, Jock Penn. San Rafael, California. December 3, Petrolia. Dear Bruce. As a published author on the history of American communism, as well as a former Marxist-Leninist, I would like to offer some comment, based on personal experience, to the Oswald debate. Penn did not make clear, perhaps he does not know, that there are two separate photos, showing two separate papers with the rifle, not one photo with the Trotskyist militant and the Stalinist worker, an argument that the photos must be faked, since, according to him, no leftist in 1963 would have stood on both sides of that historical divide, the Stalin-Trotsky fight. He is completely wrong. I know whereof I speak because, as Bruce once pointed out, in 1963 I was one of the most obnoxious members of the PUSA's youth wing, the W.E.B. Du Bois Club. In that period the disagreements between Stalin and Trotsky had long faded into rhetoric, if not irrelevance, for both groups. Beginning in 1956, after the secret speech of Khrushchev on Stalin's crimes, a number of prominent CPers. 1993, CP/SWP Alliances 359. Called for a united front and even a reunification with the SWP. For example, in 1956 George Hitchcock, former educational director of the state CP and a close friend of my parents, publicly endorsed Farrell Dobbs, the SWP candidate for president, so, as I recall, did Vincent Hallinan, who had been the presidential standard-bearer of the CP-lining Progressive Party in 1952. In 1958 there was a joint CP-SWP political effort in New York. In 1963 Khrushchev was still in charge in Russia. He had presided over the rehabilitation of all the military figures killed in the Stalin purges and had either rehabilitated or partially rehabilitated numerous other old Bolshevik victims of the same massacre. At the time I joined Du Bois, many people in the CPUSA thought the rehabilitation would extend all the way to Trotsky. In addition, de facto united fronts between the PUSA and SWP existed in two areas, the civil rights movement and Cuba. CPers and SWPers also worked more or less harmoniously in the student movement in Berkeley. In the anti-discrimination demonstrations in San Francisco at that time, the two groups worked together. CPers were well aware of the SWP's then important influence with Malcolm X and other militants in the Black movement. Most importantly, the Castro regime had taken a certain distance from Moscow in openly accepting support from Trotskyists and Maoists. The Fair Play for Cuba Committee, to which Oswald claimed to belong, was in fact an SWP front group, to which the PUSA deferred in Cuba work. When I inquired of the CP's leaders in San Francisco at that time about Cuba, I was specifically directed to a member of SWP which was considered closer to the Cubans and more active on that issue than the CP. I do not think it was at all rare at that time for independent Marxists, which is what Oswald claimed to be, to feel that Stalin vs. Trotsky was ancient history. And that both the CP and SWP, as well as the tiny Maoist tendencies in existence in the US then, were part of the same international communist movement, each with a different contribution to make. Even a proper would be interested in the SWP's work if only because of Cuba. That, of course, was Oswald's main obsession, we are told. I, like Oswald, read both The Worker and The Militant regularly in 1963. Buying the former at the CP bookstore and subscribing to the latter as well as to The Worker's World, then the only weekly Maoist-lining periodical in the U.S. Perhaps I was naive to think of them all as more or less alike. In my recollection that was the situation, anent CPSWP relations, obtaining. Until the middle of 1964 and the launching of Dubois as a national organization. When Dubois and the SWP's Young Socialist Alliance became serious and more hostile competitors. And, of course, when Khrushchev was replaced by Kosygin and Brezhnev, a re-Stalinization began. 360 The Golden Age is in us. Unfortunately, the Trotskyist movement did not undergo a similar retread. Skiization. Trotsky, after all, had called for the overthrow of the Stalinist regime, a position from which the SWP retreated after his death, and to which they never returned. Stephen Schwartz, San Francisco. December 5. Petrolia. Americans like a good snigger now and then about English class systems. But Americans like to ponder those quaint English ways, courtesy of Masterpiece Theatre or long articles in the Wall Street Journal about the House of Lords, partly as a way of avoiding the realities of their own class system, which is different, but in many ways more drastic. After all, as Jim Bertel recently remarked to me, between 1965 and 1985 slavery was successfully reintroduced into the United States. In 1961, college graduate with AC average could earn enough to buy a house with 3 bedrooms, a garage, basement, and an attic, own a 2-year-old Chevy, and raise 4 kids. Today it takes 2 childless wage slaves to afford the rent on a 1-bedroom apartment. The upper classes have succeeded in enslaving the middle and lower classes. Or perhaps the older generation has succeeded in enslaving the younger. The English have been at it longer, so the refinements of class distinction have been aging longer in the cask. Americans in the 1980s would sit in front of reruns of Upstairs, Downstairs at the English Museum. Meanwhile, a new American class was solidifying out of the magma of the roaring 80s before their very eyes. Short of shooting every member of a particular group, the old contours persist. And even efforts far more determined than any launched in English history have been doomed to failure. I remember touring Albania in 1965, a country led by Stalin-fan Enver Hoxha and widely advertised as having taken a stern, even bloodthirsty, line with the old order. Our official guide was a young fellow called Dino Bashkim, who kept the nail on the little finger of his right hand untrimmed at a conspicuous 3/4 inch length, thus signaling him as a man apart from the toilers. By now Dino is no doubt back in his townhouse in Tirana, the Hoxha years an increasingly blurred memory. Back in the early 80s, 1880s, that is, Lord Derby urged a parliamentary survey to refute wild and reckless exaggerations to the effect that most of Britain was owned by a very small number of people. Bateman's new Doomsday Survey, later expanded as Great Landowners of Great Britain and Ireland, duly established, much to Derby's mortification. 1993, class tells 361. That no less than 75% of the kingdom was owned by 7,000 people, with a quarter of England and Wales in the hands of 710 persons. Half the Scottish Highlands were owned by 15 lairds, led by the Sutherlands immortalised in Karl Marx's account of the Highland clearances, who held 1.25 million acres. Jeremy Paxman cited Bateman in his entertaining and informative Friends in High Places, demonstrating with a wealth of illustration the humbug of all talk about a new, classless Britain. The old gang was still running the show, and owning it too. After the Holocaust of the First World War, and the tax and inheritance imposts of the pre-Thatcher governments following the second, an examination by a Canadian scholar, Heather Clemenson, of 500 families disclosed that 259 of them, 52%, still owned some of the land they possessed at the time of the new Doomsday Survey. Nearly half the families owning 10,000 acres or more in the late 19th century still held most or all of their estates, as most happily symbolized by the Duke of Westminster, with properties stretching from Mayfair to Hawaii, and with the Duke himself recently flushed with success in beating off challenges to the inalienable rights of freehold. December 8. Petrolia. Gloomy about more or less everything, I fell to browsing in Lenin's I Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, a pamphlet in which the old extremist was letting himself go on the period of reaction following the failure of the Democratic Revolution of 1905. Tsarism was victorious. All the revolutionary and opposition parties were smashed. Depression, demoralization, splits, discord, defection, and pornography took the place of politics. There was an ever greater drift towards philosophical idealism, mysticism became the garb of counter-revolutionary sentiments. At the same time, however, it was this great defeat that taught the revolutionary parties and the revolutionary class a real and very useful lesson. It is at moments of need that one learns who one's friends are. Defeated armies learn their lesson. December 9, Petrolia. NLCK von Hoffman called me and said he was doing an article for The New Yorker on the New York Review of Books on its 30th anniversary, and did. I have a quote for him. The trouble with the review's Bob Silvers is that he's 362. The golden age is in us. Always wanted to be well received in polite society. It was either scruffy Bohemia or the Council on Foreign Relations, and Bob chose the latter. Back in the 1960s. It was a lot more fun, with articles from radicals like Noam Chomsky and Andrew Kopkind. When the 60s were over, Silvers carefully cleaned up his act. I don't think there's been much in the NYRB to disturb conventional opinion over the past 15 years, plus it has carried some truly awful muck about Central America and so forth. The review ended up in dead center mainstream liberalism, taking the place of the New York Times op-ed page. Just as it took the place of the book review back at the beginning. December 12, Petrolia. Dear Mr. Cockburn. In your column in The Nation on December 13 you mentioned that you may seek a MacArthur grant to develop your ideas regarding giant spheres of tomatoes flying in geosynchronous orbit 50 miles above fire risk areas of California. This plan has the savor of genius. It is well deserving of all that strings-free MacArthur cash. There is one tiny problem, however, and I'm sure you only overlooked this in your burning desire to shed yourself of the techno-fix mentality. Orbital velocity is a function of orbital radius, and hence the height at which a geosynchronous orbit exists is determined. Unfortunately, the height is 22,300 miles, not 50. You and I know this is a footling objection, but grant reviewers are notoriously costive, and would use this faux pas as a pretext for dismissing the idea out of hand. Don't despair, though. I would like to offer my services to you as a science and math consult. And my fee? A mere 49% of all grant monies. I offer you the larger percentage. In tribute to your imaginative and creative mind. Adrian Riskin. Flagstaff, Arizona. December 27, Petrolia. President Bill is troubled by TV violence, same way as, these days, he's troubled by Murphy Brown morals. He hails ex-Vplet Dan Quayle's renowned speech on moral responsibility as containing a lot of very good things. Back in 1992, candidate Bill said he was fed up with politicians in Washington lecturing us about family values. Governors who get blowjobs in cars shouldn't throw stones. Of course, being Bill, he told his bodyguard he'd looked it up in the Bible and blowjobs didn't constitute adultery. Japan poses a certain problem for the media causes violence school. The 1993, Vile Inc., not TV, breeds violence 363. Places flooded with violent media, TV, comic books, etc. Including violent porn, rape fantasies, sadism fantasies, guns, and swords. But according to Doug Lummis, who has lived there for over 20 years, this doesn't spill over into violence in the society. The streets really are safe. The people dressed up like punks are not scary. No violence from the homeless. A fair amount of date rape, I guess, but not the kind where you are dragged into the bushes by someone with a knife. Japan does have gun control, so people rely more on kitchen knives and baseball bats. The police system keeps everyone under very careful watch. One big difference is that Japan hasn't fought a war for 50 years. Nobody under the age of 65 or so has ever shot a gun at anybody under the right of belligerency of the state. The society isn't shot through with people who have tasted first blood in some foreign land, in uniform. Bring this back to the US, Doug argued in a recent letter to me, and you have a very persuasive argument the other way around. The cause of the real violence in society is not fantasies of violence but other real violence. Has research been done on this? How many of the people convicted of crimes using weapons, first learned how to use those weapons in the military? Any relation between violence in the black community and the huge number of black men who go through the military training mill? Okay, not true of the kids, I know, but still the indirect effects can be there. Why shouldn't the breakers of law in Panama be the breakers of law in Pasadena? I think this argument is one, probably right, and two, has the potential of turning the fear and revulsion against violence in a completely different direction, from support your local police to a transference of fear and violence against violence central, the U.S. military. December 28 Petroleo. For 40 years, Dr. Milton Greenblatt told a meeting of the American Psychiatric Association in Miami in 1976, the therapeutic value of convulsive therapy has been recognized. My personal recollections go back to 1939 shortly after the introduction of metrazole when, as a medical student, I was allowed to inject metrazole into chronically ill patients at Worcester State Hospital. Against their terrified and frightened resistance, which, I might add, was overpowered by several burly attendants. In those days we required only the approval of next of kin for this procedure, and had few qualms about proceeding against the patient's physical resistance. The title of the paper prepared by Dr. Greenblatt was Efficacy of Electroconvulsive Therapy in Affective and Schizophrenic Illness. Those who now regard electroconvulsive therapy as barbaric, the doctor went on, will be interested to learn that when ECT replaced metrazole, it was hailed as a great 364. The golden age is in us. Humanistic triumph, for the patient no longer suffered the awful pre-seizure sensations that accompanied the metrazole injection, and furthermore, with electroconvulsive therapy, they were fortunate to have a period of amnesia after the treatment. The 1950s found Dr. Greenblatt overseeing research into LSD, in a program funded by the CIA. One woman at the Boston Psychopathic killed herself within hours of taking acid, hanging herself in a bathroom. She was about to be discharged when she was given the LSD, of whose properties and possible effects she was entirely unaware. One of Dr. Greenblatt's subordinates, Dr. Max Wrinkle, threatened another psychotic to whom he had administered LSD, brandishing a knife at her to see how she would react while on acid. This patient had not been told what was in the glass of water she had been told to drink by Dr. Wrinkle. In his tract The Poverty of Historicism, Karl Popper argued that science, and more especially scientific progress, are the results of the free competition of thought, and that ultimately such scientific progress depends very largely on political factors, on political institutions that safeguard the freedom of thought, on democracy. Yet even as Professor Popper was writing these words in the mid-1950s, scientists, like those involved in the LSD experiments, or injecting radioactive material into patients, or bombarding communities with whooping cough virus, or releasing mosquitoes carrying yellow fever, or indulging in any of the other myriad programs funded and overseen by the Pentagon and CIA, were enacting the very antithesis of democracy. Their watchwords were secrecy, unaccountability. Their patients were kept in ignorance, and the larger public uninformed of the scientific investigations being carried forward in democracy's name. Popper saw the human factors ultimately uncertain and wayward as the mainspring of evolution and progress. Peering through his anti-communist spectacles, he worried that no doubt biology and psychology can solve, soon will be able to solve, the problem of transforming man. Yet those who attempt to do this are bound to destroy the objectivity of science, and so science itself. Since these are both based upon free competition of thought, that is, upon freedom. So much for Popper's cherished human factor. I found this in Peter Sloterdijk's critique of cynical reason. The analogies between modern medical diagnostics and the machinations of the secret services are glaringly obvious. The doctor undertakes, so to speak, somatic espionage. The body is the bearer of secrets and is to be shadowed until so much is known about its inner states that measures can be decided on. As in secret diplomacy and espionage, in medicine, too, things are probed a lot, listened in on, and observed. Medical apparatuses are infiltrated into bodies like agents' probes, cameras, connecting. 1993, Nature Moc 365. Pieces, catheters, lamps, and tubes. With auscultations, the medico eavesdrops on the body. Reflexes are noted, secrets drawn off, tensions measured, organ data countered. Quantitative statements, whether they be about production figures, troop strengths, urine data, or diabetes points, are particularly appreciated because of their matter-of-factness, here as there. For the doctor as well as the secret agent, there is often no other way than to rummage around in excrements and refuse, because the investigations, as a rule, must take place indirectly, without disturbing the normal running of the body or the overheard corporate entity. Only artful and often disreputable methods lead to important information about the inaccessible secret area. To be sure, more recent methods of spying on the interior of the body shrink back less and less from direct and aggressive advances. In places, the distinction between diagnostics and intervention becomes blurred, foreign substances are infiltrated into the body. For these reconnaissances and illuminations of the body, not only the medicos put great efforts into encoding their information so that the object does not know what is known about it. Learned bluff and intentional concealment for therapeutic reasons separate the doctor's knowledge and the patient's consciousness. Coding and secrecy characterize the medical secret service style. Both exercise formally analogous intelligence practices. December 29, Petrolia. People throw around the word penis these days. Time was, people handled it gingerly, and you mostly came across it in court reports or autopsy records. Otherwise, folks scurried to the gentility of organ or member. Open the paper these days and there's someone talking about his penis. Vaginal pride is offered by some feminists as their slogan of choice, but the vagina is still recovering from the disrepute of the 70s, when its supposed role in orgasm was fiercely derided. Given PC, almost no demotic term for the female sex organs escapes rebuke as demeaning to womankind, which most such terms indeed are. Tim Hermatch, who did business in Arkansas in the early 1980s, tells me Gov. Clinton used the word snatch as his favored metonym for the second sex. December 31, Petrolia. Joe Paff gives me a poem by Wen Yituo, who was murdered by the Kuomintang in 1946. 366 The Golden Age is in us. The dead water. Here is a ditch of dead and hopeless water. No breeze can raise a ripple on it. Best to throw in it scraps of rusty iron and copper, pour out in it all the refuse of meat and soup. Perhaps the copper will turn green like emeralds, perhaps the rusty iron will assume the shape of peach blossoms, let grass weave a layer of silky gauze and bacteria puff up patches of cloud and haze. So let the dead water ferment into green wine, littered with floating pearls of white foam. Small pearls cackle aloud and become big pearls, only to be burst like gnats and to rob the vintage. So this ditch of dead and hopeless water may boast a touch of brightness. If the toads cannot endure the deathly silence, the water may burst out singing. Here is a ditch of dead and hopeless water. A region where beauty can never stay. Better abandon it to evil then, perhaps, some beauty will come of it. 1994. The argument. In which I am discovered, for the third time, in a major earthquake, this time in Los Angeles. The continuing campaign to market America the depressed. The question of unemployment, the end of Keynesianism and Andre Gortz's 1,000-hour work year, myth of the teenage pregnancy boom, Jennifer's thighs and the hypocrisy of President Bill, the Zapatistas rise up, I claim some credit for the Disney defeat, my career statistics as an eco-warrior, a trip to Istanbul, Bosnia and the laptop bombardiers, bids placed at the Phil by AUC. An aside on cider making, harsh words for Bernie Sanders, a hike down the Lost Coast, my rules for camping, conversations with Noam Chomsky and Edward Said, Andrew Kopkind and the coming of the familiar stranger. Of Malthus and his progeny, of life and death I sing. January 17, Topanga, California. Everyone in Los Angeles has their earthquake story. They all start a few seconds short of 4:31 Monday morning. If there's ever a dead time in this vast city, it's at that smallest of hours. At 6.6 on the Richter scale, it wasn't the big one. But then, the big one is really a theological notion, end time as the revivalists call it. But there's a patch of starry sky at the west end of the big second-story living room where the fireplace used to be in Susanna's house. The brick chimney has crumbled. The house groans as the shock waves pound up against the foundation, torquing the floor joists, wall studs, rafters. Every book, plate, glass, saucepan, picture is smashing down. Blunder across the glass-strewn kitchen floor in bare feet. Outside at last. When a quake, particularly a long one, stops, there's a moment when the whole world catches its breath. You feel your body finding its balance. Some people laugh. Others cry. As for animals, it depends on the creature. My neighbor, Sam Weaver, watched 3 horses during the mid-morning earthquake in April of 1992, in Petrolia. It was a force 7, but after the horses skipped to keep their footing they went back to grazing. The dogs barked hysterically for long hours after, and the cat was gone months and never did quite forgive me. Earthquakes bring out the best in folks. Outside in the street, people are checking up on their neighbors, hurrying to turn off gas lines from their propane tanks. It's the aftershocks that unhinge people. There's no power, no television, but everyone has their transistor. In the dawn, people sit in their cars, away from the mess in their houses, dozing and listening to the radio. The function of the radio is half informational, half therapy, a process of forging the disaster into a communal experience. A kind of emotional grid replaces the electrical one. What we learn in the morning is that the city's arteries have been cut, as strategically as if sappers from some invading army had carefully carried out a long meditated plan to paralyze the most auto-dependent human settlement on the planet. Everyone in Los Angeles knows the prison term announced in those 370. The golden age is in us. 10 seconds, traffic jams, extra hours for the commute, extra tension on the highway, another long-term ratchet on nerves already stretched by last November's fires, by the riots earlier, by economic decay. Earthquakes liberate people into sociability and cooperation. The post-tremble hours are a kind of high. Crooks turn into heroes. Nerds boldly direct traffic. Folks experience collectivity, as against the normal dog-eats-dog mores of the city. In the big Mexican earthquake of a few years back, this shared sense of community changed the politics of Mexico City forever. People ignored the police, who arrived only to loot. The Mexican president waited 3 days before making a public statement. The opposition to the ruling party represented by Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas crystallized in that earthquake's aftermath. Maybe Los Angeles is too far gone for that. The city is raw and bitterly on edge. Even so, the earthquake offered an ironic unity to a city so deeply divided. Also a shared sense of the miraculous. Martin Luther King gave America a holiday which kept even the early commuters at home. Soon people will go back to talking about the big one. January 24, Topanga. Dr. Goodwin is integral to the promotion of America's new Great Depression, which was launched with tremendous hoopla at the start of December in the form of a study purporting to show that the cost of depression to America is just under $44 billion a year. A cascade of bogus statistics followed this bald calculation, including a grotesque estimate that America's 18,400 suicides in 1990 cost Uncle Sam $7.5 billion in lost productivity, and that 60% of the self-slaughterers did so because of depression. And the other 40%? The study was put together by people from the Sloan School of Management at MIT, a private outfit called the Analysis Group, and someone from the National Bureau of Economic Research. Along with Dr. Goodwin, Tipper Gore. At that time, the White House's anchor on mental health promptly hailed the report as indicative of the vital necessity for a huge boost in the nation's health spending in this area. Almost all newspaper, radio, and TV accounts that I monitored failed to mention that the report and the press conference promoting it were backed by Eli Lilly, the pharmaceutical company that makes Prozac, now being promoted as the cure for the second Great Depression. Goodwin's NIMH and Lilly worked together in the recent national TV campaign on depression. The NIMH claims that no fewer than 52 million American adults, a fifth of the population, have a diagnosable mental illness. 1994, Disney's Curse, the 2-hour day 371. January 26, Topanga. They make a desert and they call it fun. First, the good news. The Disney theme park outside Paris is a disaster. The French don't like Disney work rules: no facial hair, no human affect, no bodily functions, no visible manifestation of cerebral activity. Crowds have been thin. The whole operation is a bust. And the Disney plan to open a park/golf course/real estate development in Virginia is in trouble too. Local residents up in arms include blue bloods, retired mass murderers from the CIA, Civil War buffs, and other fractious elements. In California, the Disney family needs one vote from Yvonne Burke, new member of the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, to destroy Topanga Canyon, one of the last remaining decent habitats in the greater metropolitan area of LA. The real estate scheme is scheduled for the summit of Topanga Canyon, 257 acres to contain up to 97 sites, selling for up to $750,000 apiece, with all future mansions, assuming any get built, appropriately gated and guarded. The whole development, another word they've stolen from us, will be anchored to a golf course and clubhouse offering membership at $55,000 a pop. The proposed golf course alone will require several times the daily water use of the community, up to 1.6 million gallons daily pumped up to the canyon's highest point to irrigate the toxic sump that any golf course inevitably becomes. These are among the costs that economists call externalities, meaning that the community at large will bear the environmental price. And if the speculation fails, if the golf club fulcrum of the project attracts insufficient members, if the price of the sites is too high, there'll be no going back. The bulldozers will have gouged out the hills, bladed out the oaks, destroyed the ecosystem. The developers will have moved on. January 27, Topanga. Right after the earthquake in Los Angeles, the California Highway Patrol said only essential workers should use the roads. The earthquake poses a radical question. How essential are most of the jobs causing people to spend hours in jams dispensing and ingesting the poison fumes? They're certainly essential in the sense of allowing wage earners that all-important paycheck. But aside from that, Capitalism demands higher productive ITY, fewer workers. Capitalism causes unemployment, needs unemployment to keep wages down, demands a reserve army of cheap unemployed labor. Neoliberalism as currently represented by Clinton denies the market logic of unemployment and offers chest-pounding talk about good jobs at good wages. Plus hard times for those on welfare unless they get a job in 2 years. The jobs. 372 The golden age is in us. Aren't there? Each year there will be fewer of them. The radical demand is for shorter hours plus a social wage, unhooking livelihood from jobs. The French political writer André Gortz is eloquent on this subject. Gortz points out that about half the active population in industrially developed countries bounce between precarious, part-time, temporary, or short-term jobs with periods of unemployment. Productivity gains in the manufacturing sector, as well as employers' preference for overtime rather than expansion of the work force, reduces available jobs. Meanwhile, the only place where extra jobs, however make work and unproductive, can be created is the service sector. The service society is indeed a society of masters, mistresses, and servants. Gortz advocates two strategies that ultimately blend, a radical reduction in the working week, plus a social wage that unhooks livelihood from a permanent job. The 6-day week and the 8-hour day were originally regarded as ruinous demands. The present social security system would have seemed completely unrealistic 70 years ago. At the beginning of the century, full-time employment meant working more than 3,000 hours a year. In 1960, the figure was 2,100. In 1985, it was 1,600, and yet this volume of work, which was 25% lower than the 1960 figure, produced a GNP 2.5 times higher. So the present system produces increasing wealth with a decreasing amount of work, yet the work is not redistributed in such a way that it is a source of social liberation, with everyone working less and better, without loss of income. Thus is the casualized and precarious half of the potential workforce isolated. They are victims of a discrimination whose rationale is essentially ideology. They are used as an example to show that only time actually worked entitles a person to remuneration, and therefore that working time must remain the measure of wealth and social usefulness. Gortz proposes a new contract for society, centered on a reduction and redistribution of working hours. There is no reason why we shouldn't gradually get back to an average of 1,000 working hours a year, which was the norm in the 18th century, or 20 to 30,000 hours over a lifetime, enabling everyone successively to adopt several lifestyles, jobs, careers, or types of activity, without ever ceasing to receive a full wage. It is the time in which paid work is done that has to become, and in fact already is, secondary in importance. Your pension fund already holds a record of the number of weeks and months you have worked and what you have earned over your lifetime. Instead of being paid from the age of 55, or even 50 onward for a period of complete inactivity that will continue until you die, why shouldn't you be entitled to spread that economically, but not socially, inactive period out over your life? 1994, Leontiev on excess observation 373. We have, then, to conceive a way of financing all this that does not burden either the working incomes of individuals or the manufacturing costs of enterprises. Such could be the case with taxes on consumption, of the VAT type, which could be greatly increased on those industrial products whose relative prices are continually falling. These taxes would fuel a fund that would pay people their incomes during non-working periods. But you could also envisage different types of money, for example, a circulation money that couldn't be hoarded, a neighborhood money, for trading services, that could not circulate. A political strategy centered on the reduction of working hours could allow an imaginative labor movement to seize the social initiative and also connect to the vast legions of non-union part-timers, casually employed, barely employed, and never employed, who are destined to bulk ever larger in the political economy. January 28, Topanga. Dear Daddy, I thought I'd send you some original Leontiev. Yesterday I read some of the New York Review and thought it was rubbish. You would have particularly disapproved of the review of a book called Smoking is Sublime, which elevates smoking to great Kantian heights. Anyway, the whole thing was so stupid. Maybe you could send me some good papers like the Anderson Valley Advertiser, which I've been asking you for yearly. This photograph of you in the cave I think captures the darker and brighter sides of life, and Ben Sonnenberg's suit seems to be reliving its heyday. I'd love it if you sent me a few pictures. I had the best time possible in Ireland, I really did. I'll write again soon. I'm going back to bed to try and shake off this flu thing. Lots and lots of love. Daisy. London. The Leontiev. Both in War and Peace and even in Anna Karenina, we can find examples similar to the two just mentioned. Nesvitsky, munching something in his moist mouth, calls Audrey Bolkonsky over to him. Of course, he could call him over without munching anything. After all, this is still that same excess of observation about which I spoke at the beginning. As everyone's mouth is moist when he is healthy, it was not necessary to mention Nesvitsky's mouth. Well, all right, so be it. Suppose his mouth was especially moist, but, after all, we knew this already. Ever 374 The golden age is in us. Since the time our men burned the bridge over the river Enns. This same staff officer, Nesvitsky, was there, too, and there, too, he was joking with the other officers and chewing a meat roll in his handsome, moist mouth. In all that has been cited here, there is, of course, nothing strange. People of different periods, different sex, and different aesthetic upbringing express themselves differently about one and the same thing. In a broader context, this difference is even noticeable in whole nations. The French prefer to make everything somewhat more lofty than me. This was particularly true in the past. The Russians of the most recent semi-Gogolian period prefer to make everything as base as possible. The English take a middle course. Suppose, for example, it is necessary to say that one of the male characters was frightened. An Englishman would more than likely simply say, without exaggerating either one way or the other, either positively or negatively, intensely frightened, James stood motion less, etc. A Frenchman, Alfred, began to tremble. A deathly pallor covered his handsome face. He withdrew, but with dignity. The Russian writer would prefer to express himself thus: my hero, like a blackguard, got cold feet and trudged off home. Perhaps even better, dashed off home. This all relates to the choice of individual words and whole phrases. Miss, please come to tea, said the servant in a bass voice, upon entering the room. And it is good if it is only in a bass voice. Sometimes it is in greater detail. For example, the door opened with a creak. The flies that had just settled down on it to rest, flew up in thick swarm. Bending sideways and slightly thrusting himself through the half-open door, Arkhip showed his grinning face. Etc. I do not understand, what is the point of this? February 1, New York. Saw Andy Kopkind at the apartment on Gansevoort. First time since we covered McMuffin's campaigning at the pig roast in New Hampshire in early '92. He is cheerful, but the chemo has taken a pretty bad toll. FEBR1/Re2 New York. The whole notion of a teenage sex epidemic, born of teenager responsibility, children having children, is bogus. Mike Males of Occidental. 1994, Mythic Boom in Teenage Pregnancy 375. College did a useful paper on this, published in the Journal of Sex Research for November 1992. As Males writes, less than 1/8 of all teenage births and 1/5 of All births to school-age girls appear to fit the popular image of youths of high school age or younger, children having children. In only about 20,000 births annually, less than 4% of all births among teenage girls and 1% of the total births in the U.S., are both partners minors under the age of 18. In 60% of all births to school-age girls, the male partners are over the age of 20. Men aged 23 and older are more likely to father a child with a school-age girl than boys under the age of 19. Fewer than 2% of the total annual pregnancies in the U.S. involve boys and girls under 18. Similarly, more than 100,000 of the 150,000 annual cases of syphilis and gonorrhea among teenage girls appears attributable to post-teenage men. Males adds that if there was an epidemic in the growth of teenage parenthood, it was mostly in the late 1950s and 1960s, coinciding with falling ages of puberty, rising post-war teenage populations and the sexual revolution. Births among teenage girls peaked in 1987 and have declined since then. The difference between then and now is of course that pundit haunters of the epidemic are alarmed about a burgeoning underclass. As so often, epidemic is a code for class paranoia and oppression. As Males points out, the term teenage pregnancy, in most cases where it is labeled a social problem or assigned public costs, is simply a euphemism for the much larger category of low-income pregnancy. Poverty, not age, is the problem. A 10-year sample of some 12 million abuse and neglect cases from 1976 to 1985 shows the average age of the perpetrator to be 32. The average age of divorced couples at time of divorce is 35. Contrary to pundit panic, a large majority of teenage parents, Males writes, appear to adapt well to parenthood. Most unmarried mothers are married within 5 years, most have jobs and few receive welfare. Teenage childbearing creates more public costs than adult childbearing because teenagers are poorer, just as blacks are poorer. The pundit elite has turned everything on its head. A mythic teenage rutting boom fueled by a supposed absence of family values has produced a mythic baby boom in which mythically irresponsible teen mothers and their feckless teen inseminators are lodged on lifetime welfare. February 3, New York. Doug Henwood runs an urgent plea in his Left Business Observer this month. He wants ideas on what to call residents of the U.S. who trace their origins to 376. The Golden Age is in us. Spanish-speaking countries or regions in the Western Hemisphere. Officialdom, such as the Census Bureau, uses Hispanic or Hispanic origin. Many people find these terms offensive. In New York, Latino is preferred, but there are objections here too. It's imperialistic, it demeans the indigenous, non-European population, and so forth. True enough. The Mayan Indians who recently launched their rising in Chiapas are neither Hispanic nor Latino, and would have every reason to dislike being called such. Maybe it's wrong to use a single label for such a diverse population, Henwood writes. Or is it too much attention paid to names at the expense of social relations? 2,500 years ago the historian Herodotus had a single label for all the folks out there beyond the edges of Greek ethnic dominion. He called them barbarians, meaning they were un-Greek. Of course these people preferred to be called people of Egypt, Scythia, Nubia, Bactria, Babylon, Thrace, and so on, which shows just how picky folks can be. Face it, there isn't a correct word for Hispanic out there waiting its turn. At bat. Big bureaucracies love uniformity. It makes filing easier. But back before Herodotus put the word barbarian into play, Homer had people very carefully announce who they were, where they were from, plus genealogy going back to great-grandpa. People sometimes call me a Brit. This annoys me because I'm Irish, from County Waterford. Then they ask how come if I'm Irish I have an English accent. I explain that my father was Scottish and my mother ascendancy Irish, or Anglo-Irish, meaning that she was from the Protestant minority. Her roots went back to both the gentry and the bog Irish. as the latter Irish were slightingly termed by the colonizers. By the time I get through all this, their eyes glaze over and they dismiss my history out of hand and go back to calling me a Brit. I conclude from this in general that one should call people what they want to be called, however odd or illogical it may appear. For years liberals fought the term coloreds. Now people of color is the PC term. I teased Doug about his hunt for the perfect word, and he replied that mostly what he was trying to do was to get people to talk about the difficulties and absurdities of legislated language. In PC circles in New York, Henwood writes me, using the words black or Hispanic labels you as heir to Bull Connor. Sandra Cisneros, no New Yorker, told the press some time back that she will stop talking to someone who uses the word Hispanic. Who decides these things? Why did the late Guardian Weekly capitalize black but not white? How did African American become the preferred term? I think it happened. 1994, conjunction of nose and thighs 377. When Jesse Jackson convened a press conference to declare it so. Jackson's intention, it seems, was to coin a phrase on the model of Italian American, a bit of assimilationist Americana. But in PC usage the emphasis is on the African, which is anti-assimilationist. The Census Bureau, which falls under the aegis of Commerce Secretary Ron Brown, uses the term "See African American" on orders from Brown himself. Here we get to the bottom line on correct language. Sometimes it becomes a substitute for politics. After all, as Henwood concludes, the Clinton administration won't do a thing about black poverty, but they will do something about the language. It doesn't cost anything. February 5, Petrolia, California. Dear Mr. Cockburn, in 1950 a story appeared in Britain that the Czech government had claimed that the CIA had dropped beetles in the country to destroy the potato crop. Naturally the story was not believed by most people, but when I went to Czechoslovakia in August 1950 with the National Union of Seamen Party, I was told by an Englishman living in Prague that the story was true and that he had seen some evidence of it. What do you make of that? With best wishes, yours very sincerely, A. Wilcock, London. February 7, Petrolia. For we can't renew our country unless more of us, I mean all of us, are willing to join churches, Clinton piously told the joint session of Congress. Then he talked about family, work, community. This from a man who spent slabs of the 80s with his nose between Gennifer Flowers' thighs and who can't even spend a Christmas vacation with his family without rushing to a conclave of power seekers in Hilton Head. Politicians who presume to lecture the people on fundamental values deserve to have their personal laundry aired on national TV. February 8, Petrolia. President Bill traveled to the poor area of Anacostia in Washington, D.C., where the kids, ready with questions about NAFTA and the Clean Water Act 378, the golden age is in us, were treated to his headline-seeking homilies about personal responsibility and sex. The effrontery of this documented philanderer grandstanding about sexual mores to impoverished, minority 8th graders in a crumbling inner-city classroom almost beggars description. But using the most defenseless members of our society as stage props for a family values campaign snitched from Dan and Marilyn Quayle doesn't bother our brave commander-in-chief. The 1980s Reagan-Bush paranoia against adolescents has evolved into 1990s Clinton hostility. When all else fails, even the most hack politician can get a headline by picking on teenagers as the source of all social ills, from dissolute welfare leeching to murder. But don't expect consistency from the president. A week after his repulsive performances in Anacostia, he visited a GM plant in Shreveport, LA, where he raised some good old boy laughs with a rib-nudging reminiscence about the AstroTurf in the back of his El Camino pickup in the 1970s, and you don't want to know why. No lectures about values to this crew, who were more likely than Eighth graders to ask Clinton what qualifies him to be a preacher. The facts about the bogus epidemic can scarcely be secret to Clinton advisors on these issues, such as Marian Wright Edelman of the Children's Defense Fund, Hillary Clinton, and Donna Shalala. Scholarly work by Edelman's group exposes the myth, even as Edelman chimes in with the opportunistic Clinton line, thus betraying the poor kids her organization professes to speak for. At least 2/3 of pregnant teenagers have childhood histories of violence and sexual abuse in their homes. This makes Clinton's threat in the State of the Union to cut off teenage mothers from welfare and force them to live with a parent or grandparent doubly cruel. When writer Jonathan Kozol visited a public school in Anacostia, he asked the school principal what he found most frustrating about working with young people. On Fridays in the cafeteria, the man answered, "I see small children putting chicken nuggets in their pockets. They're afraid of being hungry on the weekends. And this president fresh from cutting public spending lectures them about responsibility. It should be the other way around." February 10 Petrolia. Daisy gives me the sample translation of the rhetoric of Zhirinovsky, Russia's bad boy, describing the evolution of his philosophy. I thought, everything must be done so that the Russians really get going. So that Russian artists will be recognized in the streets of the mangiest small towns in America, so that every black in Harlem knows that it is useless to mess with the Russian mafia, so that every slut in Australia will go weak at the knees. 1994, Radical Violence Breeds Violence 379. At the sound of the word Russian, because she knows that Russians are the most volatile, richest, generous people on earth. This is all possible if Russians don't shoot other Russians, not for any other reason. This is the point of my nationalism and my militant actions. February 11 Petrolia. President Bill endorses the crime bill, with its repellent social architecture of boot camps for feral youth before they graduate to mandatory maximum terms in the adult slammers, whose construction will surge as we goose step toward the third millennium. Re-TV and Violence, Nancy MacDonald, at the University of South Carolina, Sumter, has provided me with an essay by Dane Archer and Rosemary Gartner, Peacetime Casualties, The Effects of War on the Violent Behavior of Non-Combatants. Their analysis of the 5 years preceding and following a war establishes conclusively that warring nations were more likely to experience homicide increases, and that a majority of combatant nations have seen increases of at least 10%. The U.S. murder rate surged 42% after the Vietnam War. The increases occur, say the authors, after wars large and small, among the victors and the defeated, among veterans and non-veterans, among men and women. By a process of legitimation, wartime homicide becomes a high status, rewarded model for subsequent homicides by individuals. Wars provide concrete evidence that homicide, under some conditions, is acceptable in the eyes of a nation's leaders. The authors quote Justice Louis Brandeis pertinently. "Our government," he wrote in 1928, "is the potent, the omnipresent teacher. For good or ill, it teaches the whole people by its example. Crime is contagious. If the government becomes a lawbreaker, it breeds contempt for the law." February 13 Petrolia. Dear Alexander Cockburn, I can't believe that neither you nor your editors caught the error, but blowjob is not 2 words, but 1. Think about it, if you quit in the middle it isn't a blowjob, it's foreplay. Form and content are 1. Regards, Henry Gordon, Seattle. 380 The Golden Age is in us. February 15 Petrolia. Being TN recovery speaks to something very deep in the American soul, indicating vigorous spiritual transition. Reagan managed an entire political career on the claim he was a recovering Roosevelt Democrat. February 16 Petrolia. Sometime in early or mid-1949 a CIA officer named Bill asked an outside contractor for input on how to kill people. Requirements of the performance envelope, inferring from the contractor's response later that year included the appearance of an accidental or purely fortuitous death suffered by the agency's victim. There's a certain bluff innocence in the letter of Bill's contractor friend, who seems from the style to have been a doctor. The noun-heavy bureaucratic tone of the 50s is not yet apparent. The timber belongs more to wartime commando exploits than to the chill advisories that lay ahead, far down the pipeline, in the form of the assassination manual furnished the Contras in the early 1980s. The 1949 communication to Bill, which came just 2 years after the agency was founded with a charter limiting its activities to gathering and analyzing foreign intelligence, shows assassination policy in process of evolution at a relatively early stage. Note that 2 methods favored by the CIA's consultant were already being inflicted on a very large number of Americans in lethal doses. Bill's friend suggests exposure of the entire individual to X-ray, or tetraethyl lead dropped on the skin in very small quantities, more dramatic than leaded gas, it's true, but not nearly as widely dispersed or so thoroughgoing in its application. Dear Bill, there are 2 chemical substances which would be most useful in that they would leave no characteristic pathological findings, and the quantities needed could easily be transported to the places where they were to be used. Sodium slotostate, when ingested in sufficient quantities to cause death, does not cause characteristic pathological lesions. Tetraethyl lead, as you know, could be dropped on the skin in very small quantities, producing no local lesion, and after a quick death no specific pathological evidence of the tetraethyl lead would be present. If an individual could be put into a relatively tightly sealed small room with a block of CO2 ice, it is highly probable that his death would result and that there would be no chances of the circumstances being detected. It is highly probable, though, that there would be a period of hyperactivity in the course of such a death. 1994, an early CIA assassination memo 381. Another possibility would be the exposure of the entire individual to X-ray. When the whole body is exposed, a relatively small amount of radiation is sufficient to produce effects that would lead to death within a few weeks, and it is highly probable that sporadic deaths of this kind would be considered as due to blood dyscrasias. If it were possible to subject the individual to a cold environment, he would freeze to death when his body temperature reached around 70 degrees, and there is no anatomic lesion that is diagnostic in such cases. There are 2 other techniques which I believe should be mentioned since they require no special equipment besides a strong arm and the will to do such a job. These would be either to smother the victim with a pillow or to strangle him with a wide piece of cloth, such as a bath towel. In such cases, there is no specific anatomic change to indicate the cause of death, though there may be marked visceral congestion which would suggest strangulation along with some other possibilities. I hope you will forgive the random way in which I have set these things down. If I can be of any further aid to you, I hope you will call on me. March 1, Petrolia. Mary Coombe, for man after man among the drinkers in her inn complained that she put her hand into his breeches to feel what he had and then proclaimed that if it were ready to stand she was ready for him. On the highway she was equally direct. She ridiculed one man because his prick would not stand and claimed she had brought some starch and would draw it out and starch it, to make it stand. She often laid her down in the highway between Axbridge and Cross, and called to all persons passing, by spreading her legs abroad, saying, "Come play with my cunt and make my husband a cuckold." Yet Mary Coombe's activities are not that of the normal village slut. She provided more than her body. She deliberately encouraged and organized activities and sentiments opposed to traditional values. In 1653 she organized a drinking orgy to which only cuckolds and cuckold makers, the outcasts of respectable society, were invited. When a respectable villager was ill, Mary visited him and tried to tempt him in front of his wife. She asked him whether he was able to do her a good turn. and more plainly whether he would x her or not, which is unseemly to write. Before his wife could remove her, she took up the man's underclothes and threw them in the fire. Whereas all the evidence points to sexual intercourse taking place almost exclusively by the male lying on top of the woman, Mary Combe was renowned for plucking up her coats and smock and sitting astride any man she found lying on his back. She wandered around the parish naked, another uncommon habit. Gr. Quaif, wanton. 382 The Golden Age is in us. Wenches and wayward wives, peasants and illicit sex in early 17th century England. March 3 Petrolia. The act of love defined, Masters and Johnson, effective intercourse is inserting the penile shaft into the vaginal barrel, thereby resulting in the retraction of the clitoral hood by active thrusting and pulling by the coronal ridge. This ranks with the German doctor's definition of laughter as a rictus of the nasolabial musculature. About 6% of all heart attacks occur during sexual intercourse. Of such episodes, about 90% occur during extramarital sex. Mostly, the man is stricken. He's about 13 years older than his partner and usually drunk. 4. Further reading, C. M. Ueno, The So-Called Coition Death, Japan Journal of Legal Medicine, Vol. 17. March 5 Petrolia. The Tzotzils, Tziltals, Chols, Tojolabales, Maimes, Zoques, and Mestizos of Chiapas may have been driven to the margins across nearly 500 years of oppression, but their fibers of resistance have remained strong. A broken people does not organize secret guerrilla armies and train for 10 years, which is what the Indians in Chiapas did. The Maya of Chiapas have changed the political face of Mexico and, beyond that, the mood of the hemisphere. Subcommandant Marcos is the Mestizo EZLN spokesman whose witty, eloquent letters have transfixed Mexico and made him a national hero. Here's his reaction to Salinas' offer of a pardon. The translation, by Frank Bardak, appeared in the Anderson Valley Advertiser. Why do we have to be pardoned? What are we going to be pardoned for? Of not dying of hunger? Of not being silent in our misery? Of not humbly accepting our historic role of being the despised and the outcast? Of having carried guns into battle, rather than bows and arrows? Of being Mexicans? Of being primarily indigenous peoples? Of having called on the people of Mexico to struggle, in all possible ways, for that which belongs to them? Of having fought for liberty, democracy, and justice? Of not following the example of previous guerrilla armies? Of not giving up? Of not selling out? Of not betraying ourselves? Who must ask for pardon and who can grant it? Those who for years and years have satiated themselves at full tables, while death sat beside us so regularly that we finally stopped being afraid of it. 1994, enough already from Chiapas 383. 4. Or should we ask pardon from the dead, our dead, those who died natural deaths from natural ouses like measles, whooping cough, break-bone fever, cholera, typhoid, mononucleosis, tetanus, pneumonia, malaria, and other lovely gastrointestinal and lung diseases? Are dead, the majority dead, the democratically dead, dying from sorrow because nobody did anything, because the dead, are dead, went just like that, without anyone even counting them, without anyone saying enough already, which would at least have given some meaning to their deaths, a meaning that no one ever sought for them, the forever dead, who are now dying again, but this time in order to live. March 8 Boonville, California. Did some wine tasting, aha drinking, with Bruce. 1. A present to the Ava from a wealthy industrialist who'd picked it up on a recent visit to the Bohemian Grove, was a 1984 Nude St. George's Premier Cru, Clos de la Mer Chale, shipped by Favely. The other was a red table wine from the Santa Ynez Valley, produced and bottled by the Firestone Vineyard, and called Prosperity Red. The editor had bought it at a San Francisco wine store for just over $4 entirely because of the label, a striking piece of retro new masses-type proletarian art featuring a brawny prole with basket of grapes up on one shoulder, red sans serif lettering below. The wine, given the price, wasn't bad at all. This is very smart marketing by Firestone, catering to the big market of old commies, comsimps, IWW fans, and kindred imaginers of utopias on hold. The fancy wine, which would no doubt sell in a restaurant for $100 or higher, was a sore disappointment. Even a final mouthful from the lees taken a full hour after opening was still wretched. The editor rounded off the evening with production of a single malt scotch. It was okay, but malts are getting trashier by the year. March 9, Topanga. For a while the White House's Human Radiation Interagency Working Group was not including the Marshall Islands in its review of U.S. government-sponsored radiation experiments. The reason? The group held, in the words of one White House official, that there is not evidence that radiation experiments were ever conducted on humans living in those islands, which is all very well but for the fact that the tests themselves were in the nature of a rather drastic experiment. A document has now been unearthed from the secret files of the Atomic Energy Commission's minutes, in a January 13 to 14, 1956 session of the AEC's 384 The Golden Age is in Us Advisory Committee on Biology and Medicine. The author, a scientist, minuted as follows: "We think that one very intriguing study can be made and plans are on the way to implement this. Uterik Atoll is the atoll furthest from the March 1 shot where people were exposed, got initially about 15 Roentgens and then they were evacuated and they returned. For they had been living on that island, now that island is safe to live on but is by far the most contaminated place in the world and it will be very interesting to go back and get good environmental data, how many per square mile, what isotopes are involved and a sample of food changes in many humans through their urines, so as to get a measure of the human uptake when people live in a contaminated environment. Now, data of this type has never been available. While it is true that these people do not live, I would say, the way Westerners do, civilized people, it is nevertheless also true that these people are more like us than the mice. So that is something that will be done this winter." March 10, Topanga. The traitor Ames apparently survived his CIA polygraph, though the polygrapher had doubts. CIA polygrapher: "All right, Mr. Oedipus, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?" Oedipus: "Okay." CIA polygrapher: "Ever sleep with your mother?" Oedipus: "What an extraordinary question. Of course not." CIA polygrapher: "Well, put it this way. Did you ever sleep with someone you didn't know was your mother but who turned out to be her in the end? That wouldn't be so bad." Oedipus: "You mean, is there someone, a woman I once slept with, who might have been my mother?" CIA polygrapher: "Take your time over it. No need to hurry yourself." Oedipus: "I'm just trying to think." CIA polygrapher: "What has 4 legs, 2 legs, and 3 legs?" Oedipus: "That's an old one. Everyone knows that." CIA polygrapher: "Getting back to your mother, you probably didn't see much of her when you were young." Oedipus: "Not really." 1994, Victory in Topanga 385. March 12, Topanga. Disney has given way on Topanga. I like to think my LA Times column had something to do with this. So far my career triumphs are 4. A park bench moved in Maida Vale. Sibagagi helped out of the Toms River by my WS Journal column. Meryl Dow is frightened out of Killiac, in Ireland, by another WS Journal column. And now this. Susan Petrola's Niman, a leader of the community's fight, discussed with me what it takes to win. She herself had been working 8 hours, 7 days a week for the past 3 years and only marginally less for the previous 7. war has to be waged politically, bureaucratically, and technically. This means lawyers, biologists, hydrologists, physicists, economists, archaeologists, resources experts, all of them preparing counter-testimony, working on environmental impact reviews, spending countless hours pro bono. It means forging alliances and coalitions. It means calling up politicians, poring over campaign funding statements, picketing, getting harassed. It means being a monomaniac, year after year. There are people fighting these kinds of battles all over the country. This time our side won. Susan reckons it was the spirit of the Chumash Indians that gave them the will to fight. A local newspaper, one county supervisor, Ed Edelman, adamantly opposed to the scheme, a developer perhaps worried that the name Disney was, given other Disney fights and reverses in Virginia and France, getting a bit too meshed in the public's mind with the eighth dwarf, Greedy, whose sign kids flourished at demos. Long fights and, sometimes, victories. Up at the top of Topanga these spring days have been gifts from the gods. The hillsides are greening up after the fires. The red-shouldered hawk circles above. March 18, Chico, California. My assigned topic was immigration, and I arrived after a prolonged drive through the mountains along Route 36, nourishing more than usually positive emotions toward my fellow migrants, having been phoned at 10 p.m. the previous evening by a young Mexican waitress who had discovered my wallet where I had dropped it outside the liquor store in Ferndale. My Chico host was Alioune, from Senegal. He said he liked Chico and had been there for 10 years. He was studying agriculture, of which there is of course plenty in the environs of Chico. Some years ago Playboy named Chico as among the top college party towns in America. So the inhabitants feel constant pressure to keep their standing in good order. St. Patrick's Day and they were lined up from dawn at the bars. 386 The golden age is in us. Drinking green beer and other abominations. An unusually large amount of women in Chico have red hair. March 20, Petrolia. An Hooper's Pocket Sex Guide tells that only 21% of men today know where the clitoris is. Do the other 79% even know what it is? As with all home improvement manuals, Hooper's preserves a tone of optimism and faith in human progress, like a 19th century engineer explaining a piece of machinery. It's touching to see Hooper's two graphs of sexual response, pink for her, blue for him, peak together at the 20-minute mark. I thought simultaneous orgasm was part of fuddy-duddy 50s sex theory, matching the mutual assured destruction model of the nuclear wargamers. This was no coincidence. Bernard Brody, one of the Rand Corporation theorists in Santa Monica, was undergoing psychoanalysis at the same time he worked on Straight Geese of Nuclear Destruction. He circulated a paper privately to colleagues such as Herman Kahn, likening withholding full nuclear assault to withdrawal before ejaculation. Kahn later systematized no fewer than 44 rungs of nuclear escalation, from ostensible crisis to spasms or insensate war, which was Brody's G-spot. But in the early 1970s, theories of mutual assured destruction gave way to preemptive strikes, and trendy sex guides duly followed suit, with advisories that it was okay to do your own thing in your own time so long as everyone got there in the end. The girl horse thing isn't about sex, it's about fear and about obedience. March 22, Petrolia. Jobs and the world economy. David Roche, who works for the investment banking firm Morgan Stanley in London, marries Marx to Maynard Keynes when he says, investors love long dole queues as long as they're reducing costs and not damaging demand. But eventually there is a certain length of a dole queue which causes a reversal of this perception. High unemployment and stagnant wages precipitate declines in consumption and thus usher in deflation, as Keynes pointed out 60 years ago. Keynes didn't live to see the advent of the global economy, which renders moot his strategies for reflation and full employment in the industrialized countries. There are a billion new skilled workers in China, India, and Brazil prepared to do the same job as European or North American workers, at 10% of the price. 1994, world unemployment 387. Businessmen ruthlessly following market rules sometimes have a clear notion of where this ruthlessness is leading. Percy Barnevik, a Swede who heads ABB, the world's largest power engineering group, runs a transnational enterprise that operates freely across borders and which, in the admiring words of the London Financial Times, is at home in all the 140 countries in which it operates, yet owes fealty to none. Between 1988 and 1992, ABB shed 50,000 jobs while increasing sales by 60%, to $28.8 billion. Barnevik predicted last year that the proportion of Europe's labor force employed in manufacturing and business services will fall from 35% to 25% by the end of the century and to 15% 10 years farther on. Where will all those people go? Barnevik said. Out they will go because we don't need them. If anybody tells me, wait 2 or 3 years and there will be a hell of a demand for labor, I say, tell me where. What jobs? In what cities? What companies? We end up with permanent unemployment or underemployment, or with two classes of differently paid people. Both are social dynamite. Which brings us to Chiapas. The Indians in Chiapas rose up on New Year's Day because they faced economic extinction, what they called the death sentence of cheap corn imports from the US and Canada permitted under NAFTA. So, is that rising the last of old-style Latin America guerrilla movements, or an augury of the new fissures opening up in the global economy? Those strategists of new employment in Detroit and elsewhere had better think big, about shortened work weeks, about a social wage, about the coming permanent absence of jobs. Job, by the way, is defined in the larger Oxford English Dictionary as meaning only a small, definite piece of work, which doesn't last long. So retraining isn't going to do it, as the capitalists for whom Reich works well know. The real strategy is prison construction, to provide a few jobs penning in the ever-growing desperate and dangerous classes. March 25, Petrolia. Dear Alexander, I'm sending separately the latest CNS, with an article called A Red-Green Politics in the U.S. I think you'll find it helpful when you write what is to be done columns. Sundan sent me your excellent column about world unemployment. This message should be in every paper in the country, every day. In Italy, up to now the CGIL has confined its alternative to short work weeks and more spending on infrastructure, etc. But there are elements within the CGIL, and many other groups and movements, which understand that the 1990s represents a radical 388. The golden age is in us. Break with the past, and that old Keynesian nostrums and social democratic type solutions won't work in the global economy you describe in the article noted above. The line within these groups is, restore, maintain, preserve, etc. what we've got left, in the way of environment, ecosystems, household and neighborhood life, etc., before accumulating more capital. This line opens the way for a reconceptualization of what kind of employment needs to be provided. The Institute for Policy Studies line is, we need a global Keynesianism. How? This comes about given the destruction and self-destruction of national Keynes. Ianisms escapes me. The place to start is to attack the World Ministry of Finance, World Ministry of Public Works, World Ministry of Trade. As misguided, cruel, undemocratic, etc. My position is A. If the IMF and WB can't be truly democratized, they should be abolished. B. Preservation first. C. Global Keynesianism re. Commodities that are internationally traded, and should be, not necessarily the same as those that are so traded today. I mean, there's lots of room for regional self-sufficiency, and a healthier and more equitable relationship between cities and their hinterlands, on the one hand, and cities and their by origins and watersheds, on the other. The problem of global economy, from the perspective of its own rationality, is not just that a massive realization crisis threatens, as you say, but that the process of accumulation through crisis from the mid-1970s through late 1980s has led to a reallocation of labor time, money capital, technology, etc., from consumer goods industries to capital goods and services in the First World. This is a perfect setup for a disproportionality crisis, touched on but not developed by Marx, but brilliantly applied by Sid Kuntz in his underground and out-of-print classic, Unproductive Labor and Effective Demand, an explanation of the contradictions of the 1920s, leading to the Great Depression. We both hope you are well. Jim O'Connor. Capitalism, Nature, Socialism. Santa Cruz, California. March 26. Petrolia asked Northwesterners to identify the three most important sectors in the Northwest economy, and most of them will say timber, agriculture, and tourism. Thus W. Ed Whitelaw in Left Bank No. 5 out of Oregon. Whitelaw goes on to say that if we measure economic importance in the Northwest by total employment in Washington and Oregon, not one of these industries actually rank in the top 3 or even the top 6. In these states the 1994, Foucault and Confession 389. Top 5 are health services, educational services, schools and colleges, business and profs, professional services, wholesale trade and finance, insurance and real estate. Agriculture leads timber and tourism, but each of the three sectors employs only 2 to 4% of the total. This makes the Clinton-Babbitt option 9 sellout to big timber and the carpenters not only criminal but politically blind. Whitelaw ridicules the claim of Conchalo, chief economist for the American Forest Resource Alliance, that forest products are still the dominant component of Oregon's economy. As Whitelaw points out, for the number of workers in Oregon's lumber and wood products industry declined by 17% between 1979 and 1989. By contrast, total employment in Oregon increased by 23% during the 1979 to 1989 period. Combined, Oregon and Washington lost 27,227 jobs in lumber and wood products in the 1979-89 timeframe, while total employment in the two states increased by 26% in that same period. Whitelaw attacks the export or die model of northwestern states, which premised economic growth on export of timber products, as opposed to far more diversified manufacturing, services, and so forth. March 27. Petrolia 1 confesses in public and private. 1 confesses or is forced to confess. When it is not spontaneous or dictated by some internal imperative, the confession is wrung from a person by violence or threat, it is driven from its hiding place in the soul, or extracted from the body. Western man has become a confessing animal. The confession was, and still remains, the general standard governing the production of the true discourse on sex. M. Foucault. Got a letter from Lawrence C. Jorgensen, a teacher and 30-year veteran of Los Angeles Valley College. Not so long ago a female student attended about 45 minutes of Jorgensen's first evening's introductory lecture on the American political system. She complained that she had been sexually harassed by the professor's response to an unidentified male student's question about the availability of extra credit. Jorgensen allegedly responded, "For no, I can't accept credit cards because I don't have a machine, I won't accept checks because of the economy, and I don't accept sexual favors because of AIDS. So you will all just have to do the assigned work." The unidentified female withdrew from the class and 2 weeks later filed a harassment charge. 390 The Golden Age is in us. Professor Farrell Broslowski, designated representative for Professor Jürgen Sen, has written to Dean Thomas Oliver, sexual harassment compliance officer of Los Angeles Valley College, in part, thus, your misconduct in Professor Jorgensen's case continues the pattern of your office over the past academic year. First, your office encourages the filing of malicious complaints of sexual harassment so that your office can open secret files on the accused instructor. You deny the instructor the opportunity to confront the accuser, you refuse access to the files, you obstruct the efforts of the falsely accused instructor to be exonerated, and if the accused instructor refuses to grovel and comply with your arbitrary demands that he attend seminars, you claim the matter will no longer be pursued, but you continue to maintain secret files containing the unsubstantiated complaint. Which brings us back to Foucault. April 1, Petrolia. In Chico the other day, a woman who said she was head of the population group of the Sierra Club in California asked why I was so hard on Malthus. Why was I discounting the menace of overpopulation? As a political economist, Malthus had to reconcile his theories of population with the problem of effective demand. Who were the consumers necessary to keep the system turning over? Malthus loathed the poor and rejected the idea of increased purchasing power among the laboring classes, arguing that under a system of private property the only effectual demand for produce must come from the owners of property, and that these affluent underbreeders would spare the otherwise inevitable visitation of misery on their own sector of mankind and secure to a portion of society the leisure necessary for the progress of the arts and sciences, thus conferring on society a most significant benefit. For Malthus, the poor, outside such workers as are necessary for production, are dispensable and should not be assisted in any way. Consumption. The exercise of effective demand, is mostly the purview of the wealthy. In Malthus's era the answer to the problem of the poor was definitively given when the British did nothing to alleviate the starving to death of about 1 million Irish peasants in the mid-1840s. The welfare reformers of today have essentially the same perspective, for no reform is possible within the terms of capitalism, so there won't be any, aside from endeavoring to make life worse for the wretched, for starters linking welfare to sterility. 1994, Mussolini and Timely Trains 391. April 16, Petrolia. Two certain ways of getting people of supposedly liberal bent truly angry is to suggest that poor African Americans have sound reasons to have babies while in their teens, and to argue that shouts for full employment in the modern economy are stupidly unrealistic, that we need less work, not more, that most jobs are idiotic, and that leftists should press for a guaranteed income or social wage. One prosperous doctor was so angered by this latter proposition when I put it to a group in Los Angeles recently that he began extolling the virtues of hard physical labor, though he himself, still in his 40s by the look of him, was already retired. I've been getting abusive mail and kindred counter-argument from Malthu. Shion's only matched in fury by the nose-thigh fuss-re Bill and Jennifer. April 17, Petrolia. The tactful way the press here is handling renascent Italian fascism has exact parallels in the way the New York Times handled the rise of Mussolini himself. Right after Musso's march on Rome in 1922, the Times' senior foreign correspondent, Walter Littlefield, wrote, "For it is easy to mistake, in times of political turmoil, the words of a disciplinarian for those of a dictator." Like Garibaldi, Mussolini is a severe disciplinarian, but no dictator. The manner of work is already being described in a way to arouse sympathy, if not enthusiasm: the long hours of toil, the dispatch of business, economy in government bureaus. If the Italian people are wise, they will accept the fascismo, and by accepting gain the power to regulate and control it. An unsigned Times editorial 6 days earlier remarked that for in Italy, as everywhere else, the great complaint against democracy is its inefficiency. Dr. Mussolini's experiment will perhaps tell us something more about the possibilities of oligarchic administration. Thus the stage was set for the great myth that Mussolini made the trains run on time. He never did. In 1936, George Seldes reported that while the big express trains were mostly on schedule, the Local trains had huge delays. But very intelligently, Mussolini's PR men fanned the legend, and millions of commuters round the world laud to Ditti's memory. In consequence, Mussolini also took care to ban all reporting of railway accidents and delays. For their part, the Nazis touted the Autobahns and the VW, but their heirs face the problem that too many still remember that they ran the death camps on time too. 392 The Golden Age is in us. April 18 Petrolia. Over the past few years, Arlene Geronimus of the School of Public Health at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor has produced a wealth of epidemiological and sociological data suggesting that there may be very sound reasons for poor black women to see their teen years as more appropriate for mothering than the middle to late 20s preferred by richer whites. The import of her work, as I read it, is that owing to long-term socioeconomic disadvantage and racism, the health of African Americans, especially those in poverty, deteriorates earlier than does that of others. Lead levels, for example, rise sharply in the blood of black women in their 20s, presenting increasing risks to infants in utero. Stress levels in these women rise as the care of looking after aging parents and ailing kin increases. Geronimus tells me, for high rates of teenage childbearing have been a consistent pattern in impoverished African American communities, regardless of pervasive ideological pressure suggesting teenage parenting is morally deficient. It is not merely a matter of the availability of contraception or abortion. I assume that women in all groups make reproductive choices and may consciously or unconsciously, strategically time the birth of their children. Until proven otherwise, when we see differences, we should not assume they are doing it wrong, and should realize that they may be responding to circumstances we do not appreciate. A child born to a poor black teenager is likely to be healthier, and to have a healthier mother, than if born to the same woman a few years later. The extended family and social network surrounding the teenage mother and child is also healthier. A decade later, the wretched economic and social circumstances in which poor blacks live will be exacting their toll of disability and death. So the cultural deficiency lies in the economic arrangements pressing down upon those young mothers, not in the timing of their decision to bring their children into the world. April 20 Petrolia. It's a year since the FBI killed at least 75 people, men, women and plenty of children, in the Mount Carmel compound of the Branch Davidians outside Waco. The weekend before the anniversary, I got a call from Belinda Gainem, mother of a man who'd been in the compound that day. Gainem lives part of the year in Bangor, Maine, and part on the Greek island of Andros, where she co-owns a taverna. My son David Thibodeau was one survivor of the fire. He was married to David Korsh's sister-in-law, Michelle. They were married a year prior to the 1994, return to Waco 393 fire. She had 3 children already when she met my son. Serenity was 4 at the time of the fire and the little twin girls were 16 months. Michelle and her 3 daughters died. They were in what the FBI called a bunker. It wasn't a bunker. It was a storage area where they were eventually going to put big restaurant-style refrigerators. A good many of the mothers and children were in that area too. What's really important is that people understand that 400 canisters of CS gas were lobbed into the Mount Carmel community in a 3.5-hour period. CS is a riot control chemical. CS was to be used outdoors. Indoors it is lethal. That community was gassed to death. The young mothers, with their arms full of kids, my daughter-in-law had 3, my friend Julie had 5 children, these women were inundated, the children were overwhelmed. How was a mother supposed to maneuver her children through the debris? So 50 years after the Nazis' final attack on the Warsaw Ghetto, the FBI gassed a religious community on national television, with the near total support of the press. Once you are officially designated a cult, the cops can burn you. alive or drill you with machine gun fire without much public demur. They could have fried the Scientologists or the family and it would have been hats in the air from the liberals. You have to go to the far left and the far right to get some respect for citizens' rights in these situations. April 27, Istanbul. It could not be said that Nixon's death has been received with any evidence of public interest or concern in the ancient city of Byzantium. The person they would most dearly like to see flying at half-mast is Tansu Çiller, the Turkish Prime Minister who has just managed to destroy the Turkish currency by her acts of submission to the International Monetary Fund. The bankers told her to impose austerity and this former economics teacher who did her doctorate in the US sprang swiftly to the task. The Turkish lira was devalued by 100%, giving an exchange rate of 33,000 liras to the dollar. Inflation eats away even at this, and so the value of what people have in their pockets drops day by day until there is another formal devaluation. Small wonder therefore that the Islamic Party is doing well, having captured Istanbul and other major cities in the recent local elections. Between Çiller and the Prophet Muhammad, who would hesitate between certain disaster and the possibility that Allah might have something better in mind? 394 The Golden Age is in us. April 28, Istanbul. Leftists here have a highly concrete knowledge of what repression means. Since almost all of them were thrown into prison and often tortured in the coup of 1980 when the military took over to finish what they had embarked on in an earlier, less harsh coup at the start of the 1970s. One woman doctor I met had spent 8 years in prison, having been put away for her part in the kidnapping of a couple of NATO officers in 1971. Prison, she said, was the place she finally met the workers and peasants in whose name she and her student group had been acting. Then, after release she had been exiled and lived in Brussels for 12 years, which she said was worse than prison. Now she was back in Istanbul, working in a clinic and trying to alert Turkish people to the menace of AIDS. The caseload of AIDS victims thus far is extremely low, under 100 as I recall from what she told me. But takeoff is quite likely, given the fact that Turkish sexual mores involve a good deal of homosexuality by men in heterosexual relationships at the same time. Only the passive male partner is regarded as being homosexual. April 29, Istanbul. Of the 10 organizers I met in one visit to a radical trade union syndicate, DISC, all had been imprisoned at one time or another. At least they are alive, which puts them several jumps ahead of their brothers and sisters in Central America. Organizing is difficult, since any recruit to the union is promptly fired. After 1980 the military banned any formal connection between unions and political parties. So the social democratic parties in parliament agree with Çiller that the rules of the IMF game must be enforced, while workers get overwhelmed in the maelstrom of the imploding economy. Thus, you don't have to argue particularly hard on behalf of the Prophet Muhammad to get folks to sign up. The head of the DISC labor syndicate, an older man, told me he reckoned the Islamic Party would never get more than 20% of the electorate. But then, after he had left the room, his younger lieutenant said matter-of-factly that he thought this was nonsense and that in the not-too-distant future the Islamic Party would win a national election and take over. Workers had voted for the Marxists who'd done nothing for them, then the fascists who had done no better, and so the workers were now ready to try their luck with the Prophet. Same as in Algeria. When you read about a wave of fundamentalism sweeping the world, translate this as mostly a statement that the masses in whose name that woman doctor kidnapped the NATO officers conclude that the Western-oriented 1994, A Sufi Evening 395. Secular parties have nothing to offer. And indeed they haven't. So Islamic populism has a lot of appeal. May 1, Istanbul. Wandering through the small streets of the old city I stumbled into a small shop where a well-built fellow was making horse harness. A Turkish friend translating my questions about Anatolian equestrian practices announced after half an hour that we were invited a couple of nights later to the weekly meeting of the man's Islamic order. This, it turned out, was the Sira'i order of people who are Orthodox Sunni Muslims, but also Sufis. Along we went at the appointed hour to an ancient structure in the shadow of the Suleymaniye Mosque. The meeting seemed to be a cross between a rotary session, a soup kitchen and a revival meeting. There were small businessmen, like our saddle maker, plus poorer folk. The man next to me during the meal was a traffic cop. The meal consisted of lentil soup, then vegetable soup, then plain macaroni. Canned fruit salad at the end. I suppose that feeding a couple 100 people twice a week means you keep the victuals simple. Dominating events was the order's chief, a sheik in his 60s. He was in good trim, offering sage observation and comment to the punters, who hung on every word. There were half a dozen other foreigners present. 3 of them turned out to be young German Catholic priests on vacation who had been invited by a blind man they had met somewhere. There were 2 American women, appropriately crowned with demure headgear. One of these gazed at the sheik in rapture and was incapable of speech. The other told the sheik a dream and asked for interpretation. The dream material, as Freud would say, was rich. She told the company, dreamed that she saw a large black chest, out of which emerged her Sufi teacher, whose fingers then turned into serpents with green eyes. What did this mean? The sheik said without hesitation that there were good dreams sent from Allah and bad dreams sent from the devil, and that he most certainly wasn't going to offer any commentary or evaluation. The conversation moved on to other matters, and our saddle maker told me the Sira'i order had many recruits in America, including Harlem and San Francisco. Later, as dervishes whirled sedately in front of us, the dreamer told me her name was Mahalia Pugak, from Mill Valley. She hadn't wanted to tell her dream but had been asked to do so by the man translating for her. I commented that Pugak sounded Hungarian and she said no, Russian, and shortened from Pugakov, for the name of a famous leader of a Russian peasant uprising in older 396. The golden age is in us times, I informed her pompously. My great-great-great-great-grandfather. She responded without any great show of family pride, and wagging her head in time with the Sufi chanting. The musical part of the evening went on for about 3 hours, with dervish activity by 8 young men for the final hour. The music was excellent, with the chanting reminding me from time to time of Celtic folk songs. But 4 hours were enough, and finally Salim and I crept out. He told me that there had been polite attempts to recruit him to the order, with intimations that the association might also be of commercial advantage, alongside the spiritual benefits. For my part, I told the saddle maker I was a journalist and would pass the word along. May 5th, Ardmore, Co. Waterford. We have now reached the point where every goon with a grievance, every bitter bigot, merely has to place the prefix, I know this is not politically correct, but in front of the usual string of insults in order to be not just safe from criticism but actually a card, a lad, even a hero. Conversely, to talk about poverty and inequality, to draw attention to the reality that discrimination and injustice are still facts of life, is to commit the new sin of political correctness. Anti-PC has become the latest cover for creeps. It is a godsend. For every sort of curmudgeon and crank, from the fascists to the merely smug. Hate blacks? Attack positive discrimination. Everyone will know the codes. Want to keep Europe white? Attack multiculturalism. Fed up with the girlies making noise? Tired of listening to whining about unemployment when your personal economy is booming? Haul out political correctness and you don't even have to say what's on your mind. Fintan Zero Tool, Irish Times. May 8, San Francisco. Flying into San Francisco, I had the usual internal debate whether to admit on the customs form that I had food in my luggage. I had bitter memories of Cork Airport in Ireland a few days earlier, whither the customs man, hearing I'd been in Turkey, promptly arrested my Turkish sausages. Foot and mouth disease in Turkey, he remarked, and didn't flinch when I pointed out they were lamb and a lot better than the ghastly tubes of pork-flavored bread the Irish confuse with the sausage. Bread and water too, he remarked fondly of these Irish sausages as he bore the Turkish products off to the incinerator. It must be a relict of the Ottoman onslaughts on Christian Europe, only. 1994, the Bosnian question 397. Finally repelled before the gates of Vienna in the late 17th century. Say the word Turkey at any western frontier and officialdom turns sour. I told no lies on my U.S. customs form, hoping the official would accept my unlabeled glass jar of caviar as Russian rather than Iranian, which is banned. He paid no attention to the form, began to quiz me on my suspiciously vast amount of baggage, and then, on hearing my trade, moved into cheerful discussion of journalism before waving me through. The dispatcher of super shuttles wanted to discuss the art of the novel, and Steve the super shuttle driver said he liked my work. Sometimes life conspires to make you feel good, and that's the way it was for me coming into San Francisco. May 10, Petrolia. For more than a year, each new twist in the saga of Bosnia has brought its war cries from a coalition, stretching, in the United States, from the Wall Street Journal through William Safire and Anthony Lewis of the New York Times, Jim Hoagland of the Washington Post, Michael Ignatieff in the New York Review, and editorialists of virtually every newspaper in America. Scarcely less urgent in their demands for throwing gasoline on the ethno-religious conflict have been conspicuous members of the liberal left and even self-professed socialists. Calls to arm the Bosnian Muslims have come from the Democratic Socialists of America. In Against the Current and Monthly Review we find the case argued for ending the arms embargo. In Britain, a coalition running from Margaret Thatcher to the New Statesman calls for arming the Bosnian government and bombing the Serbs. The Arm the Bosnians crowd has bought into a central claim of Izetbegović's government, that it represents the will of all the Bosnian communities, and that this government was anointed with legitimacy in 1992 despite the refusal of the Serbian third of Bosnia's population to have anything to do with it, merely because the NATO powers gave it the thumbs-up, diplomatic recognition. All the problems of how best to construct a post-Yugoslav Bosnia, problems best entrusted to an interim UN protectorate, are solved by the laptop bombardiers with terse advisories to rain down explosives or rush in arms. Can't they see the ironies inherent in the urgent requests of the Bosnian Muslim leaders that NATO bomb great slabs of their own territory? Bombing won't do any good and will only fortify the resolve of the Serbs. Raising the arms embargo on the Muslims will mean the end of the UN presence and a lot more killing. The only way to save the UN peacekeeping role and, more important, the lives of Bosnians, is to have a much larger peacekeeping force, with Russian troops matching the Western contingent and no corresponding 398. The Golden Age is in us. Influx of Americans. Genuine peacekeeping is a delicate affair, as dangerous as war-making. Clinton does not want to commit American ground troops, fearing some will be killed. There are excellent political reasons for any sensible person not to want U.S. ground troops involved. Such troops are always commanded by officers answering to the Pentagon and not to the UN chain of command, unless such a chain of command is itself entirely subordinate to the Pentagon. As the Somalia intervention showed most recently, U.S. commanding officers are trained to fight wars, not to keep peace, and they are extremely sensitive to their domestic press bellowing for decisive action. While Clinton may not be shoved in the dock for declining to send ground troops, he bears grievous responsibility for Bosnia's travails. He has fueled the war with bellicose pronouncements and threats of aerial attack that have not deterred the Serbs but only worsened the situation, as was shown when the F-16s were deployed over Gorazda, to the hurrahs of the laptop bombardiers, as Simon Jenkins calls them. Beyond that, Clinton has consistently kept alive the Bosnian government's hopes that the West will forcibly intervene on its side to assert control of all the territory it claims. Here's where Clinton and all those along the four-bomb the bastards Rainbow Coalition join hands. May 14th, Petrolia. Dear Alex, you mentioned the Irish famine. A colleague of mine who does Irish history claims to have discovered documentary evidence of at least one shipload of grain that left Ireland during the peak of the famine, returned because no buyers were found, and then sailed out again. Your remarks on Malthus also raise another question. Since the Reagan/Thatcher revolution defined itself, I have had an increasing sense of déjà vu with respect to the history of the 18th century. Sir James Steuart, Adam Smith, and Malthus all assumed that the situation of the poor could not be improved, that manufacturers were to produce luxuries for the rich, which much of it did. Wedgwood's special orders to Catherine the Great and Frederick the Great are only extreme examples of upmarket production. Computers have made this possible again. And look at Moscow under the shock therapy. Good business for BMW, Mercedes, Jaguar. And here we regard Keynes as a prime shithead. And note the end of Fordism and are quite willing to concentrate on upmarket goods. As for the proles, for SCEQUILS on Pada or Lun? 1994, remembering Nixon 399. Enough. Too much in fact. But do keep half an eye peeled for those enemies of a minimum wage who want to introduce programs to top up wages. It does amount to a maximum wage. Jordan Bishop, Ottawa. May 19, Petrolia. Bangladeshi taxi driver to J, after Nixon died. Islamabad, you see, was Nixon and Kissinger's friend. Only later did we learn that it was their secret broker to Beijing, and even while the army was killing us, the government in Islamabad was sending messages back and forth, to China, to Kissinger, so Nixon, he had to cover up what was going on. He could not anger Pakistan, and China was an ally with Pakistan against India, which supported us and which the US could never be sure of, so he could not risk losing his prize even before he had it. But the massacres were terrible. The army rounded up everyone they thought would be useful to our independence, political people, but also intellectuals, university professors, doctors, artists, and they machine-gunned them. They would take people into the stadium and shoot them. They would take people outside the city and tell them to dig, and after they had, to line up, and then they would shoot them too. Dig and then shoot, that's how it was. And the rapes, oh my God. They raped our women at gunpoint, and then after the rape, would torture them, cutting their breasts, their face, their pussy, oh God. My uncle worked for the government during the day and was very quiet, and at night he worked for the independents. He was killed finally. My cousin, he was tortured. Millions of people fled into India. Eventually your Congress stopped arms to Pakistan, but Nixon and Kissinger is really the one we hate most. They were very powerful. They could have stopped Islamabad at the start. But they looked away. As Jay says, the eulogists miss out one thing. It is not for us to forgive. Nixon was America's man, and we can only atone. June 1st, Petrolia. My first week as a syndicated columnist through creators in Los Angeles, a very nice crowd. I keep trying to hold pundidities in check. Remember the old rule, comment is free, facts are expensive, meaning you actually have to produce some information. 400 The golden age is in us. June 6th, Petrolia. Andy Kopkind calls to wish me happy birthday. He sounds very up these days. He's working away on his collection, which Jay will edit. June 7 Petrolia. President MCMUFFIN's march to the Normandy beaches repeats the antics of an earlier commander-in-chief. Back in 1984, the 40th anniversary of D-Day was hijacked by Ronald Reagan's PR men as opportunity for martial posterings by the old actor. As regards the defeat of Hitler, D-Day itself was, relatively speaking, and not to downgrade heroism and sacrifice, a sideshow. The war had already been won on the Eastern Front by the Russians at Stalingrad and then, a year before D-Day, at the Kursk salient, where 100 German divisions were mangled. Compared with those epic struggles, D-Day was a skirmish. The commonly cited 20 million figure for the Soviet Union's wartime casualties is now regarded as probably an underestimate. The D-Day landings had greatest effect for the post-war shape of Europe. The German General Staff bore this as keenly in mind as the Western Command. ERS. Hitler's generals knew the war was lost, and the task was to keep the meeting point between the invading Russian and Western armies as far east as possible. It's not fashionable these days to recognize that the Soviet Union had the lion's share in defeating Nazism. The latest issue of Time represented this aversion to historical reality accurately with its cover photo of Eisenhower beside the headline "The Man Who Beat Hitler." Inside, Soviet participation in the war was given only passing mention. At the 40th anniversary, Reagan's people even doctored Eisenhower's order of the day to omit reference to our Russian allies. If by chance he's still alive on some Argentine estancia, the aged Adolf must be smirking with satisfaction at the shape of the world, a dismembered Soviet Union, fascist renaissance in Italy, his wartime puppet state of Croatia promptly recognized by Germany and then the United States, thus helping to precipitate the Bosnian crisis. Even the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is the son of a Georgian who fought for the Nazis. The Führer must be itching to get on the phone to Chancellor Kohl to ask him how long it will be before Deutschland demands its lost Polish territories and marches into Kaliningrad, the Seite von Königsberg. For in truth, Hitler mumbles as he wraps a blanket round his skinny shanks, "For I really did win the 1994, Bruce Anderson's Platform 401. June 8 Petrolia. Most politicians claim the voters want a steady diet of throw away the key sentences for malefactors, plus an end to welfare. Bruce Anderson, who has been running for 5th District Supervisor in Mendocino County, says it's true. After weeks of candidate forums, campaigning in trailer parks, doing radio talk shows, he's found that people mostly do want to talk about crime and so-called welfare fraud, often parroting exact phrases from the nightly network news shows. The supposed crime wave in Mendocino County is as mythic as it is almost everywhere else. As Bruce says, "I read the sheriff's weekly printout for all the county, and what I see are the same drunks, crankheads, and lowlifes doing the same self-destructive things, week after week. The full-time criminal population is virtually non-existent except for a few methamphetamine manufacturers affiliated with the Hells Angels in the Bay Area." The Anderson program calls for eminent domain takeover and local public management of corporate timber lands, rent control on residential and commercial property, reinvestment of county employees' pension funds in the county housing authority, plus no prosecution of families for growing fewer than 50 marijuana plants. Anderson's campaign mailer also calls for an end to the D.A.S. so-called welfare fraud unit, which basically persecutes and prosecutes welfare mothers for the crime of working to supplement their AFDC grants. Phrases about eminent domain don't make much impact. But at a session with the International Woodworkers of America and the Carpenters Local in Fort Bragg, Bruce, who once, as he was reminded, called them fat, yellow-shirt corporate flunkies in the Anderson Valley Advertiser, did get a warm reception for the proposal that the holdings of Louisiana Pacific and Georgia Pacific be confiscated on the grounds that the short-term profit-taking has caused great harm to the people, streams, and forests of Mendocino County, and Harry Merlot should have been arrested for treason when he shipped our jobs, trees, and mills out of Covelo and Potter Valley to Mexico. There's almost no radical idea you can't get a cheer for in America as long as you put it in terms people understand. Is there any political room these days for a socialist in the populist style? Yes, Bruce says. The choice here is the same as at the national level, between the fuzzy pseudo-liberals and the corporate surrogates. The ruling conservatives are all Farm Bureau types reading boilerplate manifestos written for them by corporate timber, and the local liberals are all Clinton types, plenty of high-minded rhetoric, but behind it they're grasping and sanctimonious. I find that there really is a strong sympathy for left populist ideas. The Democratic Party has conceded this whole terrain to the Rush Limbaugh right. 402 The Golden Age is in us. June 10 Petrolia. A Mexican worker up here in Humboldt County, in Northern California, was recently picked up in a sweep that filled every seat of a bus chartered for the day by the INS, which duly trundled its cargo, including several children born in the United States, south to Tijuana. He then met a friend who lent him the money to fly to Guadalajara to visit his girlfriend. Back a couple of days later in Tijuana, he climbed the border fence, was buzzed by an INS helicopter and duly picked up and thrown back across. Finally making it into San Diego, he was told that the Migra were watching train stations, the airport, and all roads north. On the advice of another friend he'd bumped into, he got on a charter bus shuttling prospective gamblers to Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. Thence, after brief review of the gaming tables, he made his way back to Eureka, passing on Highway 101 a procession marching to protest the deportations. A few days later he had one of President McMuffin's good jobs at good wages time and a half, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, $1,500 in a fortnight working for a company operating at a hazardous materials site and happy to have its toxins breathed in by the lungs of workers unlikely to sue. June 25 Petrolia. For feeding homeless people in San Francisco, Keith McHenry has been arrested 92 times since 1988, though never tried and never convicted. Lately, under pressure from San Francisco Mayor and former police chief Frank Jordan, the cops have changed their tactics. They have been hitting McHenry with trumpery charges of assault, which is a felony. These charges are contrived to fit California's new 4-3 strikes and you're outlaw a variant on the provision in the crime bill President Clinton is pushing at the national level. McHenry faces life behind bars for giving food to the down and out. McHenry's latest charge stems from an incident that took place on Friday, May 13, when he and a companion entered the office of Supervisor Barbara Kaufman in City Hall to distribute literature about their organization, Food Not Bombs. In San Francisco there's a chamber of commerce eager to have the city's homeless off Union Square, Civic Center Plaza and the parks, go someplace else, out of sight, out of mind, like Oakland. Anywhere from 6,000 to 15,000. People in San Francisco are in shelters, or flophouse hotels, or making do in alleys and parks. Jordan and his colleagues would have you believe these are drug addicts and dangerous drifters lured to San Francisco by the prospect of a cushy life on public assistance. In fact, as with most cities, they are a mixture. 1994, on Rush Limbaugh 403. Of folk looking for work but not finding it, vets, people who should be in mental hospitals and so forth. Jordan's Matrix program, launched in August 1993, saw them hassled mercilessly, their backpacks and carts tossed into garbage trucks. Harassment extended to McHenry and his fellows, who were trying to feed the homeless and to assert that homeless people are full citizens with full citizens' rights. It's difficult to imagine McHenry ending up with hard time for trying to feed people. But then it's difficult to accept that the way many cities and states are confronting social misery is to criminalize poverty. Close down public assistance, close down welfare, close your eyes and hope the homeless, the single mothers, the down and out will disappear. Jail them and maybe sterilize them. America is a society hot for final solutions. July 13, Petrolia. The error is to suppose that zealous itemizing of Limbaugh's errors will make any difference. Anyway, the test is to find something he got right. Ronald Reagan proved that once and for all. Year after year he trotted out his old favorites, welfare queens in Chicago shopping by limo, more environ. Mental toxins put out by nature than by every industrial facility on the planet, more American Indians alive today than at the time of Columbus, etc., etc. There's almost no one out there fighting the political battles with Limbaugh. In any kind of language ordinary people can understand and enjoy. If national public radio wasn't made up of a bunch of terrified elitist liberals with basically the same agenda as Limbaugh in more polite language, they'd field a tough talk show with a radical Democrat, with a small d. Limbaugh is open to challenge, precisely because he's such a faker where it truly counts, not in his facts but in whom he claims to speak for. He says he's the champion of the ordinary Joe, which is nonsense. He speaks for the elites, which is why the Republican high brass love him so. He's a safe demagogue, sedately lunging about on the end of his chain, singing hymns to the innocence of the tobacco companies and assuring the small business people that the Reagan tide lifted them in the 80s along with the super-rich. So why can't the liberals field their champion to go up against Limbaugh? The problem is that on issue after issue, welfare, military spending, crime, they're all in sync, which is why Limbaugh and the right have to invent or recycle all the personal gossip about Clinton to show there's a devil in the White House, rather than someone who's doing basically what they want. 404 The Golden Age is in us. July 15, Petrolia. For with bated breath, the entire civilized world is watching the bold experiment in mass sterilization recently launched by Germany. It is estimated that some 400,000 of the population will come within the scope of this law, the larger portion of whom fall into that group classed as inborn feeble-mindedness. It is estimated that, after several decades, hundreds of millions of marks will be saved each year as a result of the diminution of expenditures for patients with hereditary diseases. Thus, in 1935, Dr. J.N. Baker, State Health Officer for Alabama. He was addressing the legislature on a proposal for compulsory sterilization of a category of persons vaguely sketched as for the feeble-minded, but also including for any sexual pervert, sadist, homosexualist, masochist, sodomist, or any other grave form of sexual perversion, or any prisoner who has twice been convicted of rape or imprisoned 3 times for any offense. Also scheduled for sterilization, subject to approval by county public health committees and the superintendent of Alabama insane hospitals, were those habitually and constantly dependent upon public relief or support by charity. Before Hitler and his fellow Nazis made the discipline unfashionable, eugenics and the prevention of socially unworthy babies were hot topics among American social cleansers. The keenest of these cleansers were not Southern crackers but Northern liberals. Indeed, in the mid-1930s Alabama's governor, Bibb Graves, vetoed a sterilization bill enthusiastically passed by the legislature. He cited the hazard to personal rights. Around the country eugenic sterilization was most energetically pushed by progressive politicians, medical experts, and genteel women's groups. States pioneering sterilization laws included La Follette's Wisconsin and Woodrow Wilson's New Jersey. The argument of the social cleansers is that welfare mothers have babies to accrue more benefits. These babies ultimately repeat the cycle. Response: curtail the babies by cutting the welfare benefits, end the cycle by ending welfare. Liberals begin at the former end, conservatives at the latter, and they meet in the middle. We are at a critical stage in the evolution of these policies. In late April of this year, Arizona and Nebraska both prohibited AFDC benefit increases for recipients who have additional babies while on the dole. Connecticut recently had a bill providing subsidies for AFDC recipients who accept Norplant, but it failed. A Florida bill also failing this spring, though it may soon reappear, offered $200 annually for contraceptive use by women who receive AFDC or are below 125% of the poverty line. New Jersey, active in the old sterilization crusade, has installed an exclusion policy eliminating the pathetically tiny increases for mothers having children. 1994, Malthus in Amcrica 405. While on welfare, Wisconsin, another sterilization pioneer, is experimenting with child exclusions. Georgia will commence doing the same next year, and Narrell reports that similar propositions are being considered in at least 21 other states. Vicious myths fuel this legislative craze. Contrary to belief, welfare recipients average fewer than 2 children per family, and fertility rates of AFDC recipients are lower than among the general population. Illegitimacy rates are lowest in those states whose welfare benefits are the most generous, and highest where benefits are meanest. AFDC benefits have declined by 42% in real terms over the past 20 years. In every state the benefits are below the Census Bureau's poverty threshold. As always, blame the victims, for the profoundest myth of all is that which makes poor, young, unmarried mothers responsible for drug abuse, slums, poverty, stagnation, the falling rate of profit, America's declining role in the world. And so, as with the vasectomist's knife, Norplant will turn things around. These are gas chamber economics and social prescriptions. Behind it all is the Malthusian alarm that poor people are reproducing at a faster rate than rich ones or those endowed with high IQ. Hardin wrote in his hair-raising Biology, its human implications in 1949, either there must be a relatively painless weeding out before birth or a more painful and wasteful elimination of individuals after birth. If we neglect to choose a program of eugenics, will the production of children be non-selective? From there we travel to Paul Ehrlich's 1968 The Population Bomb, urging a cutback on government programs of death control, i.e., public health, and thence to Nixon's Christmas 1970 veto of $225 million in funds for training family doctors on the same day that he authorized $382 million to control population growth. July 17 Petrolia. Alan Chase, in his The Legacy of Malthus, says that 63,678 people were compulsorily sterilized between 1907 and 1964 in the 30 states and one colony with such laws. But he also points out that these victims represent the smallest part of the actual number of Americans who have in this century been subjected to forced eugenic sterilization operations by state and federal agencies. Chase quotes federal Judge Gerhard Gesell as saying in 1974, in a suit brought on behalf of poor victims of involuntary sterilization, over the last few years, an estimated 100,000 to 150,000 low-income persons have been sterilized annually in federally funded programs. This rate, as Chase points out, equals that achieved in Nazi Germany across the 12 years of the Third Reich. After the German Sterilization Act of 1933 went into 406, the Golden Age is in us effect, 2 million Germans were sterilized as social inadequates. Gesell said that though Congress had been insistent that all family planning programs function on a purely voluntary basis, an indefinite number of poor people have been improperly coerced into accepting a sterilization operation under the threat that various federally supported welfare benefits would be withdrawn unless they submitted to irreversible sterilization. Patients receiving Medicaid assistance at childbirth are evidently the most frequent targets of this pressure. Among the plaintiffs in this action was Katie Ralph of Alabama, who fought off the advancing sterilizers by locking herself in her room. Writing toward the end of the 1970s, Chase reckoned that probably at least 200,000 Americans per year were the victims of involuntary and irreversible sterilization. July 24, Petrolia. Ben Sonnenberg sent me a copy of Sotheby's sale catalog, which featured some of the contents of the late Kim Philby's Moscow apartment. We discussed it over the phone. I asked Ben if there was something he'd like. He said he wouldn't mind the first edition of 40 Years in the Wilderness by Kim's father, Harry St. John Philby, published in 1957 and inscribed, for Kim H. St. J. B. Philby, February 12, 57 Ogeton. This was estimated at £800 to £1,000. Through Quaritch in London, I sent in a low bid, +1 on an azuri carpet featuring Lenin's head, presented to Philby in 1971 by an official in Azerbaijan. The catalogue note added that having accepted the gift with gratitude, however, Philby expressed astonishment to his wife that the Islamic tradition of rug manufacturing had been perverted by the depiction of Soviet leaders and even local bosses. This 3x2 rug was estimated at £400 to £500. The day after the July 19 sale, the trusted agent at Quaritch, whose nostrils had flared in fond reminiscence of Ben's rampages in his high book Col. Lecting days, phoned to say that my low bids had proved futile. 40 Years in the Wilderness had gone for £1,300 and the rug for £1,000. But by this time my interest had shifted from Philby's effects to a lot in an earlier portion of the auction, namely the library of Stanley Baldwin, British Conservative Prime Minister in the 1930s. Lot 318 was Hitler's 1935 Nuremberg speeches in English translation. The Führer gave these to Baldwin's emissary, the civil servant Tom Jones. Jones recorded in his diary, May 17. Secret. I saw the Führer in his Fiat in Munich on Sunday morning, May 17, 1936. The interview lasted an hour and a half. Finally he gave me a signed copy of his 3 Nuremberg speeches to take to the Prime Minister. I observed that I felt. 1994, Chomsky on Language 407. Sure, Mr. Baldwin would be particularly interested in the address on art as he was acutely sensitive to all forms of beauty, especially in nature and in language. Jones's A diary with letters quoted in the Sotheby's catalogue offers further context for the presentation. Jones told Hitler. Shortly after Mr. Baldwin returned victorious from the last election campaign, he had told me that among the objects which he hoped to pursue were the following: to launch the young king, to get alongside Germany, and to hand over his party united and in good heart to his successor. This reference to Germany obviously pleased Hitler. What wished most of all was to achieve some solid piece of security in Europe, however limited, and that could be done in the West if the German proposals were adopted. He repeated, with much animation and elaboration, his objections to attempting grandiose undertakings divorced from reality, urged the importance of an alliance with England, and his great desire to meet Mr. Baldwin. I pointed out that Mr. Baldwin was a shy and modest statesman who had never entirely gotten over his astonishment at finding himself Prime Minister. The Führer smiled and interjected, and I also. At the time that Jones was conveying Baldwin's compliments to Hitler, Philby was already a Soviet agent infiltrating pro-Nazi circles in Britain, before heading for Spain as a supposedly pro-Franco journalist. In 1941 his public pro-Nazi affinities recommended him to his British intelligence recruiters as politically reliable material. July 30, Petrolia. Noam Chomsky, you grow language in your head the way you grow arms and legs. If a child is in the right environment, the language will grow. You can't do anything about it. It's something that happens to you and you end up with refined and highly distinctive conceptual abilities, and an astonishing capacity To express yourself in novel ways and over an unlimited range of situations. 1. Major goal of linguistics is to try to find out what that capacity consists of. How much of it is part of our nature? How much of it is modified by experience? Ultimately, we would like to know such things as its relation to physical mechanisms, to other forms of human action. There are similar inquiries to be made about human moral and aesthetic capacities. If people are capable of making systematic judgments in some area, without having the relevant evidence, then the principles have got to be coming from inside. You and I can make systematic judgments about sentences in English. You never heard these sentences before, but you're understanding. 408 The golden age is in us. Them right off, which means that you're making highly systematic and quite complex judgments about very intricate matters. Your experience is far too impoverished to determine these specific processes, so what you are doing must derive from your inner nature. Unless there are angels around, anything you do is the result of your internal nature, or some impact of experience. And experience is extremely impoverished. It has a limited effect on what you are. It modifies it a little bit, but as with your physical growth, where you couldn't have eaten different food and had wings rather than arms. The same is true of intellectual development, and the same is true in moral life. You're constantly making choices and decisions and judgments. Sometimes you don't know quite what to do, but over a wide range you know what's right. And even when you disagree with people, you find shared moral ground on which you can work things out. That's true on every issue. Take a look at the debate over slavery. It was largely on shared moral ground. And some of the arguments were not so silly. You could understand the slave owner's arguments. A slave owner says, for if you own property, you treat it better than if you rent property. So, I'm more humane than you are. We can understand that argument. You have to figure out what's wrong with it, but there is shared moral ground over a range that goes far beyond any experience. And this can only mean, again, short of angels, that it's growing out of our nature. It means there must be principles that are embedded in our nature or at the core of our understanding of what a decent human life is, what a proper form of society is, and so on. So is there much work now being done on some kind of essential moral or progressive human capacity? And C, I've written about it. Not in any particularly original way. It goes back to the Enlightenment, and the classical liberalism of Humboldt. Rousseau actually tried to connect his ideas about the limits of Cartesian concepts of mechanism to a basis for human freedom. This is in the second discourse, which is the libertarian Rousseau. It derives from a kind of Cartesian basis, concerned with the limits of mechanism. The limits of mechanism in Cartesian philosophy are very closely related to observations about the creative aspects of the use of language. That's essentially the connection. It also appears in Humboldt, who was a very important linguist. These elements of enlightenment were much more advanced than modern thought, in my opinion. In these respects there's been a lot of regression. Structuralism, or contemporary behavioral psychology, or work on artificial intelligence lacks much of the sophistication of 17th and 18th century understanding. How much of that regression is related to the evolution of political structures? And C, I have my own speculations. The idea that human beings are malleable. 1994, An Instinct for Freedom 409. And that people don't have an instinctive nature is a very attractive one to people who want to rule and to control. If you look at the modern intelligentsia over the past century or so, they're pretty much a managerial class, a secular priesthood. They've gone in basically two directions. One is essentially Leninist. Leninism is the ideology of a radical intelligentsia that says, we have the right to rule. Alternatively, they have joined the decision-making sector of state capital. Is society, as managers in the political, economic, and ideological institutions. The ideologies are very similar. I've sometimes compared Robert McNamara to Lenin, and you only have to change a few words for them to say virtually the same thing. This is why people can jump so quickly from being loyal communists to celebrating America, to take the Partisan Review's famous phrase back in the early Cold War. All of this was predicted by Bakunin, probably the only prediction in the social sciences that's ever come true. If you're essentially a manager of people, it's convenient to believe that they have no nature, that they are malleable. Then there's no barrier to coercion. In fact, you can believe you are benefiting them by controlling them. On the other hand, if they have an instinct for freedom, then there's a severe moral barrier to any kind of management. You're injuring their fundamental nature. As with enslavement. So it's convenient to believe this isn't true. That could be one of the reasons why empty organism theses, and malleability, are very attractive to intellectuals. I was reading a passage from Levi Strauss's Tristes Tropiques the other day, which quotes a phrase from Rousseau that seems to embody part of what you've been saying. Enthusiastic partisans of the idea of progress are in danger of failing to recognize because they set so little store by them the immense riches accumulated by the human race on either side of the narrow furrow on which they keep their eyes fixed. By underrating the achievements of the past, they devalue all those which still remain to be accomplished. If men have always been concerned with only one task, how to create a society fit to live in, the forces which inspired our distant ancestors are also present in us. Nothing is settled, everything can still be altered. What was done, but turned out wrong, can be done again. The golden age, which blind superstition had placed behind us, is in us. And see, aside from the word everything near the end, that's certainly correct. He's right about what we call primitive or pre-technological societies. They have great cultural wealth, including lots of scientific knowledge, the result of thousands of years of inquiry, experiment, plant breeding and so on, which has led to an enormous wealth of knowledge, which the West is now trying to steal and establish patent rights over. And that's not even to consider other knowledge they developed, on how the world works, on language, human relations. The natural sciences have made enormous progress, but they tell us nothing about how to lead our lives. 410 The Golden Age is in us. August 4 Petrolia. Daisy is in New York and calls to say she had a wonderful evening with Andy Kopkind and John Scagliotti. Then Andy calls to say that he and John have had a wonderful evening with Daisy. Then Daisy calls again to talk about her wonderful evening with Ben Sonnenberg, and Ben calls to talk about his wonderful evening with Daisy. Compliments for each other pour out of the telephone receiver. August 5 Petrolia. Frank Bardak and his Watsonville Committee's translations of Subcommandant Marcos's communiques are out today in the Anderson Valley Advertiser's special issue. It looks terrific and everyone is very pleased. Joe Paff has read through the whole 55,000 words and says it is as great as Malcolm X Bruce. Why would an obscure weekly newspaper based in a tiny town in Northern California go to all the trouble to reprint the words of a Mexican revolutionary thousands of miles to the south? Well, not to be too sentimental about it, in a small way I hope it encourages the many Mexicans forced north by global ownership to places like Mendocino County to know that there are many thousands of Americans who will help them fulfill all the betrayed promises of the first Mexican Revolution. Besides, it reads good, and it's often very funny. Our own would-be subcommandants up here could learn a few things about how to talk to people in words they can understand and apply. August 17 Petrolia. The fires that have been devouring forests from Colorado to the Pacific Northwest coincide with the 50th birthday of Smokey the Bear. The timber companies pushed the Forest Service, and thus Smokey, into big-time fire suppression half a century ago because they didn't want their standing assets trees to go up in flames. The result is that we now have overfueled forests. that periodically erupt in lethal infernos. Long before Smokey ever raised his prickish paw, these forests had known a history of burning and intentional manipulation through fire. American Indians were expert at it. The Forest Service's fire suppression program, a big subsidy to the timber industry, promulgated the idea that forest fires are bad. They're not. Many western species such as ponderosa pine are dependent on fire for germination of their seeds. Suppress the fires, and the ponderosa get outcompeted by trees such as spruce, which are far more susceptible to insects and disease. Net result, dying. 1994, Despotism and the Picturesque. 411. Forests, as on the eastern slopes of the Cascades, overstocked with fuel and waiting for the first lightning strike or faulty muffler to set them off. Forests do well with intermittent small fires which have a cleansing effect and create patches of different age forests which enhance diversity of habitat. Such fires also clear out pests and brush and make nutrients available. The big blazes that result from long-term fire suppression have the reverse effect, consuming everything and reducing diversity. August 20. Petrolia. The picturesque is virtually invisible to those who believe concentrations of power are external. When they come upon picturesque subsidence, they can only take it straight. The doubt, the irritating uncertainty of the picturesque completely escapes committed despots. One of the most striking proofs of this fact is the action that the Nazis took when they came upon a bridge in a palace garden outside Berlin. The bridge, built by an apprentice of Karl Friedrich Schinkel, crossed over an artificial waterway fed by a pump-driven waterfall. Its 3.5 stone arches spanned only partway over the stream. The remaining gap was spanned by wooden planks. In the 1930s, the Nazis repaired the damage by completing the masonry structure. Despotism cannot take any risks. Any system working at full bore has no unused plenitude with which to amuse itself or entertain irony. Sidney K. Robinson, Inquiry into the Picturesque. August 23. Petrolia. When we talk about mainstream environmental politics, we always find ourselves talking about money, as dispensed by nonprofits, most of whom are mustered in the Environmental Grantmakers Association, which is dominated by the Rockefeller Family Fund and Pew, both of which have a long-term obsession with global population control, as the Pew Annual Report grandly puts it. At a recent association meeting, participants agreed that population issues were going to be a prime focus for the next 3 years. So now grant seekers applying for a life-enhancing dollop of money will be sure to work population into their proposals. More torrents of astounding nonsense about population pressure and environmental degradation will duly pollute the rivers of public discourse. 412. The Golden Age is in us. September 1. Petrolia. Slowly, slowly dies this odd summer away. It seemed to go quicker than usual. Somewhere between about June 6 and July 4 I think the Earth went through some sort of black hole. It's Clinton's fault. Most of the nation's political life revolves around the business of McMuffin trying to make up his mind. Will he aid Bosnia? Will he invade Haiti? Will he? You sit there fiddling about, waiting for the other shoe to drop, and suddenly a month has dropped out of sight. I find increasing difficulty in studying the national press, the fake debate about healthcare, the lunatic debate about crime. A reporter in the New York Times the other day managed to write an article presenting the U.S. as victim of Cuba for the past 25 years. Meanwhile, the nation runs an endless discussion on whether the left should stop being nasty to McMuffin. What is one meant to say? Here's a man who has produced a health care bill worse than what Nixon proposed at the start of the 70s and what Bush proposed at the start of the 90s, a foreign policy towards Cuba that's far worse than Reagan's or Bush's, a crime bill beyond what George Wallace ever dreamed of. By way of relief I've turned to cider making. Joe Paff and I built a press and barrel amid anticipatory hoots of derision from the better element, in the shape of Karen Paff and Susanna Hecht. The manufacture of hard cider elicits particularly vigorous winking and roguish badinage from passers-by, with fond reminiscence about drunken youthful encounters with the demon brew. Never having had much luck with chemistry classes in my youth, I much enjoy the practical work of jacking up the potential alcohol content, measuring acidity, and racking the liquid from one container to another. The results have been benign thus far, with the stuff inducing a genial tolerance towards mankind, mixed with laughter and beneficence. Drowsiness, profound sleep, a clear morning head and optimistic outlook toward the earth's affairs. September 2nd, Petrolia. For Roland Barthes, A Lover's Discourse. September 3rd, Petrolia. Militarily, you could say that bombs, detonated in the right place at the right time, did yield a political dividend. 1994, the IRA's Strategy 413. The IRA has had two functions: defense of the Catholic communities in the north against sectarian attack, eviction of the British armed forces from the north, and thus progress toward a united Ireland. Outside of its defensive functions, the IRA had until recent years been faring badly. A series of botched jobs, horrifying deaths of civilians, and political ineptitude sank its reputation, hence its political clout, into the mud. Then a couple of years ago, a more supple Republican political strategy began to emerge. In the spring of 1993, Adams held talks with the Northern Irish nationalist John Hume. The well-advertised though private discussions ended the IRA's and Sinn Féin's political isolation and drew Dublin in. Albert Reynolds, Prime Minister of the Irish Republic, subsequently went to London in a visit that led to last December's Downing Street Declaration. This let it be known that the future of the North was a matter for all Ireland to consider. By this time, the IRA's military strategy had shifted from blowing up band boys and little old ladies in shopping malls, to attacks on the beating heart of British prosperity, London's financial district. In 1992, the bombing of the Stock Exchange; in 93, the National Westminster Bank and Bishopsgate. On the eve of the ceasefire, the London Evening Standard disclosed that after the big financial district bombings, the British Home Office received a letter of exquisite politeness from the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. Behind the courtesies there was a message alarming to the British government. The Japanese made it clear that unless the British government could guarantee its security, the Japanese banking and business community would move to safer climes elsewhere in Europe. The prospect of losing this highly lucrative presence compounded the already immense costs of British operations in Northern Ireland. The drain on the British Treasury amounts to $5.4 billion a year. The British could not afford the war indefinitely. And at a fundamental level, the status of the Protestants there had changed in the eyes of the English, who have been footing the bill for Ulster's loyalty to the Crown. Every nation is an imagined community. The Ulster loyalists are no longer part of that imagined community. At this pregnant moment of historical evolution in the British posture, President Clinton allowed Sinn Féin's chief, Gary Adams, a 48-hour visa to the United States. The effect of the Adams visa on Downing Street was electric. The fundamental diplomatic principle of any British government is, don't offend the United States. John Major's regime managed to offend candidate Bill Clinton very deeply. It had cooperated with George Bush's re-election campaign in searching British security files for damaging material about Clinton during his Oxford years. It could all fall apart. The long-term future of Ireland is in the hands of the European community. It will supply the funds. It will supervise the federal 414. The golden age is in us. Power sharing that may allay the fears of the northern Protestants if the British are to go. But after a 25-year war that has left 3,168 dead and 30,000 badly injured, that has seen the British suspend all commonly recognized protections for the accused, run death squads, torture suspects, send people to prison for life on the unsupported word of informers, after all The Republican movement has shown the capacity to recognize political opportunity, and the discipline to make the ceasefire decision. September 6, Petrolia. I thought the point of having an independent socialist in Congress was precisely that, to be an independent and a socialist. Instead of which we have Bernie Sanders, hack Democrat. He voted for Clinton's budget, and now he's voted for the crime bill. A milepost in the development of the repressive corporate state. This summer we passed, for the first time, the million mark for people in U.S. prisons. Steve Whitman of the committee to end the Marion lockdown calculates that the imprisonment rate for blacks is now 1,534 per 100,000, compared with a white rate of 197. The central aim of the crime bill, passed on August 25, is to lock up even more black people. In their book It's About Time, the criminologists John Irwin and James Austin estimate that a set of laws akin to those just passed would mean that most of the nation's 5.5 million black males age 18 to 39 would be incarcerated. People designated as gang members can have their sentence for certain offenses increased by up to 10 years. Of course, it sometimes amounts to a death sentence or a beating for a kid to refuse to join the neighborhood gang. Affiliation merely means the police put your name in a file. Mike Davis recently discovered that the cops in Compton had more names in their gang computer than there are male youths in the city. There's no medical or scientific distinction between the two substances, but poor people use crack and rich people use powder. In 1992, 91.3% of those sentenced federally for crack offenses were black. Get 5 years for first-time possession of more than 5 grams of crack, get no jail time for possession of the same amount of coke powder. The crime bill did nothing to alter such iniquities. This is to pass over the rest of the fascist panorama of the bill, the 3 strikes provision, the enhanced mandatory sentencing, the stripping of federal judges of their power to enforce constitutional rights of prisoners, the ending of Pell Grants which provide funding for prisoners to get higher education, the car searches, the hysterical and unjust treatment of sex offenders, and on and on. 1994, hiking down the Lost Coast 415. Through to the expansion of the death penalty to cover more than 50 crimes. Like the GATT Treaty and the Health Bill, the crime bill radically diminishes the powers of states, one of the reasons, along with the death penalty, that Senator Russell Feingold of Wisconsin voted no. Sanders voted yes. I asked him why and he faxed me 4 paragraphs of pitiful blather. Almost all other progressives had voted yes. Rejection of this bill would have meant a worse one down the road. There was money in the bill for cities and towns and for battered women's shelters. For over a decade I've listened to the rap from Sanders and the Progressive Coalition in Vermont about the need for an alternative to the two-party system. Some alternative. Sanders's record is scarcely more liberal than that of Vermont's Republican Senator, Jim Jeffords. To their everlasting shame, not one squeak, so far as I can ascertain, was raised by the Vermont progressives about Sanders's crime bill vote. I suppose the money for battered women's shelters caused them not to notice one of the most rabid expressions of racism in the nation's legislative history. September 12, Petrolia. Your report on the harassment by the San Francisco police of homelessness activist Keith McHenry was shocking, but not surprising. From the standpoint of history, it's a very old story. For instance, the historian Gaston Runel reports that citizens of 17th-century Dijon were forbidden to feed the poor, for in the 16th century, the beggar or vagrant was fed and cared for before he was sent away. In the early 17th century, he had his head shaved. Later on, he was whipped, and the end of the century saw the last word in repression, he was turned into a convict. Of course, this kind of progress, like others, occurs more quickly now than it did 3 centuries ago. Barry Schwabsky, Brooklyn, New York. September 14 Petrolia. Bruce Anderson said a couple of months ago that he'd like to hike down the Lost Coast from Petrolia to Shelter Cove, and I answered that I'd had the same thought myself. Karen and Joe Paff also wanted to go, though Joe now claims that I seduced them with all the talk about food, never reviewing the actual trek and kindred natural hazards. I interviewed a few young hikers over the summer and they laid sinister. 416 The golden age is in us. Emphasis on ankle supports. There was vague talk about big cobbles and soft sand. The editor asked what to bring and I suggested a couple of bottles of whiskey to stretch over the 2 nights. The editor confided to Carolyn Cook that he feared a drunken amble, with Bly-like ravings round the campfire. The editor with Ling, who will command domestic HQ with Susanna, showed up with the whiskey but without ankle supports or even socks. His feet protruded through the sides of his etonics. A packet of austere trail mix fell from his pack. My own pack was that of a fugitive sutler from the HQ of a gourmet general. In my view, the 2 cardinal rules of camping are: cook nothing over a campfire, whose function is purely as decorative background and warming agent, and stop at least 90 minutes before dark. Between us, the Paffs and I had roast chicken and roast beef, Karen's delicious pain forte, cheeses, smoked albacore, 3 types of jerky, smoked oysters, sardines, etc. etc. The editor had prepared spiritually by reading Walter Scott and said to me austerely before the hike that the Highland sheep herders had moved through the Cairngorm sustained only by oatmeal. I packed some steel-cut oats and prepared porridge each morning. The first bit of the walk was trying, though things looked up with the bottle of Glenlivet at the end of the day. Down through Spanish Flat, Big Flat, and Miller Flat things looked up even further. Every mile or so an abundant creek burst from the King Range. We made camp at Shipman Creek 6 miles north of Shelter Cove. Next morning found the jerky hauled off a few yards before. Some disgusted rodent threw it aside. Tracks revealed that we'd been checked out before the mountain hon headed off on a leisurely nocturnal promenade down the beach. Tramping into Shelter Cove 20 minutes late, we met a couple clad from head to feet in late model North Face webbing, spandex, etc. coming the other way. They had 3 dogs, 2 of whom were burdened by custom packs. A third, unloaded dog looked worried. The couple were heading north and we watched them stop frequently to disentangle the dogs. I thought of the mountain lion but said nothing. 3-day trail veterans know when to hold their peace. The mighty editor was first into the parking lot. On the way home in Joe and Karen's Gold Rush van we saw some Roosevelt elk and a buck, which set some sort of finale to our own pleasant, 25-mile version of pastoral. October 1 Petrolia. Alex. 4. We must refuse the division of labor that is often proposed to us, between individuals who become indignant and speak out, and governments which reflect and act. The will of individuals must be joined, in an ongoing effort to 1994, a sudden blow 417. Challenge, in theory as well as in practice, every abuse of power, whoever the author, whoever the victims. After all, we are all governed, and, as such, we are in solidarity. Michel Foucault, Face Auxiliary Governments, Les Droits de l'Homme, Liberation, July 1, 1984. Is this the meeting ground of the radical environmentalists and the wise use movement? I'm beginning to think it is. Resistance unites us. Cheers. Jeff St. Clair. Portland, Oregon. October 10 Petrolia. Andy Kopkind is back in hospital in New York. Jay is visiting him and says there's a serious problem with liquid in his chest. October 22 Petrolia. Andy calls from the hospital. His voice sounds very thin and strained. I tell him I hear he's on the way up, and he says he is. We discuss the subtitle to his collection. We don't talk for long. Later he calls and leaves a brief message on This matter. October 23 Petrolia. J. Called. Andy died this morning, suddenly, of an embolism. He'd been talking to John half an hour earlier on the phone, laughing and joking for the first time in a week. My oldest friend in America. October 26 Petrolia. The Guardian called for an obit. Jay and I write an editorial about Andy for The Nation. October 27 Petrolia. What about the bomb on the bus in Tel Aviv? I asked. Edward said a few hours after the Islamic fundamentalist group Hamas had taken credit for the 418 the golden age is in us. Explosion that killed at least 20. Said broke with Arafat over the negotiations leading to the Oslo Agreement and has been a harsh critic of the peace process ever since. It's a catastrophe. It's criminal and also stupid. But on the West Bank the bombing has no doubt got a lot of support. They say, at least the Muslim people are fighting. These are the same fundamentalists, more or less, who 5 days earlier stabbed the Egyptian writer Nahib Mahfouz in Cairo. To make a devil's pact with reactionary religious sentiment is a tremendous mistake. But with, if I may say so, the exception of myself, there is no credible Palestinian voice putting forward the non-Hamas critique of Arafat's actions and the so-called peace process. Aside from terror, Hamas has absolutely no sane strategy of resistance. Take the settlements and continued expropriation of land, prime cause of contention between us and the Israelis on the West Bank. Just the other day they took another 3,000 acres. Most of the labor on these settlements and new roads consists of Palestinians working for the Israelis. Now, you'd think that the principal responsibility of a national authority or a coherent resistance would be in some way to mobilize the people against participating in the destruction of their own future. But they've never done that. Again, take Jerusalem, a core problem. It's now expanded to some 25% of the whole West Bank. There are dozens of Palestinians whose land has been taken away, but who cling on in little shacks and simply refuse to move out. They could become the focus of a mass struggle, strikes and so on, to stop the bulldozers, some of which are driven by Palestinians. The Israelis have made no secret of their plans for Jerusalem. They publish their plans all the time. But there has never been a Palestinian response. In the meantime we've become at best a Bantustan and at worst an Israeli protectorate. In the meantime, Arafat has become a parody of a Latin American dictator. And if the Oslo Agreement really falls apart, what do the Palestinians have to do? There has to be resistance at the grassroots level. Then revive the popular committees of the Intifada, which is really what brought the Israelis to their knees. I'm not saying they defeated them, but they made it difficult for the Israelis to rule the West Bank the way they wanted. 2 demands: no Palestinian labor on the settlements of any sort, no compliance with the Palestinian National Authority, which is simply a Vichy government, a stooge. We have to restate the fundamental objective: self-determination for the West Bank, Gaza, and the Palestinian people. You can't keep changing your objective. That's why I left them in 1991. To go from self-determination to limited self-rule, what kind of nonsense is that? 1994, Sedative Sex Survey 479. October 30 Petrolia. The latest sex survey out of the University of Chicago claims that Americans are almost entirely straight and the vast majority revel in the loyal married state and have sparse sex. Among women, conservative Protestants have the highest rates of orgasm, which gives us a new slant on religion and sublimation. The whole thing is deliberately sedative. Controverting the sexually subversive Kinsey report. One of the authors said complacently that, in derogating the practice of hot sex nationwide, the report would bring down the temperature a bit. We get the sex surveys we deserve. Bestiality doesn't even show up in the index, unlike Kinsey, who reported torrid levels of intimacy between humans and sheep, kine, and kindred significant barnyard others. On the whole, the Chicago report seemed to be a match with Francis Fukuyama's end of history reprise of Hegel and Kojève, with the bourgeois Christian ethic blissfully victorious after all those years of instability since Kinsey lifted the corner of the rug. Even the gay movement seems to have ended with tenured academics opening up departments of queer theory, with solemn stuff about discourse, anti-ES. Sensualist rejections of gender rigidity and, no doubt, Christmas charades in which the women caper about with carrots pinned to the front of their trousers. November 2, New York. My eye fell on a book about Patrick Hamilton, a dear friend of my father. In the 30s and 40s Hamilton was a highly successful playwright who wrote Rope and Gaslight. But his best work was in two novels, Hangover Square and The Slaves of Solitude, also the trilogy 20,000 Streets Under the Sky. He and my father were communists, and sometimes they would hawk party literature along London streets, though I suspect they soon ended up in the pub. Hamilton was the poet of the shabby bedsit and frosy saloon bar. He had a wonderful ear. He'd sit in the pub, my father used to recall, and come back with a head full of at least a dozen meandering saloon bar palavers. Drink did for him. He sank into terminal alcoholism during the 50s and died in 1962. Literary gents age badly in England. There's no cult of the body there, plus heavy drinking and smoking, so the senior citizens of Parnassus mostly look in very poor shape indeed, blotched and paunchy and physically incapable of much beyond a totter round the club or saloon bar. At least up until the early 70s drink used to do most of them in, if my father's pals were anything to go by. His liver was saved by the fact that it didn't take more than a very few paddies or scotches to lay him out. But the hard drinkers usually ended up very badly, to and from the dry-out spas, going 420. The golden age is in us. Through spells of the D.T.S, tended by some martyred wife or girlfriend. I don't know if anyone has ever done a proper historical etiology of literary alcoholism in England. Most of my memories of the early 50s London through which my father shepherded me on my way to school are of people getting drunk, being drunk, passing out. Acquaintances were often rated exclusively by their habitual drinking volume. So-and-so could see put it away, or drank like a fish or, this usually said with an air of gravity, was a very heavy drinker. The word alcoholic was reserved for people shackled to their hospital beds, screaming at the pink mice nibbling on their toes. People were always falling down. I remember going to some donkey races at Fort William in Ireland with Connor Cruise O'Brien, Paul Johnson, my father, and also Perry Anderson, who grew up 40 miles from me in Waterford. O'Brien, Johnson, and my father all tottered in the course of the afternoon, and Perry and I had to support them to the car. No one thought this particularly worthy of note. Admittedly, rural donkey derbies, dwarf donkeys at that, in Ireland are informal in social moors, but when I went to Oxford the same style was in evidence. Outside the senior common room there was a row of wheelbarrows into which the scouts would deposit dons too drunk to walk and trundle them off to their rooms. November 5, Petrolia. Did my farewell piece about Andy. In the late 1960s in England when I worked for the New Statesman I used to travel down to the printers at High Wycombe each Wednesday in the company of the editor, Paul Johnson, mad though not as mad as he is now. On the train Johnson would ruminate on issues and persons of the hour. Relief from these explosive allocutions would come in the form of Andrew Kopkine's weekly dispatches from Washington, telexed overnight and waiting for us at the printer. It would be hard to overestimate the impact of these pieces. They were collected in a Penguin edition published in 1969 called America, the Mixed Curse, and in the days after Andrew died I leafed through my old copy. Andrew worked hard at his opening lines, and after a quarter of a century I can still remember many of them. To be white and a radical in America this summer is To see horror and feel impotence, in America, the cult of personality is the faith of the outcast, the politics of salvation. History is full of last chances, lost opportunities, and unperceived possibilities. The History. 1994, ADK in Life and Death 421. Of political liberalism in America for the past 20 years is composed of very little else. There is a chord which is strung from the winter of 1948 until now, and along it hang the politics, the events, and the personalities of one long, cold season of history. See, I used to work for Time, or was it Cell? A loose employee is always a salesman first, and then a journalist of whatever degree. There was polish and wit in such prose, but the rhythms had a tempo that stretched beyond elegance or aphorism. The movement is dead, the revolution is unborn. The streets are bloody and ablaze, but it is difficult to see why, and impossible to know for what end. Government on every level is ineffectual, helpless to act either in the short term or the long. The force of army and police seems not to suppress violence, but incite it. Mediators have no space to work, they command neither resources nor respect, and their rhetoric is discredited in all councils, by all classes. The old words are meaningless, the old explanations irrelevant, the old remedies useless. It is the worst of times. For it is the best of times. The wretched of this American earth are together as they have never been before, in motion if not in movement. No march, no sit-in, no boycott ever touched so many. The social cloth which binds and suffocates them is tearing at its seamiest places. The subtle methods of co-optation work no better to keep it intact than the brutal methods of repression. If it is any comfort, liberalism proves hardly more effective than fascism. Above all, there is a sense that the continuity of an age has been cut, that we have arrived at an infrequent fulcrum of history, and that what comes now will be vastly different from what went before. This was Andrew, writing in August of 1967 in an essay on Martin Luther King Jr. for the New York Review of Books. I had a line about Andrew in the wake of his death that many people didn't like, to the effect that for if it ever needed it, he gave extremism a good name. I suppose the noun makes people nervous. But what extremism meant here was following a simple logic. Martin Luther King once had the ability to talk to people, the power to change them by evoking images of revolution. But the duty of a revolutionary is to make revolutions, and King made none. By his own admission, things are worse in the US today for white people and black than when he began the bus boycott in Montgomery 11 years ago. The tall fellow, rather Ivy Leagueish in appearance at that time, who finally came into the New Statesman in 1968 was somewhat diffident, in contrast with the enormously assured prose I had been reading for a couple of years. At that time I was sharing an apartment with Perry Anderson, editor of New Left Review, and since Perry was away teaching in Brazil, Andrew came to stay. In those days we European leftists were pretty impressed by our radical 422 the golden age is in us. American visitors. For one thing, they were, so to speak, coming from the front lines of urban riot and civic insurrection. For another, they traveled confidently from one end of the world to the other, spending, to our provincial eyes, prodigious sums. For their part our American friends thought us inheritors of a European socialist, Marxist, tradition that might at a moment's notice catch them at a disadvantage. They might have Dylan, but we had Gramsci, Sartre and the rest of the gang. Andrew was well educated, but he wore it all pretty lightly. I don't often recall him with his nose in a book, and as often as not it was an allusion, a half-quote or a glancing pastiche that made apparent the reading he must have done at some point in the past. He did, on the other hand, like current movie and music culture a lot back. At that time, after a stay of a couple of weeks, he left me by way of a thank you. 2 records, The Temptations and Country Joe and the Fish. He also left me the advice that things might be getting rough in the States, and it might be necessary to communicate under some conditions of security. We figured out a code whose key, I remember, was 4CENS Chew on debut, which was the first half of the Paris 68 slogan, CENS Chew on debut, continuerons le combat. It's only a start. We'll continue. I became the European correspondent of Mayday, later Hard Times, the newsletter he started with Jim Ridgway and Robert Sherrill. After 2 or 3 years it was over. Andrew was on a farm in southern Vermont, had come out. He and his friend John Scagliotti came through London, not long before I decided to go to the States, in 1972. The next time I saw him was in Miami for the Republican National Convention, no longer Ivy Leagueish but not diffident either. I stayed a lot at the farm, and we were under the same editorial roof. Often enough in the 70s, at the Village Voice, and then finally from the early 80s at the Nation. Every now and again I'll bump into someone who says, "That piece you wrote in 1972, it was the best thing you ever did." It's never very uplifting to hear this sort of thing, as 20 years of work are waved aside. Andrew may have felt that about his 60s writings. They did command their time, and formally speaking they had a poise to them that was almost dissonant with the disorder they were describing. Writing, if you are a writer, which many people think they are when they're not, is a long-distance game. Andrew survived his 60s classicism and made the shift, formally as well as substantively, to new times and a more relaxed style. An important part of this transition was his own shift from observer to participant. Of course, in the 60s, he was a participant in the sense that he, 1994, The Familiar Stranger 423, sympathized passionately with the insurgents he was writing about. But autobiography and radical projects still lay athwart each other, not least at the level of sexual sympathies. His writing in the 60s had, or so I feel now looking back at it, the unnerving and, in a way, misleading clarity of those days in Los Angeles after rain. We talked a lot, mostly on the phone. Every now and again we'd go on the road and do a joint piece for the Nation, around the presidential campaigns. The trips were fun. Writing with Andrew was harder. Our sentences got in the way of each other, and in the end we'd settle for separate sections of the piece even though our political thoughts were in sync, as they were in most respects for the duration of our friendship. He was ill for a long time. Later on the Sunday he died I spent half an hour trying to find the passage by Proust in the Guermantes Way in the chapter on the death of the narrator's grandmother. But it is rare for these grave illnesses not to take up residence in a sick person a long time before killing him, during which period they hasten, like a sociable neighbor or tenant, to make themselves known to him. A terrible acquaintance, not so much for the sufferings that it causes as for the strange novelty of the terminal restrictions which it imposes upon life. We see ourselves dying, in these cases, not at the actual moment of death but months, sometimes years before, when death has hideously come to dwell in us. We make the acquaintance of the stranger whom we hear coming and going in our brain. True, we do not know him by sight, but from the sounds we hear him regularly make we can form an idea of his habits. Is he a malefactor? One morning we can no longer hear him. He has gone. Ah! If only it were forever. In the evening he has returned. What are his plans? The consultant, put to the question, like an adored mistress, replies with avowals that one day are believed, another day questioned. Or rather, it is not the mistress's role but that of interrogated servants that the doctor plays. They are only third parties. The person whom we press for an answer, whom we suspect of being about to play us false, is life itself, and although we feel it to be no longer the same, we believe in it still, or at least remain undecided until the day on which it finally abandons us. Andrew must have had a premonition. The day before he died he called me to dictate the dedication to the collection. We discussed the suggested subtitle. Dispatches and Advertisements of a Radical Journalist, 1965-1994. He said he had his doubts and wanted to think about it. Later there was a message on my machine. He changed divertissements to diversions, and apologized for 424. The golden age is in us. Sounding a bit stupid. Forstilled, he said laconically before he rang off, stupid is as stupid does. Next morning, though he had sounded perkier on the phone to John, he was suddenly gone with an abruptness that reminded me of nothing more than the way he'd end a phone conversation. He often found it hard to get out of a chat and would suddenly say goodbye, and hang up. Afterward. This is the journal of a working life, public and occasionally private. I write almost every day and much of it ends up published and some of it doesn't, either because it didn't work out, was chopped out, or wasn't meant to be published in the first place. Here, there's material from each category. I'm lucky, because I have long-term relationships with publications, particularly The Nation and the Anderson Valley Advertiser, where continuity of a journal can be maintained week after week, idiosyncratic and personal. The other place that was hospitable in this sort of way, within the time frame of this book, was Shelley Wonger's marvelous interview, idyllic from my point of view. A left journalist writing in The Nation or the Ava or the Los Angeles Times every couple of weeks, or in columns syndicated through my friends at Creators. In Los Angeles, sets off Rose and Passions. I've tried to give a sense of this rattle of brickbats against the windows of the Ivory Tower, including the chap who wrote from Toronto saying he was glad my mother had died. There are friends I talk to all the time, who set me thinking or who try to set me right, and anyone reading this book will find out quick enough who they are. Since 1984 no one has read more of my words, or more helped me shape them, than Joanne Wipajewski at The Nation, immersed, as I was completing this book, in the task of editing my dear friend Andrew Kopkind's lifetime work into the magnificent 30 Years 9 Wars. But she still found time to help me in the final furlong. My loathing of the computer, complimented by Bjorncom in his letter, means that I type on the instrument scorned by Bill Clinton in his State of the Union address of January 1995, a typewriter. This means plenty of inputting by my friends Carolyn Cook in Point Arena, Mark Scaramella in Boonville and Sandy McCroskey in New York. Thanks to them and, for other 426 The Golden Age is in us. Bouts of inputting, to Gabby Cohen in Petrolia, and Barbara Lewis in Grants Pass, Oregon. And thanks to Suzanne Edminster-Rillard for her scholarship about the Golden Age. In the final hours, as I lurched through Precambrian cards for my index, Pre-Urungun, who helped Susanna Hecht and me with Fate Oft Forest, came to my rescue, and also demonstrated that Joe Paff's views about the Golden Age of cooking are true so far as South Indian food is concerned. To Steve Hyatt of San Francisco, who received the scrofulous boxes of manuscript in the tidiest office I have ever seen and readied them for the printer, I tip the hat of a typewriter man in a silicon age. A final wave to the designer, Deborah Thomas, who translated my 17th-century typographical dreams into reality, and to Robin Blackburn and all the folks at Verso. Hobbes opened the behemoth with the words, "For if in time, as in place, there were degrees of high and low, I verily believe that the highest time would be that which passed between the years 1640 and 1660. Some years between 1987 and 1994 were high times in Hobbes' sense of concentration and intensity. I look back across them particularly to the fall of 1989, when my mother died. I'm not sure how much of this book she would have liked, or how soon she would have laid it aside before she went off into the garden, but I think of a line in the poem For the Quilt Sean Dunn wrote for her, which Kitty Lee gave me framed at Christmas of that year, and which appears on page 138. See, in time all waste is useful or antique. So it was with the makings of that quilt, so be it with this journal.